After Lin Fan's analysis, the two of them suddenly felt that his words were extremely reasonable. Now that both the Xinxian Dao sect and the Abyss Demon sect had devoted all their attention to the upcoming duel, they naturally had no desire to stir up additional trouble. What was more, both of these women were quasi-emperors. Those two sects would hardly choose this moment to provoke them. Once they had thought it through, Linglong and Wan Qingxi exchanged a glance and both nodded lightly, thereby agreeing to Lin Fan's proposal. After a brief discussion, they set out directly for Jinge City in Leizhou. They chose Jinge City because it was the largest city in all of Leizhou. The stations of the 2Mo sect and the Miashin sect were of course not located within the city proper, yet each of them controlled roughly 40% of Jinge City's territory. The remaining 20% had been carved up by other powers. The upcoming duel between the 2Mo sect and the Miashin sect was also to be held in Jinge City. News of this matter had already spread far and wide, sending hidden currents surging beneath the city's surface. It could be said that nearly every force on the Xuanhuang continent at or above the quasi-emperor level was watching events here, hoping in passing to see whether they might secure some benefit from that secret realm. They did not dare dream of too much, but they still hoped to at least drink a little of the leftover soup. As for forces beneath the quasi-emperor level, at most they came here merely to watch the spectacle. They did not dare covet the resources within the secret realm. Of course, there were still some bold rogue cultivators who wanted to see whether they might seize an opportunity amid the chaos. After all, as rogue cultivators, if they did not stake their lives, it was exceedingly difficult to obtain cultivation resources. By this time, Lin Fan and his companions had already taken up residence in a manor within Jinge City. Their Lin Fan shared his thoughts with everyone. When Linglong and Wan Qingxi heard that he intended to set his sights on that secret realm, they were both badly startled. Wan Qingxi, the first to recover, immediately grew anxious. "Young Master Lin, are you mad? All 5 great powers have already fixed their gaze upon that secret realm, yet you still dare to covet it. Do you truly believe that Linglong and I can contend with them? Indeed, young Master Lin, perhaps you should reconsider." Even Linglong did not dare support Lin Fan at this moment. His idea was simply far too risky. Facing 5 supreme powers, the strength of merely the 2 of them alongside him was hardly worth mentioning. "There is no need for you to panic just yet," Lin Fan said. "It is merely an intention for now. When the time comes, we will still have to decide based on the actual situation. If it truly proves impossible, I certainly will not act recklessly." These words were naturally meant to reassure them. In truth, he was determined to claim that secret realm. He had yet to use the inheritance of the Tianji master he had obtained. This would be the perfect chance to test whether he could deduce the secret realm's precise location. If he could ascertain the situation within the secret realm in advance, so much the better. Seeing that Lin Fan was not insisting on entering at all costs, the 2 women finally breathed a sigh of relief. After discussing the current state of Jinge City a little longer, they prepared to disperse. "Linglong, wait a moment," Lin Fan called out, stopping Linglong just as she was about to leave. Since he intended to make a move on the secret realm, he had decided to first bring Linglong into the Shenxiao realm. Otherwise, if both she and Wan Qingxi tried to stop him later, it would become quite troublesome. Once Linglong learned of the Shenxiao realm's existence, she would surely no longer hinder him and might even support him. And with her support, Wan Qingxi would likely have little more to say. Moreover, Linglong's goodwill toward him had already surpassed 70 points. It was about time to bring her into the Shenxiao realm. Hearing Lin Fan call out to her, Linglong halted at once. Standing to the side, Wan Qingxi cast the 2 of them a deep look before ultimately choosing to leave. It was obvious that Lin Fan wished to speak with Linglong alone. Remaining here would clearly be inappropriate. Although Lin Fan's subtle distance left her somewhat uncomfortable, there was nothing she could do. After all, Linglong was clearly the one closer to him. Hu Mei and Xiao Zian, seeing Lin Fan stop Linglong, immediately understood what he had in mind. They exchanged a knowing smile. For another powerful cultivator to join the Lin family was naturally a cause for joy. As for competing for favor, that notion simply did not exist among them. Once Wan Qingxi had departed, Linglong finally spoke. "Young Master Lin, may I ask why you wished me to stay?" "Linglong, we have known each other for quite some time. It is only right that I now allow you to know some of my secrets." Hearing that Lin Fan had a secret to tell, her excitement stirred in Linglong's heart. Perhaps the opportunity one sensed is precisely young Master Lin's secret, she thought to herself. After steadying her emotions, Linglong looked at Lin Fan with a bright, delighted smile. "Young Master Lin, what kind of secret is it?" "Linglong, do not resist. You will know soon enough." At his words, Linglong immediately abandoned any resistance. She still trusted Lin Fan. A moment later, with a mere thought, Lin Fan took Linglong and vanished from where they stood. Nearby, Hu Mei and Xiao Zian, seeing this, immediately returned to the Shenxiao realm as well. When Linglong appeared within the Shenxiao realm, she fell into a state of utter shock. As a quasi-emperor level expert, her senses were exceptionally keen. The instant she arrived, she perceived how extraordinary this place was, especially the heaven and earth spiritual energy here, which was unimaginably dense. She was certain that nowhere on the Xuanhuang continent possessed spiritual energy comparable to this place. Though she had never visited the territories of the five great powers, she was sure that even they did not have such a blessed land. My Linglong heart truly did not misjudge this is indeed a land of great opportunity. If I can cultivate here, even if my speed does not increase 100-fold, a 10-fold improvement is certainly no problem, she thought. At that thought, excitement flashed across her face. Yet she remained deeply curious about what this place truly was and how Lin Fan had been able to bring her here in an instant. She knew Lin Fan would explain shortly, so she did not ask. Instead, she widened her eyes and simply gazed at him, quietly waiting for his next words. Just then Hu Mei and Xiao Zian appeared before them as well. This time Hu Mei no longer bothered to conceal her strength as she walked up to see Linglong with a cheerful smile. "Linglong, welcome to our Lin family," she said. Sensing the tremendous aura emanating from Hu Mei, Linglong's pupils contracted sharply. "Who, you are also a quasi-emperor, and a high-stage quasi-emperor at that?" Linglong stammered. Hu Mei's transformation had truly frightened her. Never in her wildest imagination had she thought that Hu Mei, who had previously obeyed Lin Fan's every word, would actually be a high-stage quasi-emperor. If that was so, did it not mean Lin Fan's strength was even greater? In that case, had her previous conduct before Lin Fan not been akin to that of a clown performing tricks? At this realization, Linglong suddenly felt an acute sense of embarrassment, as though she wished she could crawl into a hole. Seeing Linglong so tense, Hu Mei could not help but think of how she herself had once been. Thus she did not mock Linglong. Instead, she gently reached out and patted Linglong on the shoulder. "Linglong, little sister, there is no need to be so nervous. I will explain the situation here to you next." Lin Fan, seeing Hu Mei take on this task, was happy to be free for the moment. "Meyer, I will leave things here to you for now. Husband, rest assured I will take good care of Linglong, little sister." Lin Fan nodded, then left with Xiao Zian, their figures vanishing from where they stood. Linglong stared at the spot where Lin Fan disappeared, opened her mouth as if to call out, yet in the end no sound left her lips. "Linglong, little sister, you need not worry. Since husband has brought you here, it means he has already regarded you as one of his own. So you do not have to fear that I will do anything to you. Next I will tell you about this place. Then I must trouble you, who? Elder sister." At first Linglong had wanted to address Hu Mei by name, but when she thought of Hu Mei's strength, she quickly changed the way she addressed her. Hearing Linglong call her elder sister, Hu Mei nodded in satisfaction. At least for now it seemed that her position as the eldest sister could not easily be shaken. "Linglong, little sister, why don't we talk as we walk? You can also take a look at the surroundings here." "All right." Linglong readily accepted Hu Mei's suggestion. The two of them then walked and chatted as long as it was something Hu Mei knew she hid nothing from Linglong. The more she listened, the more shocked Linglong became. She had never imagined that this place was actually a small world independent of the Xuanhuang realm. More importantly, time here flowed 30 times faster than in the outside world, yet it did not affect one's lifespan outside. With time alone, she felt she could simply wear down the path to the great emperor realm. This truly is a great fortune. Fortunately, I possess the Linglong heart, otherwise how could such an opportunity possibly have fallen upon me? Thinking of this, Linglong could not contain her excitement. If Hu Mei had not been beside her, she would have been so happy that she might have jumped for joy. "By the way, elder sister, what realm has your strength reached now?" Linglong could only sense that Hu Mei was a high-stage quasi-emperor, but she did not know exactly which level. "My current strength is at the 9th level of quasi-demon emperor, only a single step away from the demon emperor realm. Unfortunately, that final step is far too difficult. I have never been able to cross it." Though she said so, Hu Mei did not show any sign of discouragement. Had she never met Lin Fan, she might never have crossed this barrier in her lifetime. But now that Lin Fan was here, she believed that before long she would be able to step into the demon emperor realm. Linglong had already learned that Hu Mei was a white fox. She had simply not expected that Hu Mei's strength would be only a single step away from the demon emperor. Such strength already stood at the very peak of the Xuanhuang continent. "Elder sister Hu Mei, I did not expect your power to be so formidable. No wonder young Master Lin chose to intervene in that secret realm matter. However, those 5 forces are very powerful, we still cannot afford to be careless." Linglong remained deeply wary of those 5 supreme forces. "Linglong, little sister, you need not worry about this. Husband surely has his own plans. Moreover, with the Shenxiao realm here, as long as one of us can enter that secret realm, then the resources within will become trophies in the Lin family's pocket. Right now the most important thing for us is to investigate the conditions required to enter that secret realm. You know that entry to secret realms usually comes with restrictions, sometimes on cultivation level, sometimes on age. We just do not yet know what constraints this particular secret realm has." At that, Hu Mei's brows furrowed slightly. "Elder sister Hu Mei, I think that no matter what restrictions there may be, we will be able to find suitable people to enter." Hearing this, the slight furrow in Hu Mei's brows smoothed out. "Linglong, little sister, you are right. It seems I was overcomplicating things just now. After all, as long as one of us can enter, the rest of us will be able to follow later. After chatting for a while longer, Linglong chose to return to the manor in the outside world to rest. After all, Qingxi was still outside. If she disappeared for too long, Qingxi might let her imagination run wild. Since the family's divine tree had already planted its mark on Linglong, Lin Fan had simply granted her the authority to freely enter and leave the Shenxiao realm. When Linglong reappeared at the residence in that manner, Qingxi immediately came looking for her. Linglong, when young Master Lin called you over just now, was there some matter? Nothing much, we just chatted. Qingxi pursed her lips. She knew it could not be that simple. Yet since Linglong did not say more, she could not press further. Thinking of what Lin Fan had mentioned during the day, Qingxi immediately warned Linglong, I can see that young Master Lin is very interested in that secret realm. You and young Master Lin are on the closest terms. I hope you can persuade him not to set his sights on that secret realm. Otherwise, with just the two of us, we cannot possibly keep him safe. You know that all our opportunities lie with young Master Lin. Surely you do not wish for anything to happen to him either. At the mention of opportunity, a faint smile appeared in Linglong's eyes. For she had already found her opportunity. Yet this was something she could not reveal to Qingxi. Without Lin Fan's permission, she would tell no one. Qingxi, set your mind at ease. Young Master Lin is not a reckless man. If something cannot be done, he will not force it. At this moment she was eager for Lin Fan to enter that secret realm to gather resources, so how could she possibly try to dissuade him? Qingxi had no idea what Linglong truly thought, otherwise she would have been furious. Seeing Linglong so unconcerned, Qingxi grew all the more anxious. Linglong, I know young Master Lin is not that kind of person. But nothing in this world is absolute. We do not know what he is truly thinking, so it is better for us to remain cautious. Do not worry, Qingxi. I know what I am doing. I will make things clear to young Master Lin. Hearing Linglong speak so casually, Qingxi opened her mouth but did not know what else to say. She merely felt that something about Linglong had changed. Had this been before, her attitude would never have been like this. Could it be that young Master Lin said something to Linglong just now that made her this way? It seems I cannot rely on Linglong. I can only find a chance to speak to young Master Lin myself. After chatting a bit more, Qingxi returned to her own quarters. Her residence was right next to Linglong's. This was why Qingxi had been able to rush over the moment Linglong appeared. Watching Qingxi's departing back, Linglong could not help but mutter in her heart, Qingxi, it is not that I have changed, but that we no longer need to fear those 5 great forces. I only hope you can perform well in what comes next, so that young Master Lin will bring you into the Shenxiao realm. After so many years together, the two of them could already be called kindred spirits. Naturally, Linglong hoped that Qingxi could also enter the Shenxiao realm. But this was not something she could help with. At most she could offer a few reminders from the sidelines. In the end, Qingxi would have to earn Lin Fan's approval herself. Here Lin Fan returned to his palace and planned to deduce the situation of the secret realm. Thus he informed Xiao Zian of his thoughts. Upon learning that Lin Fan had important matters to attend to, Xiao Zian became serious. Husband, important matters take precedence. You should enter seclusion first and I will inform everyone. Lin Fan nodded and then directly went to the location of the family's divine tree. Now that he was in the divine Xiao realm, he needed to communicate with the outside world through the family's divine tree. Otherwise he would have no choice but to deduce it in the outside world. In fact, if one lacks sufficient strength while deducing the heavenly secrets, it is easy to suffer backlash. The people from the sacred land of heavenly secrets are a prime example. However, Lin Fan was different. With the system by his side, he naturally had no fear of suffering any backlash, nor did he need to worry about being tracked. Yet deducing the heavenly secrets would inevitably cause considerable commotion, so performing the deduction within the divine wilderness realm would be more secure. Lin Fan first checked the growth condition of the family's divine tree. At present, the family's divine tree was truly towering and magnificent. The entire canopy covered a radius of 10,000 miles and its height exceeded 100,000 meters. This will be the foundation and support for my standing in the outside world, Lin Fan murmured as he looked at the family's divine tree. Although he did not know the specific level of the family's divine tree. Based on the previous performance of the family's divine tree, it was undoubtedly as formidable as the celestial tree he had heard of in his past life. In Lin Fan's view, the family's divine tree might still be in its seedling stage. Being so powerful in its seedling stage, one can only imagine how terrifying its power would be once it fully matured. Lin Fan did not dwell on it too much. He directly sat cross-legged beneath the family's divine tree. Soon the Taiji Bagua diagram appeared above Lin Fan's head. The Taiji Bagua diagram slowly rotated, occasionally flashing with divine light. At this moment, Lin Fan began to deduce the location of the secret realm based on the information he had previously acquired. After a short while, a look of joy appeared on Lin Fan's face. He had successfully found the location of the secret realm. The secret realm was situated in the Thunder Punishment Mountain range of Thunder Prefecture. Thunder Prefecture second only to the 5 major forces ranked 6th in the Xuanhuang continent. The reason it was named Thunder Prefecture was that most cultivators here primarily practiced thunder techniques. During the subsequent deduction, Lin Fan learned that this secret realm was left behind by the Thunder Punishment Emperor of the Xuanhuang continent. The Thunder Punishment Emperor was an emperor who specialized in thunder techniques and possessed a sacred body of thunder known as the Calamity Thunder Body. With the Calamity Thunder Body, the Thunder Punishment Emperor was incredibly formidable, even considered the strongest emperor in the history of the Xuanhuang continent. Unfortunately, this place had also been invaded by the demon race in the past. As the strongest person in the Xuanhuang continent, the Thunder Punishment Emperor was naturally the primary target of the Demon Emperor. At that time, the Thunder Punishment Emperor fought alone against multiple demon emperors. Unfortunately, after slaying 2 demon emperors, he sustained heavy injuries. In the end, due to his severe injuries, the Thunder Punishment Emperor lingered for 100 years before passing away. This secret realm is precisely the place where the Thunder Punishment Emperor left his legacy, waiting for a fated person to receive it. In fact, calling this place a secret realm is not entirely accurate, as it is the former cave dwelling of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. One can imagine that the treasures left behind by the Emperor are certainly plentiful. Moreover, the entirety of the Thunder Punishment Emperor's life savings was basically stored within this cave dwelling. More importantly, it not only contains the Thunder Punishment Emperor's legacy but also the supreme imperial weapon, the Thunder Hammer. Whoever can acquire this legacy and the imperial weapon, as long as they do not die, will soon have another imperial level force arise. Besides this information, Lin Fan also deduced that the opening of this secret realm is a month later. As for entering this secret realm, there are also conditions. One must be at least at the Saint level and no higher than the Saint Emperor level. After understanding this information, Lin Fan stopped the deduction. Currently, he still could not exert the full power of a heavenly secret master, so the information he could gather was limited to this. After all, this secret realm was a space opened up by the Emperor. Given his current strength, being able to deduce this information was already quite impressive. If it were the people from the sacred land of heavenly secrets, they might not fare any better than he did. Next, Lin Fan began to ponder which child should inherit this legacy. Naturally, Lin Fan was determined to obtain the Thunder Punishment Emperor's legacy. After much thought, Lin Fan decided to let Lin Haolei, born of Yi Liuli, inherit this legacy. Lin Haolei possesses the Thunder God body, making him the most compatible with this legacy among his children. At present, Lin Haolei had successfully broken through to the Saint level just in time to go to the secret realm. After confirming his thoughts, Lin Fan vanished from the spot. As soon as everyone saw Lin Fan appear, they all gathered around. "Husband, did you gain any insights?" Hu Mei asked eagerly. The others also looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of anticipation. Seeing their eagerness, Lin Fan did not keep them in suspense. "I have gathered most of the information about this secret realm. It is the cave dwelling of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, and it contains the legacy of the Thunder Punishment Emperor." Lin Fan then explained the matters regarding the Thunder Punishment Emperor to everyone. Upon learning that it was the legacy cave of an emperor, everyone was extremely excited. An emperor's cave dwelling meant they would gain a wealth of cultivation resources. Next, Lin Fan announced his decision to let Lin Haolei inherit this legacy. Everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's decision. As Lin Fan mentioned, Lin Haolei was indeed the most suitable to receive this legacy. The happiest of all was Yi Liuli, as Lin Haolei was her child. Yi Liuli had already decided that she would repay Lin Fan in the future. The next day, in the outside world, Hu Mei informed Linglong of the information regarding the secret realm. Upon learning that this secret realm was the cave dwelling left behind by the Thunder Punishment Emperor, Linglong was also greatly astonished. As a native of the Xuanhuang continent, she naturally had heard of the legend of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. If it weren't for the Thunder Punishment Emperor, the Xuanhuang continent might not have been destroyed, but it would certainly have lagged behind even further. All cultivators in the Xuanhuang continent held deep gratitude towards the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Over the past million years, countless cultivators have searched for the cave dwelling of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Everyone was well aware that the cave dwelling of the Thunder Punishment Emperor was located in Thunder Prefecture. However, even though they knew the approximate location, all cultivators found nothing. But it is understandable, how could a cave dwelling left by a powerful emperor be so easily found? Nevertheless, thinking that this cave dwelling could only allow those at the Saint Emperor level to enter, Linglong felt quite frustrated. With her current strength, she couldn't enter to join the fun. Seeing Linglong's frustrated expression, Hu Mei couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Sister Linglong, what are you thinking? You seem a bit unhappy." "Sister Hu Mei, I'm fine. I just feel a bit frustrated that I can't enter the cave of the Thunder Punishment Emperor." Hearing the reason, Hu Mei couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Hu Mei, what are you laughing at?" Linglong asked, puzzled. She didn't find anything funny about what she said. In fact, she thought it was a sad story. The thing she longed for was right before her eyes, yet she couldn't enter. Seeing that Linglong had not reacted, Hu Mei had to explain. Linglong, with such restrictions we indeed cannot enter through the entrance. But don't forget we can enter through other means. This secret realm only has restrictions at the entrance, there are no such restrictions inside. After whom ice reminder Linglong finally reacted. She had almost forgotten about the Divine Sky Realm. With the Divine Sky Realm present, the Golden Core can directly take them into the secret realm. Thinking of this, Linglong smiled apologetically at Humei. Sister Humei, I'm really sorry. I didn't think of that just now. It's alright. You just encountered these matters, so it's normal that you didn't think of it. That day news spread in Jinge City that the Demon Slayer sect and the God Destroyer sect would hold a competition in 3 days. The competition is divided into 3 rounds, namely the Sage Realm, Sage King Realm and Sage Emperor Realm. Each realm will have 3 rounds, and the first side to win 2 out of 3 will obtain 40% of the resources of the secret realm. With this news, the entire Jinge City became lively. Lin Fan and his group were currently wandering around Jinge City, so they heard this news immediately. However, Lin Fan had little interest in this. Whether the God Mystic Dao sect or the Heavenly Origin Demon sect, one didn't make much difference to him. Next, he planned to head to Leizhou early and wait for these people to arrive. After picking up some loose change at a stall in Jinge City, Lin Fan returned to the manor. At this moment, Shenxiao looked at Lin Fan, seeming hesitant to speak. She naturally wanted to persuade Lin Fan not to get involved in this matter. Before she could speak, Lin Fan took the initiative to say, "Everyone remember to pack up tonight. We will set off for Leizhou tomorrow." In fact, Lin Fan said this for Shenxiao to hear. Linglong had already known Lin Fan's plan beforehand. When Shenxiao heard that Lin Fan would leave tomorrow, her face immediately showed joy. In her eyes, Lin Fan must have given up on the idea of that secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose to leave at this time. After realizing this, Shenxiao cheerfully said, "Young Master Lin, it's great that you could come to this conclusion. That secret realm is indeed beyond our reach. I'll go pack my things right now." After Shenxiao finished speaking, she happily left. Linglong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. She wondered how Shenxiao would feel when she learned Lin Fan's true intentions. Then, after giving Lin Fan and the others a wink, Linglong headed towards the direction where Shenxiao had left. Her current residence was right next to Qianqing's, so it was naturally inappropriate to go to the Divine Sky Realm together. Upon returning to her place, she found Shenxiao waiting for her. She could guess that it was definitely about Lin Fan's departure. Still, she asked curiously, "Qianqi, are you waiting for me here because there's something you want to talk about?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to chat with you. I've noticed you've changed a bit lately. But what exactly has changed, I can't quite put my finger on it." Saying this, Shenxiao's eyes fixed intently on Linglong as if trying to discern something. Upon hearing this, Linglong immediately denied it. "Qianqi, you must be mistaken. How could I have changed? After being friends for so long, how could your changes escape my notice? What do you think has changed about me?" Linglong asked, somewhat annoyed. Shenxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She really couldn't pinpoint Linglong's changes. "Linglong, let's not talk about changes for now. I have another question. You must honestly tell me, do you really like young Master Lin?" After asking this, Shenxiao's eyes widened as she stared closely at Linglong. "Why are you asking this? It's my private matter, isn't it?" As she spoke, Linglong's gaze shifted evasively. Upon seeing this, Shenxiao knew exactly what was going on. "I'm not saying you, but you are a quasi-emperor after all. How could you be so confused about having feelings for a sage emperor?" Shenxiao simply couldn't understand what charm Lin Fan had that could make Linglong fall for him. At least she didn't have any feelings for Lin Fan yet. At most, she considered Lin Fan just a good friend. Facing Shenxiao's questioning, Linglong couldn't help but retort internally. Once you learn young Master Lin's secret, I wonder how long you'll be able to maintain your composure. Then I'll see how I can laugh at you." Seeing that Linglong was not saying anything, Shenxiao felt somewhat discouraged. "Fine, I won't bother you anymore. You can handle it yourself." After saying this, Shenxiao went back to her place. The next day, Lin Fan and his group set off early on a flying boat, leaving Jinge City. Their next destination was Leizhou. They were not far from the traveling city of Leizhou, and with a lower-grade imperial flying boat it would only take 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lin Fan and his group had already arrived near the Thunder Punishment Mountain Range. The Thunder Punishment Mountain Range was vast, and Lin Fan did not appear directly at the location of the secret realm. This was because that place was guarded by people from both the God Mystic Dao sect and the Heavenly Abyss Demon sect. In fact, both sides had sent a quasi-emperor of the 2nd level to oversee it. Naturally, Lin Fan obtained this information through deduction. For days, Shenxiao had been curious about why Lin Fan chose to come to Leizhou, especially to the notoriously harsh Thunder Punishment Mountain Range. The environment here was harsh due to the constant coverage of heavenly thunder, making it look terrifying. Cultivators below the Sage Realm could not approach this place at all. Young Master Lin, why have we come to the Thunder Punishment Mountain range? If it's just for sightseeing, there's really no need. This place has always been shrouded in heavenly thunder and there's nothing much to see here. For such an environment, Qianqingxi truly disliked it. Miss Qingxi, I'm not here for sightseeing, I'm here to seek treasures. Treasure hunting. Shenxiao looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She truly didn't know what treasures could be found here. Of course, there were indeed many thunder-attributed ores and spiritual herbs to be found. Many cultivators from the Xuanhuang continent indeed come here to take risks in search of treasures. However, these treasures held no allure for Qianqingxi at all. Upon seeing the puzzled gaze of Qianqingxi, Lin Fan merely smiled without offering any further explanation and continued on his way in a certain direction. At that moment, Linglong approached and patted her shoulder, then smiled and said, "Qingxi, we're just following young Master Lin. Since we're out here for fun, it doesn't matter where we go." Qingxi gave Linglong a sidelong glance, then looked at her with a face full of suspicion. "You all have been so mysterious these past few days, I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me." "Alright Qingxi, stop overthinking it. What could we possibly have to hide from you?" Linglong said, directly falling into step with Lin Fan. "Humph." Qingxi coldly scoffed at Linglong's back. "What a person who values romance over friendship. After getting a little love interest, she forgets about me entirely." As she spoke, she also followed along. Since she was already here, she might as well take a look. The Thunder Punishment Mountains posed no threat to her. She simply disliked the environment here a bit. During this time, Lin Fan was constantly hunting for treasures in the Thunder Punishment Mountains, even releasing the Purple Lightning Mongoose. Although the Purple Lightning Mongoose had not yet reached the level of a 9th-tier monster, Saint Realm, it possessed a talent for lightning, making the Thunder Punishment Mountains not only safe for it but a veritable paradise. Under the guidance of the Purple Lightning Mongoose, Lin Fan found numerous good items, including ores and spiritual herbs. Lin Fan didn't care about the grade of these items. As long as they encountered them, he wouldn't let even earth-grade spiritual herbs slip by. After all, his family was large and he had many mouths to feed. More importantly, the Divine Sky Realm had become desolate after its expansion and resources were urgently needed. Even though the family's treasure-gathering pavilion, Shadow Pavilion, and even the Drunken Immortal Tower were collecting resources, filling this vast expanse of 100 trillion square kilometers was indeed a daunting task. However, Lin Fan no longer expected the Divine Sky Realm to be fully planted, as there was no hope in sight. Although he did not demand a complete filling, Lin Fan issued orders to everyone as long as they encountered spiritual herbs above Earth grade, regardless of whether the Divine Sky Realm already had them, they were all to be transplanted to the Divine Sky Realm. As for those below Earth grade, unless the Divine Sky Realm had not yet collected them, they were to be disregarded entirely. Currently, the Divine Sky Realm had no use for spiritual herbs below Earth grade. Almost every day, large areas of herbs were maturing. The alchemists were busying themselves inside, never worrying about a lack of spiritual herbs for their alchemy. With an endless supply of spiritual herbs, their alchemy levels naturally soared. The reason alchemists from the outside world were so scarce was simply due to the lack of sufficient spiritual herbs for practice. No matter the power, it was impossible to provide an unlimited supply of spiritual herbs. Even the lowest level of yellow-grade spiritual herbs was limited. But the Lin family was different. In the Divine Wilderness Realm, Lin Fan even instructed everyone, regardless of whether they had talent in alchemy, anyone interested in researching it could try their hand at alchemy. After all, there were plenty of spiritual herbs and they could refine until they no longer wanted to. Moreover, no one would be secretive as long as they asked an alchemist for guidance. The other party would share everything. It could be said that the alchemists of the Lin family were the happiest because they didn't have to worry about whether they had spiritual herbs. However, they were also the most exhausted among all alchemists. Because apart from sharing their alchemy insights, they spent all their other time on refining pills. It could be said they were both pained and joyful. After all, for alchemists, having an inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs was a very happy thing. As for everything else, it simply wasn't on their radar. However, at present there were only 2 saint-level alchemists in the family. One was Mu Yunqi, who had received the inheritance of a top-tier saint-level alchemist, and the other was Xiao Zian, a low-grade saint-level alchemist. As for the alchemists trained by the family, over 1,000 had already entered the ranks of heavenly-level alchemists. The number of earth-level alchemists was even more terrifying, reaching nearly 100,000. There were even more below earth level. The reason there were so few heavenly-level alchemists was that their cultivation limited their alchemy rank. Currently, among the more than 1,000 heavenly-level alchemists, their strength was still at the peak of the Venerable Realm. To become a heavenly-level alchemist with Venerable Realm strength was indeed a rare occurrence. Only by reaching the Quasi-Saint Realm could one qualify to refine heavenly-grade pills. Once they gradually broke through to the Quasi-Saint Realm, the number of heavenly-level alchemists should experience explosive growth. At this moment, Qingxi was naturally unaware of the matters regarding the Divine Sky Realm. She watched as Lin Fan passed through akin to a locust swarm and didn't know what to say. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Fan would want to collect such low-level items. Even if others were to give her these low-grade spiritual herbs, she would find them beneath her dignity. Seeing Linglong still helping nearby, she felt an urge to distance herself. It was simply too embarrassing. A quasi-emperor was actually collecting some earth-grade spiritual herbs. If this were to get out, wouldn't she become the subject of ridicule? Ultimately, she couldn't hold back any longer and directly pulled Linglong to her side. I say, Linglong, why are you collecting these low-level spiritual herbs? It's simply a waste of time. Upon seeing Wan Qingxi's disdainful gaze, Linglong also understood what she was thinking. Had she not been to the Divine Sky Realm, she might have shared the same sentiment. After all, they had not established any forces, and collecting such low-level spiritual herbs was utterly pointless. Even if they were sold, they wouldn't fetch even a piece of Emperor-grade Yuan stone. It was simply meaningless. However, after seeing the Divine Sky Realm, let alone Earth-grade spiritual herbs, even those below Earth-grade spiritual herbs made her feel an impulse to move them in. She observed the vast expanse of land in the Divine Sky Realm sitting empty. It was simply too wasteful. However, she couldn't openly discuss this matter with Wan Qingxi right now. Qingxi, you don't need to ask too much right now. You'll understand when the time comes. No, Linglong is definitely hiding some secret from me. It's truly infuriating. Wan Qingxi felt a sense of indignation. However, since Linglong wasn't saying anything, she didn't press further. She knew this must have been Lin Fan's instruction to keep quiet. It seems that in order to uncover the secrets between them, I must find a way to please Lin Fan. This feeling of being kept in the dark is really uncomfortable. Then Wan Qingxi also joined the treasure hunting team. There was no other choice. Everyone was searching for treasures, and her merely wandering around seemed rather odd. Moreover, since she intended to build a good relationship with Lin Fan, she naturally had to cater to his interests. Since Lin Fan liked spiritual herbs, she might as well help him search for them. Upon seeing Wan Qingxi join in, Linglong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a barely noticeable smile. As time passed, day by day, Lin Fan and his companions slowly approached the location of the secret realm. The highly anticipated competition in Jinge City had come to an end. In the end, the Demon Slayer sect, backed by the Xinxian Dao sect, proved to be superior and won the contest. Although the Abyssal Demon sect was somewhat reluctant, they ultimately accepted the outcome. If they remained dissatisfied, the other three extraordinary forces would intervene. Despite their arrogance, the Abyssal Demon sect would not dare to confront four equally ranked factions. At this moment, the representative of the Xinxian Dao sect approached the high platform with a beaming smile, announcing the time for the opening of the secret realm. After discussions among the 5 extraordinary forces, they ultimately decided to allow other imperial level and quasi-imperial level forces to participate in this treasure hunt in the secret realm. Each imperial level force was granted 10 slots, while each quasi-imperial level force received 3 slots. In truth, they were reluctant to distribute these favorable terms. After all, no one would refuse an abundance of resources. However, since this matter had already become widely known, the 5 forces could not monopolize the secret realm. Otherwise, if the imperial and quasi-imperial forces united, they would likely be unable to withstand the pressure. However, there was a restriction for these imperial and quasi-imperial forces. Each faction could only send Holy King Realm participants to the secret realm for treasure hunting. With this restriction in place, even if these forces encountered valuable items, they would not be able to compete with the 5 major forces. Moreover, any resources they found would ultimately have to yield 50% to be shared among the 5 forces. Faced with such harsh conditions, the imperial and quasi-imperial forces were filled with anger. Unfortunately, the situation left them no choice but to grit their teeth and accept. As for the forces below the quasi-imperial level, they should not even think about treasure hunting. With no quasi-imperial members among them, they naturally lacked the qualifications to sit at the same table. If they dared to stir trouble, even a single quasi-imperial could easily wipe them out. Hence, after hearing this news, although these forces felt very dissatisfied, they had to face reality. As for who left the secret realm, the representative of the Xinxian Dao sect did not specify. They merely speculated that the secret realm was left behind by the Thunder Punishment Emperor. This was because the location matched closely with what was recorded in ancient texts. Soon after, the various imperial and quasi-imperial forces received this news and began to prepare. With little time remaining before the opening of the secret realm, they had to hurry to select suitable candidates. Before long, only one day remained until the opening, and Lin Fan and his companions were already near the secret realm. The Thunder Punishment Mountains had also become exceptionally lively. Besides the 5 extraordinary forces, the Xianyuan continent also held 12 imperial-level forces and 30 quasi-imperial forces. At this moment, all these forces had gathered here. Apart from them, naturally, there were also some onlookers who had come to watch the excitement. Although they lacked the qualifications to enter the secret realm, wherever it was, there would always be people to watch the excitement. Lin Fan and his companions had now ceased their treasure hunting. With the secret realm set to open tomorrow, they needed to rest properly. They soon found a spacious area and allowed Hume to set up a barrier. In doing so, no one would be able to notice their movements. Since Wan Qingxi was currently in a daze, she did not pay attention to Wu Mei's actions. As for why Wan Qingxi was lost in thought at this moment, it was still due to the matter of the secret realm. She never imagined that this secret realm would appear here. They had arrived at the Thunder Punishment Mountains even before the contest. Could this be a coincidence? Wan Qingxi thought to herself. No, this is definitely not a coincidence. Lin Fan must have known something in advance. But how is that possible? That information was known only to the 5 extraordinary forces, so how could Lin Fan know? It seems Lin Fan must have secrets that I am unaware of. Wan Qingxi thought to herself, glancing at Linglong beside her. She noticed that Linglong showed no surprise at this news whatsoever. She could already confirm that Linglong must have known this news in advance. Seeing Wan Qingxi suddenly staring at her, Linglong was somewhat puzzled. Qingxi, why are you looking at me like that? Wan Qingxi rolled her eyes at her and said, what do you mean? You know so much information, yet you didn't tell me anything. Did you and young Master Lin already know that the secret realm was here? Seeing Lin Fan walking towards them, Linglong smiled and said, since you want to know the specifics, just ask young Master Lin directly. As she said this, Linglong smiled at Lin Fan, who had already approached. Young Master Lin, Qingxi has something to ask you. You two can chat slowly, I won't disturb you. Saying this, Linglong went off to chat with Wu Mei and the others. Seeing Linglong's directness, Wan Qingxi felt irritated and scolded her in her heart for being ungrateful. However, at this moment Lin Fan had already reached her side and Wan Qingxi could only awkwardly smile at him. After spending these days together, Lin Fan noticed that Wan Qingxi's favorability towards him had reached 65. Although she did not meet the conditions to be marked by the family's divine tree, Lin Fan decided to bring her into the divine sky realm in advance. If her favorability did not increase, she would have to stay in the divine sky realm without any chance of leaving. There was no other choice. If he left her outside, any incidents that occurred inside the secret realm would surely lead those forces to not spare. Having made this decision, Lin Fan looked at Wan Qingxi with a serious expression. Qingxi, Linglong said you have something to ask me. What is it that you would like to know? Seeing Lin Fan ask like this, Wan Qingxi no longer hesitated. Young Master Lin, did you know the secret realm was here all along? That's right, I am a heavenly machine master and predicted the location of the secret realm in advance. You are actually a heavenly machine master. Wan Qingxi looked at Lin Fan with disbelief. The Xuanhuang continent also had heavenly machine masters, but their numbers were even scarcer compared to the Xiantian continent. The Xiantian continent had gathering places for heavenly machine masters such as the Holy Land of Heavenly Machines. In contrast, the heavenly machine masters of the Xuanhuang continent were mostly solitary and unpredictable. She only knew of 6 holy-level heavenly machine masters, and there was only one at the imperial level. Seeing the astonished expression on Wan Qingxi's face, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Why are you surprised that I am a heavenly machine master? How could I not be surprised? Do you know how rare heavenly machine masters are in the Xuanhuang continent? If you reach the holy level, you would be a guest of honor even among the 5 major forces. By the way, what level have you reached as a heavenly machine master? You managed to predict the location of the secret realm, so your level must not be low, right? As she spoke, an expression of anticipation appeared on Wan Qingxi's face. Do you believe that I am an imperial grade top-tier master of heavenly machines? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Lin Gongzi, we are discussing serious matters. Please don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. If you don't want to tell me, just say so, Wan Qingxi said with some exasperation. Only an emperor could achieve the status of an imperial grade top-tier master of heavenly machines. Lin Fan was merely a minor saint emperor. How could he possibly be an imperial grade top-tier master? It was clear that Wan Qingxi thought Lin Fan was joking with her. Sigh. In this day and age, no one believes the truth, Lin Fan sighed, revealing a hurt expression. How can I trust you? You are just a saint emperor. How could you be an imperial grade top-tier master of heavenly machines? Wan Qingxi couldn't help but criticize. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed heartily. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Don't resist in taking you to a place. Just the 2 of us. Aren't we bringing Linglong and the others? Wan Qingxi asked in confusion. Lin Fan waved his hand. Don't worry about them, they'll come on their own. Wan Qingxi nodded and refrained from saying more. However, she was still curious about where Lin Fan intended to take her. It seems that Lin Gongzi is about to reveal some secrets to me. Thinking of this, Wan Qingxi showed an expression of anticipation. Soon she sensed Lin Fan's spiritual consciousness enveloping her. Remembering Lin Fan's instruction not to resist, she let her guard down. This was also why she trusted Lin Fan. If it were anyone else, she would never have been so compliant. In fact, before their spiritual consciousness had even enveloped her, she would have already struck them down. After all, in such situations, being ambushed was something even a quasi-emperor might struggle to withstand. In the blink of an eye, Wan Qingxi found herself in another place. After Lin Fan and Wan Qingxi disappeared, Linglong and the others vanished from the original spot. There were restrictions left by Humei here, so even if someone passed by they wouldn't know what was happening inside. Not even a quasi-emperor could detect it. Within the divine mist realm, Xuanhuang was still in a state of shock. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not wake her but entrusted her to see Linglong. As for himself, he needed to prepare for entering the secret realm. Soon several days passed within the divine mist realm and Xuanhuang had completely understood what kind of existence Lin Fan was. Linglong, your Linglong heart has indeed not misperceived. Encountering Lin Gongzi is truly our great fortune, Xuanhuang said, her eyes filled with excitement. She felt as if she could envision herself becoming an emperor in the future. She believed that as long as she remained in the divine mist realm to cultivate breaking through to become an emperor was merely a matter of time. Jinge, you must serve Lin Gongzi well in the future and refrain from doing anything that could harm him. Otherwise, if you get kicked out later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although Linglong knew that Xuanhuang would not do something so foolish, it was still necessary to give a reminder. Xuanhuang patted her chest and assured, you don't have to worry about this. I'm not foolish, how could I possibly do something like that? As long as you understand. Let's go, you already know what you need to know. We should go find Lin Gongzi now. Xuanhuang didn't say anything but directly followed Linglong's footsteps. With the guidance of the maid, they quickly found Lin Fan in a garden. As soon as Humei saw the two, she waved to them, Linglong, you two have arrived, come sit down. Thank you, Sister Hu. Xuanhuang also called out to Humei when she saw this. She had learned from Linglong that Humei was a formidable Quasidman emperor at the 9th level. Such powerful strength had already placed her at the pinnacle of the Xuanhuang continent. Calling someone like her sister was not a loss for her, rather she felt very honored. Although she was also a quasi-emperor, she was merely at the 3rd level, which was a world apart from the 9th level. There are several thresholds for quasi-emperors. The 1st to 3rd levels are considered the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels the middle stage, the 7th to 8th levels the late stage, and the 9th level is the pinnacle. A 3rd level quasi-emperor finding victory over a 2nd or even 1st level quasi-emperor is not an easy task. A 4th level quasi-emperor, however, can easily suppress a 3rd level quasi-emperor. This illustrates the gap between the early and middle stages. Not to mention Humei was a pinnacle level Quasidman emperor. Xuanhuang felt fortunate that she had not disrespected Humei before. Otherwise she couldn't imagine how Humei might target her in the future. Even if she were targeted, she would have to endure. Although Humei appeared very kind at the moment, how could a person who had cultivated to the 9th level of Quasidman emperor be a good person? The number of beings that had perished at her hands was certainly not small. In her view, Humei's kindness towards everyone was likely due to Lin Fan. If it were a stranger, they would probably not dare to meet Humei's gaze, otherwise the consequences would be severe. After Xuanhuang got to know everyone, Lin Fan began to discuss serious matters. For this expedition into the secret realm, Lin Fan planned to allow Lin Haolei to enter through the entrance of the secret realm. He had previously revealed his strength as a Saint Emperor, so it was not appropriate for him to enter the secret realm openly. The 5 major forces had clearly stipulated that aside from their 5 forces, no other forces Saint Emperors could enter. Lin Fan also did not want to clash with them at this time. After all, he could still enter, it was better to keep a low profile. Once inside the secret realm, it would be he who had the final say. As for the issue of quotas, there was no need to worry. Since Xuanhuang and Linglong were both quasi-emperors, they were also considered quasi-emperor level forces. Each person had 3 quotas. Time flew by and soon it was the next day. At this time, dozens of quasi-emperors had arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Basically, each force sent a quasi-emperor to guard the path. There was no choice. Without a quasi-emperor guarding the path, the return journey would likely be dangerous. After all, desperate people exist at all times. At this moment, Lin Haolei was also following closely behind Linglong. Some quasi-emperors who recognized Linglong glanced at Lin Haolei to assess him. They knew that Linglong had always been a lone wolf. They were surprised to see that Linglong had taken on a disciple after such a long absence. However, upon seeing that Lin Haolei only possessed the strength of a saint, they no longer paid him much attention. As everyone was intently focused on the entrance of the secret realm, suddenly a purple light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire Tianfa mountain range in an instant. Then a resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears, after a million years, the legacy left by me, the Thunder Emperor of Tianfa, has finally appeared in the world. I have only one wish, and that is for the fated individual who inherits my legacy to one day protect the entire Xuanhuang continent after breaking through to the Emperor realm. With the disappearance of this voice, a portal appeared before everyone's eyes. They understood that the secret realm had been opened. As for the voice just now, it was merely a remnant left by the Thunder Emperor of Tianfa. After finishing that statement, the remnant had dissipated. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with fervent light. They had previously speculated that this secret realm was indeed the place of the Thunder Emperor's legacy. Now that they had received confirmation, everyone became excited. If they were fortunate enough to obtain the Thunder Emperor's legacy, they might have a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. At this moment the members of the 5 extraordinary factions also displayed signs of excitement. Other items required distribution but legacies could not be divided. Whoever obtained it was its rightful owner. This was also tacitly acknowledged by the 5 extraordinary factions. In fact, everyone knew that even if they wanted to distribute the legacy, it was impossible. Take the Thunder Emperor's ultimate weapon, the Thunder Hammer, for example. Apart from the one who inherits the Thunder Emperor's legacy, others, even if they seized it, would be unable to use it. If anyone dared to attempt a theft, it might provoke the resurrection of the ultimate weapon. The resurrection of the ultimate weapon was no trivial matter. It would undoubtedly bring about catastrophic disasters. Even a powerful figure at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm could not withstand the resurrected ultimate weapon. Of course, the resurrection of the ultimate weapon was also very demanding. It required a vast amount of energy to support it. Thus, after the ultimate weapon revives, it generally takes a long time to replenish the consumed energy. Naturally, if the ultimate weapon is in the hands of an emperor, there would be no such limitations. Without saying, it could revive in a blink of an eye. The time required would not be much different. The reason those emperor-level factions remained stable was because they possessed ultimate weapons. As long as their ultimate weapons had not been used, no one dared to seek trouble. For if they pushed the other party to the brink and caused the ultimate weapon to revive, the final outcome would likely be mutual destruction. Back to the main point. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the 5 major factions. Without their word, no one dared to rashly enter the secret realm. As the faction with the most resources from this secret realm, the quasi-emperor elder of the Xiao sect immediately stepped forward. Everyone may now enter the secret realm. By the way, let me remind everyone again, apart from your own weapons, do not bring anything else inside. Otherwise we will determine that these resources belong to what is acquired within the secret realm. At that time it will be troublesome for you all to take them out for distribution. With this, the quasi-emperor elder of the Xiao sect made those preparing to enter the secret realm realize the situation. They then handed over the resources they were carrying to their elders. After doing this, they rushed through the entrance of the secret realm at the fastest speed. How late you should go in too. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Here your strength is at the sage realm, and I worry someone may pose a threat to you. Don't worry, auntie, I will be careful. Saying this, Lin Haolei soared through the entrance of the secret realm. Upon hearing Lin Haolei refer to her as Auntie, Linglong was momentarily taken aback but quickly came to her senses. Having stayed in the Shenxiao realm for a while, she naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Haolei calling her auntie. This little brat dares to say anything. But it wouldn't be bad to be his aunt. Thinking of this, Linglong's lips curled upwards slightly. Then, taking advantage of no one paying attention to her, she left the place. She then directly returned to the Shenxiao realm. She still needed to search for treasures in the secret realm, so she had no time to waste here. Young Master Lin Haolei has already entered the secret realm. Good, then we should set off. However, before we depart, we need to change our appearances. This way we won't have to worry about being recognized. Changing appearances is no problem for everyone. A simple illusion will suffice. But to avoid being remembered by their aura, it requires the intervention of the family's divine tree. As for those chosen to go to the secret realm, they must be at the Sage King realm or above. Thus the candidates were only Mu Yunqi, Hu Mei, Hu Yan, Hu Yue, Xiao Zi, and Yao Mingli, Linglong, Wanqingxi, and the clan leader of the White Fox clan, Hu Shui. Of course, the White Fox clan actually had quite a few members, but Lin Fan did not include them. As for why Wanqingxi could go, it was because she had met the entry requirements in terms of favorability shortly after coming in. Next, after seeing that everyone had changed their appearances, Lin Fan directly led them into the secret realm. Upon seeing everyone appear, Lin Haolei immediately approached. Greetings, father, and all my aunties. Liar needs not be overly courteous. Have you made any discoveries? No, I just entered and found a hidden place to wait for your arrival. Alright then, go seek your opportunity. If you encounter any danger, contact us immediately. Okay. After speaking, Lin Haolei transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Seeing Lin Fan allow Lin Haolei to seek opportunities alone, Linglong was somewhat puzzled. Young Master Lin, are you really at ease letting Haolei search for opportunities by himself? You must know that apart from the 5 major factions who arranged for some saints to come in for training, the others are all above the Sage King realm. Even among the Sage Emperors, the 5 major factions have each arranged 10 individuals. Linglong, you need not worry. For Haolei and the others to grow, they must undergo various trials. If they truly encounter danger, I have also provided them with a life-saving trump card. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Linglong ceased to say more. Then they began to wander within the secret realm. This secret realm was vast, with an area comparable to 10 Bazhou. Along the way, Lin Fan and the others did not encounter anyone else. In fact, the teleportation entrances of that secret realm randomly transported people in. After entering, everyone separated. However, since each faction had contact methods, it wouldn't be long before they gathered together. At this moment, in one area of the secret realm, a female disciple at the sage level wearing the attire of the Xinxian Dao sect was joyfully gazing at a spiritual fruit tree. It's actually a low-grade spiritual fruit, the thunder fruit, and there are actually 9 mature thunder fruits. As long as I refine them, I estimate I can break through to the Sage King realm within 10 years. However, just as she was about to pick them, a sharp sword intent surged from behind her. The woman sensed danger approaching from behind and immediately dodged to avoid it. Fortunately, she escaped the ambush unscathed, but her complexion turned grim. "Who is it? How dare you attack from the shadows, how despicable!" With her words, a rugged figure emerged from the dense forest nearby. "Unfortunately, you managed to evade me. It's you, Jinge." Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman's expression darkened, her eyes filled with vigilance. He was a disciple of the Abyssal Demon sect. The relationship between their two sects goes without saying. Encountering each other in this situation could only mean a fight to the death. Although both were at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, Jinge, who practiced demonic arts, was stronger. They had clashed a few times before. Each time she was defeated by Jinge. However, with her fellow disciples present, even in defeat he couldn't kill her. But now she was alone, and this time her chances of survival looked grim. Seeing the woman eyeing him warily, Jinge revealed a mocking smile. "Yanqingfu, what a coincidence to meet you here. Let's see how you escape this time." "Escape? Do you think I fear you? Those like you who practice demonic paths deserve to be eradicated. Even if I die today, I will not let you have it easy." Although she knew she was no match for Jinge, she would never surrender. "Good, then let me see how much you've progressed over the years. I hope you won't disappoint me. Make your move or you'll miss your chance." "Arrogant." Yanqingfu snorted coldly, then drew her longsword. In an instant, a bolt of lightning spread from the sword's blade. Indeed, she practiced lightning techniques, which was why he was so pleased to see the lightning fruit. The lightning fruit was highly compatible with her cultivation. "Die." After gathering her strength, Yanqingfu thrust her sword, sending a streak of lightning-infused sword energy racing toward Jinge. Wherever it passed, even the ground was scorched black, not to mention the flowers and trees. "Not bad, you've improved a bit since before. But it's still merely a slight improvement in my presence. It is still nothing more than a feeble attack." As he spoke, Jinge swung his sword, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy. Seeing her attack easily neutralized by Jinge, Yanqingfu's face turned even uglier. Although it wasn't her full strength, she had still used 70% of her power. But it was clear that Jinge had also not used his full strength. He might have only exerted 50% of his power. Seeing this scene, she understood that she stood no chance against Jinge. Unfortunately, at this moment she had no time to contact her fellow disciples in the sect. She could only pray that the commotion from their battle would be noticed by nearby disciples. Otherwise she would surely perish. Jinge was unaware of Yanqingfu's thoughts. After neutralizing her attack, he continued to strike at her. He wasn't foolish, he knew he couldn't afford to delay here. If disciples from the Shenxiao Dao sect appeared, he would be the one in danger. Thus he had to end the battle quickly and leave this place. Soon the two were engaged in combat. At that moment, Lin Haolei, who was nearby searching for treasures, sensed the situation. There are people fighting over there. Could they be contending for some treasure? From the fluctuations in their auras, it seems they are both at the Saint Realm. In that case, let me go take a look. After muttering to himself, Lin Haolei vanished from his spot. In just a few breaths he arrived at the battlefield. Lin Haolei surveyed the two combatants and, confirming they were both Saint Realm, directly ignored them. After all, their fight had nothing to do with him. His purpose in coming here was to search for treasures. Immediately his gaze began to scan the surroundings. He wanted to see what treasure could provoke such a fierce battle between two saints. Soon a lightning fruit tree caught his attention. "So it's just a low-grade holy spirit fruit tree. I thought it was something valuable. What a disappointment." Seeing it was merely a low-grade holy spirit fruit, Lin Haolei felt somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, disappointment aside, he walked toward the lightning fruit tree. After all, even mosquito legs or meat, it must not go to waste, as it is a tradition of the Lin family. They must ensure to take every useful thing. Lin Haolei's appearance naturally drew the attention of both Jinge and Yanqingfu. Initially, Jinge thought it was Yanqingfu's reinforcements. However, upon seeing Lin Haolei's only entry-level Saint Realm strength, he directly ignored him. Just a mere entry-level Saint cultivator he could easily extinguish. Of course, ignoring him didn't mean he intended to let Lin Haolei go. Otherwise, news of his killing a disciple from the Shenxiao Dao sect would spread. So in his eyes, Lin Haolei was already a dead man. Yanqingfu felt very disappointed upon seeing Lin Haolei's only entry-level saint strength. Even with Lin Haolei's help, it wouldn't change the outcome. It might even cost another life. Thus she did not call for Lin Haolei to assist her. As for Lin Haolei wanting to take the lightning fruit tree, she did not plan to stop him. After all, she couldn't obtain it herself, so it was better to let Lin Haolei take it. At least it was better than leaving it for Jinge. After Lin Haolei took the lightning fruit tree, he prepared to leave. Seeing Lin Haolei about to go, Jinge, after subduing Yanqingfu, directly swung a sword at Lin Haolei. "Be careful. Yan Xingfu shouted loudly upon seeing this. Jinge showed a disdainful expression. Yan Xingfu, you should worry about yourself, it's this late and you're still thinking of others. To be honest, I genuinely disdain people like you. But your warning is useless, he is merely an entry-level saint and how could he evade my attack? In Jinge's view, Lin Haolei was destined to die under this sword strike. After all, he had exerted 80% of his strength aiming for a decisive kill. However, just as his sword energy was about to reach Lin Haolei, a mysterious yellow tower suddenly floated above Lin Haolei's head. It blocked his attack effortlessly. The strike landed on the tower without causing the slightest ripple. This tower was the exquisite defensive holy weapon Linglong Tower previously owned by Lin Fan. Lin Haolei had come to the secret realm to seek treasures and naturally Lin Fan had to provide him with some means of protection. Thus he temporarily loaned the Linglong Tower to Lin Haolei. In fact, this Linglong Tower had become a dedicated holy weapon for Lin Fan's children. Whenever they needed it, they could borrow it from Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan himself, he no longer had any use for the Linglong Tower. Lin Fan even directly planned an area within the Shenxiao realm to store some items he no longer needed. For example, quasi-emperor puppets and some holy weapons. As long as his women and children needed these items, they could use them directly. After use, they could simply return them there. These were considered family-shared items not belonging to any individual. At that moment, Jinge, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "It's actually a top-tier defensive holy weapon." However, after the initial surprise, greed quickly flashed in Jinge's eyes. This was a top-tier defensive holy weapon only accessible to powerful beings of the Holy Sovereign Realm. He was merely at the Saint Realm using only a top-tier heaven-grade weapon. If he could seize this holy weapon, it would be wonderful. Although he wouldn't be able to keep this holy weapon after leaving, as it would surely be submitted to the sect. But the sect would definitely offer him considerable benefits. If he obtained it elsewhere, he wouldn't have to submit it to the sect. Considering this, Jinge displayed a look of regret. If he obtained it elsewhere, he wouldn't have to submit it to the sect. Considering this, Jinge displayed a look of regret. He thought to himself that if he encountered Lin Haolei outside, this holy weapon would belong to him. Due to his greed, Jinge completely overlooked the power of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. He needed to realize that he couldn't even breach the defenses of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, so how could he possibly seize Lin Haolei's Linglong Treasure Pagoda? Unfortunately, he was blinded by greed at this moment. In Jinge's mind at this time, he was only thinking about seizing the Linglong Treasure Pagoda from Lin Haolei. Other matters were no longer within his consideration. In contrast to Jinge's greed, Yan Xingfu exhibited a look of excitement. She was well aware of the power of a top-tier defensive holy weapon. Of course, she actually no longer needed to ask for help. Since Jinge had already attacked him, how could Lin Haolei possibly let him off? Of course, she actually no longer needed to ask for help. Since Jinge had already attacked him, how could Lin Haolei possibly let him off? At this moment, Lin Haolei had already stopped in his tracks. He then turned around and looked at Jinge with a face full of killing intent. Unfortunately, Jinge was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He looked at Lin Haolei's eyes filled with killing intent, directly revealing a look of disdain. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to find a top-tier defensive holy weapon, otherwise you would have already died under my sword. Now leave the top-tier defensive holy weapon behind. For the sake of the holy weapon, I can spare your life. Otherwise you will undoubtedly die." In Jinge's view, Lin Haolei's Linglong Treasure Pagoda must have been found within this secret realm. He couldn't believe that Lin Haolei's elders would give him such a precious top-tier defensive holy weapon. After all, once they left this secret realm, aside from the weapons they used, everything else must be submitted. Since it was just found, it indicated that this holy weapon had yet to recognize its master. This was precisely why he was confident he could seize this holy weapon. If it had already recognized a master, he truly wouldn't have any means to handle Lin Haolei. As for letting Lin Haolei go, that was out of the question. As long as Lin Haolei put down the holy weapon, he would strike first to kill him. Yan Xingfu naturally knew that Jinge was deceiving Lin Haolei, so she hurriedly reminded him, "This young brother, he is from the Abyssal Demon sect. You must not believe his words. You absolutely cannot give him the holy weapon in your hand. Otherwise he will kill you in an instant. As long as you have the holy weapon, you will possess the power to resist him. Next, if we join forces, we might be able to kill him. If you don't want to offend the Abyssal Demon sect, you can temporarily lend me this holy weapon and I will personally kill him then. To make you believe me, I'll add I am a disciple of the Xuanhuang Dao sect. My name is Yan Xingfu." Seeing Yan Xingfu directly undermining his position, a flicker of anger flashed in Jinge's eyes. If Lin Haolei really handed over this holy weapon to Yan Xingfu, he would be in danger next. So he prepared to strike first. Immediately he flickered and charged towards Lin Haolei. Upon seeing this, Yan Xingfu's face changed drastically. She rushed forward, knowing she absolutely could not let Jinge succeed. However, very quickly Yan Xingfu stopped in her tracks. At this moment, Jinge had already been blasted away by Lin Haolei. To be precise, Lin Haolei had only used one move, directly smashing the Linglong treasure pagoda towards Yu Jinli. In his attempt to seize the Linglong treasure pagoda, Yu Jinli was hit squarely by it. Initially he thought that Lin Haolei could not unleash the true power of the Linglong treasure pagoda. But with Lin Haolei's strike he realized how wrong he was. In just a moment he was severely injured by the impact of the Linglong treasure pagoda. Looking at the incapacitated Yu Jinli, Lin Haolei slowly walked up to him. "You really think you can rob my Linglong treasure pagoda? How utterly self-unaware. Moreover, I was already prepared to leave, not wanting to interfere in your trivial matters, but why did you insist on seeking death?" After finishing his words, Lin Haolei no longer wasted time. He directly picked up the Linglong treasure pagoda and smashed it down at Yu Jinli again. "No, you cannot kill me. If you do, the abyssal demon sect will hunt you down, and it will even bring disaster to the forces behind you." However, upon hearing Yu Jinli's words, Lin Haolei did not relent. Next, in the face of Yu Jinli's terrified eyes, he was crushed by the Linglong treasure pagoda. "What a waste of my time," Lin Haolei complained before directly putting away the Linglong treasure pagoda. Then he glanced over at Yan Xingfu, who was not far away, causing her to take a few steps back in fright. She truly did not expect Lin Haolei to be so ruthless. Without a second thought he killed Yu Jinli. Moreover, she couldn't bear to look at Yu Jinli's gruesome state. She was now somewhat afraid that Lin Haolei might do the same to her. Thinking of this, Yan Xingfu shivered. Lin Haolei observed Yan Qingfu's reaction, shook his head and then ignored her. Women only slowed him down in his treasure seeking. Thus he continued to move forward in one direction. Seeing Lin Haolei actually ignoring her, Yan Xingfu suddenly felt somewhat offended. So she mustered her courage and chased after Lin Haolei, unable to help but shout from behind him, "Hey, why are you like this? You don't even say a word, don't you think that's very impolite?" Hearing Lin Haolei call her big sister, Yan Xingfu immediately became furious. "Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? Do I look like a big sister to you? You are older than me, so if I don't call you big sister, should I call you aunt?" Lin Haolei replied impatiently. "Ah. You infuriate me. I challenge you to a duel." Yan Xingfu glared at Lin Haolei, her anger palpable. At this moment she had completely overlooked Lin Haolei's earlier ferocity. This guy not only called her big sister but now even wanted to call her aunt. How utterly intolerable. It's one thing for juniors to call her aunt, considering she was almost 2,000 years old. Not to mention being called aunt, she wouldn't mind being called ancestor. But this person was a sage-level powerhouse, her peer. Being called aunt would make her seem completely useless. Seeing Yan Xingfu like this, Lin Haolei couldn't help but comment, "Women are truly troublesome. You're unhappy being called big sister, and now you're unhappy being called aunt. What do you want me to call you, great aunt? However, that won't work. If I call you that, your status would even surpass my father's. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm off to hunt for treasures, so don't bother me. As for the duel, just take a look at that guy on the ground before you talk about it." Lin Haolei finished speaking and continued on his way. Lin Fan began explaining that he needed to obtain the legacy of the Thunder Punishment Emperor and couldn't waste time here. You. Yan Xingfu was so angry that she stamped her feet. Was she concerned about status? No, she was indeed concerned about status. But certainly not in the way Lin Haolei thought. Just thinking about the fate of Yu Jinli, she dared not bring up the duel again. If Lin Haolei were to hit her with that treasure tower a few times, she couldn't even begin to imagine. She certainly did not want to follow in Yu Jinli's footsteps. Her earlier declaration of a duel was merely out of anger. "You thick-head fool, I wish you a lifetime of solitude and never finding a wife." After cursing Lin Haolei in her heart, Yan Xingfu chased after him again. "Wait, what are you following me for?" Lin Haolei asked, looking at the approaching Yan Xingfu, clearly annoyed. "Who is following you?" "I'm just going treasure hunting, it just happens to be on the way." Yan Xingfu replied irritably. "I hope that's true." After that, Lin Haolei ignored her. As long as she didn't interfere with his treasure hunting, it was fine. Seeing Lin Haolei so uninterested, Yan Xingfu pouted. After a while she broke the silence. "Thank you for saving me earlier." "No need to be polite, I didn't plan on saving you. That guy was just looking for death, so saving you was merely incidental." Lin Haolei replied without looking back. Upon hearing this, Yan Xingfu regretted initiating a conversation with Lin Haolei. She felt that talking to him could lead to her demise at any moment. However, after a moment of silence, Yan Xingfu spoke up again. "I saw you standing next to Linglong Fairy outside the secret realm. Are you a new disciple of Linglong Fairy?" Back then, Lin Haolei standing next to see Linglong had attracted a lot of attention. Coincidentally, Yan Xingfu had noticed Lin Haolei at that time. "Linglong Fairy is not my master, she is my aunt." "I can't believe Linglong Fairy is your aunt. It's surprising that she has relatives. The outside world only knows her as a solitary figure." Clearly the aunt mentioned by Yan Xingfu was not the same as what Lin Haolei referred to. However, Lin Haolei didn't bother to explain further. Seeing this, Yan Xingfu felt somewhat exhausted. She didn't even know what topic to discuss with Lin Haolei. Hey, you're really boring. Talking to you is exhausting. Haven't you found a partner yet? I guess you haven't either, considering no woman would be interested in a thickhead fool like you. What do I need a wife for? I'd rather spend that time cultivating properly. If I were to find a woman like you, I'd probably be driven mad. After Lin Haolei finished, he shot Yan Xingfu a look as if she were a fool and continued walking. Yan Xingfu immediately felt somewhat offended. Hey, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with me? Am I really that bad? Lin Haolei remained silent and continued on his way. At this moment, Yan Xingfu felt as if her punch had landed on cotton, yielding no reaction whatsoever. In the Shengguando sect, many had pursued her, yet in front of Lin Haolei she could only face humiliation. Humph, what an unromantic fellow. Yan Xingfu snorted coldly and secretly vowed, I don't believe it, one day I will make you submit to me. Then well, see how I handle you. Of course she wasn't in love with Lin Haolei. She simply believed that men like him had a desire to conquer. In the following days, Yan Xingfu stayed close to Lin Haolei. Although they didn't say much, their relationship had clearly grown much closer. In the following days, Yan Xingfu stayed close to Lin Haolei. Although they didn't say much, their relationship had clearly grown much closer. I say, Night Thunder, why are you interested in these low-level spiritual herbs? This question had been brewing in Yan Xingfu's mind for a long time. Along the way, she noticed that whenever Lin Haolei encountered spiritual herbs above the earth grade, he would pick them. However, these herbs were only effective for cultivators below the sage level. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Haolei would waste his time collecting these low-level herbs. For someone at the sage level, these herbs were practically equivalent to weeds. Earth-grade spiritual herbs are still spiritual herbs. Some high-level pills require low-level herbs as auxiliaries. If I encounter them, I can't waste them, they might come in handy later. Lin Haolei gave an ambiguous explanation. However, upon hearing this answer, Yan Xingfu showed a look of surprise. Night Thunder, are you actually a pill refiner? In the Divine Wasteland realm, alchemists were a scarce profession outside of the Heavenly Pill Continent. And the Heavenly Pill Continent is considered the most sought-after continent for all alchemists, as it is home to many pill refiners and even a pill emperor. The pill emperor is not only able to refine imperial-grade top-tier pills but is also a powerhouse at the emperor level. The Heavenly Pill Continent ranks among the best throughout the Divine Wasteland realm. Lin Haolei looked at Yan Xingfu's curious gaze and shook his head directly. I am not an alchemist. He truly couldn't refine pills. He possessed the Heavenly Thunder body, which made his inner power more violent than others. Every time he attempted to refine pills, it would explode. After a few attempts, Lin Haolei simply gave up. Upon hearing that Lin Haolei was not an alchemist, Yan Xingfu was not disappointed. After all, becoming an alchemist was not that easy. However, at that moment, a man's voice came from behind the two. Senior Sister Yan, I finally found you. The voice carried a hint of surprise. Yan Xingfu did not show any signs of joy upon seeing the newcomer. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly. The newcomer was her pursuer Zhang Heng, a disciple of her master uncle, yet she was not interested in him at all. Senior brother Zhang, do you have something to say? Yan Xingfu asked somewhat casually. Seeing Yan Xingfu's indifference towards him, Zhang Heng felt a tinge of displeasure. But despite his displeasure, he still wore a smile. Senior Sister Yan, I happened to pass by here and just saw you, so I came over to say hello. Zhang Heng finished speaking and then turned his gaze to Lin Haolei. Noticing Lin Haolei was only at the beginning stages of the Saint Realm, a trace of disdain flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. However, his expression soon grew serious. He questioned Lin Haolei, who are you and why are you with my Senior Sister Yan? Are you plotting something? Lin Haolei ignored Zhang Heng and instead focused on Yan Xingfu beside him. Is this guy out of his mind? Yan Xingfu was equally dissatisfied with Zhang Heng's attitude. Lin Haolei was her savior, yet Zhang Heng was being so rude. Before she could speak, Zhang Heng's furious voice rang out. You dare insult me? I'll tear you apart. With that, Zhang Heng was about to attack Lin Haolei. He didn't care whether Lin Haolei was his rival, anyone who posed a threat to him would not be spared. If he were a disciple of the Shenxiao Dao sect, it would be a bit troublesome for him to deal with. But Lin Haolei was just an outsider, killing him would be no issue. Seeing Zhang Heng about to attack Lin Haolei, Yan Xingfu immediately stepped in front of Lin Haolei. Zhang Heng, what do you think you're doing? I advise you not to act recklessly or you'll bear the consequences yourself. Yan Xingfu did this to protect Zhang Heng's life. Her senior brother's strength was not much stronger than hers, and he was even somewhat inferior to the previous Jinge. Still, Zhang Heng was her senior brother and she did not want him to die in front of her. However, her intervention only fueled Zhang Heng's anger intense. Still, Zhang Heng was her senior brother and she did not want him to die in front of her. However, her intervention only fueled Zhang Heng's anger, intensifying his murderous intent towards Lin Haolei. Senior Sister Yan, are you really prepared to fight me for this outsider? Yan Qingfu did not expect Xuanhuang to be so unreasonable. Xuanhuang, stop talking nonsense. Yi Lei is my savior. If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for being impolite. This statement from Yan Qingfu was like pouring oil on fire. It only made Xuanhuang's murderous intent towards Lin Haolei surge. He pointed at Lin Haolei with disdain and said him. Is he really your savior? Senior Sister Yan, if you're going to lie, you should at least provide some evidence. Just him, a mere beginner in the Saint realm, what could he possibly do to save you? You could probably save him instead. At this point Xuanhuang's expression changed and he said viciously, Senior Sister Yan, I can't believe you don't understand my feelings, yet you defend him so fiercely in front of me. Where do you think that places me? If that's the case, the more you defend him, the more I want to kill him. He must die today. Senior Sister Yan, you cannot stop me. Yan Qingfu did not expect that just a few words would escalate to this point. However, before she could say anything, she was pulled aside by Lin Haolei. Since you want to kill me, then you cannot be spared. Lin Haolei said casually. In his eyes, this guy was already a dead man. Haha, just based on you. Xuanhuang was directly amused by Lin Haolei's words. He simply could not understand where Lin Haolei's confidence came from. A practitioner who had just entered the Saint realm dared to speak like this to him, a 9th stage saint. I want to see how you plan to kill me. Xuanhuang's tone was filled with disdain. He had never regarded Lin Haolei as a threat. Lin Haolei did not speak but instead took out the Linglong treasure pagoda. To be honest, he had started to enjoy the feeling of smashing people with the Linglong treasure pagoda. It was simply too satisfying, it hit the mark every time. If a Saint King dared to underestimate him, they might also be smashed to death. Seeing the Linglong treasure pagoda in Lin Haolei's hands, Yan Qingfu knew he was serious. She hurriedly pleaded, Yi Lei, can you let him go this time? What are you trying to stop me? Lin Haolei asked calmly. Upon hearing Lin Haolei's emotionless words, Yan Qingfu's heart sank. She knew that if she pleaded any further, she and Lin Haolei would no longer have any connection. In the end, she chose to remain silent. Xuanhuang's fate was of his own making, she had done what she could. Seeing Yan Qingfu's unusual behavior, Xuanhuang suddenly had an ominous premonition. At the same time, he noticed the Linglong treasure pagoda in Lin Haolei's hands. That's a top-tier defensive holy weapon. Upon realizing the level of the weapon in Lin Haolei's hand, Xuanhuang's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Haolei to have such a trump card. However, before he could speak, Lin Haolei had already activated the Linglong treasure pagoda. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped Xuanhuang, sealing off his escape route. Senior Sister Yan, save me. I don't want to die. Upon witnessing the terrifying might of the Linglong treasure pagoda, Xuanhuang panicked completely. He hurriedly sought help from Yan Qingfu. At this moment, only Yan Qingfu could save him. I'm sorry, I can't save you. I already advised you earlier, but you didn't take it seriously. As soon as Yan Qingfu's words fell, Lin Haolei controlled the Linglong treasure pagoda and smashed it towards Xuanhuang. No! Xuanhuang shouted unwillingly. He watched helplessly as the Linglong treasure pagoda came crashing down on him, yet he could not move. The despair in his heart was unimaginable. Then there was a loud crash and the Linglong treasure pagoda obliterated Xuanhuang into nothingness. After confirming that Xuanhuang was dead, Lin Haolei retracted the Linglong treasure pagoda. Yan Qingfu looked at the large pit created from the impact, opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Are you blaming me for not sparing him? Upon hearing Lin Haolei's question, Yan Qingfu gently shook her head. I don't blame you, after all he brought this upon himself. I already advised him before, but he wouldn't listen and I couldn't help it. Yan Qingfu truly held no ill will against Lin Haolei. She could only say that Xuanhuang deserved to die. I'm glad you think so. For those who wish to kill me, I have never been merciful. So from the moment he showed his murderous intent towards me, his fate was sealed and no one could change that. Hearing Lin Haolei's cold words, Yan Qingfu suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she did not continue to plead for Lin Haolei. Otherwise Lin Haolei would definitely ignore her. To prevent Lin Haolei from overthinking, she immediately assured him, Yi Lei, rest assured, I will definitely not tell the sect about this matter. Lin Haolei nodded but did not say much. Whether Yan Qingfu would inform the Xinxian Dao sect did not greatly impact him. At worst, after obtaining the inheritance, he would directly return to the Xiantian continent or venture to another continent. He had already received news that after the secret realm event ended, his father would head to the Xuandian continent. By then, developing in the Xuandian continent would be the same. Following that, the two continued their treasure hunt. After the earlier incident, Yan Qingfu spoke much less. After all, the person who died earlier was her senior brother. Although she did not think highly of him, this incident was indeed caused by her. If it weren't for Zhang Hang's jealousy, such an incident would not have occurred. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his group were wandering leisurely in the secret realm as if they were on a vacation. At night they would return to the Shenxiao realm to rest. After all, treasure hunting does not mean neglecting cultivation. The resources within the secret realm would not run away, so there was nothing to worry about. If it weren't for Lin Fan deducing that this secret realm would collapse after the inheritance ended, he would have planned to claim it for himself. This secret realm would serve as an excellent base for the Lin family in the Xuanhuang continent. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Since it would collapse, he could only let those people search for treasures inside. However, these people were essentially working for him. When these people finally gathered together, it would be his time to reap the rewards. Lin Fan naturally would not kill them all, as there was no animosity between them and he was not a bloodthirsty maniac. But not killing them does not mean he wouldn't take all the resources from them. Of course, he might eliminate a few to establish his authority. Otherwise, getting them to surrender their resources would not be so easy. After all, these people came from the most elite forces of the Xuanhuang continent, and it would not be easy for them to submit. Especially the members of the 5 great forces, they would be even less likely to submit easily. After all, they were used to being high and mighty and no one dared to offend them. Lin Fan was very curious about who would rise up to resist at that time. Time passed and 2 months had already gone by since the secret realm opened. During these 2 months, everyone who entered the secret realm had reaped significant rewards. Of course, many had also perished in the struggle for resources. In fact, each time the secret realm opened, there would be a large number of casualties, so they had become accustomed to it. To obtain resources, one must be prepared for life and death at all times. Fortunately, the Thunder Punishment Emperor did not design any formations or traps here, otherwise the death toll would have been even higher. Perhaps the Thunder Punishment Emperor did not want to harm the cultivators of the Xuanhuang continent. From the words at the opening of the secret realm, one could see the Thunder Punishment Emperor's feelings for the Xuanhuang continent. On this day, countless people began to gather outside a palace within the secret realm. This palace was protected by restrictions and no one had been able to enter yet. Fortunately, everyone in the secret realm received a prompt that the restrictions of this palace would disappear tomorrow. The inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor was within this palace. It was precisely because of this news that everyone in the secret realm gathered here. At this moment, the eyes of those present were filled with fervent desire as they looked at the palace. This was the inheritance of an emperor. No one could resist the temptation. Even the members of the 5 great forces were no exception. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 great forces had all gathered together. Their strengths had all reached the peak of the sacred emperor realm. The 5 of them looked at each other, revealing wary expressions. In their view, if nothing unexpected happened, the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor would be born among the 5 of them. Xuanhuang, do you think you can obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor? Xuanhuang was the leader of the Xinxian Dao sect. The one who spoke was Xianxiang, the leader of the Abyssal Demon sect. The reason he asked this was naturally to provoke Xuanhuang into saying something arrogant which would allow the other 3 to be wary of him. The strength among the 5 of them was not much different at that time. How could Xuanhuang withstand the united targeting of the other 4? At that time, Xuanhuang would surely be eliminated. Unfortunately, Xuanhuang was not foolish. How could he not understand Xianxiang's intentions? Shenxiao, I naturally do not know who has the chance to obtain the inheritance. After all, such things depend on fate. But if I were to say who has the most hope, I would say it should be you, Xianxiang. Oh. Why do you think I have the most hope? Shenxiao was taken aback, then asked with some confusion. To be honest, he really did not expect Xuanhuang to respond this way. However, he was curious why Xuanhuang would say he had the most hope. Even the other 3 looked at Xuanhuang with some confusion. They certainly did not expect Xuanhuang to say such a thing. This was clearly not in line with Xuanhuang's previous style. Xuanhuang did not keep them waiting long. He directly mocked Shenxiao, saying, "Because you are cunning enough." You. Shenxiao was furious. He did not expect to be mocked by Xuanhuang. He could even sense that the other 3 had begun to guard against him. None of them were fools. How could they not see Shenxiao's intentions? Since Shenxiao wanted to scheme against Xuanhuang, he was likely scheming against them as well, and they certainly had to be on guard against such a person. Of course, while the other 3 appeared to be wary of Shenxiao, they were also on guard against Xuanhuang. Interesting, this Xuanhuang is definitely a difficult opponent. The leader of the Li family, Linglong, began to contemplate in his heart. Amit Ba. After muttering a Buddhist chant, Su Chun from the Fanning temple calmly began to twirl the Buddha beads in his hand. At this moment, Lin Haolei and Yan Xingfu had also arrived at the scene. "Huff, I finally made it before the palace opens," Yan Xingfu said with some relief. After a while, seeing that Lin Haolei remained silent, she couldn't help but pout. Having walked this way, she had come to understand Lin Haolei's character somewhat. As long as there was no major incident, Lin Haolei generally would not speak. Only when encountering spiritual herbs would she see a smile on his face. Yan Xingfu simply could not understand why Lin Haolei was so fond of spiritual herbs, even not letting go of earth-level spiritual herbs. In reality, Lin Haolei was feeling distressed with so many vacant spots at home. How could he not be anxious? By the way, Yi Lei, are you going to compete for the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor? This time Lin Haolei did not deny it. Indeed, I came here for the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Otherwise, why would I come here? Yan Xingfu did not expect Lin Haolei to have such lofty aspirations. She thought Lin Haolei had entered only to search for some spiritual herbs. After all, Lin Haolei only possesses the cultivation of a saint. The combined number of saint emperors from the 5 major forces is quite substantial. Those like them who are cultivators at the saint level from the 5 major forces come here merely for experience. They are not qualified to participate in the competition for the inheritance. She truly could not understand where Lin Haolei found the courage to compete for the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor against these saint emperors. Yan Xingfu calmed her emotions and focused her gaze on Lin Haolei. Yi Lei, I know I can't persuade you, but you must be cautious and never act recklessly. If it doesn't work out, just give up. Seeing Yan Xingfu so concerned for him, Lin Haolei felt a touch of emotion and finally nodded seriously. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. You should return to your fellow disciples in your sect. I'm afraid that if you stay by my side too long, it might lead to misunderstandings. Hearing Lin Haolei's words, Yan Xingfu felt a bit disappointed. She knew Lin Haolei was right, otherwise similar incidents as before with Xuanhuang might repeat. Moreover, all the disciples of her sect were here and she did not want to bring trouble to Lin Haolei. However, before leaving, Yan Xingfu planned to ask Lin Haolei for a way to contact him, otherwise she would have no way to reach him later. Thinking of this, Yan Xingfu immediately gathered her courage and asked Yi Lei, could you leave me a way to contact you? Lin Haolei did not refuse and directly took out a jade slip and handed it to Yan Xingfu. Take this communication jade slip, you can contact me anytime if something arises. Yan Xingfu hurriedly accepted the jade slip Lin Haolei offered, her face displaying excitement. Yi Lei, I will go ahead, now you must be careful. Go ahead. In the end, Yan Xingfu left Lin Haolei's position, turning back 3 times. However, Lin Haolei was unaware that this scene between him and Yan Xingfu had been fully witnessed by Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan was genuinely pleased about it. Finally, heir has come to his senses, otherwise I would have wanted to forcefully find him a partner. Hu Mei and the others couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fan's words. My husband, you are too impatient. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan showed a helpless expression. This matter cannot be rushed. Look at any family, they all have numerous members and there are countless families with populations in the hundreds of millions. Even among saint-level families the population is still in the hundreds of thousands. Look at how many people are in our family. My husband, take your time, after all our Lin family hasn't been established for long. In time the population will naturally increase. Sigh, it can only be like this. Lin Fan sighed, knowing that this matter cannot be rushed. By the way, my husband, what are your plans next? Most of the people who entered are already here. Lin Fan waved his hand. No rush, let's wait until tomorrow when the restrictions disappear before we act. Let's go, we should return to the Divine Sky Realm. Before long the second day arrived and Lin Fan and his group returned to the secret realm once more. At this moment everyone was focused on the changes of the palace before them. Especially Xuanhuang and the others, who all showed expressions of anticipation. As long as they obtained this inheritance they would be fully trained by the forces behind them. Before long the barrier enveloping the palace began to show signs of movement. At this moment the barrier started to gradually become transparent. Everyone knew this was a sign that the restriction was about to disappear. In that instant everyone's breathing became somewhat hurried. They understood that the treasures inside this palace were the greatest riches within this secret realm. Because not only was there the inheritance but also the treasures collected by the Thunder Punishment Emperor during his lifetime. Many dared not fantasize about the inheritance, but they could still set their sights on these treasures. Resources left behind by an emperor are definitely not simple. Even if he had consumed a lot of resources while injured, most of those resources were imperial medicines and spirit stones. Items like weapons and skills would not be lacking. Next, as the barrier completely vanished, everyone's gaze turned to the 5 major forces. There was no choice. If the people from the 5 major forces did not move, they also did not dare to act. However, just as Xuanhuang and the others prepared to lead their disciples into the palace, Lin Fan and Hu Mei's group blocked the entrance of the palace at that moment. Lin Haolei smiled slightly upon seeing Lin Fan and the others appear. He naturally knew what Lin Fan was about to do, as he too was a participant in this plan. And after Xuanhuang and the others saw the scene, they all showed expressions of shock. They had never encountered Lin Fan and his party before. It's worth noting that many quasi-emperors guarded the outside. They simply could not understand how Lin Fan and the others got in. But now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The immediate priority was still the inheritance. As for Lin Fan and his group, they could deal with it after they got outside. After coming to this realization, Xuanhuang and the others took a step forward. Who are you daring to block our path? Hurry up and move aside, we can let bygones be bygones. If you are obstinate, don't blame us for being rude. Although Xuanhuang and the others could not see through Lin Fan and his group's strength, However, since those above the Saint Emperor level could not enter the secret realm, they were not fearful. If they weren't worried about wasting time, they would have already called their people to swarm them. After all, the Saint Emperors they brought were not limited to just 5. They definitely possessed the strength to crush Lin Fan and his party. Of course, this was merely their self-perception. As for Lin Fan, he completely ignored these guys. He looked at the people present and slowly spoke, "Everyone who we are is not important. However, if you wish to enter this palace, you will need to hand over all the resources on you to us. Otherwise you won't be able to enter this palace." What? Everyone present was shocked by Lin Fan's words. They simply could not understand where Lin Fan found the courage to do such a thing. Even if he really took their resources, what of it? How would he leave afterward? After all, there are so many quasi-emperors watching from outside. This is practically tantamount to seeking death. How dare you? Xuanhuang gritted his teeth. Even they were left dumbfounded by Lin Fan's audacity. In the Xianyuan continent, how could someone dare to rob them and at the same time rob all 5 of their forces? It was simply inconceivable. I have made it clear, only those who surrender everything they possess may enter the palace. Those who refuse shall remain outside, and should anyone dare force their way in, they are welcome to test their fate. With that, Lin Fan drew forth a peerless sacred tier longsword. Even Hu Mei and her companions assumed battle stances, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Lin Fan's resolve, all present fell into stunned silence. In the end, every gaze in the chamber converged upon Xuanhuang and his 4 companions. From the overwhelming aura radiating from Lin Fan, they had already discerned his cultivation realm, Sage Emperor. Yet aside from the 5 great powers, no other faction among those gathered possessed even a single Sage Emperor. Thus only these 5 factions stood capable of challenging Lin Fan. Even Shenxiao and his companions now fell silent, not out of fear of Lin Fan but because they had decided to let Xuanhuang handle the matter. After all, Xinxian Dao sect had been allocated the greatest share of resources, such affairs naturally fell to Xuanhuang. Moreover, they wished to gauge Lin Fan's true strength through him. Should Xuanhuang sustain injury in this confrontation, it would be an even more favorable outcome for them, another rival eliminated. Xuanhuang was well aware of their intentions, yet he remained unconcerned. He held no doubt that backed by Xinxian Dao sect's full might, he could effortlessly subdue Lin Fan and his companions. Even if all of Lin Fan's group were Sage Emperors, Xuanhuang remained confident in his ability to overcome them with ease. What surprised him most was Lin Fan's brazen disregard for the dignity of the 5 powers. Logically, one who is cultivated to the Sage Emperor realm should possess wisdom far beyond recklessness. Yet if Lin Fan were not a reckless fool, why would he commit such a grievous blunder? Who across the Xianyuan continent does not know the overwhelming supremacy of the 5 powers? It would be no exaggeration to say that no faction dares openly oppose them, only resorting to covert schemes at most. Nonetheless, Xuanhuang did not rush to act. He intended first to ascertain Lin Fan's origins. With that thought, Xuanhuang assumed an air of solemn authority and gazed down upon Lin Fan with undisguised contempt. "From which sect do you hail that you dare defy the 5 powers? Do you not fear that once we depart this secret realm, the 5 powers will unite to besiege your sect?" Lin Fan had no patience for such idle talk. Impatience flickered plainly across his features. "Enough empty words. To enter the palace, surrender all your resources, and those unwilling must step aside. Do not obstruct others' paths. Let me reiterate, only those who relinquish everything they carry may enter the palace, and as for further nonsense, spare it. Those confident in their strength may attempt to force their way in. But know this: forcing entry carries the price of death at my hand." The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, Lin Haolei darted forward with startling speed. He then bowed deeply and offered a spatial ring with obsequious deference. "Esteemed senior, this ring contains all I possess, please accept it graciously." Lin Haolei nearly burst into laughter at his own performance, but restrained himself. This was no time to break character. Lin Fan suppressed a smile as he accepted the spatial ring, then gently patted Lin Haolei's shoulder with paternal approval. "Well done, you show commendable understanding. You may enter." "Then many thanks, esteemed senior." Without glancing back, Lin Haolei strode straight into the palace. What? Not collective hush fell over the assembly. Before the 5 powers had even spoken, someone had dared enter the palace ahead of them. Such audacity bordered on suicide. Even Xuanhuang and his peers were taken aback by Lin Haolei's boldness. Most anxious of all was Yen Qingfu. She had never imagined Lin Haolei possessed such audacity. She knew full well that Lin Haolei's action had irrevocably enraged Xuanhuang and his allies. "Yi Lei, you fraud. We agreed to proceed with utmost caution. You've thrown your life away." Yen Qingfu felt fury, but above all profound anxiety. "May all be well," she whispered inwardly, offering silent prayers. She could offer no assistance, her standing within Xinxian Dao sect paled in comparison to Xuanhuang's. Nor was it merely her own inferiority. Even her master, though of the same generation as Xuanhuang, remained slightly weaker than him. Had her master not been sealed in seclusion, he too might have entered this secret realm. Suddenly a plan flashed through Yan Qingfu's mind, a means to save Lin Haolei. If Lin Haolei secured the emperor's legacy, and if she personally vouched for him to join Xinxian Dao sect, his safety would be assured. Once he became a disciple of Xinxian Dao sect, none would dare lay a hand upon him. Nor would Xinxian Dao sect hold his earlier transgression against him. With the legacy of the Thunder Emperor of Divine Punishment, Lin Haolei even stood a strong chance of ascending to the rank of sacred heir. At this thought, anticipation lit Yan Qingfu's eyes. Returning to Xuanhuang, he paused only briefly before addressing the crowd. Does anyone know which sect that man belongs to? Almost immediately someone who had seen Lin Haolei outside the realm stepped forward. Senior Chu, I saw him beyond the realm's boundary, accompanying Linglong Xianzi. Whether he is her disciple, however, I cannot say, and Linglong Xianzi. Xuanhuang murmured, testing the name upon his tongue. Yet his expression swiftly hardened into cold ferocity. What of Linglong Xianzi? A mere quasi-emperor of the third tier dares oppose Xinxian Dao sect. Let him not interfere with my plans. If he does, even Linglong Xianzi will not escape my wrath. Hearing Xuanhuang's disdain, Linglong's eyes flashed with lethal intent. How dare a sage emperor scorn a quasi-emperor? Such arrogance spelled certain doom. Beside her, Wan Qingxi's hand trembled faintly. To witness Linglong so thoroughly humiliated was almost comical, yet the setting demanded solemnity, and so she stifled her mirth. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to their inner turmoil. After briefly inspecting the spatial ring Lin Haolei had surrendered, he turned once more to the assembled cultivators. Gentlemen, you have just witnessed the terms surrender all possessions and entrance is granted. I urge you to act swiftly, lest the treasures within be claimed entirely by the one who just entered, and more importantly, the palace houses the emperor's legacy. For each of you, this is a unseen and eternity opportunity to transcend fate itself. Do not allow petty pride to cost you everything. Lin Fan's words stirred the people present, igniting their restless desires. After all, the imperial legacy was simply too alluring for anyone to resist. However, when they noticed Xuanhuang's face turning grim, they all calmed down. They were not like Lin Haolei, who had no worries. If they defied Xuanhuang and the others at this moment, their good days would come to an end. It might even implicate the forces behind them. The 5 major forces were far too powerful for them to offend unless they could band together. But such a thing was merely wishful thinking, as everyone had their own selfish motives. As soon as one force was bribed, their alliance would crumble. Seeing Lin Fan ignore him, Xuanhuang was instantly filled with rage. You truly have some guts. I want to see how much you can take. Die for me. Xuanhuang shouted furiously, drawing his sword and stabbing toward Lin Fan. In an instant, a devastating sword aura surged toward Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan remained utterly calm. With a single thought, the yin-yang taiji diagram appeared above his head. Simultaneously, the yin-yang taiji diagram scattered its light, enveloping the group. As the sword aura touched the light of the yin-yang taiji diagram, it vanished without a trace. What? Xuanhuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw his attack easily neutralized by Lin Fan. Even Xianxiang was similarly astonished. Although Xuanhuang had not used his full strength, that sword aura was not something easily dealt with. While they could withstand Xuanhuang's attack, it was far from as effortlessly as Lin Fan had. It was clear that Lin Fan's strength far surpassed theirs. Realizing this, they looked at Lin Fan with wary eyes. Seeing Xuanhuang's shocked expression, Lin Fan had no intention of letting him off easily. He then said coldly, "Since you struck at me, you should take a hit in return. As long as you can take it, we can call it even." Then bring it on." Although Xuanhuang spoke lightly, he felt an intense weight in his heart. He had witnessed Lin Fan's power, and he knew he could not be careless against this strike. "Are you ready?" "I'm about to strike." "Hoof." Xuanhuang snorted coldly, not bothering to say much more. In his view, Lin Fan was clearly mocking him. Lin Fan did not hesitate any longer. He clenched his fist tightly, and a terrifying bolt of lightning began to gather around his fist. Although this lightning looked small, no one dared to underestimate its power. Those cultivators below the Saint Emperor realm were forced to retreat repeatedly by the pressure emanating from the lightning. What a terrifying pressure! Once they stabilized themselves, they exclaimed in shock. What immense power! Is he really at the Saint Emperor level? Shenxiao could not help but speak up. He was truly shocked by Lin Fan's strength. Facing Xianxiang's doubts, Li Lingyun spoke. "Xianxiang, he is undoubtedly at the Saint Emperor level. No one above the Saint Emperor can enter the secret realm. This restriction was set by the celestial punishment Thunder Emperor and cannot be altered even by a quasi-emperor. Thus his realm is definitely still that of a Saint Emperor. If he hasn't exerted his full power, then his strength is already comparable to that of a first-level Saint Venerable." Hearing Li Lingyun's words, Su Chen and Jinge nodded in agreement. Xianxiang also understood that Lin Fan's strength was indeed at the Saint Emperor level. However, Lin Fan's might was something he found hard to accept. Who exactly is he? With such power, it's impossible for him to remain so unknown. Xianxiang was utterly perplexed. Unlike the casual chat among them, Xuanhuang was now drenched in cold sweat. Can he really withstand this attack? Xuanhuang began to doubt himself. But doubts were useless regardless of whether he could withstand the attack he had to face at Hedon. He represented the Shenxiao sect. If he chose to evade out of fear, the entire sect would be ridiculed. His fate would surely not be any better. Go for it! Lin Fan shouted, sending a basketball-sized lightning ball hurtling towards Xuanhuang. Block it! Xuanhuang yelled, channeling his elemental energy into a shield in front of him. This was the only way he could think of to potentially block the lightning ball, though it would also consume a great deal of his elemental energy. Even if he managed to withstand Lin Fan's attack, he would have no strength left to fight. This meant that the imperial legacy was practically out of reach for him. Thinking of this, Xuanhuang felt immense regret. Had he known Lin Fan was this powerful, he would have surrendered his resources to him at the first opportunity. He indeed had a considerable amount of resources. However, compared to the treasures in this palace, they were insignificant. Sadly, it was all too late. As Xuanhuang pondered, the lightning ball collided with the elemental shield he had conjured. The impact resulted in a tremendous explosion. Those cultivators who had retreated far away were sent flying by the shockwave. Fortunately, it was just the residual force, and since they were far away, they suffered no injuries. However, Xuanhuang was not so fortunate. At that moment, he was sent flying thousands of miles by the lightning ball. Though he did not die, he was severely injured. Without decades of cultivation, recovery was impossible. Of course, if he had access to high-grade pills, that would be a different story. Shenxiao and the others gasped at this scene. Although they were miles away, their perception allowed them to clearly see Xuanhuang's current condition. Previously, they thought that even if Xuanhuang could not withstand the attack, he would not be too severely injured, at most suffering light wounds. They never expected him to be hurt so gravely. A Saint Emperor from the Shenxiao sect saw this and immediately flew over, bringing Xuanhuang back. After ensuring Xuanhuang was settled, he looked at Lin Fan with a menacing gaze. Though his strength was inferior to Xuanhuang's, he possessed the cultivation of Saint Emperor level 8. He was the strongest among the Shenxiao sect aside from Xuanhuang. Now that Xuanhuang was severely injured, he had to stand forth to confront Lin Fan. You dare to injure a disciple of the Shenxiao sect? Have you considered the consequences? Your strength is formidable, but my quasi-emperor is outside. Are you not afraid? Lin Fan directly ignored this man's threat. I will ask you one more time, do you want to enter this palace or not? If you do, surrender your resources; if not, stand aside and watch. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Of course, if you are unwilling, you can attack all at once, but I won't hold back next time. Seeing Linglong's frustrated expression, Hu Mei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Sister Linglong, what are you thinking? You seem a bit unhappy. However, they also did not dare to gather all the Holy Emperor realm experts to rush at him. Otherwise, while they were fighting, others might take the opportunity to slip in and they would suffer a significant loss. At the moment when Shenxiao and the others were at a loss, Xuchen walked up to Lin Fan and then took out a storage ring. Amatba, all of my resources are in this storage ring. I kindly ask my friend to be accommodating. Lin Fan smiled as he took the ring Xuchen handed over, but he did not allow him to enter immediately. Seeing that Lin Fan did not let him in, Xuchen frowned. My friend, what do you mean? You still have your weapon to hand over. I have already stated that all belongings in your possession must be submitted. Lin Fan said casually. Upon hearing that he had to hand over his weapon, Xuchen's expression turned grim. He then suppressed his anger and questioned Lin Fan, why did that person not hand over his weapon? He was the first to submit resources, so he naturally receives preferential treatment. Hearing this reason, Xuchen was instantly at a loss for words. Seeing him standing there in silence, Lin Fan urged, are you going in or not? If you are not going in, step aside and do not hinder others. I will go in. Xuchen gritted his teeth and then handed his weapon over to Lin Fan. Good, you can enter now. If it weren't for the concern about appearances, I would not have left you any of the precious garments you are wearing. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Xuchen's expression darkened immediately. If Lin Fan was going to seize his clothes as well, he would rather die than enter. Otherwise, if this matter got out, he would become a laughingstock among all cultivators in the world. Even the others who heard Lin Fan's words broke into a cold sweat. Especially those female cultivators who were all frightened to the point of losing their color. In the end, Xuchen said nothing more and directly walked into the palace. Seeing that Xuchen had taken the lead, Shenxiao and the others did not delay any longer and handed over their storage rings one by one. They then entered the palace at the fastest speed. If they were late, they might miss the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. Once all the people from the 5 major forces had entered, the remaining individuals surged forward. They had to hurry. If they were late, they might not find anything good. Senior, this is mine, please accept it. After Lin Fan took his storage ring, he did not let him in and instead stopped him. Senior, what are you doing? This person was somewhat puzzled and did not understand why Lin Fan was stopping him. You are not being honest if you want to go and hand over the pearl in your dantian. Upon hearing this, the person's face turned pale. He indeed had a purple pearl in his dantian. This purple pearl was extraordinary. It could not only purify the elemental power within him but also accelerate his cultivation speed. It could even rapidly dissolve pill poison. It was precisely because of this purple pearl that he could achieve his current accomplishments. As for the level of this pearl, he did not know. Moreover, this pearl had another function that could block external probing. He had experimentally discovered this function himself. Previously he had visited the ancestor of their sect with this pearl. Even that ancestor could not detect the treasure in his dantian. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to bring this pearl into the secret realm boldly. Little did he expect that Lin Fan could see through it at a glance. Lin Fan had actually identified it with the system aiming to prevent dishonest individuals. With the system's identification, Lin Fan also learned the function of this pearl. This pearl was called the Hidden Element Pearl, with a grade of mid-tier Emperor level equivalent to the highest quality Quasi-Emperor weapon. However, this was a special Emperor weapon. It could not be used as a weapon. The Hidden Element Pearl was meant to assist in cultivation. Placing the Hidden Element Pearl in the dantian allows for continuous purification of the elemental power within. It was as if one could maintain a state of cultivation without meditating. Even sleeping would not hinder cultivation. Furthermore, with the Hidden Element Pearl, one could occasionally take a pill to assist in cultivation. Because the Hidden Element Pearl could dissolve pill poison. At the same time, the Hidden Element Pearl could conceal one's aura, preventing detection. Unfortunately, this pearl's grade only reached mid-tier Emperor level, making it ineffective against Great Emperor realm cultivators. Seeing him still hesitating, Lin Fan immediately urged, "What's taking so long? If you haven't made up your mind, step aside and don't waste others' time." Others were also showing dissatisfaction upon seeing this. They began urging him as well. "Are you going in or not? If not, step aside and don't delay our search for treasures inside." "Exactly. If you cause us to miss the Great Emperor's inheritance, we will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Upon hearing the words Great Emperor inheritance, he could only grit his teeth and then handed the Hidden Element Pearl to Lin Fan. It was just an unknown pearl. How could it compare to the Great Emperor inheritance inside? Lin Fan took the Hidden Element Pearl and nodded in satisfaction. "Go in and good luck." Seeing that Lin Fan no longer obstructed him, he rushed into the palace at the fastest speed. With the cautionary tale of the previous person, some who wanted to play tricks ultimately dismissed the idea. They knew that no matter what method they used, they could not deceive Lin Fan. If they angered Lin Fan, they would lose the chance to enter the palace. Soon there was no one left in front of Lin Fan and the others. "Husband, we should have gained quite a bit, right?" Xiao Zian asked with some anticipation. "I'm not sure. I haven't had time to count these things yet. However, regardless of the other items, just from that pearl we already made a great profit." Upon hearing Lin Fan mention that pearl, Humei and the others showed curiosity. In fact, they had also been observing whether these people had hidden anything. However, they had not discovered anything about that pearl. Even Humei had not realized that the person had hidden a pearl in his dantian. "Husband, please tell us what this pearl is." "Alright, since you want to know, let's talk while we walk." Lin Fan then explained the matter of the Hidden Element Pearl to everyone. After listening to Lin Fan's explanation, everyone was astonished. "I didn't expect that an unassuming pearl could be a mid-tier Emperor-level treasure used to assist in cultivation. Such a treasure is indeed rare. That guy must not have known the value of this pearl, otherwise he wouldn't have handed it over so willingly. Then he can only blame his lack of insight. We cannot be blamed." Watching everyone discuss, Lin Fan simply smiled to himself without any intention of interrupting. Soon Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the palace. This palace was not an ordinary one. It had reached the imperial level of mid-grade. From the outside it did not appear very large. However, once inside they discovered an entirely different world within, filled with countless pavilions and towers. Lin Fan estimated that the area inside was over 10,000 square kilometers. Meanwhile, those who had entered earlier were currently searching for treasures. Unfortunately, there were prohibitions everywhere inside, making it quite difficult to obtain any treasures. At least for now, no one had managed to acquire anything. They could only watch the treasures with longing eyes. Even Lin Haolei, who entered first, had not obtained any treasures. This was to be expected. Clearly the treasures inside the palace were left for the heir of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Only his heir could gain the right to use this palace. He could leave the resources outside the palace for others, which was already quite generous. However, the Thunder Punishment Emperor could never have imagined that a unique individual like Lin Fan would appear. Now all the resources outside the palace had fallen into Lin Fan's hands. In fact, Lin Fan had already tried to directly bring this palace into the Divine Sky Realm. This way he wouldn't have to waste time here. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, it ultimately failed. Until he obtained the inheritance, no one could move this palace. Of course, if an emperor were to intervene, that would be another matter. However, it was a pity that no emperor existed in the Xuanhuang continent anymore. Hu Mei and the others took a look around and quickly noticed that Lin Haolei was still searching for traces of the inheritance. Husband, should we help Haolei find the inheritance? If someone else finds the inheritance first, that would be bad. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Lin Fan waved his hand. There's no need to rush, let me assess the situation here. After saying this, Lin Fan activated the reincarnation heavy eye. Soon a most ordinary room caught Lin Fan's attention. Under the gaze of the reincarnation heavy eye, he clearly saw what was inside the room. Inside this room were only two items, a deep purple hammer and a jade slip. It seems that the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor is stored here. The purple hammer should be the Thunder Hammer and the jade slip is the inheritance technique of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Knowing the location of the inheritance, Lin Fan retracted the reincarnation heavy eye. Seeing this, everyone quickly gathered around. How is it, husband? Did you find anything? At this moment their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Lin Fan. I've found it. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had located the inheritance, everyone was overjoyed. Lin Fan did not delay, he immediately began to send a message to Lin Haolei. Liar, I have found the location of the inheritance, listen to my instructions. Upon hearing his father's voice, Lin Haolei's heart filled with joy. Guided by Lin Fan, Lin Haolei quickly found the room. This room was very ordinary and did not attract the attention of others. To them, such a room could only be used to store some miscellaneous items. No one would think that the Thunder Punishment Emperor would place the inheritance here. Additionally, this room also had prohibitions. Thus others were even less likely to waste time here. Their targets were all those luxurious rooms and pavilions. They could never have imagined that the Thunder Punishment Emperor would employ such a tactic. Moreover, this prohibition was different from the others. Because this prohibition could be broken. After all, this was the place of inheritance. If even the prohibition couldn't be broken, then the inheritance would be a mere ornament. As for how to break the prohibition, Lin Fan had just used the reincarnation heavy eye to unravel it. Thus, under Lin Fan's guidance, Lin Haolei easily walked inside. As Lin Haolei entered, the voice of the Thunder Punishment Emperor echoed in his ears again. Fated one, congratulations on arriving here. I only believe in fate, so I have not set any trials. Whoever is the first to appear here shall be my successor. I only hope that you do not disgrace my inheritance. Alright, I won't say much more, the rest depends on you now. With the resources in the palace, you only need to cultivate step by step. It's not difficult to reach 90% of the quasi-emperor level in due time. As for whether you can break through to become an emperor, that depends on your fortune. By the way, what is placed there is my ultimate imperial weapon, the Thunder Hammer, and the inheritance jade slip. The jade slip contains all my lifelong studies and my insights on cultivation. At the same time, this jade slip is also the key to controlling this palace. Remember, do not use the ultimate imperial weapon unless absolutely necessary. With that, the voice of the Thunder Punishment Emperor completely vanished. Rest assured, I will not disgrace your inheritance and will strive to carry it forward, Lin Haolei promised to the Thunder Punishment Emperor. He knew the Thunder Punishment Emperor could no longer hear him, but he still spoke. Then Lin Haolei first put away the jade slip before turning his gaze to the Thunder Hammer. Next, Lin Haolei gripped the hammer's handle and lifted the Thunder Hammer. At that moment, Lin Haolei felt that as long as he swung the Thunder Hammer, he could smash a hole in the sky. Is this the ultimate imperial weapon? It truly is terrifying. Perhaps it's because I was recognized by the Thunder Punishment Emperor, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to approach it, let alone lift it. Forget it, I'll put it away for now and study it slowly when I return to the Divine Sky Realm. After putting away the Thunder Hammer, Lin Haolei began to send a message to Lin Fan. Father, I have obtained the inheritance and I have also taken control of this palace. Inside the palace they cannot harm me. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Lin Haolei to obtain the inheritance so quickly. He didn't leave any trials at all. If his daughter Lin Yuhuang knew, she would surely have mixed feelings. After all, Lin Yuhuang was still comprehending the ice and snow domain in the secret realm of the Xiantian Academy. However, Lin Fan did not dwell too much on it. Since the inheritance had already been obtained, there was no need for them to stay. Liar, since you have obtained the inheritance, let's return to the Divine Sky Realm for now. You can handle things here yourself. After all, Lin Haolei had already taken control of this palace, so there was no need to worry about encountering any danger. After ending the communication with Lin Haolei, Lin Fan gathered everyone. Let's return to the Divine Sky Realm. Liar has obtained the inheritance and he can handle the rest himself. Alright. It's just in time to return and tally up the gains from this trip to the secret realm. Everyone laughed, eager to see what Lin Fan had brought back. As Lin Fan left the Divine Realm, a smile crept onto Lin Haolei's lips. The inheritance has already been seized by me. I look forward to seeing your reactions next. In the next moment, Lin Haolei, with perfect control over the palace, prepared to expel all the cultivators inside. As Lin Haolius will move, those cultivators searching for treasures within the palace suddenly felt themselves losing control. Before they could panic, their vision blurred and they were uncontrollably sent out of the palace. Soon exclamations erupted outside the palace, accompanied by many angry curses. At this moment Lin Haolei himself had secretly left the palace, blending into the crowd. If anyone was the angriest, it was naturally Li Lingyun and his companions. They had intended to re-enter the palace for further exploration, but as soon as they reached the entrance they were bounced back out. What is going on? Why have we all been sent out? Xianxiang bellowed with a grim face. Amit Ba. Su Chen first recited a Buddhist chant, then said with a serious expression, presumably the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor has been acquired by someone. Damn it, who exactly obtained the inheritance? Xianshan's expression instantly darkened. If I am not mistaken, it should be that person who blocked us earlier. Li Lingyun said with an ugly expression. He glanced around but did not spot Lin Fan or the others. Therefore he believed that Lin Fan must have acquired the inheritance. Hearing that the inheritance was obtained by Lin Fan, Xianshang's expression grew even more unpleasant. Well, isn't this just wonderful? The inheritance we painstakingly sought has ended up benefiting someone else. I even sacrificed a high-grade holy weapon. Xianshang practically shouted this last sentence. Not only had he handed over the resources found in the secret realm to Lin Fan, but he had even sacrificed his own weapon. This was an utter disgrace for him. It was better that Xianshang did not mention this. As soon as he did, Li Lingyun and the others also looked as dark as a pot bottom. Having surrendered their treasures, Xianshang and his companions suddenly turned their gaze to the immobile Chu Yan lying on the ground. Among so many people, it seemed that only Chu Yang had not handed over his resources to Lin Fan. This was because he had remained lying on the ground and had not entered the palace. Xianshang and the others were somewhat speechless. They did not expect that Chu Yang, due to his severe injuries, had instead escaped a disaster. Although Chu Yang was injured, it was far better than surrendering his resources. Unfortunately, with so many people present, they could not take Chu Yang's resources. However, Chu Yang felt bitter as he had previously been injured by Lin Fan. His storage ring and high-grade holy weapon had already been taken away by Lin Fan. But this matter was too humiliating, so he naturally would not mention it. Thus he could only lie there pretending to be unconscious. Even while pretending, upon hearing that these people had gained nothing, he felt a bit of secret delight. If he were the only one who had not gained anything and had also dragged down the other disciples of the sect, he would certainly be punished upon returning. But now no one had gained anything, and he had even stood up to Lin Fan. In comparison, he might even be commended by the sect. Jin Xuan frowned as he noticed that everyone was silent. Everyone, what should we do now? Do we still need to wait here? Li Lingyun directly shook his head upon hearing this. I think there's no need to wait. We can't defeat him anyway. Even if we team up, it would be difficult. Since that's the case, we might as well leave the secret realm quickly and inform the elders about what happened here. At that time, with so many forces stationed outside, he will definitely find it impossible to escape. Upon hearing Li Lingyun's words, the others' eyes immediately lit up. They had almost overlooked the quasi-emperors stationed outside. This secret realm had only one exit. As long as they blocked it, they believed Lin Fan could not escape. Thus the few of them quickly gathered their respective people and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Others from different factions followed suit. After all, with the 5 major factions having left, staying here was futile. Thinking about how they had gained nothing in this secret realm and even lost their weapons, these people felt extremely frustrated. Lin Haolei watched these people leave, shaking his head in disappointment. They left so quickly, I thought someone would cause a ruckus. As for wanting to intercept outside, you can continue waiting out there. I hope you can manage to do so. Saying this, Lin Haolei directly stored the palace before him into the Divine Sky Realm. Without the support of this palace, the secret realm will collapse in a day. There are still some leftover herbs in the secret realm. I need to collect them. After acquiring the inheritance jade slip left by the Thunder Punishment Emperor, Lin Haolei had a thorough understanding of this secret realm. He knew exactly where the treasures were. This secret realm was about to cease to exist. If these herbs were not taken away, they would be destroyed along with it. Not long after, Xianshang and the others had arrived at the exit of the secret realm. To be honest, they had not yet figured out how to explain the situation inside to their elders. Mainly, this matter was too embarrassing. With so many holy emperors present, they had been directly intimidated by a stranger holy emperor. Unfortunately, too many people knew about this incident and they could not hide it. In the end, the few of them could only leave the secret realm with gritted teeth. As the light curtain at the entrance began to flicker, the quasi-emperors outside became alert. They understood that the secret realm expedition was likely coming to an end. Soon several quasi-emperor elders began to discuss. Old Ghost Xuanhuang, who do you think will obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor? This person, known as Old Ghost Xuanhuang, was a quasi-emperor of the Xinchuan Dao sect, referred to by outsiders as the Qinghuang quasi-emperor. Old Ghost Moying, do you even need to ask? Of course it's Xuanhuang. Old Ghost Xuanhuang had complete confidence in Xuanhuang. He believed that Xuanhuang would definitely defeat the other few and seize the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. This is simply a joke. Our Li family's Li Lingyun is the most suitable person for the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Another monk, seeing the several of them arguing, couldn't help but shake his head. But you guys should stop arguing, they will be coming out soon. After they come out we will naturally know. Looking at the monk who interrupted them, the three of them all snorted coldly and finally ceased to speak further. Soon Shenxiao and the others were the first to step out, but their faces appeared somewhat dejected. The members of MOing felt an unsettling premonition upon witnessing this scene. However, Xuanhuang, not seeing Xuanhuang emerge, felt a flicker of anticipation. Before he could ponder further, MOing was the first to ask Shenxiao what on earth happened. Why do you all look so downcast? Could it be that the inheritance was seized by that Xuanhuang? Even Xuanhuang looked at Shenxiao with an expression of expectation. Hearing his ancestor's inquiry, Shenxiao could only grit his teeth and respond, "Ancestor, none of us obtained the inheritance and neither did Xuanhuang." What? Are you sure you aren't joking? The members of MOing exclaimed in shock, clearly taken aback by the news. Ancestor, I am not joking. None of the 5 major powers managed to obtain the inheritance. Shenxiao urged, quickly tell us who did seize the inheritance. We must recruit him to our ranks. Indeed, Mo Ying's first thought was to recruit rather than seize. If they attempted to snatch it, the other party might trigger the revival of the Supreme Tao Emperor weapon, rendering them defenseless. Moreover, as long as they could recruit the other party into their sect, it would be equivalent to their sect obtaining the Emperor's inheritance. Xuanhuang and the others thought similarly. Whoever could bring the other party into their sect would be the ultimate victor. They were not concerned whether other powers would agree. Unless the person who obtained the inheritance was unwilling, no one present would dare to obstruct them from taking the person away. However, Shenxiang's next words caught them off guard. Ancestor, I am not sure who the other party is, but he does not belong to any of the powers present here. This is impossible. Mo Xiang and the others exclaimed in unison. We have been guarding the outer realm, and besides the individuals we promised, absolutely no one else could have entered. Furthermore, the entrance to this secret realm only permits those below the Saint Emperor realm to enter. So we can rule out any quasi-emperor experts entering. Since the strongest can only be at the Saint Emperor realm, how could they evade our quasi-emperor's scrutiny? Clearly they did not agree with Shenxiang's statement. Ancestor, everything I have said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask those few people over there. Shenxiao pointed to Li Lingyun and the others. Lingyun, is what he said true? The quasi-emperor ancestor of the Li family inquired of Li Lingyun. Ancestor, Shenxiao speaks the truth. We have never seen those few people, they just appeared suddenly in the secret realm. Moreover, the reason Dao Frenchu of the Xinxian Dao sect has not emerged yet is that he was severely injured and fell unconscious due to that person's attack. What? Xuanhuang was injured by him and is in a state of unconsciousness. The ancestor of Xuanhuang's face instantly darkened upon hearing this news. How dare he injure a disciple of their Xinxian Dao sect? Such audacity was simply outrageous, showing utter disregard for their sect. Even the old monk turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Su Chen, please recount in detail what happened in your home. Yes. Su Chen did not dare to delay, and he directly recounted everything that had transpired. After hearing Su Chen's account, the expressions of Xuanhuang and the others turned fierce. The previously silent ancestor of the demon race was now filled with rage. Such audacity! Which power does this person belong to, daring to commit such an act? Everyone, let's join forces to block the entrance. I believe there must be someone outside to assist them. I want to see who has the audacity to disregard our 5 major powers. Alright, let's proceed as you say. The ancestor of Xuanhuang was the first to agree. Seeing this, the others also supported the demon ancestor's suggestion. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Li family suggested, everyone be mindful of your surroundings, that group may be hiding nearby. Since they were able to evade our scrutiny and send those few inside, their hiding techniques must be exceptionally adept. We cannot afford to be careless. Upon hearing the reminder from the ancestor of the Li family, the others quickly turned their vigilance towards their surroundings. At the same time, they urged the quasi-emperors of other powers to be alert. Soon the atmosphere outside the secret realm grew tense. Many quasi-emperors stood ready, any slight movement would not escape their perception. Those still emerging from the secret realm were startled by the intimidating scene before them. Fortunately, these quasi-emperors paid them no mind, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, as Xuanhuang was carried out by the people of the Xinxian Dao sect, the entrance fell silent once more. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Li family immediately asked Li Lingyun, besides those few, is there anyone else still inside? Not yet. Shenxiao suddenly interjected, there is still one person who hasn't come out yet, and that person seems to have a connection with Fairy Linglong. Shenxiao had a vivid impression of Lin Haolei as he was the first to enter the palace. If not for this, he would have definitely forgotten about Lin Haolei. Fairy Linglong. The ancestor of the Li family murmured. He was not unfamiliar with Linglong. Wait, why is Linglong not here? And her companion Wan Qingxi is also absent. The ancestor of Moing immediately noticed the anomaly. With his words, the others also reacted. Linglong and Wan Qingxi were indeed not present. This immediately led them to connect Linglong and Wan Qingxi with Lin Fan. Of course, they were only speculating at this point. As for whether it was true, they still needed to verify. They felt that Linglong and Wan Qingxi should not possess such boldness. Shenxiao, please recount the actions of that person inside. Without delay, Shenxiao directly shared everything he knew. Upon hearing that Lin Haolei was the first to enter the inheritance palace, they instantly had their answer. It seems this matter is indeed closely related to Linglong and Wan Qingxi. The ancestor of the Li family gritted his teeth. Two mere quasi-emperor tier 3 individuals dared to oppose our 5 major powers. I am eager to see just how capable you are. Speaking, the ancestor of the Li family looked at the other members. Everyone, we must guard this place. That person is definitely still within the secret realm and has not come out yet. I want to see how they plan to escape right under our noses. All right, we will proceed as you say. Knowing who the other party was, they no longer felt anxious. Unfortunately, they would never know that Lin Fan possessed a divine object like the Shenxiao realm, leading them to inevitable disappointment. Outside the secret realm, the only person who felt worried for Lin Haolei was Yen Qingfu. Yi Lei, is this matter really related to you? I believe you must have a way to escape from here. If you get caught, it would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Yen Qingfu immediately felt anxious. At this moment, a woman beside Yen Qingfu noticed her change in expression. Junior sister Yan, what are you thinking about? Why does your face look so pale? It's nothing. Yen Qingfu quickly denied. To avoid being suspected, she began to explain. Senior sister Su, I was just thinking about how all the resources we collected were deceived away by that person. I just feel a bit uncomfortable about it. If only I could keep those resources, I might quickly break through to the Holy King realm. Saying this, Yen Qingfu displayed a look of regret. Alas, who can say otherwise? It is indeed a pity for those resources. Her resources were also deceived away, so she naturally felt upset. However, she soon comforted Yen Qingfu. Junior sister Yen, you don't need to be too angry with our ancestor guarding here. That person will definitely find it impossible to escape. I believe those resources, our ancestor will surely help us retrieve them. Senior sister Su was right, I was indeed overthinking it. The ancestor will definitely help us get the resources back. As she said this, an expression of hope appeared on Yen Qingfu's face. However, in her heart she began to pray, you big fool, please don't get discovered. Inside the secret realm, Lin Haolei was unaware that Yen Qingfu was praying for him. However, at this moment he was already reaping great rewards. All the resources in the secret realm had been swept clean by him. It could be said that he obtained so many treasures without any effort. As for how many good things there were, he had not yet had the chance to count. This trip to the secret realm was fruitful. It's time to return. I'm sure there are many people outside the secret realm waiting for me, right? You all can continue to wait there, I won't accompany you. While joking, Lin Haolei directly disappeared from the secret realm. Once back, he immediately found Lin Fan. You're back. How did it go? Father, everything went smoothly. I brought back everything from the secret realm. However, I haven't counted the things in that palace yet, so I'm not sure how many there are. Alright, then take some people to count it so we can see what we gained from this trip to the secret realm. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Fan had already handed the collected storage rings to Li Han for her to send someone to count. Next, after several days of counting in the divine sky realm, the gains from the secret realm were finally tallied. First, regarding spirit herbs, there were countless below the saint level and over 10,000 saint level spirit herbs, most of which were of the lightning attribute. In fact, it was not surprising to have so many saint level spirit herbs. This secret realm had not been explored for nearly 1,000,000 years. In such a long time, it was not strange to have bred over 10,000 saint level spirit herbs. Back then, the Thunder Punishment Emperor had casually scattered some seeds. Due to the lack of caretaking, only this many survived. Moreover, given the environment within the secret realm, it could only sustain so many saint-level spirit herbs. If there were any more, the natural energy of the world would not be sufficient. It was precisely due to the lack of natural energy that there wasn't even a single imperial-grade low-tier spirit herb in this secret realm. If this secret realm had an environment like the Divine Sky realm, it would probably be filled with saint-level spirit herbs. After all, some saint-level spirit herbs would drop seeds when they matured. Clearly, most of these fallen seeds did not survive. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that in that palace the Thunder Punishment Emperor had left behind over 100 seeds of imperial-grade spirit herbs. Although the grade of these seeds was only mid to low imperial grade corresponding to the quasi-imperial realm, Lin Fan was already very satisfied. Next were the weapons. The weapons collected by the Thunder Punishment Emperor were basically all above the upper-tier saint grade. Among them there were over 1,000 upper-tier saint weapons and nearly 200 supreme-tier ones. Most importantly, there were also quasi-imperial weapons of mid and low imperial grades. Among them there were 10 low-tier quasi-imperial weapons and 3 mid-tier quasi-imperial weapons. If the palace was counted, then that would make it 4. If we add the hidden origin pearl that Lin Fan obtained earlier, there would be 5 quasi-imperial weapons of mid-tier imperial grade. Of course, the most precious was naturally the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the Thunder Hammer, that Lin Haolei obtained. The upper-tier imperial grade belongs to common imperial weapons generally used by those at the 1st to 6th levels of the Emperor realm. Only those of the 7th level and above of the Emperor realm can forge the extreme Dao imperial weapons, which are classified as top-tier imperial grade. Of course, it does not exclude some exceptionally gifted individuals who can forge suitable extreme Dao imperial weapons when they are at the 5th or 6th level of the Emperor realm. Next, there were some treasure ores. The grades of these ores were all very high, all above the saint level, and there were even some top-tier imperial grade ores. These could be used to forge personal magic treasures. However, there were no imperial grade origin stones left inside. It was most likely that the Thunder Punishment Emperor absorbed them all while healing. Not even a single medicinal pill was left. However, this did not matter to Lin Haolei. After all, he was least lacking in medicinal pills and origin stones. There were also quite a few refining materials such as array flags and talismans. Moreover, their grades were very high, and even if there were origin stones, it would be difficult to buy them. They would only appear in such large auction houses. As for techniques and martial arts, there were also many. The most precious among them was the exclusive technique of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, the Heavenly Thunder Sutra, which reached the top tier of the imperial grade. In addition, there was a set of top-tier imperial martial arts, Thunder Shattering Starhammer, and a set of top-tier imperial body techniques, Heavenly Thunder 9 Shadows. Thunder Shattering Starhammer, when struck down, resembles the descent of divine thunder from the 9 heavens, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Heavenly Thunder 9 Shadows, when one step is taken, instantly creates 9 shadows that are indistinguishable from the real, as if being besieged by 9 people. When combined with Thunder Shattering Starhammer, it made the Thunder Punishment Emperor the strongest in the Xuanhuang continent at that time. In addition to these top-tier imperial techniques and martial arts, there were more than 5 sets of upper-tier imperial martial arts. As for mid and low-tier imperial martial arts and body techniques combined, there were even more than 20 sets, making it truly a fruitful harvest. Everyone looked at the items that had been counted out, all feeling very excited. However, at this moment Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on Lin Haolei. "Liar, next I will assist you in mastering this Thunder Hammer." Currently Lin Haolei could only use the Thunder Hammer but had not recognized it as his own. Naturally, he could not perfectly control it. However, in the Divine Sky realm it was Lin Fan's domain, and he certainly had ways to make the Thunder Hammer recognize him. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to have the Thunder Hammer recognize him as its master, Lin Haolei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, are you really going to let the Thunder Hammer recognize me as its master? But I'm just at the Saint realm. Wielding an Emperor-level weapon would be too ostentatious, wouldn't it? Why don't you hold it instead, Father? The Thunder Hammer would be more suited in your hands than mine." "Wait until I break through to the Saint Emperor realm, then it won't be too late to give it to me." To be honest, Lin Haolei couldn't utilize the power of the Thunder Hammer at all right now. Of course, using it would be much stronger than a saint weapon. "Alright, since this inheritance is yours, you may take the Thunder Hammer. Besides, I already possess the Xuan Fan and the Void Sword, both Emperor-level weapons, so I don't need your Thunder Hammer." Seeing that Lin Fan had said so, Lin Haolei no longer hesitated. With Lin Fan's assistance, the Thunder Hammer successfully recognized Lin Haolei as its master. Initially, the Thunder Hammer resisted fiercely. Although Lin Haolei was recognized as the heir of the Thunder Punishment Thunder Emperor, his cultivation was merely at the Saint realm and he didn't qualify to have it acknowledge him as its master. However, under Lin Fan's control, the Thunder Hammer quickly succumbed. Wuan Xingxi and Si Linglong were left dumbfounded at this scene. "Young Master Lin, your methods are truly unfathomable. This is an Emperor-level weapon, and yet it's so easily accepted Haolei as its master. As far as I know, apart from the Emperors themselves, no cultivator below that level can make an Emperor weapon recognize them as its master, let alone an Emperor-level weapon. Currently, those Emperor-class forces can only use Emperor weapons in moments of crisis. None of their ancestors can truly control." Seeing the shock on the two faces, Humei smiled at them. "Sisters, you need not be overly surprised. In time you will naturally come to understand the strength of my husband. Speaking of which, I have my devouring Emperor whip. You see, I could only control this Emperor-level weapon with my husband's help." Watching Humei casually take out an Emperor-level weapon, Si Linglong and Wuan Xingxi gasped in awe. This was an Emperor-level weapon, not just some common item. Moreover, they remembered that Lin Fan had mentioned having 2 other Emperor-level weapons. Coupled with the Thunder Hammer in Lin Haolei's possession, it meant the Lin family now possessed 4 Emperor-level weapons. And they were perfectly controlled as well. If this news were to spread, the entire Xuanhuang continent would go crazy. The Lin family would become the top force in the Xuanhuang continent without exception. Even the 5 greatest forces of the Xiantian continent each only possessed one emperor-level weapon and one high-grade emperor weapon. Although there is only a small difference in rank between high-grade emperor weapons and top-grade emperor-level weapons, the power differences are vast. The reason the 5 great forces remain unshaken is precisely due to their possession of emperor-level weapons. The Lin family, however, is different. They directly possess 4 emperor-level weapons. Moreover, the Lin family has quite a few quasi-emperors. Not only is there Humei, a super powerhouse who controls an emperor-level weapon and is at the peak of the quasi-demon emperor realm, but even her 2 other sisters are at the quasi-demon emperor level. If we include these 2, the Lin family currently has 5 quasi-emperor level combatants. Although in terms of numbers they are far fewer than the combined quasi-emperors of the 5 great forces. However, looking across the entire Xianyuan continent, as long as those forces do not unite, the Lin family is absolutely invincible. Of course, the reason the 2 are thinking this way is that they are currently unaware of the void worship. If they knew of the power of the void worship, they would be even more shocked. Because with just the void worship, the Lin family could sweep through these forces. While Humei was chatting with the 2, Xiao and walked up to Lin Fan. "Husband, we also have a base of the Star River Chamber of Commerce here. Should I go collect the spirit herb seeds from the base?" Hearing this, Lin Fan was instantly tempted. However, he quickly became a bit hesitant. "Zian, would it be inconvenient for you to go to the Star River Chamber of Commerce base at this time? After all, we just left the Shenxiao continent not long ago. If we didn't have flying tools of at least emperor grade, we wouldn't have reached here so quickly. If you go there now, won't they think too much?" If the Star River Chamber of Commerce was solely controlled by the Xiao family, then exposing it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the Star River Chamber of Commerce is composed of the 10 emperor-level forces, so it's naturally impossible for them to be fully united. Despite Lin Fan's concerns, Xiao Zian remained unconcerned. "Husband, you need not worry about that. Apart from Old Fire, no one else knows my true identity. So even if I go to the base here, no one will know I was previously in the Xiantian continent. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family's head, and not everyone is qualified to know her. In that case, I shall accompany you tomorrow. After we collect the spirit herb seeds, we will head directly to the Xuanhuang continent." Once everyone went to rest, Xuanhuang followed Linglong to her residence. "Linglong, young Master Lin is too generous, isn't he? He just gives away several emperor weapons like it's nothing." Thinking of Humei's emperor-level weapon, Xuanhuang's eyes sparkled with envy. "What are you planning?" Linglong asked warily. Seeing this, Xuanhuang felt a wave of annoyance. "Linglong, you haven't even become young Master Lin's woman yet, so why are you being so nosy? Moreover, from what I see, Sister Humei seems to be intentionally trying to match us with young Master Lin." Upon hearing this, Linglong fell silent. She wasn't foolish. How could she not see the key points? However, she soon looked at Xuanhuang with a serious expression. "No matter what, I must be the first. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Xuanhuang curled her lips. "You go first, but you need to act quickly. If you delay, don't blame me then. Haven't you noticed that Hu Yu and Hu Yan also have similar thoughts?" "Don't worry, I'm aware of that." Linglong certainly could see through Hu Yu and Hu Yan's intentions. "As long as you know, then he'll head back to rest." Watching Xuanhuang leave, Linglong fell into contemplation. Ultimately, she returned to her own room. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was chatting with Humei. "Husband, I see Linglong and Xingxi are already eager to make a move. When will you take them down?" "Just let it happen naturally, no need to rush." Lin Fan knew that the 2 could not escape his grasp, so there was no need to hurry. "Alright, enough of that. Didn't you say you wanted children? We need to put in some effort." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Humei directly shot him a glare. Time passed swiftly and the outside world had already reached the 2nd day. The guards outside the secret realm, noticing that a day had gone by with no activity from within, began to grow impatient. Among them, the most hot-tempered Mo Wing started to curse. "What's going on? Why is there not a single sound from inside? Are they planning to just wait it out and not come out? We can't be expected to guard this place indefinitely, can we?" Looking at Mo Ying's constant complaints, the expressions of the elders from the Li family were equally grim. They were prominent figures not accustomed to such indignities. Most importantly, they had a nagging feeling that they were being toyed with. They even suspected that Lin Fan and the others had quietly left the secret realm. After all, it was impossible for there to be no activity at all. It was not surprising that the elders from the Li family thought this way. After all, they had not noticed when Lin Fan and the others entered. Now sneaking away was not impossible. Although they had no idea how Lin Fan and his companions managed to do it, the reality before them was undeniable. However, they were reluctant to voice such thoughts. After all, with so many quasi-emperors present, it was embarrassing to have some saints escape right under their noses. If they were to admit this, the quasi-emperors present would surely be ridiculed by the world. Before they could contemplate further, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from within the secret realm. The quasi-emperors were instantly alarmed upon witnessing this scene. Being quasi-emperors, they were well versed in such matters. They recognized that this disturbance signified an impending collapse of the secret realm. While the collapse of the secret realm was not critical for them, it meant that the people inside could take advantage of the chaos to escape. They even suspected that Lin Fan and his companions had deliberately caused the collapse of the secret realm using the ensuing confusion to evade their encirclement. Without time to think further, the elder from the Li family shouted, "Everyone, it seems the secret realm is about to collapse. We must be on high alert and not let our guard down for a moment to prevent those inside from escaping." The other quasi-emperors nodded in agreement and flew in all directions to set up defenses. They absolutely could not allow Lin Fan and the others to escape. Otherwise it would become exceedingly difficult for them to track anyone down later. Quasi-emperors can easily hide. They could simply create a small hidden space in a secluded location and stay there without coming out. In such a case, finding them would be nearly impossible. To track them down later, they would likely need to engage a low-grade emperor-level diviner to deduce their whereabouts. However, hiring a low-grade emperor-level diviner for such deductions would not come cheap. As time passed, the commotion from within the secret realm grew louder. Seeing this, the quasi-emperors became alert, not daring to be careless. Yet when the secret realm finally collapsed, none of the present quasi-emperors noticed a single sign of movement. How can this be? There's not a single sign of life. Could it be that no one is inside after all? At this moment, all the quasi-emperors were left dumbfounded. Even though the elders from the Li family had predicted this outcome, witnessing it with their own eyes was still difficult to accept. Damn it, what kind of concealment techniques do these people possess to escape right under the eyes of so many quasi-emperors? Moing furious roared in anger. He had never suffered such a significant loss, being played for a fool by this saint-level figure. Finally, with a cold expression, Moing issued orders to all the demonic cultivators present. All demonic forces, heed my command. Continue searching at all costs until we find them. By the way, pay special attention to the whereabouts of Linglong and Xuanhuang. They must be involved in this matter. If you discover their traces, apprehend them immediately. If your strength is insufficient, send word at once. I'll make this clear: whoever finds their traces will be heavily rewarded by the Abyssal Demon sect. Thus the expedition to the secret realm came to an end. From now on, whoever finds Linglong and the others first will take all the resources from the secret realm without needing to share with any forces. This was also the reason why Moing could boast so boldly. With his command issued, the members of the demonic forces did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to take action. At the same time, they did not forget to send word back to their sects urging them to search together. The Li family, the Divine Profound sect, the Brahma Sound Temple, and the 10,000 Demon Alliance did not hesitate either and issued the same commands to their followers. They also promised various rewards to those forces. As news of these events spread, the entire Xuanhuang continent began to stir. With the 5 major forces leading the search, the commotion was sure to be immense. Those who wished to curry favor with these 5 major forces also began to take action. In no time, many had headed to the residences of Xuanhuang and Linglong. Fortunately, both of their residences were self-established spaces. Even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to enter. Hence, for a short time, those individuals had no means to deal with their caves. Moreover, both Xuanhuang and Linglong had decided to stay long-term within the Divine Sky Realm, so even if their caves were breached, it would not matter much. Especially Linglong, who had moved all valuable items from her cave to the Divine Sky Realm. As for Xuanhuang, her residence was simpler and had little worth retrieving. Thus she had no intention of returning to check. Neither of them cared, and Lin Fan cared even less. He and Xiao even adopted new appearances and started heading towards the headquarters of the Star River Chamber of Commerce in the Xuanhuang continent. The Star River Chamber of Commerce recognized tokens, not people, so even with changed looks they had no worries about identity issues. 2 days passed and Lin Fan and Xiao arrived at Xuanhuang City. Xuanhuang City was somewhat special in the Xuanhuang continent, as it was an independent city that did not belong to any state. Located at the very center of the Xuanhuang continent, Xuanhuang City is also the place with the most concentrated essence of heaven and earth. The area of Xuanhuang City is even larger than some of the lower-ranked states. Such a prime location was coveted by all 5 major forces. Unfortunately, regardless of which force, none had the strength to dominate this place. Thus the 5 major forces reached an agreement: Xuanhuang City would belong to the cultivators of the Xuanhuang continent. Any force with a quasi-emperor stationed could establish a foothold here. Over time, Xuanhuang City became the most prosperous place in the Xuanhuang continent, and the headquarters of the Star River Chamber of Commerce was located here. Soon Lin Fan and Xiao arrived in front of a Ninastery pavilion. Above the entrance, the word Xinghe Chamber of Commerce were prominently displayed. Without pausing, they walked straight inside. As soon as they entered, a servant approached them. "Welcome to the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" The servant immediately recognized the extraordinary aura of Lin Fan and Xiao, and thus his demeanor was exceptionally respectful. Having spent years in such places, he had developed a keen eye. Xiao Ziyan wasted no time and directly took out a purple token. Upon seeing this token, the servant was immediately taken aback. Such tokens were only possessed by core members of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The servant, not daring to be negligent, respectfully bowed to Lin Fan and Xiao Ziyan, saying, "I have the honor of meeting the esteemed envoy. Please rise. First take us to a private room and then have your manager come to see me." "Yes, esteemed envoy, please follow me." Soon the servant led Lin Fan and Xiao Ziyan to a private room and quickly left. Before long he found the manager of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the hurried servant, the manager frowned. "What is going on that you are in such a rush?" "Manager, an envoy from the headquarters has come to our Xinghe Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, the manager's expression changed. "Are you certain the person is an envoy from the headquarters? Why have I not received any notification?" Logically, if someone from the headquarters was coming, he would have been informed in advance. It shouldn't be such a sudden appearance. "I am not sure about that, but the person presented a purple token marked with the character Xiao. That was how I confirmed their identity." Upon hearing that the token bore the character Xiao, the manager no longer doubted it. As the manager of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce, he was naturally familiar with these high-level tokens. Since the person possessed such a token, they were undoubtedly a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Although he was still puzzled as to why a direct descendant of the Xiao family would appear here unexpectedly. Yet he did not think anyone would dare impersonate a member of the Xiao family at the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce. Despite being at the sacred emperor level, he was not considered anything significant in Xuanhuang city, but he had a quasi-emperor ancestor stationed here. Moreover, there were quite a few other hidden cards as well. Otherwise, the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce would not have been able to establish a foothold here. Furthermore, other factions needed a cross-continental merchant like the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce to exist. Only in this way could they procure some scarce resources. "Alright, you may leave now, I will go over shortly." Once the servant departed, the manager headed towards the private room where Lin Fan and Xiao Ziyan were. At the door of the private room, the manager gently knocked and said, "Excuse me, I am the manager here. May I come in?" Soon Xiao Ziyan's voice came from inside. "Come in." Hearing Xiao Ziyan's voice, the manager did not hesitate and directly pushed the door open to enter. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Xiao Ziyan, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am the manager Li Fugue. May I take a look at that token?" Although he was confident no one would dare impersonate, it was still necessary to confirm. The servant might have misidentified it, which was not impossible. Xiao Ziyan understood this was standard procedure and did not deliberately make it difficult for him. Then Xiao Ziyan took out the token again. Li Fugue only glanced at it and confirmed the token's authenticity. "Esteemed envoy, what instructions do you have?" Li Fugue's attitude was very respectful. A direct descendant of the Xiao family was not someone he could afford to offend. "It's nothing serious. I need many spiritual herb seeds, and I would also like those spiritual herbs that still have vitality. Of course, I will not make it difficult for you. I will pay you every spirit stone required. By the way, those below the earth grade are not needed." Upon hearing Xiao Ziyan's request, Li Fugue was very surprised. He did not understand what Xiao Ziyan needed so many spiritual herb seeds for. However, this was not something he could inquire about. Moreover, Xiao Ziyan had mentioned that as long as it did not affect their business, it was fine to bring over the excess spiritual herb seeds. Thus, this was not a difficult task for him. Furthermore, since Xiao Ziyan was willing to pay, he had even less reason to refuse. "You two envoys may rest here for a while. I will go and have someone prepare these items right away." Li Fugue did not hesitate and directly agreed. "Go ahead." Following Li Fugue's orders, the staff of the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce began to get busy. With so many items, they naturally needed to be counted carefully. Fortunately, the staff members all had cultivation levels, so their counting speed was extremely fast. In less than half a day, Li Fugue brought several storage rings into the private room. "Esteemed envoy, please check. The total number of seeds here amounts to 50 billion sacred grade spirit stones and an additional 80 billion heavenly grade spirit stones. Heavenly grade spiritual herbs and sacred herbs are calculated separately, as no one would use sacred grade spirit stones to buy heavenly grade cultivation resources. Unless they had no heavenly grade spirit stones at all, they could only pay with sacred grade spirit stones." Xiao Ziyan merely glanced over the contents of the rings. She knew that Li Fugue had calculated the prices based on internal rates. If calculated at market selling prices, it would be at least 40 more expensive. "Alright, the amount is correct. Thank you for your trouble." Since the other party had helped her with such a big task, it was only right to show some courtesy. "Esteemed envoy, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Moreover, this counts as my achievement and I am delighted to assist you. By the way, esteemed envoy, I also have 10 seeds of the Imperial Grade Middle Tier 9 Leaf Dragon Saliva Ginseng which I accidentally acquired. I will gift them to you. Li Fugui, being the manager here, naturally knew how to handle matters. Moreover, he was not lying, these 10 seeds were indeed an unexpected gain. Initially, an unknowledgeable cultivator had come to sell these seeds. It was said that these 10 seeds were passed down from that person's ancestors. Although a long time had passed, they were preserved in excellent condition. Unfortunately, that person's family had fallen on hard times and could not produce spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. In the end, they had to sell their treasured possessions to exchange for some cultivation resources. Li Fugui had only spent 1 sacred grade spirit stone to buy these 10 seeds. This was also why he felt a bit reluctant to deceive the other party. Otherwise, even if he offered 1 heavenly grade spirit stone, he believed the other party would sell. At that time, when the person saw him offer a sacred grade spirit stone, they were extremely grateful. After all, 1 sacred grade spirit stone could buy that person many earthly grade cultivation resources. Xiao Zian did not expect such a delightful surprise. The mid-grade Imperial level 9-leaf dragon's saliva root is not found in the Divine Sky realm. Most importantly, the 9-leaf dragon's saliva root is quite rare. It can only be born near the corpse of a quasi-demon emperor level flood dragon. This spiritual herb is also one of the main materials for several quasi-emperor pills. For instance, the retracing pill used by quasi-emperors to restore their own primordial energy requires 9-leaf dragon's saliva root. Manager Li, I will accept this gift. If you need any help in the future, you can send me a message and I will assist you once. After finishing her words, Xiao Zian directly handed him a communication jade talisman. This talisman can only be used once and it becomes useless after that. After receiving the communication jade talisman, Li Fugui hurriedly said respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed envoy." Upon receiving Xiao Zian's promise, Li Fugui was naturally overjoyed. Although these 10 seeds are precious, they are of little use to him. He does not even have suitable spiritual fields to plant the 9-leaf dragon's saliva root. At most, he can exchange them for some imperial-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Zian's promise is different. It can even be considered a life-saving talisman. By the way, esteemed envoy, how long will you stay here? Do you need me to arrange accommodations for you? No need, we are about to leave. You can carry on with your business and don't worry about us. Hearing that Xiao Zian and Lin Fan were about to leave, Li Fugui showed a look of regret. If Xiao Zian and Lin Fan stayed here for a while, he could take the opportunity to build a good relationship with them. Before long, Lin Fan and Xiao Zian left the Star River Trading Company. In the Divine Sky realm, Lin Fan gathered everyone again and explained the preparations for their upcoming journey to the Xuanhuang continent. Naturally, everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's decision. Afterwards, Lin Fan called over Si Linglong and Wan Qingxi. Linglong, Qingxi, those quasi-emperors outside are looking for you. They have blamed you for the events that occurred in the secret realm. So what do you plan to do next? Lin Fan knew that the two would definitely choose to stay, but he still wanted to express his thoughts. The two had anticipated Lin Fan's words long ago, so they were not surprised. Young Master Lin, we cannot go out right now or we will face the siege of many quasi-emperors. With our strength, we would definitely face certain death. Therefore, we will need to rely on you, young Master Lin. Seeing Si Linglong finish speaking, Wan Qingxi displayed a pitiful look beside her. Yes, young Master Lin, if we go out now, we will definitely be walking to our doom. You wouldn't chase us away, would you? Si Linglong, seeing Wan Qingxi act this way, felt like kicking her. A quasi-emperor actually acting cute here, it was simply shameless. However, with Lin Fan present, she did not dare to lose her temper, merely casting Wan Qingxi a sidelong glance. Seeing their antics, Lin Fan felt a bit amused. However, he quickly became serious. Since you have chosen to stay here, I welcome you. From now on, you are part of the Lin family. If there is anything you need in the future, you can come to me or find Hu Mei and the others. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the two were instantly overjoyed. Although they knew that Lin Fan had brought them here, treating them as his own, they had not received a clear answer before. Now that Lin Fan had spoken up, their last bit of worry vanished without a trace. By the way, young Master Lin, I heard you are heading to the Xuanhuang continent next. During the recent meeting, Lin Fan had not called them to attend, which prompted this question. Lin Fan looked at their curious gazes and smiled, nodding his head. Yes, I plan to depart for the Xuanhuang continent tomorrow. After confirming this news, the two showed expressions of anticipation. Young Master Lin, we have never been to other continents. Since we can't stay in the Xuanhuang continent, it would be great to visit another continent. Alright, as long as you have no objections. Zian is from the Xuanhuang continent, so let her be your guide. Upon learning that Xiao Zian was actually from the Xuanhuang continent, both were very surprised. Lin Fan did not wait for their questions and informed them of Xiao Zian's identity. I didn't expect that Zian is actually a member of the Imperial family and one of the founders of the Star River Trading Company. Si Linglong was not unfamiliar with the Star River Trading Company, as she had attended many of their auctions. Young Master Lin, you are amazing. Wan Qingxi gave Lin Fan a thumbs up from the side. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Alright, there's nothing else, you two should go back and have a good rest. I still need to prepare a bit before leaving. Seeing that Lin Fan had things to do, they did not disturb him and thus took their leave. As for Lin Fan, he arrived at the Xuanhuang sect in Leizhou. Father, you are here. Lin Haochen hurried over to greet Lin Fan upon seeing him. All right, Chainer, no need for too many formalities. Has everything been smooth during this time? Any gains? Hearing Lin Fan's question about the recent gains, Lin Haochen's face revealed a confident smile. Father, with so many trump cards in hand, it has been smooth sailing. Next, Lin Haochen began to narrate the events of this period. During this time under his leadership, the Xuanhuang sect has been vigorous and has subdued many surrounding forces. Now the Xuanhuang sect occupies 1/5 of Beizhou, greatly increasing its power. However, this series of operations by the Xuanhuang sect has made other forces in Beizhou vigilant. Many forces weaker than the Xuanhuang sect have begun to band together for protection against the Xuanhuang sect. Even the Tianjian sect, which was previously on the same level as the Xuanhuang sect, has started to make contact with other forces. Mainly because the Xuanhuang sect's momentum has been too overwhelming, the Tianjian sect felt threatened. Although the Tianjian sect did not know why the Xuanhuang sect had become so powerful, now was not the time to ponder that. What they needed to do most was to unite against the Xuanhuang sect. From the strength displayed by the Xuanhuang sect, they had already surpassed the Tianjian sect. Thus they must quickly unite with other forces to have a chance to protect the legacy left by their ancestors. After listening to Lin Haochen's explanation, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Chainer, I leave the Xuanhuang continent to you. Start from Beizhou and then expand outwards. You can also consult with your younger brothers and sisters to see what ideas they have regarding the Xuanhuang continent. If anyone is willing, they can come here to develop their forces. At that time, with our family members all around, the unification of the Xuanhuang continent will speed up. Upon hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Lin Haochen's eyes lit up. Father, I will go find them to discuss this right away. With those younger brothers and sisters helping, it will be much easier for me. Seeing that Lin Haochen was not dissatisfied but rather pleased, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead, for tomorrow I shall depart for the Xuanhuang continent. Your future tasks will be quite heavy. Our Lin family's next goal is to establish our influence throughout the entire divine wilderness realm. In due time, the influence of our Lin family will be present on every continent of the divine wilderness realm. So you need not worry about being idle. Upon hearing Lin Fan speak of the upcoming plans, Lin Haochen's eyes immediately lit up with fervor. Rest assured, Father, we will not let you down. Good, that's the spirit. As their elder brother, you must set a good example. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Haochen's reply, Lin Fan waved his hand directly. All right, you go and busy yourself. Yes, Father, I will get to work. After Lin Haochen left, Xiao Zian walked over. Husband, are you planning to entrust the heavy responsibility of developing the family to Chainer and the others? Indeed, they are different from me. If they wish to grow, they must undergo trials. I hope that in the future they can stand on their own. What I need to do is become stronger and be their support. When they encounter problems they cannot solve, I will step in to help. As for other matters, I only need to guide them in the right direction, the rest is up to them. Xiao Zian, upon hearing this, felt that Lin Fan's reasoning was quite sound. Of course, it could not be denied that Lin Fan had the suspicion of being a hands-off manager. In fact, he indeed had the intention of being a hands-off manager. He did not want to do such tedious work. Moreover, with so many children, there would likely be even more in the future. Given this, why should he toil away doing such hard labor? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to roam and seek treasures? If he were to personally handle everything, then what was the point of having so many children? Time passed quickly to the next day. Lin Fan and his group did not delay and directly boarded the void battleship departing from the Xuanhuang continent. The 5 major forces of the Xuanhuang continent could not have imagined that the person they were searching for had already left. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they would not be able to find Linglong and Wanqingxi. Naturally, Lin Haolei was also among their targets. However, before leaving, Lin Haolei sent several messages to Yen Xingfu. He told her not to worry about him, informing Yen Xingfu that he had found a safe place and would not be in any danger. Once the storm passed, he would contact her. At the same time, Lin Haolei also verbally confirmed to Yen Xingfu that he had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Looking at the messages Lin Haolei sent her, Yen Xingfu finally felt relieved. During this time she had been worried about Lin Haolei's safety, feeling anxious every day, fearing that Lin Haolei would be exposed. Especially upon learning that Lin Haolei had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, Yen Xingfu was overjoyed. I didn't expect him to be so formidable, actually obtaining the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. I must step up my training. This guy has received the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. His strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. I cannot fall too far behind him, or else it would be embarrassing if he looked down on me later. Thinking of this, Yen Xingfu immediately began to prepare for her seclusion. Within the Abyssal Demon sect, the demon Shadow was in a furious rage. The people he sent out had found no clues at all, a complete disgrace.
Search, hurry and continue the search, we must find their whereabouts. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, it is worth it.
Facing the order from Demon Shadow, they dared not disobey, so they could only brace themselves and continue searching. The other quasi-emperors from several forces also wore grim expressions. They had actually been played by 2 quasi-emperor level cultivators, a complete disgrace. In a secret realm, 5 white-haired old men gathered with Elder Xuanhuang prominently among them. What they were discussing was naturally the events that had occurred in the secret realm. At this moment, Elder Xuanhuang looked at the man in charge and said, "Senior brother, we currently have no leads on those individuals, what should we do next?" The man in charge was actually several generations older than Elder Xuanhuang. The reason Elder Xuanhuang called him senior brother was due to the regulations of the Xiao sect. As long as everyone reached the quasi-emperor level, they would refer to each other as brothers. After hearing Elder Xuanhuang's inquiry, the elder in charge fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Junior brother Xuanhuang, let this matter rest here, there is no need to delve deeper into it." When these words were spoken, the other elders widened their eyes in shock. After all, this was the inheritance of a great emperor, how could they simply give up? If their Xiao sect could obtain this inheritance, they would completely surpass the other 4 forces and become the most powerful force in the Xuanhuang continent. The elder in charge was not surprised by their astonishment. "You all are truly being blind to the situation. Since they were able to take away the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, it means that at least one of them must have inherited it. Otherwise, how could the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Thunder Hammer left behind by the Thunder Punishment Emperor, be so easily taken away by them? But think carefully, can you deal with someone wielding an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon? If you push them too hard and awaken the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, you will all perish on the spot." Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the others were immediately alarmed. They had indeed overlooked this matter. They could not be unaware of the power of an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. When the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon fully awakens, it will unleash its strongest strike. This strike is enough to rival the combat power of a newly ascended great emperor. Such power is not something they can withstand. Coming back to his senses, Elder Xuanhuang immediately said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance, otherwise I fear I would have caused a great disaster." "It's nothing, you should go arrange things." "Yes, I will do it right away." Elder Xuanhuang did not dare to delay and left without further ado. He also ordered him to notify all subordinate forces of the Dao sect to cease their actions in searching for Wanqingxi and the others. Although the sect master of the He also ordered him to notify all subordinate forces of the Dao sect to cease their actions in searching for Wanqingxi and the others. Although the sect master of the Dao sect did not understand why his ancestor wanted to do this. Since the ancestor had spoken, he could only comply. Soon this order spread throughout the Dao sect and all its subordinate forces. Upon hearing this news, the happiest person was none other than Yen Qingfu. For this reason, she sent several messages to Lin Haolei but did not receive a reply. At this moment, Lin Haolei was in the godly sky realm and could not receive any information from the outside world. Seeing this, Yen Qingfu thought that Lin Haolei was in seclusion training, so she did not think much of it. After all, it was very normal for Lin Haolei to go into seclusion to digest after just obtaining the inheritance. The Dao sect had just announced the cessation of the search for Linglong and the others, which quickly attracted the attention of several other forces. Did this command mean that the Dao sect had already found the traces of Linglong and the others? Or even captured them? Thinking of this, the other 4 major forces hesitated not at all and hurried towards the Dao sect. No matter what, they had to get a share of the pie and could not let the Dao sect monopolize it. Otherwise, once the Dao sect digested these resources, they would truly surpass them. They absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Soon the 4 major forces gathered directly outside the mountain gate of the Dao sect. Everyone arrived just in time. The patriarch of the Lin family smiled at the other 3. Aren't you the same?" the shadow demon said ungraciously. But everyone, let's not quarrel. Today we must unite. Otherwise it won't be easy to get some resources from the Dao sect." Upon hearing the old monk from the Fanning temple say this, the 2 didn't say anything further. Then the 4 of them stood quietly here waiting. They were here to divide resources, not to cause trouble. Naturally, they could not just barge in. Moreover, their auras were not concealed, so the experts from the Dao sect could naturally sense their arrival. Thus they even spared the step of sending a message. The old patriarch of the Xuanhuang, who was originally preparing to return to the sect's secret realm to cultivate, furrowed his brow upon sensing the arrival of the 4. What are these guys up to? Why have they come to my Dao sect at this time? He thought for a moment and decided to go out and take a look. Others could not deal with the 4. With that thought, the Xuanhuang patriarch no longer hesitated. With a flicker of his mind, he vanished from his original spot and appeared before the 4 in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the Xuanhuang patriarch, the shadow demon coldly laughed and said, "Xuanhuang, old ghost, you're doing well, I see." The Qinghuang patriarch frowned, judging by the shadow demon's attitude. He felt that these four were not here with good intentions. The Qinghuang patriarch did not respond to the shadow demon but instead asked the four of them simultaneously, "Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you to my Shenxiao sect?" Seeing the Qinghuang patriarch pretending to be ignorant, the shadow demon coldly laughed again. "Xuanhuang, old ghost, stop playing dumb. Just say it. Have you captured Linglong and the others?" Upon hearing the shadow demon's words, the Qinghuang patriarch instantly became furious.
"Shadow demon, old ghost, what nonsense are you talking? We have no knowledge of their whereabouts at all."
The Qinghuang patriarch never expected that these guys would think this way. No wonder they appeared here together. They just wanted to get a share of the pie. Seeing that the Qinghuang patriarch did not admit it, the shadow demon naturally did not believe him.
"Xuanhuang, old ghost, stop quibbling.
From my understanding of you, if you had not captured them, how could you stop searching for their whereabouts?
So you might as well hand them over.
We must have a share of the resources on them."
Hearing this from the shadow demon, the Qinghuang patriarch was directly amused by his shamelessness. "Shadow demon, old ghost, I said we haven't found them, so we haven't found them. Don't cling to this point.
Moreover, even if we had found them, it would be impossible to share them with you. So please leave, and I wish you safe travels." After all, the Shenxiao sect was one of the 5 major forces. These four dared to come here to exert pressure, truly treating the Shenxiao sect as if it were made of mud.
Amit Ba.
Seeing that the shadow demon wanted to say something more, the old patriarch of Fanning Temple directly chanted a Buddhist phrase and took a step forward, saying, "Qinghuang, my friend, have you truly not found them?" Seeing that this old monk had spoken up, the anger on the Qinghuang patriarch's face slightly receded.
"We indeed have no news of them, nor will we participate in this matter any longer. As for whether you want to continue searching, that is your business. Even if you truly find them later, we will not be envious." Upon hearing the Qinghuang patriarch say this, the old monk said no more. He felt that the Qinghuang patriarch should be telling the truth. As for why the Shenxiao sect chose to halt this operation, he truly did not know. Seeing that the old monk was no longer speaking, the Qinghuang patriarch turned his gaze to the other 3. "Gentlemen, if you have come to visit my Shenxiao sect, we welcome you at any time. If it is to find the whereabouts of those few, then please leave. We do not know their whereabouts." After confirming that the Qinghuang patriarch was not lying, the patriarch of the Li family cupped his fists. "Sorry to disturb you, Xuanhuang, but I'll take my leave now."
After saying this, the patriarch of the Li family was the first to leave. As for what the other 3 wanted to do, it was none of his business.
Next, the old monk and Jinge also left in succession.
The shadow demon, feeling somewhat reluctant, glared at the Qinghuang patriarch before he too could only leave. However, he quickly caught up with the others.
"Wait a moment, do you really believe what Xuanhuang said?
This is the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. If missed, it will be too late to regret it later." Jinge turned around and glanced at the shadow demon.
"Shadow demon, whether Qinghuang old ghost lied is something we can still see through.
Although I don't know why the Shenxiao sect gave up searching for those people, they indeed have not found them."
After finishing, Jinge directly vanished from the spot.
Since the Shenxiao sect had not found them, they still needed to continue searching.
After exchanging glances, the patriarch of the Li family and the old monk also left in succession.
As for the shadow demon, they still had some disdain for him. Although they couldn't claim to be good people in comparison to this old demon, they could indeed be considered good people.
"Humph, a bunch of hypocritical fellows.
After I obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, let's see how envious you all will be." The shadow demon snorted coldly and then vanished. After returning to the secret realm, the Qinghuang patriarch recounted what had happened outside to several old fellows inside.
"Let them search, we can just watch."
The elder at the head remained calm. In his view, no matter how these people searched, they would ultimately gain nothing. If they provoked the other party, it could lead to trouble. After the other 3 returned, they all summoned their respective quasi-emperors.
Within the secret realm of the Li family, 7 quasi-emperors gathered to discuss.
What they were discussing was precisely why the Shenxiao sect chose to abandon the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor. Unfortunately, after much discussion, they were unable to reach any conclusions. In the end, they could only turn their gaze towards the elder at the forefront. The man was indeed the highest-ranking member of the Li family and also the strongest among them. The leading elder, after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke. "I still have some understanding of that old fellow from the Shenxiao sect. Although that old fellow is cautious, he is equally greedy for wealth and would not let go of a grand imperial legacy without taking action. However, since he chose to give up, it indicates that this force likely possesses something he cannot contend with." After hearing the elder's words, the others displayed expressions of surprise.
"Elder, could it be that there are forces on the Xuanhuang continent that we cannot confront?"
The leading elder nodded at first, then shook his head.
"Whether there are forces on the Xuanhuang continent that we cannot contend with is truly hard to say.
After the invasion of the demon race, many forces chose to go into hiding due to heavy casualties. Now nearly 1,000,000 years have passed. Some may have perished while others may still exist.
Moreover, after a million years of development, no one can ascertain their true strength.
After listening to the secret message, the other quasi-emperors were all somewhat shocked. If what the elder said is true, then perhaps there really are hidden forces as well. Before they could ask further, the leading elder spoke again. According to what you all said earlier, when those people entered the secret realm, none of you quasi-emperors sensed anything.
Such methods resemble those of the imperial clan Ying family from a million years ago.
It is said that this Ying family has deep ties with the Ying clan. They possess the concealment techniques of the Ying clan. If it truly is the Ying family behind this, then it is understandable that you did not detect them. Perhaps that old fellow from the Xinshan sect has also guessed this, which is why he chose to abandon the search for these people.
Upon hearing this, the elder of the Li family also showed a look of dread.
Although he had heard rumors about the Ying family, he had never truly encountered them.
If the secret realm incident is indeed the work of the Ying family, then the Li family must be on high alert.
After all, whether they are friends or foes is something he cannot yet determine.
The others were shocked to hear that yet another Ying family had appeared. Moreover, judging by the situation, this Ying family was definitely very strong. Elder, what should we do next?
Just like the Xinshan sect abandoned the search for these people.
Understood, Elder, I will take care of it right away.
With the elder's command, the orders from the Li family were swiftly conveyed. Soon every member of the Li family as well as their affiliated forces received this command. Following the Li family, both the Fanning Temple and the Wanyao Alliance made similar decisions. Clearly they had also uncovered some information in the process. Only the Abyssal Demon sect remained unyielding, continuing to act according to their own will. They did not care whether Linglong and the others had any forces backing them. Compared to the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor, everything else was trivial.
A bunch of cowards. Since you are afraid, let the Abyssal Demon sect handle it.
As long as we find these people, the strength of my Abyssal Demon sect will certainly increase.
Following this, the Abyssal Demon sect even intensified their search efforts.
It must be noted that the disciples of the Abyssal Demon sect are no good people. Under the guise of searching, many forces have perished at their hands. Though the other major forces were somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of the Abyssal Demon sect, they did not interfere as it did not harm their interests. However, the actions of the Abyssal Demon sect had already reached Lin Haochen's ears.
The Abyssal Demon sect, huh? I will remember you.
Naturally, Lin Haochen did not intend to take action against the Abyssal Demon sect at this moment. After all, taking action now would require his father's intervention, otherwise he truly did not possess that level of strength. What he needed to do was to expand his influence step by step without disrupting the rhythm. At the same time, he invited many brothers and sisters to come to the Xuanhuang continent to develop their forces. Moreover, he started expanding from all directions of the Xuanhuang continent, gradually converging towards the center. At that point, he would swallow all those forces in one fell swoop.
The affairs of the Xuanhuang continent naturally would not affect Lin Fan.
At this moment, he was already controlling the void warship arriving at the boundless star sea. Under whom Ice Explanation, Linglong and Wan Xingxi had come to understand the power of this void warship. At this moment, they realized how formidable Lin Fan's capabilities had already become. This was a void warship capable of annihilating even emperors.
In the surrounding continents, it was undeniably an invincible entity.
Ziyan, please tell everyone about the situation in the Xuanhuang continent.
All right. Following Xiao Ziyan's explanation, everyone gained a certain understanding of the Xuanhuang continent.
The distribution of the Xuanhuang continent is quite simple, mainly divided into 5 large continents: east, south, west, north, and central. The central continent belongs to the heart of the Xuanhuang continent, and it is the most prosperous and powerful continent. The strength of the other 4 continents is not much different. The residence of the Xiao family is located in the central continent. The Qi family, who has a marriage contract with Xiao Ziyuan, is also in the central continent. When it comes to the strongest force in the Xuanhuang continent, it is undoubtedly the Star River Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Star River Chamber of Commerce is composed of 10 imperial-level forces. Fortunately, the Star River Chamber of Commerce only engages in business and has no ambitions for domination. Thus the Xuanhuang continent has remained peaceful for so many years. Even so, other forces still need to band together for warmth. Otherwise they might get swallowed by the Star River Chamber of Commerce one day. Overall, the situation in the Xuanhuang continent is relatively stable. Competition among major forces is quite restrained, and they do not easily engage in war. As for the smaller forces, it's hard to say. Basically, new forces are born every day and there are forces that are destroyed. Such occurrences are unavoidable. Soon, within just a few days, the void warship had already reached the Xuanhuang continent. The main reason is that this time Lin Fan did not restrict the speed of the void warship. Instead, they traveled at the fastest possible speed. Consequently, they successfully reached the central continent of the Xuanhuang continent in just 8 days.
Finally, Lin Fan switched to a flying boat.
Then, under the guidance of Xiao Ziyan, he arrived at the Canyun mountain range. The residence of the Xiao family is located within the Xuanhuang mountain range. The aura of heaven and earth here is rich, shrouded in mist. The entire mountain range has been transformed by the Xiao family into a fairyland. Husband, I will first arrange accommodations for you and then I will return home. At this moment Xiao Ziyan found it difficult to directly take Lin Fan home. If her father discovered that she not only had a husband but also a child, he probably would not listen to her explanation and would directly take action against Lin Fan. She was not worried about Lin Fan's safety, rather she was worried about the safety of their Xiao family. After all, with Lin Fan's trump card in play, their Xiao family could not afford to provoke him. Therefore she needed to give her father a heads up in advance. Naturally Lin Fan had no objections. At this moment he truly was not suitable to meet Xiao Ziyan's father. This is the territory of the Xiao family where Xiao Ziyan naturally has her own private domain. Soon Xiao Ziyan brought Lin Fan to a manor. Husband, this manor is mine and no one will disturb us here. Let's stay here for now. Alright, then you go back first. If anything happens, contact me anytime. Lin Fan said somewhat uneasily. Husband, don't worry what could happen when I go home. Once I finish dealing with things at home, I'll take you to have a good time in the Xuanhuang continent. Afterward Xiao Ziyan instructed on a few matters before flying towards the location of the Xiao family. As the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family head, Xiao Ziyan had a smooth journey. Elder sister, you're back. This voice was filled with surprise. Seeing the person before her, Xiao Ziyan smiled. Xiaoyi, have you been practicing diligently during the years I was away? This person's name is Xiaoyi, her younger brother. Although they do not share the same mother, their relationship is still quite good. Elder sister, I have been working hard in my cultivation. Look, I have already reached the peak of the venerable realm. Within 100 years I am confident I can break through to the semi-saint realm. Speaking of his own strength, Xiaoyi was filled with confidence. Not bad, you truly haven't been slacking off. Keep it up. Xiaoyi felt very happy hearing Xiao Ziyan's praise. By the way, elder sister, where have you been? You've been gone for several years. I'll tell you that later. I need to go see father first. Wait a moment, elder sister. It is said that Qi Xianzhou has already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. I imagine it won't be long before the Qi family comes to discuss your marriage. Xiaoyi knew that his elder sister was not interested in Qi Xianzhou. He conveyed this news to Xiao Ziyan, intending for her to be psychologically prepared. Upon hearing that Qi Xianzhou had broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, Xiao Ziyan's brow furrowed slightly. Xiaoyi, what is going on? From my understanding of Qi Xuanzhou, he shouldn't have broken through so quickly. It is said that the Qi family provided him with ample spirit herbs for his breakthrough. Upon learning that Qi Xianzhou had relied on spirit herbs to break through, Xiao Ziyan showed a look of disdain. To rely on spirit herbs to forcibly break through a major realm, how could such a person be worthy of me? With my current strength I could easily suppress him. Thinking of this, Xiao Ziyan smiled at Xiaoyi. Alright Xiaoyi, I understand about this matter. I will go see father now. Seeing that his elder sister was completely unconcerned, Xiaoyi couldn't help but scratch his head. What's going on with elder sister? Why is she not worried at all? Forget it, elder sister must have her plans. I shouldn't think too much about it. I need to inform the other brothers and sisters about elder sister's return. As Xiaoyi spoke, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyan had already arrived at the courtyard of the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Qian. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw her father sitting by a jade table under a large tree savoring tea. Father. Upon seeing Xiao Ziyan suddenly appear before him, Xiao Qian's face showed surprise. Ziyan, how did you return so quickly? He knew that Xiao Ziyan had gone to the Xiantian continent. Given the speed of the flying vessel she took, a round trip could easily take 10 years. Yet it had been less than 6 years since Xiao Ziyan left. So logically his precious daughter should still be in the Xiantian continent. Her sudden appearance here was indeed very strange. Moreover, he had previously confirmed that Xiao Ziyan had indeed gone to the Xiantian continent. So he could rule out the question of whether Xiao Ziyan had been to the Xiantian continent. Of course he did not doubt her true identity. As a powerful saint venerable, how could he fail to recognize his own daughter? He was just curious about how his daughter had returned. Father, I won't tell you how I came back for now. Since I am able to return, there must be a way. Saying this, Xiao Ziyan looked at Lin Qian with a slightly displeased expression and asked, do you suspect that someone is impersonating me? Xiao Qian glared at her. You girl, how could I possibly fail to recognize my own daughter? But it's good that you're back. As for the rest, if you don't want to say it, I won't ask. It is normal to have some secrets when one's daughter has already reached the peak of the Saint King realm. At this moment he did not know that Xiao Ziyan had already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. In fact, Xiao Ziyan had concealed her strength. She planned to give Xiao Qian a surprise later. By the way, Ziyan, the Qi family will come next month, so you must be psychologically prepared. This marriage was arranged by your father and I have no way to refuse unless you can persuade your grandfather.
Xiao Zian had just learned of Qi Zuan's breakthrough, so she was not surprised. She just didn't expect the Qi family to come so quickly.
Fortunately she met Lin Fan, otherwise unless she died or her cultivation was completely destroyed she would have no way to escape this marriage. There is no choice, this is how it is among great powers. In fact, the Star River Chamber of Commerce is not very harmonious internally. Everyone wants to occupy a larger share of the profits. Of course, the stronger one's power, the more influence they have and the greater their share.
The Xiao family and the Qi family are in a united front, occupying 30% of the profits of the Star River Chamber of Commerce.
Each family gets exactly 15%.
The remaining 70% is divided among the other 8 imperial clans.
Thus, compared to the 2 families, the shares of the other 8 imperial clans are significantly less.
Over time, the 8 imperial clans would naturally feel dissatisfaction.
But the more it is like this, the more the 2 families need to unite.
Thus, marriage alliances are inevitable.
Not only will she have to marry into the Qi family, but the Qi family will also arrange people to marry into theirs. Only in this way can the relationship between the 2 families remain solid. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zian focused her gaze on her father.
Father, didn't grandfather say that as long as my strength is stronger than that guy's I can refuse this marriage?
Xiao Chen nodded. Your grandfather did say such a thing at that time. But Qi Xianzhou has already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, so you shouldn't think about it.
Even if you were to take spirit herbs for your breakthrough now, it would be too late.
He knew his daughter's strength. Without at least 100 years it would be almost impossible to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, when breaking through major realms he did not mind his daughter using spirit herbs or pills. Doing so could damage a cultivator's foundation. In that case, more time would be needed to refine it, making it a losing proposition. Additionally, the insights gained during a major breakthrough are also very important. If one forcibly breaks through with pills, they will lack such insights.
The absence of this understanding will add burden to future breakthroughs. This is also why Xiao Zian looks down on Qi Xianzhou. Father, I truly believe I can defeat Qi Xianzhou.
Xiao Qian, who had been pondering how to console Xiao Zian, instantly widened his eyes upon hearing these words.
Zian, what nonsense are you speaking?
With your cultivation at the 9th rank of Saint King, how could you possibly stand against Qi Xianzhou, a Saint Emperor?
Fearing his daughter might do something reckless, he pressed on urgently.
Zian, it is true he consumed spirit-enhancing elixirs, enabling him to break through prematurely into the Saint Emperor realm. Yet his strength is genuine, undisputed Saint Emperor power, far beyond your capacity to contend with. Our only recourse now lies in consulting your grandfather. If he consents, all shall be resolved. But should he refuse, then you must wed Qi Xianzhou.
Xiao Zian's grandfather was the former patriarch of the Xiao clan. He had since ascended to the formidable rank of quasi-emperor 2nd rank.
Even as current patriarch, Xiao Qian dared not defy his father's command. Father, there is no need for concern, I am well aware of a Saint Emperor's overwhelming might.
But first let me demonstrate my current strength.
As Xiao Zian spoke, she unleashed her cultivation aura. Feeling the profound energy radiating from her, Xiao Qian's eyes widened once more, his face frozen in utter disbelief.
Zian, how have you broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? And not merely that, you've reached the 2nd rank.
Before Xiao Zian could reply, he pressed further. Zian, did you encounter some extraordinary destiny upon the Xiantian continent? His assumption was hardly unfounded. That Xiao Zian had returned so swiftly from the Xiantian continent already signaled something extraordinary. Only flight or teleportation artifacts of Emperor tier supremacy or higher could achieve such speed. Such treasures were rarer than celestial pearls, only through an epical fortune could one possibly acquire them.
Father, I did indeed encounter a rare destiny, but this is not the time to speak of it. Hearing her reluctance, Xiao Qian felt a pang of disappointment.
Still, it mattered little, for she was his daughter and the truth would inevitably come to light in due course.
Zian, must this marriage truly be annulled?
Xiao Qian asked with a wry-pained smile. Should the engagement dissolve, relations between the Xiao and Qi clans would almost certainly sour. And if tensions escalated, how would he justify the rift before the entire clan? This entanglement directly impacted the division of interests within the Xinghe Commerce Alliance. At the thought, Xiao Qian's brow furrowed in distress. Zian, this marriage must be annulled, I have already pledged my heart to another.
What?
Xiao Qian was utterly stunned by those words.
Regaining his composure, he immediately demanded, who is this person and what is his exact standing?
Father, he is a direct disciple of a celestial emperor currently undergoing trials upon the Xiantian continent. If you doubt me, ask Elder Hui Yun himself. He is fully aware of our bond. After all, Lin Fan's identity upon the Xiantian continent was precisely this, and she intended to use it to veil reality itself. Upon learning his daughter's beloved was an heir to a celestial emperor, Xiao Qian stood speechless, stunned that his daughter had secured a son-in-law of such terrifying stature. Though their family hailed from an imperial bloodline, their ancestral celestial emperor had vanished without trace over hundreds of thousands of years. All that remained was a single Supreme Emperor-level artifact to uphold their prestige. Compared to a living Celestial Emperor, their legacy paled profoundly. Now, however, her swift return made perfect sense, clearly attributable to the Celestial Emperor's disciple. Suppressing his elation, Xiao Qian asked carefully, Xian, has this beloved of yours accompanied you to the Xuanhuang continent?
Father, does this mean you no longer wish me to associate with Qi Xinzhou? Xiao Xian teased with a mischievous grin. Ahem.
Compared to a Celestial Emperor's disciple, what is Qi Xinzhou? Should he show wisdom, we may even arrange a marital alliance with another young lady of our clan. With a Celestial Emperor's disciple as his future son-in-law, how could he possibly deign to consider Qi Xinzhou? One chosen by a Celestial Emperor bore limitless potential, not guaranteed to ascend to the Celestial Emperor realm perhaps, but assuredly capable of attaining Quasi-Emperor 9th rank. And yet within the Xiao clan only 2 elders had reached that exalted tier, made possible solely by the abundant resource allocations from the Xinghe Commerce Alliance. Through such lavish accumulation of resources they had nurtured exactly 2 Quasi-Emperor 9th ranks. Likewise the Qi clan also possessed 2 such sovereigns. It was precisely this parity of power that granted both clans a combined 30% share of the Xinghe Commerce Alliance. Strength after all commanded respect. Watching his father stare at her wide-eyed, Xiao Xian stifled a quiet laugh. Nor had she anticipated how effortlessly Lin Fan's fabricated identity as a Celestial Emperor's disciple would sway matters. She wondered what expression would cross her father's face were he to learn her husband already possessed the power to obliterate ordinary Celestial Emperors. Clearing her throat gently, she continued, Father, he has indeed arrived upon the Xuanhuang continent with me. Hearing that Lin Fan had set foot on the continent, Xiao Qian leapt to his feet, electrified with excitement.
Xian, where is he now?
Why not invite him to our Xiao clan residence?
I would gladly extend every courtesy as host. Seeing her father's fervor, Xiao Xian quickly interceded. Enough, father, his true identity must remain concealed. I implore your utmost discretion.
Were his status as a Celestial Emperor's disciple revealed, how could he continue his trials? Hearing this, Xiao Qian calmed himself.
You speak wisely, Xian, such a title is indeed too perilous to disclose. Yet, is he aware of your betrothal to Qi Xinzhou? Xiao Qian grew uneasy. If Lin Fan remained ignorant, would he erupt in fury upon discovering it?
The gravity of the matter hinged entirely on Lin Fan's perspective. After all, it was only a formal engagement with no further entanglements.
Father, rest assured, I informed him long ago and he bears no resentment.
Had she revealed that she and Lin Fan already had a child, an infant born with the innate Dao body, her father's expression would surely have transcended astonishment. Alas, Lin Hajuan had remained sequestered within the Xinshiao realm since birth, never stepping beyond its boundaries, now fully matured, his cultivation having soared to the divine ability realm, nearing the sovereign realm.
Should she now present such a grown son, she would be utterly at a loss for explanation.
Thus she resolved to wait another 12 or 20 years before revealing his existence to her father. Relieved beyond measure upon learning Lin Fan held no grievance, Xiao Qian finally exhaled deeply. Xian, where pray tell is my esteemed son-in-law at present? Naturally he yearned to meet this extraordinary man.
Father, no need to rush, he resides presently at my private estate. When the moment is right I shall bring him to meet you. Excellent, so it is settled. Xiao Qian declared, beaming with unrestrained joy.
To possess a son-in-law who was a disciple of a Celestial Emperor, such fortune would make him smile in his very dreams. By the way, Father, I now need a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds. Please think of a way to help me gather as many as possible. Only those of Earth grade or above need to be collected. As for those below Earth grade, unless they are rare varieties, the common ones are not necessary. Speaking of which, Xiao Xian listed the spiritual herb seeds needed for the sacred infant pill separately. Hearing that she needed spiritual herb seeds, Xiao Qian was somewhat surprised. However, he quickly realized that these spiritual herb seeds were likely needed by his future son-in-law. Although he didn't know what the other party needed so many seeds for. But since the other party needed them, he naturally would do his utmost to assist. As one of the shareholders of the Galaxy Commerce Association, such matters were trivial for him. Aside from the difficulty in obtaining treasures of imperial grade or above, even acquiring sacred grade spiritual herb seeds was an easy task for him. There was no way around it. Treasures of imperial grade or above, whether they were spiritual herb seeds or others, had to be auctioned off at the auction house. The Galaxy Commerce Association was not solely decided by them, and he couldn't unilaterally give them to his daughter. Xian, rest assured I will be able to provide you with the spiritual herb seeds you requested in a couple of days. As for the other seeds aside from those of imperial grade or above, I will prepare the others for you as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if there are no imperial grade ones, the more the better.
Father, you can continue to acquire them. Xiao Xian also knew that imperial grade seeds were hard to come by.
If there were any, that would be great. If not, she wouldn't force it. However, hearing Xiao Xian ask him to continue acquiring spiritual herb seeds, Xiao Qian was even more astonished. But he also knew that his daughter probably wouldn't disclose the details to him now, so he didn't plan to ask further. Alright Xian, I will help you resolve the matter of the spiritual herb seeds. You haven't returned for such a long time, go see your mother first.
Okay, I will go find mother.
After not seeing her mother for so long, Xiao Zian naturally missed her very much. After Xiao Zian left, Xiao Qian immediately instructed the steward to start preparing for the spiritual herb seeds.
This matter had to be handled well. The next day Xiao Zian left the Xiao family and arrived at a certain estate.
After spending time with her mother yesterday, she also met with her siblings with whom she had a good relationship in the clan. Thus she had no time to return to the God realm and meet with Lin Fan. This was also the reason why she left the Xiao family early in the morning.
Zian, you're here. Is everything at home well? Husband, rest assured everything at home is fine, and I have informed my father about our relationship. Of course, I used your identity as the descendant of the emperor.
Hearing that Xiao Zian had quickly informed her father about their relationship, Lin Fan was still somewhat surprised.
Zian, did your father say anything after learning this news?
Lin Fan knew that Xiao Zian was already engaged. At this moment, revealing their relationship made him unsure of how Xiao Zian's father would react.
Husband, rest assured.
After learning that you are the descendant of the emperor, my father was naturally very pleased. It wasn't that Xiao Qian was trying to climb the social ladder, the main reason was that his daughter did not like Xianzhou. If his daughter had liked Xuanhuang, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Knowing that his father-in-law had no objections to him, Lin Fan was also quite happy. He had previously been worried that Xiao Zian's father would be an old-fashioned person. It would be a bit troublesome to handle then. After all, as Xiao Zian's father, he naturally could neither hit nor scold him. Now that this troublesome matter was resolved, it was naturally a good thing. By the way, husband, that Xianzhou has already broken through to the sacred emperor realm. I have received news that he will come to our Xiao family next month to discuss the marriage.
Oh, so soon?
Lin Fan said in surprise. But it's good to resolve this troublesome matter early.
I wonder if I will need to step in at that time.
Xiao Zian shook her head. Husband, it's best for you not to expose yourself yet. I can handle this guy myself. Seeing that Xiao Zian didn't need him to step in, Lin Fan did not insist. If he were to expose their relationship at that moment, Xiao Zian would probably be labeled as someone trying to climb the social ladder by outsiders. This would not have a good impact on Xiao Zian. By the way, husband, I have already informed my father about the spiritual herb seeds. I believe it won't be long before we can acquire a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds. As for the spiritual herb seeds needed for the sacred infant pill, I also told my father, and they should be delivered tomorrow. Hearing that the Xiao family was willing to help gather spiritual herb seeds, Lin Fan was in a great mood. Although the Xiao family was just one of the shareholders of the Galaxy Commerce Association, since they were collecting spiritual herb seeds, the Galaxy Commerce Association would naturally assist. After all, this was not a big deal. Moreover, the Galaxy Commerce Association could also gain considerable profits from it. With the assistance of the Galaxy Commerce Association, collecting spiritual herb seeds became much simpler. Indeed, the next day someone delivered the spiritual herb seeds here. At this moment, everyone learned that the materials for the sacred infant pill had finally been gathered, and they all showed expressions of joy. Husband, the materials for the sacred infant pill have been gathered. Next, as long as these materials mature, we can refine the sacred infant pill. They were very much looking forward to the sacred infant pill. It was a pill that could increase the chances of pregnancy. Lin Fan did not delay upon receiving the seeds, he planted them directly. Next, he just needed to wait for these spiritual herbs to mature. The opening didn't require a long wait. As soon as the family divine tree bloomed again, he could hasten the ripening of these spiritual herbs. After that, Xiao Zian took everyone to play in the nearby city. To avoid exposing her identity, Xiao Zian naturally disguised herself. However, Lin Fan and the others did not disguise themselves, as it was unnecessary. 5 days passed just like that, and Xiao Zian received a large number of spiritual herb seeds from Xiao Qian. These spiritual herb seeds directly added 1,000,000 square kilometers of spiritual herb planting area to the God realm. And these were just the beginning. Because these spiritual herb seeds were merely the inventory of the Xiao family. The ones from the Galaxy Commerce Association had yet to be delivered. After learning that the Xiao family needed to purchase a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds, the other shareholders were naturally willing to help. After all, they were only providing some spiritual herb seeds, and they could earn some spirit stones from it. Why not? If it were spiritual herbs, that would be a different story. After all, no one would say their spiritual herbs were too many. In the central continent, within a palace of the Qi family, a young man was conversing with a middle-aged man. Father, do you know why the Xiao family is collecting so many spirit herb seeds? Jinge, the head of the Qi family and also Qi Xianzhou's father, replied, this matter is too sudden and I have not been able to ascertain the specifics. Father, is it possible that the Xiao family has found a secret realm where they can grow spirit herbs? Qi Xianzhou inquired. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why they need so many spirit herb seeds. Upon hearing Qi Xianzhou's suggestion, Qi Zhen's eyes lit up. Xianzhou, you have a point. Only this explanation makes sense.
A secret realm suitable for growing spirit herbs would undoubtedly be a treasure. Such a treasure could not be overlooked by any force. Furthermore, judging by the Xiao family's actions, the secret realm can even cultivate holy-level spirit herbs. And its area is certainly not small.
Otherwise the Xiao family would not go to such lengths to collect a large number of spirit herb seeds. With these actions, the price of spirit herb seeds has already risen by 20%. Thinking of this, Jinge showed a look of envy. If their family could obtain this secret realm, how wonderful would that be? Seeing that his father agreed with his thoughts, Xianzhou asked again, "Father, should we send them spirit herb seeds?"
"Yes, we must send them," Jinge asserted.
"You are going to the Xiao family next month to discuss the marriage, and we must show our sincerity at this time."
Upon hearing Jinge mention marriage, Xianzhou furrowed his brow. He was not particularly concerned about Xiao Zian. With his status, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Naturally, he would not be fixated on Xiao Zian. His previous behavior was entirely an act.
Moreover, the reason he broke through to the sacred emperor realm in such a short time was not due to spirit herbs. In fact, he had reached the critical point for a breakthrough long ago.
This retreat was merely an opportunity to break through.
The outside world claimed he broke through by taking spirit herbs, which was also a smokescreen deliberately released by the Qi family. As the next heir to the Qi family, Xianzhou was not the kind of person to act rashly.
"Father, Xiao Zian has never shown any interest in me. I have a feeling this matter won't go smoothly."
To Xianzhou's worries, Jinge remained unconcerned. "Xianzhou, you need not worry about that. The conditions set by her grandfather back then state that unless her strength surpasses yours, she must marry you. And you know Xiao Zian's strength, she is still at the 9th level of the Sacred King realm.
Although her talent is decent, she is considerably younger than you.
Therefore I conclude that it is nearly impossible for her to break through to the Sacred Emperor realm in a short time. Her only disadvantage lies in her age." After hearing Jinge's analysis, Xianzhou felt relieved. "Xianzhou, I know you are not particularly fond of Xiao Zian, but marrying her does not prevent you from taking a concubine. So before she enters the household, you must restrain yourself and not let her discover anything. The alliance with the Xiao family is very important. He did not want to jeopardize it at the last moment." Xianzhou was naturally filled with confidence regarding Jinge's advice.
"Father, you can rest assured, wasn't my previous performance good enough?
In Xiao Zian's eyes, I am just a lovesick fool who can't marry anyone but her."
"Ha, I had almost forgotten about this. You must continue to maintain this act."
Jinge was very satisfied with Xianzhou's previous performance. Of course he knew that Xianzhou was acting. Otherwise he would not be satisfied but rather furious. If the heir of an imperial family were a lovesick fool, it would not be a good thing at all.
At that point the entire family might be exposed.
It must be said that Xianzhou's acting skills were quite impressive. Except for Jinge, no one knew that his previous infatuation with Xiao Zian was feigned. Even the elders of the Qi family had their criticisms regarding Xianzhou's behavior. After all, an heir of an imperial clan should not be so focused on a single woman. This was a disgrace to their Qi family. Many outsiders were secretly mocking the Qi family for choosing such a person as the heir to the family. Had it not been for the strength of Xianzhou's lineage, the position of family heir would have long been taken by someone else. In the Xiantian continent, within the secret realm of Xiantian Academy, Xuanhuang finally opened her eyes after a long period of closed-door cultivation. Around her everything was covered in ice and snow. Just by looking one could feel the bone-chilling cold of this place. Even a cultivator at the venerable realm would likely be frozen into an ice sculpture in just a moment.
"Indeed, I am the Ice and Snow Emperor, but now only a wisp of my soul remains lingering within the imperial weapon, struggling to survive." To think that a grand emperor has fallen to such a state, one can only imagine the bitterness she feels within her heart. Though she could choose to seize another's body and be reborn. That might offer her a chance to ascend as an emperor once more.
However, for the sake of saving the Xiantian continent, she would never resort to such actions. Yet this fleeting sense of desolation quickly faded. After so many years, she had long come to terms with it. She then turned her gaze back to Lin Yuhuang. "Little girl, you are indeed remarkable. You are not afraid to see me."
"Why should I be afraid?"
Lin Yuhuang looked at her with a puzzled expression. The Ice and Snow Emperor was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuhuang's retort.
Should she consider Lin Yuhuang pure or simply ignorant? "Little girl, do you not know that a remnant soul can seize another's body?"
Lin Yuhuang nodded slightly at her words.
"Of course I know that, but would you seize my body?"
"I have heard of your legendary deeds, great emperor. You once faced death without fear to protect the Xiantian continent from the invasion of the demon clan. If you truly were such a person, you would have fled back then rather than end up in this predicament." Of course, Lin Yuhuang did not naively believe that the Ice and Snow Emperor would not attempt to seize her. The Ice and Snow Emperor of that time might not have done such a thing. However, after so many years, the remaining wisp of her soul might have undergone changes in temperament.
After all, the line between Buddha and demon is but a thought away.
Should one fall into demonic ways, they would naturally take actions to seize another's body. Her lack of concern stemmed from her complete lack of fear regarding body seizure. As long as the Ice and Snow Emperor entertained the thought of seizing a body before she could even begin the act, Lin Yuhuang could swiftly take her remnant soul to the Divine Horizon realm. Once there, the Ice and Snow Emperor would no longer have the final say. Moreover, the soul-devouring worms within the Divine Horizon realm are always hungry. A remnant soul of an emperor would be an absolute delicacy for them. She did not care whether the Ice and Snow Emperor had contributed to the Xiantian continent. If one dared to seize her, they would become her enemy. And she has never been merciful to her enemies. The Ice and Snow Emperor did not expect that this girl would trust her so deeply. This made her feel that all her past actions were worthwhile. Little girl, you have passed my test, and now I shall bestow my legacy upon you. As soon as the words left the Ice and Snow Emperor's lips, an ancient zither, a jade slip, and a storage ring appeared before Lin Yuhuang. This zither is my supreme imperial weapon called Shattered Snow Lily. With a single melody, it can freeze the heavens and earth as well as the souls of countless beings. As for this jade slip, it records my cultivation technique, the Frost Emperor Canon. And within the storage ring are some treasures I collected back then. Looking at the items before her, Lin Yuhuang displayed an expression of excitement. Aside from the cultivation technique, which she did not care much for, the rest were all valuable treasures. The supreme imperial weapon speaks for itself, it is undoubtedly priceless. Next is that storage ring. This is an emperor's storage ring, and anything collected by an emperor is anything but ordinary. Lin Yuhuang did not immediately put away these items. Instead, she bowed respectfully to the remnant soul of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Thank you, great emperor, for your recognition. At this moment, Lin Yuhuang directly revealed her true name, which was a sign of respect for the Ice and Snow Emperor. Moreover, there was no need to hide anything in front of her. The remnant soul of the Ice and Snow Emperor had been hidden for so long, and surely she did not wish for outsiders to know that her soul still existed. Otherwise, it would be a boon for some demonic cultivators. Moreover, there were many hidden powerful demons in the Xiantian continent. They too yearned for the remnant soul of an emperor. Thus, the less people who knew about the Ice and Snow Emperor's existence, the better. However, upon hearing Lin Yuhuang call her senior, the Ice and Snow Emperor felt a bit displeased. What? After receiving my legacy, you won't even call me master? Great emperor, I already have a master. Since she had already taken Xuanhuang as her master, Lin Yuhuang naturally could not acknowledge another. Otherwise, if word of this got out, would she not become a white-eyed wolf? Hearing that Lin Yuhuang did not wish to call her master because she already had one, only increased the Ice and Snow Emperor's fondness for her. Fine, even if you have a master, you can still call me master. There is no rule in this world that one can only have one master. Seeing that the Ice and Snow Emperor said so, Lin Yuhuang no longer felt conflicted. She once again bowed to the Ice and Snow Emperor, saying, Disciple Lin Yuhuang greets master. Good, rise up quickly. From now on I will reside within the Shattered Snow Lily and guide your cultivation. By the way, you must not tell anyone of my existence. Rest assured, master, I understand. Though she said so, it would be impossible for her to keep this from her father. After leaving the secret realm, she would undoubtedly return to the Divine Horizon realm. At that time, with the supreme imperial weapon in tow, her father would know immediately. Of course, Lin Yuhuang had not considered that she wanted to keep the matter of the Ice and Snow Emperor hidden from her father. By the way, master, may I leave here now? Hearing Lin Yuhuang's inquiry, the Ice and Snow Emperor surveyed her surroundings. She had been here for so many years and had grown accustomed to it. After leaving this time, this place would also disappear, so she planned to take a few more glances. Lin Yuhuang did not urge her but quietly waited at the side. After a while, the Ice and Snow Emperor finally spoke. Yuhuang, tidy up a bit and then leave this place. I have been here for nearly 1,000,000 years. It is time to go out and see the world. 1,000,000 years have passed. I wonder what the Xiantian continent has become. After speaking, the Ice and Snow Emperor directly returned to the Shattered Snow Lily. Her remnant soul had not dissipated over the years thanks to the efficacy of this supreme imperial weapon. Because the Shattered Snow Lily possesses the capability to nurture souls. Next, after Lin Yuhuang tidied up, she directly left the legacy place of the Ice and Snow Emperor. And as she emerged from the Ice and Snow Emperor's legacy site, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the legacy site of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of those guarding the secret realm. Soon delighted voices echoed from within the secret realm. Good, this is truly wonderful. This is the legacy of the Ice and Snow Emperor being inherited by that little girl. After countless years, someone has finally obtained the legacy of an emperor. This will enhance the foundation of our Xiantian Academy. Quickly, Lin Yuhuang's figure drew their attention. No, it should be the ancient zither she carried that caught their note. Soon someone exclaimed, that girl is carrying the extreme Dao imperial weapon, Shattered Snow Blaze of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Haha, this is wonderful. Our Xiantian Academy has gained another extreme Dao imperial weapon. Lin Yuhuang was unaware that these old fellows lurking in the shadows were discussing her. The reason she carried the extreme Dao imperial weapon was not to show off deliberately. There was no way ordinary storage rings simply could not hold extreme Dao imperial weapons. And since she could not fully control the extreme Dao imperial weapon at present, she could not store it within her body. She also couldn't enter the divine sky realm in this place. Thus she had no choice but to carry it this way. As Lin Xuanhuang exited the secret realm, Xuanhuang immediately appeared before her. During this time, Xuanhuang had been closely monitoring the situation in the secret realm. Therefore, as soon as Lin Xuanhuang appeared, she rushed over here. "Disciple, how did it go?" Xuanhuang asked with eager anticipation. She had high hopes for Lin Xuanhuang. Among all the people she had seen over the years, none had talents comparable to Lin Xuanhuang's. If Lin Xuanhuang couldn't do it, then others would have no chance at all. Looking at the expectant gaze of Xuanhuang, Lin Xuanhuang smiled gently. "Master, I have succeeded and obtained the inheritance of the Ice and Snow Emperor." "Disciple, are you serious?" Xuanhuang exclaimed in surprise. Though slightly losing her composure, she couldn't care less. This news was simply too delightful for Xuanhuang. "Master, this is indeed the truth. Look, this is the extreme Dao imperial weapon, Shattered Snowblaze." Upon hearing Lin Xuanhuang's words, Xuanhuang finally focused her attention on the guzheng that Lin Xuanhuang was carrying. Although the aura of Shattered Snowblaze had already been restrained, Xuanhuang still sensed the faint yet terrifying presence emanating from it. "Is this Shattered Snowblaze? Such a terrifying aura. I had only heard legends about Shattered Snowblaze before, but seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." Xuanhuang had certainly heard of this imperial weapon. She had also entered this secret realm back then and even had designs on the inheritance of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Unfortunately, she ultimately did not achieve her wish. In the end, she only obtained a quasi-imperial inheritance. To her surprise, her disciple had fulfilled the wish she had back then, which was akin to fulfilling her dream. Fortunately, being a quasi-emperor, she quickly calmed her excited emotions. "Disciple, let's leave here and talk." "Okay." In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuang took Lin Xuanhuang and vanished from the spot. Soon the two appeared in the cave above. "Disciple, do not speak of your acquisition of the emperor's inheritance." Seeing Xuanhuang's seriousness, Lin Xuanhuang couldn't help but frown. "Master, what has happened during this time?" Xuanhuang nodded gravely. "Disciple, there has been considerable turmoil in the Xiantian continent during this period. Many of the alien races hiding in the shadows have begun to stir. During your time in the secret realm, many human prodigies have already been killed. The other races are manageable, but the demon race and the shadow race are particularly insidious. The demon race's infiltration methods are quite sophisticated, and there are spies from the demon race in many factions. As for the shadow race, they are natural assassins. Without prior preparation, it is very easy to be successfully ambushed by the shadow race. This turmoil was instigated by these two alien races. And now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Ice and Snow Emperor, you will surely be a thorn in the side of these alien races. I am even worried that there may be spies from the demon race within Xiantian Academy. Therefore, the news of your inheritance from the Ice and Snow Emperor must not be exposed. Once this matter settles down, we can discuss it then." Lin Xuanhuang did not expect that such significant events could occur in just a few months. However, Lin Xuanhuang was not afraid of these alien races coming to trouble her. If they dared to seek her out, it would just be an opportunity for her to gain experience. But to avoid worrying Xuanhuang, Lin Xuanhuang naturally wouldn't refuse her arrangements. "Master, since the outside is so tumultuous, I will enter seclusion in the cave abode to properly digest the inheritance I have obtained." "Good, it is excellent that you think this way." Seeing her disciple reassured her so much, Xuanhuang felt very gratified. After chatting for a while, Lin Xuanhuang returned to her own cave abode. The remnant soul of the Ice and Snow Emperor also flew out from the Shattered Snowblaze. "I never expected that as soon as I came out I would hear news of the demon race. And even the shadow race is involved. It seems these alien races truly have an unyielding desire to destroy our Xiantian continent." As she said this, a strong killing intent emanated from the eyes of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Her current appearance was all thanks to the demon race. Now whenever she hears of the demon race, she wishes to crush them into dust. "Master need not be angry, these remnants of the demon race are merely like rats in the gutter, unable to stir up any waves. After some time I will venture out and travel. At that time, if I encounter the demon race, I will surely eradicate them completely." Lin Xuanhuang held no goodwill towards the demon race. As long as they crossed her path, she would definitely not let them go. The Ice and Snow Emperor was quite pleased with Lin Xuanhuang's response. She couldn't help but praise, "Very good, this is my good disciple. To become a strong individual, one must possess a Dao heart that is fearless and resolute. Those who fear for their lives can never achieve greatness. Master speaks the truth." After chatting for a while longer, Lin Xuanhuang began to consider whether she should take the Ice and Snow Emperor into the Divine Sky Realm now. After much contemplation, she decided to bring her in. With the Ice and Snow Emperor right beside her, it was nearly impossible to sneak into the Divine Sky Realm without her noticing. If she were to come out later, how would she explain it to the Ice and Snow Emperor?
Once or twice would be fine.
But if it happened too many times, the Ice and Snow Emperor would surely become suspicious. In that case, it would be better to bring her in directly. After all, once inside, she could leave it to her father to decide.
With that thought, Lin Yuwang no longer hesitated. Master, I will take you to a place next, do not be surprised then. Hearing Lin Yuwang's sudden statement, the Ice and Snow Emperor was somewhat taken aback. Disciple, do you think there is any place that could surprise me? Master, let's wait and see, you will surely be surprised then. Upon hearing this, the Ice and Snow Emperor became interested. I want to see where you are taking me.
As she spoke, the Ice and Snow Emperor returned to the shattered snow blaze. Upon seeing the Ice and Snow Emperor enter the extreme Dao Imperial weapon, Lin Yuwang immediately sent a message to Lin Fan informing him of the situation regarding the Ice and Snow Emperor. On the other side, Lin Fan was equally astonished after receiving Lin Yuwang's message. Interesting, I didn't expect Huanger to have such good fortune having a remnant soul of an emperor following her. Since that's the case, I must go and take a look. With that in mind, Lin Fan instructed Lin Yuwang to safely bring the Ice and Snow Emperor's remnant soul into the Divine Sky Realm. After giving these instructions, Lin Fan returned to the Divine Sky Realm at the first opportunity. After receiving Lin Fan's reply, Lin Yuwang felt a great sense of relief. She then slung the shattered snow blaze over her shoulder and returned to the Divine Sky Realm. As soon as she returned to the Divine Sky Realm, Lin Yuwang couldn't help but reflect, after more than a month I've finally returned. She wondered how her other brothers and sisters were doing in terms of their cultivation. Earlier she had been the strongest among all her siblings. However, with nearly 20 years having passed in the Divine Sky Realm while only a few months had elapsed in the outside world, it was only natural that someone might have caught up to her. While Lin Yuwang was deep in thought, the remnant soul of the Ice and Snow Emperor suddenly flew out from the extreme Dao Imperial weapon.
The Ice and Snow Emperor was greatly astonished by Lin Yuwang's sudden arrival in such a mysterious place.
Although she was only a remnant soul now, she could feel the terrifying power of this place. The spiritual energy in this realm was incredibly dense. Her previous venue could not compare to this place. Fortunately, she had a strong will and she quickly calmed down. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Yuwang. Disciple, what is this place? Why is the spiritual energy here so abundant? Even my former venue pales in comparison to this. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuwang's face broke into a smile. Master, this is my home. You can stay here at ease from now on. The Ice and Snow Emperor was once again shocked to learn this was Lin Yuwang's home. Such a treasure land could not possibly exist in the Xiantian continent. Otherwise she would have known about it. Moreover, she did not believe that the Xiantian continent could have birthed such a paradise in the past 100,000 years. At this time, the spiritual energy in the Xiantian continent was much thinner than in her time. Their era could not produce such a paradise, let alone the present. Thus the only explanation was that her disciple's identity was extraordinary. Perhaps her disciple was from one of the higher-ranked continents. Coming here might be part of her training. As for this place, it might have been specially opened up by her disciple's ancestors. From this it was evident that her disciple's background was indeed remarkable. Thinking of this, the Ice and Snow Emperor immediately asked Lin Yuwang, you are probably not from the Xiantian continent, are you? Master, technically I should be considered a person from the Xiantian continent. What do you mean by that? The Ice and Snow Emperor was puzzled. In her view, it was either yes or no. What was this supposed to mean? Master, I was born here, but both my father and mother are from the Xiantian continent. The Ice and Snow Emperor was confused by Lin Yuwang's explanation. Since both of Lin Yuwang's parents were from the Xiantian continent, she was surely from there as well. What did it matter that she was born here? However, the Ice and Snow Emperor quickly realized the key point. Lin Yuwang must have a reason for saying this. The only explanation was that this place was not the Xiantian continent. But how could that be possible? Just moments ago her disciple had used a single thought to arrive here. If this place wasn't the Xiantian continent, how could she have appeared here so suddenly? Even an emperor could not transport someone instantly to another continent. At least she did not possess such ability. Just as the Ice and Snow Emperor was questioning her life choices, Lin Yuwang spoke up. Master, perhaps you have already guessed, but this place is no longer the Xiantian continent. Is that really so? No matter how much she wanted to deny it, the facts were laid out before her, leaving no room for disbelief. Disciple, how did you manage to bring me to another continent so quickly? Wait, did you use an emperor-level supreme teleportation talisman? This was the only answer the Ice and Snow Emperor could conceive. Only an emperor-level supreme teleportation talisman could achieve cross-continental transportation. But to just hurry along the journey and use an emperor-level supreme teleportation talisman seemed a bit extravagant. Such talismans were not only difficult to create, but their materials were also exceptionally rare.
Even during her time she did not possess such a high-level talisman.
Talismans of this level were the last resort for an emperor meant for escaping. Seeing the Ice and Snow Emperor's guesses becoming more off-base, Lin Yuwang's smile grew wider.
Alright master, stop guessing. I'll just tell you directly. Otherwise you definitely won't be able to guess it.
Following that, Lin Yuwang began to explain the matters of the Divine Sky Realm, and the Ice and Snow Emperor's shock only increased. She never expected that such a small world still existed in this realm. If she had possessed such a treasure back in her day, the demon clans would have been nothing to worry about. With the Divine Sky Realm at her disposal, she could outlast the demon clans regardless of the cost.
Master, my father is already aware of your presence and is on his way here. But don't worry master, my father is a very kind person and will not make things difficult for you.
Upon hearing this, the Ice and Snow Emperor was initially startled but quickly calmed down. This world was controlled by her disciple's father. As the lord of this realm, her arrival would certainly not escape his notice.
Now she could only take it one step at a time. This was someone else's territory and she had no chance of escape.
Just as the Ice and Snow Emperor pondered how to get along with Lin Fan happened to arrive before them. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lin Yuwang immediately smiled and approached him, saying, "Father, it's been a long time.
I've missed you so much."
Lin Fan laughed and ruffled her hair, saying, "You little girl, you're all grown up yet still act like a child."
Haha, in my father's eyes I will always be a child.
Enough with the banter, quickly introduce me. Saying this, Lin Fan directed his gaze towards the remnant soul of the Ice and Snow Emperor. The Ice and Snow Emperor also looked at Lin Fan.
Seeing this, Lin Yuwang smiled and began to introduce, "Father, this is the Ice and Snow Emperor, my master."
"Master, this is my father Lin Fan, the lord of this world." "So it is the Ice and Snow Emperor."
"I've long admired your name."
Lin Fan feigned surprise.
"Lin Daoyo, you're too polite."
"I am merely a remnant soul now, not worth mentioning. With such means it will only be a matter of time before Lin Daoyu breaks through to become an emperor." The Ice and Snow Emperor had no doubt about Lin Fan's potential to break through to become an emperor. With such a treasure land, there was no pressure at all. Faced with Bingxue Dadi's praise, Lin Fan accepted it with pleasure. After a brief casual conversation, he brought up the matter at hand. "Dadi, how about staying here to recuperate from now on?"
Upon hearing this, Bingxue Dadi quickly grasped Lin Fan's intention. "Daoist Lin, if I refuse you would not let me leave, would you?" Before Lin Fan could answer, Bingxue Dadi continued, "I can understand why you would think so.
After all, such a treasure trove must never be revealed.
Otherwise even data-level powerhouses would swarm here once they learned of it."
"I'm glad the Dadi understands," Lin Fan said with an awkward smile. "I only wish to prevent the news from leaking.
But please rest assured I will not confine the Dadi here forever. As long as I earn your trust, you will be free to come and go here in the future." Bingxue Dadi glanced at Lin Fan and nodded slightly.
"Very well, recuperating here is far better than my previous place." Lin Fan was rather surprised by how cooperative Bingxue Dadi was. He had not expected a Dadi of such stature to possess so gentle a temperament.
Seeing Lin Fan's astonished expression, Bingxue Dadi smiled faintly. "What are you surprised by my answer?"
"I am indeed somewhat surprised," Lin Fan admitted honestly. "I thought it would take more persuasion. After all, you are a Dadi, how could you be so easily restrained?"
Hearing this, Bingxue Dadi waved a hand with a hint of sadness. "Daoist Lin, the title of Dadi belongs to the past.
Although in my current remnant soul state, by wielding the extreme Dao Imperial weapon in my hand, I can still unleash a Dadi strike," she continued, "but if I do so, I'm afraid my soul would be scattered and lost.
Thus such an action would be meaningless.
Besides, I can see that in this place my attacks would most likely have no effect on you. Otherwise you would not be so relaxed when facing me. So if I refuse to yield, it would be futile. I would still end up trapped by you here."
Although there were strong practitioners above the Saint King realm present, they did not wish to offend Lin Fan and his group, even if they could.
Actually, once Lin Yuwang had told her this place was Lin Yuwang's home, she had already anticipated such an outcome. Lin Yuwang's trust in her did not mean his family would trust her as well.
After listening to Bingxue Dadi's words, Lin Fan could not help but admire her shrewdness.
Since she had shown such tact, he naturally could not mistreat her. He happened to possess a 9-turn rebirth pill which would be fitting for Bingxue Dadi, though he certainly would not bestow it immediately. He would at least wait until the family divine tree had been imprinted. Then his clan could claim a true data-level powerhouse. Moreover, in life, Bingxue Dadi had possessed the 7th tier of the Dadi. Such might place her among high-tier Dadi. Among the entire Xuanhuang realm, she would count as a top-tier force. Lin Fan composed himself and turned his gaze back to Bingxue Dadi. "Dadi, since you trust me, so I will one day present you with a gift that will satisfy you. Then I shall await it with interest." Bingxue Dadi looked forward to Lin Fan's promised gift. "Rest assured you will not be disappointed." After saying this, Lin Fan beckoned to Lin Yuwang not far away. "Huang, I still have matters to handle. Take your master and look around inside thoroughly. If your master wishes to know anything you may tell her.
Father, rest assured I will take good care of master.
Very well, then I shall take my leave.
Lin Fan said, nodded once to Bingshuedadi and then vanished. After Lin Fan departed, Lin Yuhuang looked at Bingshuedadi with some embarrassment.
Master, I brought you here, will you blame me?
Bingshuedadi waved her hand. It's nothing.
Even if you had not brought me in today, you would have done so eventually, it was only a matter of time.
Bingshuedadi knew her own nature. As long as she stayed by Lin Yuhuang's side, she would sooner or later uncover Lin Yuhuang's secret.
After all, a living person vanishing so plainly could not go unnoticed. And the extreme Dao imperial weapon was carried by Lin Yuhuang, it would be impossible for him to hide that from her.
If Lin Yuhuang disappeared repeatedly, she would surely inquire into his circumstances.
Once Lin Yuhuang explained, she would inevitably follow inside. Seeing that Bingshuedadi was not angry, Lin Yuhuang breathed a sigh of relief.
Master, next I will take you to stroll through the Shenxiao realm.
I will also tell you everything carefully. Very well, I shall listen attentively. She still wished to learn more about Lin Fan.
Moreover, Lin Yuhuang had only given a brief introduction to this little world earlier. She wanted to inquire into its specifics.
Disciple, did you say that the time flow inside is 30 times that of the outside? Even lifespans are 30-fold.
Upon hearing this from Lin Yuhuang, Bingshuedadi was utterly stunned.
Had she possessed such a treasure before, she would have been confident in annihilating those demon clans?
After all, such a treasure land could nurture countless strong cultivators.
Supreme 30-fold is only the beginning. The crucial point is that this pocket world can be upgraded. The pocket world can be upgraded.
Bingshuedadi was even more shocked.
This little world was already extraordinarily powerful. The revelation that it could further upgrade felt almost unreal.
How much mightier would it become after an upgrade?
Master, this pocket world truly can be upgraded. I have witnessed it several times. Whenever my father's strength breaks through a major realm, this pocket world expands in response and the time flow accelerates. Hearing that the pocket world's upgrades synchronized with Lin Fan's cultivation, Bingshuedadi frowned, but soon a conjecture formed in her mind.
Disciple, it seems this world and your father are one.
Therefore I surmise your father must be the reincarnation of some great power.
A power whose strength far surpasses Adadi. Otherwise nothing could explain it. Hearing Bingshuedadi say this, Lin Yuhuang swelled with pride. Master, I did not expect you to think the same.
My mother and my aunts all believe my father is the reincarnation of an immortal.
An immortal?
At the utterance of that word, Bingshuedadi's mind brimmed with longing. As one who had reached the Dadi realm, she had naturally heard legends of immortals. Immortals were the lifelong aspiration of every Dadi. Regrettably, she had only heard of that realm and had never seen a being who truly attained it. The more the Ice and Snow Emperor learned, the more shocked she became. Lin Fan's mystery had surpassed her imagination. Just as her disciple had said, Lin Fan was indeed the reincarnation of an immortal.
Only an immortal's reincarnation could possess such abilities. Inside Lin Fan's palace, Mu Yunqi looked at Lin Fan in astonishment.
Husband, are you saying that Huang brought back a remnant soul of an emperor? She was genuinely shocked by this news. She never expected her daughter to have any connection with a remnant soul of an emperor.
Yunqi, there is indeed a remnant soul of an emperor by Huang's side. Moreover, Huang has already taken that remnant soul of an emperor as her master. She is the Ice and Snow Emperor from back then.
It is actually the Ice and Snow Emperor. Huang is truly fortunate. Mu Yunqi had naturally heard of the legends surrounding the Ice and Snow Emperor. After all, the Ice and Snow Emperor died for the Xiantian continent. This made the cultivators of the Xiantian continent hold her in great admiration. By the way, husband, do you have any way for the Ice and Snow Emperor to teach the children how to cultivate? If there is an emperor to guide them, I believe the children will avoid many detours in the future. Upon hearing Mu Yunxi's suggestion, Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Having the Ice and Snow Emperor teach his children to cultivate was indeed a good choice. Yunqi, you make a very valid point. I can't believe I hadn't thought of this. No, I have to reward you properly. Then what are you going to reward me with? Mu Yunqi blinked her eyes, asking curiously.
What do you want?
Lin Fan embraced Mu Yunqi, smiling as he asked. I don't lack anything else, so how about a child?
Sure, but that depends on luck.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly took Mu Yunqi and vanished from the spot.
In the residence of Si Linglong, Wan Xingxi came to visit again. I say, Linglong, can't you be a bit more proactive? You're really driving me crazy. If you don't take action soon, then he'll take the initiative.
You dare?
Si Linglong said angrily. What do I have to be afraid of? Who told you to keep dragging your feet here? All right, I'll act as soon as possible. Linglong will give you another half-month. If you still don't act in half a month, then don't blame me.
And don't blame me if I don't push you a bit, you'll keep dragging it out. After saying this, Wan Xingxi left directly.
Watching Wan Xingxi leave, Si Linglong shook her head in annoyance. But I really should take action. Thinking of this, Linglong began to feel excited.
5 days passed in the outside world while 5 months had gone by in the Divine Sky Realm. During this time the Ice and Snow Emperor had learned almost everything about the Lin family. At the same time she was also very clear that the future Lin family would definitely become a force that overshadowed the Divine Sky Realm. Mainly because the abilities of the Divine Sky Realm were too extraordinary. Disciple, take me to meet your father, I want to have a chat with him. Yes master, please follow me. Soon Lin Yuhuang brought the Ice and Snow Emperor to find Lin Fan. Lin Daoyou, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit. The Ice and Snow Emperor asked with a smile. Lin Fan quickly waved his hand, not at all. I wonder if the Emperor has any questions. Lin Daoyou, I don't have any specific matters, I just came to chat with you. I just don't know if it is convenient for you. Of course it's convenient, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Seeing that the two were already in conversation, Lin Yuhuang decided not to stay here any longer. Father master, you can chat slowly, you'll take my leave now. Go ahead. With Lin Yuhuang's departure only Lin Fan and the Ice and Snow Emperor remained. Then the Ice and Snow Emperor spoke first. Lin Daoyou, you just mentioned you had something to discuss with me, I wonder what it is. Seeing that the Ice and Snow Emperor had asked, Lin Fan got straight to the point. Emperor, you must know I have many children, I wonder if you could help guide them in their cultivation when you have time. Upon hearing this the Ice and Snow Emperor was taken aback. She thought it was something significant, but it turned out to be such a small matter. Lin Daoyou, I agree to this request. It just so happens that I'm quite bored staying there every day and can't cultivate, so it would be better to guide your children instead. Seeing the Ice and Snow Emperor agree without hesitation, Lin Fan was naturally very pleased. With an emperor as a teacher, his children would surely grow faster. Next the Ice and Snow Emperor asked some things that Lin Yuhuang did not know. By the way Lin Daoyou, I heard you are currently in the Xuanhuang continent. Upon hearing the Ice and Snow Emperor inquire about his location, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised but still nodded. Emperor, I am indeed in the Xuanhuang continent. That's good, that is also the main reason I came to find you. Emperor, is what you want to discuss related to the Xuanhuang continent? Yes, I had a good sister back then and she is from the Xuanhuang continent. Back then when the Xintian continent and the Xuanhuang continent were simultaneously invaded by the demon race, we could only fight separately. I just don't know what happened to her after that great war. But I can confirm that she also did not perish. Perhaps like me she only left a remnant soul, or she might have been sealed. I wonder if you could help me find her. As she said this the Ice and Snow Emperor displayed an expression of anticipation. Hearing that it was about finding someone, Lin Fan immediately became interested. Moreover, to be a sister with the Ice and Snow Emperor, the other party's strength was probably not inferior to the Ice and Snow Emperor. If he could find her he could earn a considerable fortune. Emperor, I can only say that I will do my best. As for whether I can find her, I cannot guarantee that. Lin Fan did not make his words too full, otherwise it would instead seem suspicious. The Ice and Snow Emperor also did not have high hopes for this. She had only come to see if Lin Fan could help her find someone after hearing that he was in the Xuanhuang continent. Lin Daoyou, just do your best for this matter, even if you can't find her it doesn't matter. Alright then, please share some information about her with me first. Her name is Fang Yueyou and she is referred to as the Yueyou Emperor. Like me, she is at the 7th level of the Emperor stage. Next the Ice and Snow Emperor provided some other information about Fang Yueyou. After explaining these matters the Ice and Snow Emperor took her leave. As for Lin Fan, he was filled with interest regarding this Fang Yueyou. However, he planned to consult Xiao Zian to understand the situation before proceeding. Then Lin Fan directly sent a message to Xiao Zian asking her to come over. After receiving Lin Fan's message, Xiao Zian returned to the Divine Sky Realm at the fastest speed. Husband, I wonder why you were in such a hurry to call for me. Is there something you need? Shenyan felt quite puzzled by Lin Fan's abrupt summons. Xuanhuang, have you heard of the Munyao Emperor? Hearing Lin Fan mention the Munyao Emperor, Shenyan was somewhat surprised. However, she quickly nodded. Of course I have heard of the Munyao Emperor. She is the model for all female cultivators in our Xuanhuang continent. However, as she spoke, a look of regret appeared on Xuanyan's face. It is a pity that the Munyao Emperor was all alone and did not leave behind any inherited powers. The ancient texts in our family only mention her fighting against the demon race and there are no further records after that. I just wonder whether she left the Xuanhuang continent or passed away. Hearing that there were no further messages, Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed. Shenyan noticed the disappointed expression on Lin Fan's face and couldn't help but feel surprised. Husband, what is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking about the Munyao Emperor? Xuanhuang, it is like this. Lin Fan then directly told Shenyan about the Ice Snow Emperor and what had transpired. Now I understand why you suddenly mentioned the Munyao Emperor. It turns out to be like this. However, finding the Munyao Emperor is quite difficult. Ever since the demon race retreated, the Munyao Emperor has simply vanished and there have been no records of her since. After Xianyan finished speaking, she displayed a look of helplessness.
Let's set aside the lack of records for now. Once my cultivation level is higher, I will try to deduce it again. Perhaps I might find a clue.
Currently his strength was only at the Holy Emperor level, and deducing the whereabouts of an emperor was simply impossible. He would at least have to wait until he broke through to the semi-emperor level to have a chance of calculating it. Previously in the Xuanhuang continent, the reason he was able to deduce the location of the heavenly punishment Thunder Emperor's secret realm was that the Emperor's secret realm had already manifested. Otherwise he would not have been able to deduce it. If he truly had such abilities now, he would have long since sought to deduce the inheritances left by those emperors. Husband, the Qi family will be here soon. To be safe, please help me enhance my strength a bit more.
After saying this, Xianyan looked at Lin Fan with a mischievous expression.
Since Xianyan has such a request, how could I refuse?
Next, I will assist you in breaking through.
Lin Fan could sense that Xianyan was close to breaking through to the third level of the Holy Emperor realm. Before the Qi family arrived, he had enough confidence to help Xianyan break through to the third level of the Holy Emperor realm. Sure enough, the day before the Qi family came, Xianyan successfully broke through to the third level of the Holy Emperor realm.
Husband, if my cultivation speed were to spread, I wonder how many people would be envious.
In just a few short years, I have advanced from the 9th level of the Holy King realm to the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm. Even the young emperors do not possess such capabilities.
This is all thanks to you, husband. After saying this, Xianyan tightly embraced Lin Fan. Xianyan felt very fortunate that she had gone to the Xiantian continent back then.
Otherwise she would never have had the chance to meet Lin Fan. Without Lin Fan, she could only obediently marry Qi Xuanzhou, as she had no confidence to resist.
All right, Xuanyan, don't think too much.
Those guys will be coming tomorrow, so you must perform well.
Don't worry, husband.
Watch how I will knock him down tomorrow.
Xianyan shook her fist in front of Lin Fan. My Xianyan naturally has that strength. Of course, just look at who I am. Xianyan said somewhat proudly.
However, she quickly slapped her forehead.
Husband, I almost forgot to tell you something.
My father instructed me to invite you to be a guest at my Xiao family tomorrow.
But we must not reveal our relationship. Instead, we should go as friends to observe the ceremony.
After Xianyan finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. She naturally hoped that Lin Fan would accompany her at such an occasion tomorrow.
All right, I will accompany you to your place tomorrow.
Since he had nothing else to do, if any unexpected situation arose, he could also help immediately.
Seeing that Lin Fan did not refuse, Xianyan was naturally very happy.
The next morning, Lin Fan flew alone towards the location of the Xiao family. As for Xuanhuang, she had naturally returned to the Xiao family in advance. Today she was the main character and needed to go back to prepare. When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family, he was immediately stopped by the guards. Halt, please show your invitation. Lin Fan was not angry, this was the normal procedure.
Without delay, Lin Fan took out the purple invitation that Xianyan had prepared for him.
Upon seeing the purple invitation, the guard's attitude immediately shifted and he became extremely respectful towards Lin Fan.
Esteemed guest, please come in.
Invitations are categorized by rank, and the purple invitation is undoubtedly the highest level. Only core members of royal families can possess such a level.
Such prominent figures are not ones they could afford to neglect.
They were merely servants of the Xiao family. Although they shared the surname Xiao, it was merely a given name. Compared to actual members of the Xiao family, they were nothing and naturally did not dare to offend esteemed guests of the Xiao family. Next, Lin Fan was led by a servant of the Xiao family into a grand hall. Inside the hall, many people were gathered together chatting. They were all guests invited by the Xiao family. As Lin Fan appeared, many eyes began to size him up. The main reason was that they had never seen Lin Fan before, and naturally they were filled with curiosity about his identity.
After all, everyone present was of considerable status.
They were either from imperial families or from imperial-level sects. Soon a man and a woman approached Lin Fan. In no time they stood before Lin Fan.
The man spoke first, asking, "This young gentleman seems unfamiliar.
May I ask how to address you?" Lin Fan smiled lightly at the two before asking, "Others, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first?"
How rude of us.
I am Tang Hao and this is my sister Tang Xinyue.
So you are from the imperial Tang family. Nice to meet you both. I am Lin Fan.
Xianyan had introduced all the top forces of the Xuanhuang continent to him. The Tang family is one of the top 10 shareholders of the Star River Trading Association.
Of course, there are many people with the surname Tang on this continent. But those that can appear here are undoubtedly from the imperial Tang family.
Others do not have that qualification. Upon hearing Lin Fan introduce himself, the siblings began to ponder which force Lin Fan came from. However, after thinking for a while, they were left with nothing. There are no imperial families with the surname Lin on the Xuanhuang continent, and even at the semi-emperor level families there are none with the surname Lin.
Moreover, among the younger generation of imperial-level forces there is no one named Lin Fan.
After pondering for a moment, Tang Hao could not help but ask Lin Fan, "Brother Lin, may I inquire which force you come from?" Seeing that the two had no ill intentions, Lin Fan did not mind chatting with them. "Brother Tang, to speak candidly, I am merely a loose cultivator and do not hail from any major power." However, Lin Fan's words caused disbelief to flash across the faces of the two.
Even Tang Xingyue could not help but interject, "You are Lin Fan, right? Are you sure you are really a loose cultivator? If you are a loose cultivator, how could you possibly be here?"
Naturally, they would not believe that Lin Fan had snuck in.
"This is the Xiao clan. Without an invitation one could not possibly come here. I assure you, I am indeed a loose cultivator. The reason I am here is that I am a friend of Ziyan. She invited me here."
Upon hearing Lin Fan claim to be a good friend of Xiao Ziyan, Tang Xingyue immediately displayed a look of skepticism.
"Lin Fan, are you certain you are a good friend of Sister Ziyan? How come I have never heard of you before?"
"You must know that Sister Ziyan and I are the closest of sisters, and I have met all her friends."
"But why have I never seen you before?" Faced with Tang Xinyu's doubts, Lin Fan did not become angry.
Since she claimed to be good sisters with Xiao Ziyan, it was only natural for her to have doubts.
"Miss Xingyue, you may not be aware, but I only met Ziyan a few years ago."
"You must know that Ziyan has been out training these past few years, and it was during her training that we became acquainted."
"I see." Tang Xingyue naturally knew about Xiao Ziyan's training journey. Moreover, since Lin Fan had said so, it likely wouldn't be a lie.
After all, there was no benefit in deceiving her.
Furthermore, Lin Fan's presence here was the best proof. "By the way, Lin Fan, since Sister Ziyan can be friends with you, you must have some remarkable qualities. Could you share them with us?"
Hearing his sister inquire into someone else's privacy, Tang Hao immediately reprimanded her.
"All right, sister, stop fooling around here."
Then he looked at Lin Fan with an apologetic expression.
"Brother Lin, I apologize.
My sister truly means no harm, please do not take it to heart. In this world, inquiring into others' privacy is a taboo.
If one encountered someone ill-tempered, they could have resorted to violence."
"No need to worry, Brother Tang. Miss Xingyue surely means no offense, I won't take it to heart." Seeing that Lin Fan did not pursue the matter, Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Tang Hao was not afraid of Lin Fan. Primarily, Lin Fan was a friend of Xiao Ziyan, so there was no need for him to offend the other party. Afterward, Tang Hao chatted with Lin Fan for a few more moments before pulling Tang Xingyue away.
Although Tang Xingyue was somewhat reluctant as she still had many questions to ask Lin Fan, she could only give in considering the occasion.
Watching the two siblings depart, Lin Fan mused, this brother and sister pair is quite interesting and their strength isn't bad. Tang Hao has reached the 8th level of the Holy King Realm while Tang Xingyue has reached the 6th level of the Holy King Realm. Most importantly, both of them possess divine bodies, indicating that their status in the Tang family is likely not low. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating this, Xiao Qian arrived with Xiao Ziyan and an elder from the Xiao family. As Xiao Ziyan entered, she immediately noticed Lin Fan and winked at him. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan revealed a faint smile. This girl in front of so many people dares to make such a gesture, not fearing that others might catch on.
However, Lin Fan's concern was unwarranted as no one present had noticed Xiao Ziyan's small action.
As they appeared, everyone present ceased their discussion, standing up and bowing to Xiao Qian. "Greetings, Master Xiao." Xiao Qian waved his hand directly, saying, "Everyone, no need for such formalities. I appreciate everyone coming to support my Xiao plan today."
Master Xiao was being overly courteous. Following that, Xiao Qian exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone before sitting down.
Not far away, Lin Fan observed Xiao Qian, discovering that the other's strength had actually reached the 9th level of the Holy Sovereign Realm. Indeed, as expected of the head of an imperial family possessing the strength of the 9th level of the Holy Sovereign Realm, and there is even a possibility of breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm within 500 years. Though 500 years may seem like a long time for someone at the Holy Sovereign Realm, it is merely the time taken to close off for a period. While Lin Fan was assessing Xiao Qian did not forget to transmit a message to Xiao Ziyan.
"Ziyan, has that imperial heir arrived yet?" "Father, he has already arrived right over there." With Xiao Ziyan's guidance, Xiao Qian's gaze immediately locked onto Lin Fan. "Is that him? Truly a remarkable talent, no wonder he was chosen by the Emperor." Although he only glanced at Lin Fan from a distance, Xiao Qian felt quite satisfied. Lin Fan sensed someone observing him and immediately looked over. This resulted in a direct lock of gazes with Xiao Qian. Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Xiao Qian was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Lin Fan's alertness to be so high. He had heard from Xiao Ziyan that Lin Fan's strength was merely at the Holy Emperor realm, yet he could perceive his attention. This was rather astonishing. Then he smiled and nodded at Lin Fan as a form of greeting. With so many people present, it was not appropriate for him to chat casually with Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan likewise smiled and nodded in response. However, at that moment, an elder sitting behind Xiao Qian could not help but complain. "What's going on? Why hasn't anyone from the Qi family arrived yet?
Is their tardiness a sign of disrespect towards our Xiao family? Although Xiao Qian felt equally displeased upon hearing these words, he immediately shot a glare at the speaker.
Fifth elder, shut your mouth.
Seeing Xiao Qian speak up, the man dared not continue. Xiao Qian was the one who had gained the position of the clan head through strength, and the elders respected him. Just then a voice came from outside the door. The Qi family has arrived.
Upon hearing this voice, the hall instantly fell silent. Not long after, a group from the Qi family entered through the door. The leader was none other than the head of the Qi family. Following this, the Qi family head approached Xiao Qian with a beaming smile.
Upon reaching Xiao Qian, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Xiao, please forgive us, we were delayed on the way, which caused us to take some time.
No worries. Xiao Qian waved his hand, speaking generously.
After all, they were about to tear off their masks, so he couldn't be bothered to fuss over it. The Qi family head, aware that Xiao Qian was upset, subtly gestured to his son Qi Xianzhou.
Qi Xianzhou noticed the look in his father's eyes and immediately understood.
He hurriedly approached Xiao Qian and respectfully bowed, saying, Xianzhou greets you, uncle. Xiao Qian glanced at Qi Xuanhuang, forcing a smile on his face. There is no need for such formalities, my dear nephew. By the way, nephew, I heard you've broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, which is truly commendable. At such a young age, being at the Saint Emperor realm makes you stand out across the entire Xuanhuang continent.
Oh no, uncle, you're overpraising me.
The Qi family head, hearing Xiao Qian praise his son, also beamed with joy. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. My son simply took advantage of a lucky breakthrough. It is nothing remarkable. Furthermore, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Xuanhuang continent. Xianzhou still has a long way to go to be considered exceptional. Although the Qi family head said this, the pride on his face was unmistakable. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Zian. Brother Xiao, I observe that Zian is not far from breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. She and my son Xianzhou are indeed a match made in heaven. When the two of them become husband and wife, it will surely be a beautiful tale.
Upon realizing they had entered the main topic, Qi Xianzhou quickly chimed in. Uncle, now that I have broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, it is time for me to marry Sister Zian. We have come here today to discuss the wedding date between me and Sister Zian. What do you think, uncle? Haha, this is indeed good news.
I also wish for you and Zian to marry soon so that I can hold my grandchild earlier.
Upon hearing this, Qi Xianzhou was overjoyed.
The Qi family head, seeing his reaction, laughed heartily. Brother Xiao, do you agree? Brother Qi, I naturally have no objections to this marriage.
However, I must consult Zian's opinion first.
You all know that I have always doted on Zian. I would never force her to do something she does not want. The father and son, initially excited, felt a sudden weight in their hearts upon hearing this. All along, Xiao Zian had not been fond of Qi Xianzhou. To get her to agree to marry him was akin to chasing a dream. The Qi family had frowned, not expecting Xiao Qian to play this card.
Logically, Xiao Qian should not obstruct the union between their families.
After all, this marriage concerned the distribution of benefits for the Star River Chamber of Commerce.
Only by joining forces could they maximize their benefits. What is that old fox thinking? Does he not want to unite with my Qi family?
The guests present were also somewhat puzzled. To them, the union between the Xiao family and the Qi family was a foregone conclusion, yet they did not expect such a turn of events.
Everyone present knew that Xiao Zian had little interest in Qi Xianzhou.
Leaving the decision to Xiao Zian clearly indicated that she was intentionally making things difficult for Qi Xianzhou.
Ultimately, all eyes were on the Qi father and son.
They wanted to see how the Qi father and son would respond to the situation. At that moment, the Qi family head felt quite displeased, yet he maintained a smile on his face. He first glanced at the silent Xiao Zian, then turned to Xiao Qian. Brother Xiao, as the saying goes, marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can we let the children decide for themselves?
As long as you give the order personally, I believe Zian would not dare to disobey, right?
After saying this, the Qi family head surveyed Xiao Zian once more. However, he found that Xiao Zian's face remained expressionless. I said this, and the girl still appears so calm. It seems she feels quite secure.
It seems that old fox Xiao Qian is also unwilling to marry his daughter into my Qi family. What unexpected change has occurred here? At this moment, the Qi family head was utterly perplexed. He did not believe that Xiao Qian would sacrifice his family's interests for his daughter's happiness.
Xiao Qian was unaware of the Qi family head's thoughts, but since he had said so, he naturally needed to respond. Brother Qi, my daughter has been spoiled and pampered since childhood. She is used to being willful. If she is unwilling, forcing her to marry into your Qi family would likely lead to unrest in your household. I also do not wish for your Qi family to be unable to bear it and then return her. If it comes to that, it would not be good for either of our families, and it would also affect the relationship between us. I also do not wish for your Qi family to be unable to bear it and then return her. If it comes to that, it would not be good for either of our families, and it would also affect the relationship between us. But they could not say such things in front of Xiao Qian. If they did, they would surely be kicked out by him. Xiao Qian did not care what the two thought. He simply felt very pleased in his heart. Then he smiled at the visibly unhappy Qi Xianzhou and asked Xuanzhou, dear nephew, judging by your expression, do you lack confidence in making Xian marry you?
A real man should not lack confidence in such matters. This affair actually relies on you, after all you are the one marrying the bride. As elders we can only play a role in facilitating the marriage. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's words, Qi Xianzhou felt somewhat at a loss. Every time they met, Xiao Zian had ignored him. He truly did not have the confidence to make Xiao Zian agree to marry him. The Qi family head, not wanting to see his son fail, immediately said, Xuanzhou, your uncle is right, you must have confidence in yourself. Zian is here, why not personally ask her opinion?
Seeing that his father had said so, Qi Xianzhou no longer hesitated. After all, he had a marriage contract with Xiao Zian. As long as he did not agree to annul it, she would ultimately have to marry him. It would only delay matters for a while. Thinking this, Qi Xianzhou took a deep breath and then looked at Xiao Zian, who was not far away. Sister Zian, would you be willing to marry me? Seeing Qi Xianzhou ask, Xiao Zian no longer remained silent. She stood up from her chair and said flatly, Qi Xuanzhou, I, Xiao Zian, will only marry a man stronger than me. If your strength is greater than mine, then what is there to prevent me from marrying you? I remember that in the marriage contract it states that as long as my strength exceeds yours, I can unilaterally annul the contract. Upon hearing Xiao Zian's words, Qi Xianzhou burst into laughter. He initially thought that Xiao Zian did not want to marry him, but to his surprise she seemed to have him in mind. Xiao Zian knew he had broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, yet still dared to present such conditions. This indicated that she was actually willing to marry him. She just could not lower her pride and was looking for a way to save face. After all, he was a proper Saint Emperor, he should not be unable to defeat a mere Saint King. With these thoughts, Qi Xianzhou immediately felt confident. Little sister Zian, I shall do as you say. If you can defeat me in the upcoming trial, I will withdraw from our engagement, without further entanglement. Qi Xianzhou spoke these words with unshakable confidence. Yet a faint knowing curve lifted Xiao Zian's lips. She had waited all day for precisely this declaration. With so many witnesses present, Qi Xianzhou would never dare renege upon his loss. And should he fall, no one could ever accuse the Xiao clan of impropriety. Even Clan Lord Qi, upon hearing Xiao Zian's condition, burst into hearty laughter. Brother Xiao, shall we proceed exactly as your niece Zian has proposed? Naturally, I have always said whatever Zian chooses to do, I stand behind her without reservation. Excellent. Then Brother Xiao, pray lead us to the martial training ground. To Clan Lord Qi, Xiao Zian's proposal seemed a deliberate act of benevolence to elevate Qi Xuanzhou's prestige among his peers. What a thoughtful young lady. She hasn't even entered our household yet, already she thinks only of Xianzhou. We must ensure Xianzhou treats her well when the time comes. Xiao Qian, observing the father-and-son pair's beaming smiles, instantly discerned their misapprehension. Sigh, two hopelessly self-deluded fools. After all, who but a sovereign emperor's chosen successor aids Zian? Pray do not lose too disgracefully. Without further hesitation, Xiao Qian ushered the assembled guests toward the martial training ground. Yet the senior elders trailing behind him hesitated, mouths half open, words unspoken. In their eyes, Xiao Zian stood merely at the 9th rank of the Saint King realm, hardly worthy of challenging Qi Xianzhou. Should she suffer a humiliating defeat, it would stain the Xiao clan's honor irreparably. Noticing their troubled expressions, Xiao Qian turned to the grand elder beside him. Do you have something to ask? Clan Lord, why indulge Zian's folly? Recall, Qi Xianzhou has already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, whereas Zian remains anchored at the 9th rank of the Saint King realm. How then could she possibly prevail against him? Surely you would not sacrifice our clan's dignity merely to glorify your future son-in-law. Though Xiao Qian bore the title of Clan Lord, should he jeopardize the clan's interests, the elders would not remain silent. Should his judgment prove truly reckless, they would not hesitate to summon the clan's quasi-emperor ancestor. Before Xiao Qian could reply, Xiao Zian stepped forward. Elders, your understanding is mistaken. I shall never wed Qi Xianzhou, not now, not ever. Nor would I ever tarnish the Xiao clan's honor to exalt that man. As for why I have made this choice, you shall understand soon enough. With that she fell silent. The elders exchanged bewildered glances. After a pause, one elder finally broke the silence. Grand Elder, I know Zian's character, she would never compromise our clan's dignity for Qi Xuanhuang's sake. Indeed, I too cannot imagine her doing such a thing. One by one the elders voiced their unwavering faith. All placed their trust in Xiao Zian. Seeing such unity, the Grand Elder relented. Very well, since this path is set, we must walk it. Yet deep within, doubt lingered. Zian stood only at the 9th rank of the Saint King realm, how then could she possibly triumph over Qi Xianzhou? Nearby the Tang siblings whispered amongst themselves. Brother, why does Zian's sister act thus? Could it truly be to elevate Qi Xuanzhou's renown? Tang Hao shook his head firmly. Xinyue, if you truly know Xiao Zian, could she ever do such a thing? Impossible. Tang Xinyue declared without hesitation. Zian's sister has told me more than once, Qi Xianzhou is the person she loathes most. How then could she sacrifice herself to glorify him now? Precisely so, I too refuse to believe Xian would ever do this.
Tang Hao nodded. She knew if Xian's sister seeks no glory for him, then why challenge him at all?
Her strength stands at the 9th rank of the Saint King realm, facing Qi Xianzhou is like striking stone with an egg. Victory is utterly unthinkable. It was precisely this impossibility that left Tang Xinyue confounded.
Xinyue, if your reasoning holds, then only one possibility remains.
What possibility? She asked, intrigued.
That Xiao Xian has already ascended to the Saint Emperor realm. At these words, Tang Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief.
She shook her head vigorously. How could that be?
Xian's sister attained the 9th rank of the Saint King realm barely 10 years ago.
Given her innate talent, attaining the Saint Emperor realm would demand at least a century of cultivation and refinement.
Though Tang Hao himself found the notion improbable, it remained the sole explanation capable of illuminating Xiao Xian's enigmatic conduct.
By the way, Xinyue, do you recall that Lin Fan just now? Of course, I wonder why you mention him suddenly. Tang Xinyue gazed at her brother, puzzled.
Something about Lin Fan feels extraordinary. Perhaps Xian's transformation stems from him. Surely not. Tang Xinyue frowned.
She sensed Lin Fan was unusual, but certainly not capable of accelerating Xian's breakthrough by a century. If he possessed such power, it would be nothing short of terrifying.
Enough, Xinyue, these are mere speculations, unconfirmed and uncertain.
Still, we ought to seek opportunities to engage with Lin Fan closely.
Agreed.
Since he is Xian's sister's friend, he is naturally my friend too, and deserving of deeper acquaintance.
Moreover, I sincerely hope Xian's sister has indeed ascended to the Saint Emperor realm as you suggest.
And crushes that detestable Qi Xianzhou. Only then may she finally free herself from his relentless pursuit.
Like Xian, Tang Xinyue held no fondness for Qi Xianzhou.
Soon under Xiao Qian's guidance, the procession arrived at the Xiao clan's martial training ground.
Once all guests had taken their seats, Xiao Qian ascended the elevated dais. Esteemed guests who have journeyed far to grace us today.
This gathering was originally intended to finalize the wedding date between my daughter Xian and Xianzhou.
Yet surely you have all heard Xian's recent declaration. Henceforth Xian shall face Xianzhou in combat. Should she emerge victorious, the engagement shall be dissolved. Thus I humbly request your presence as solemn witnesses. Xiao Qian's proclamation ignited cheers across the arena.
Many factions present had long opposed the union of the Xiao and Qi clans.
The alliance of two imperial clans posed an overwhelming threat to their influence. Should this marriage collapse, the bond between the two clans would inevitably fray. For them it was undeniably welcome news.
Upon hearing these words, the head of the Qi family narrowed his eyes slightly.
He suddenly felt that something was amiss. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Logically speaking, the Xiao family would never tarnish their own reputation to elevate his son. Even if Xiao Qian personally harbored such thoughts, the other elders of the Xiao family would never agree. Thinking of this, he immediately cautioned Xuanhuang, saying, "Xuanzhou, be careful later, do not be careless." Father, why is that? Isn't Ziyan supposed to help me gain fame? Qi Xianzhou asked in confusion.
It's hard to say. The Xiao family's actions today seem a bit off. In any case, caution is never a mistake.
All right.
Though Qi Xianzhou agreed verbally, he was dismissive in his heart. Even if the Xiao family had a scheme with his strength, he was more than capable of dealing with Xiao Xian. With this in mind, Shi Zuance's gaze returned to Xiao Qian, who was boasting on the high platform. Xiao Qian felt the time was right and did not intend to waste more words. Everyone, I have said what needed to be said. Now I will hand the stage over to my daughter in Xianzhou. Though injuries are unavoidable in a contest, I still hope you will show restraint. After speaking, Xiao Qian returned to his seat. Qi Xianzhou seemed unable to wait any longer. As soon as he saw Xiao Qian leave, he swiftly flew onto the stage. Seeing this, Xiao Xian also stood up. Xian, just teach him a lesson and vent your anger, but do not go all out. He knew his daughter harbored deep resentment towards Qi Xianzhou. Previously she had simply lacked the strength. Now her power had indeed surpassed that of Qi Xianzhou. Xiao Qian was genuinely afraid that Xiao Xian would strike too hard and directly kill Qi Xianzhou. If Qi Xianzhou were to be killed, the feud between the Xiao and Qi families would be irreparable.
Father, you can rest assured I am not that reckless. With your word I feel reassured.
The members of the Xiao family, hearing the exchange between father and daughter, could hardly believe their ears.
What does going all out even mean?
A saint king going all out is meaningless before a saint emperor.
Xiao Xian didn't care how they thought. She stepped forward and appeared on the stage. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, Qi Xianzhou immediately showed a hint of a smile. Sister Xian, I truly did not expect you to do this for me to gain fame.
Since you have done so much for me, once you marry me I will treat you well. Upon hearing Qi Zuance's words, Xiao Xian looked at him with a gaze of disdain. Qi Xuanzhou, you must be a bit full of yourself. The reason I am doing this is merely to dissolve our engagement.
Enough with the nonsense, just make your move.
After saying this, Xiao Xian produced a top-grade holy weapon, long sword, in her hand. At the same time, a golden flame enveloping an area of 10,000 miles appeared above Xiao Ziyan's head. This was one of the domains Xiao Ziyan had condensed, the flame domain. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuanhuang, who had previously been brimming with confidence, instantly grew serious. He could feel that the intensity of this flame domain had reached 70%. However, his own domain level had only reached 60%. Generally, once a domain reaches 60%, one can choose to advance to the Saint Emperor realm.
And possessing a 70% flame domain, Xiao Ziyan had undoubtedly broken through to the Saint Emperor realm.
Of course, there were some prodigies who could condense a 70% domain in the Saint King realm and then choose to break through. Yet in Xuanhuang's view, Xiao Ziyan's talent could not possibly reach such a level. Therefore, he was certain that Xiao Ziyan had already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. Outside the stage, Xuanhuang's father witnessed this and his expression instantly turned extremely grim. Previously, he thought Xiao Ziyan's decision to compete was to help his son gain fame. But now it was clear that Xiao Ziyan wanted to step on his son to rise to prominence. From the domain released by Xiao Ziyan, he understood that his son's chances of victory were exceedingly slim. For a moment, the head of the Qi family was filled with rage but did not know how to express it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Qian beside him.
Brother, Xiao Ziyan's concealment is truly profound. She has actually broken through to the Saint Emperor realm and her flame domain has even reached 70%.
Brother Qi, what you say is rather misplaced. Isn't your nephew also at the Saint Emperor realm? Xiao Qian replied with a smile. Poof. Seeing the smug expression on Xiao Qian's face, the head of the Qi family snorted coldly and ceased to speak. His son had already stepped onto the stage and further words would be futile. He now only hoped that his son would not lose too badly, otherwise his son would become the laughingstock of the world. With these thoughts, the head of the Qi family began to resent Xiao Qian. He now realized that the Xiao family had intentionally used this opportunity to let Xiao Ziyan step on his son to gain fame.
From today onward, Xiao Ziyan's name would spread throughout the Xuanhuang continent.
At that time, whenever the outside world mentioned Xiao Ziyan, they would likely pull his son out for mockery. Xiao Qian, you wait for me, I will remember this grudge and one day I will repay it. Meanwhile, others began to discuss amongst themselves. They were all shocked by the strength Xiao Ziyan had demonstrated. Brother, it really is as you guessed. Sister Ziyan has truly broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, Tang Xingyue said excitedly. But Sister Ziyan is really something. She broke through to the Saint Emperor realm and didn't even inform me. Looking at his sister, who was so full of surprises, Tang Hao felt a bit helpless. Of course, he was also very shocked that Xiao Ziyan had actually broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. He had only guessed before and did not have complete confidence. Yet now the strength Xiao Ziyan displayed was even more formidable than he had imagined. How did Xiao Ziyan manage to do this? Could it be related to Lin Fan? Thinking of Lin Fan, Tang Hao immediately looked towards Lin Fan's location. When he saw Lin Fan watching the stage with a relaxed expression, he understood that Lin Fan must have known about Xiao Ziyan's strength beforehand. Perhaps Xiao Ziyan's breakthrough really is related to him. What is Lin Fan's identity to possess such capabilities? Tang Xingyue, observing Tang Hao's alternating expressions of contemplation and frowning, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Brother, what are you thinking about? It's nothing, let's continue watching the stage match. Qi Xianzhou is about to make his move. Hearing Tang Hao say this, Tang Xingyue no longer pressed for answers and directed her attention back to the stage. At this moment, Qi Xianzhou was in a situation where he could not retreat. He absolutely could not back down in this battle. Xiao Ziyan, it was unexpected for you to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. What surprised me even more is that you have actually condensed the flame domain to 70%. But defeating me will not be so easy. I will give it my all from here on. With that, Qi Xianzhou no longer hesitated. Immediately a hammer-shaped supreme holy weapon appeared in his hand. At the same time, his aura suddenly began to rise. In just a brief moment, a terrifying might emanated from Qi Xianzhou. A yellowish Tao rhythm rapidly spread in all directions above his head. This yellowish Tao rhythm was the earth domain condensed by Qi Xianzhou. Naturally, Xiao Ziyan was not unfamiliar with Qi Xuanhuang's domain. The earth domain was not weak. If one were caught within, they would feel the gravity multiply. Although the earth domain's gravitational enhancement was not as formidable as that of a true gravity domain, it should not be underestimated. If one's strength was inadequate, they would be crushed by the gravity. If Qi Xianzhou could condense a gravity domain and fuse the two, the power would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Qi Xianzhou had not condensed a gravity domain. Of course, even if he did, Xiao Ziyan would not be afraid. The cultivation method she was currently practicing was the Imperial Void Classic transmitted by Lin Fan. With the powerful effects of the Imperial Void Classic, the Yuan force she had condensed within was enough to rival that of a 9th-layer Saint Emperor. The might of a high-level cultivation method was perfectly displayed here. Not to mention the Xuanhuang continent, even the entire Divine Wasteland could not find a cultivation method comparable to the Imperial Void Classic. Qi Xianzhou saw Xiao Ziyan standing there with an air of nonchalance waiting for him to strike. This instantly made him feel humiliated. He never imagined that one day he would be looked down upon by Xiaozian. It was known that his previous strength had always been above hers. Thinking of this, Qi Zuance's anger surged. "Kill for me," he roared as a towering mountain formed from the earth domain was hurled directly at Xiaozian. Interesting, facing someone of the same level it's indeed difficult to take it hidden. But such small tricks are nothing to me, watch me break it with a single sword strike. Saying this, Xiaozian swung her sword towards the towering mountain. "Break for me." In an instant a massive phantom sword struck down towards the mountain. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the mountain was instantly shattered into pieces by the giant sword. How is this possible? How can your strength be so strong? Just moments ago, in an attempt to catch Xiaozian off guard, he had used 80% of his strength. Yet such an attack was effortlessly resolved by her. This clearly demonstrated just how terrifying Xiaozian's strength was. Yet Qi Xianzhou found it truly hard to accept such a result. Those outside the arena were also shocked by the strength Xiaozian displayed. The disciples of the Xiao family were all cheering for Xiaozian. The elders, upon seeing this, burst into hearty laughter. Even many representatives of other forces congratulated Xiao Qian, disregarding the gloomy expression of the Qi family head. "Xiao family head, you are truly fortunate to have such an amazing daughter, it makes us all envious." "Haha, thank you for the compliments." At this moment Xiao Qian was beaming with joy, forming a stark contrast with the Qi family head sitting next to him. On the other side, Tang Xinyue was so excited she was dancing with joy. "Sister Zian is so strong, Qi Xianzhou is simply no match." "Alright Xinyue, there are so many people here, you should tone it down a bit. Besides, the Qi family head is right there, you don't want him to hold a grudge against you, do you? If Qi Xianzhou and Xiaozian's marriage proposal fails, it would be troublesome if they come looking for you later." Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xinyue's expression turned pale. If the Qi family truly came to propose marriage, her family would definitely agree. This was because the Qi family's power was significantly stronger than the Tang family's. By marrying into the Qi family, the Tang family would gain immense benefits. For the benefit of the family, the old geezers within the clan would not care whether she was willing or not. And she, lacking the strength of someone like Xiaozian, naturally could not resist. "No way, I would rather die than agree to contact him. At worst, I'll have Sister Zian help me." Tang Xinyue thought quietly to herself. Noticing his sister's pale face, Tang Hao realized his earlier words had frightened her. To ease her mind, he gently patted Tang Xinyue's shoulder. "Alright Xinyue, don't be scared, I was just saying hypothetically, not for real. Today Qi Xianzhou lost such face that it would be impossible to seek a marriage proposal in the short term." "Sure, you just know how to scare me. Wait until we get back, I will definitely tell father, and then let's see how he deals with you." If it weren't for the current situation, she would definitely let Tang Hao know the consequences of bullying her. "Xinyue, you are wronging me. What I said just now isn't impossible either." Hearing this, Tang Xinyue's heart tightened. In fact, she also knew that such things could indeed happen. This was the helplessness of disciples from such large families. Once they enjoyed the benefits brought by the family, they had to pay the price. She had a close cousin who was arranged to marry by the family. However, ever since the marriage arrangement, she had not seen her cousin smile again. This kind of life was not what she wanted. Seeing his sister lapse into silence again, Tang Hao scratched his head. But soon he thought of an idea. "Xinyue, there are actually ways to avoid such things." Hearing that it could be avoided, Tang Xinyue immediately perked up. "Brother, tell me quickly, how can we avoid it?" "It's simple, as long as you find someone you like to marry early, you won't have to worry about marriage proposals." What kind of ridiculous idea is that?" Tang Xinyue said with annoyance. Although she said this, she was indeed pondering the reliability of this matter. Perhaps she could really find someone to marry early. Although this approach was a bit rash, it was better than marrying someone she didn't like. Tang Hao was unaware of Tang Xinyue's thoughts. However, seeing that Tang Xinyue had stopped talking, he turned his gaze back to the arena. On the stage, after Qi Xianzhou took a pill, his strength returned to its peak state. Xiaozian did not take advantage of the moment he was taking the pill to strike. After all, this was not a life-and-death battle, so it did not need to be so ruthless. Moreover, she wanted Qi Xianzhou to lose with a clear conscience, lest this fellow come to pester her again in the future. "Xiaozian, I will give it my all next. If you can easily resolve it, I will admit defeat. As long as I lose, our marriage contract will be nullified." He still had some pride. If he truly lost, he would have no face to bring up the marriage contract again. "Qi Xuanzhou, I hope you keep your word. Rest assured, I am not someone who breaks their word." "Alright, then you can make your move." With the words spoken, Qi Xianzhou no longer hesitated. "Go for it," he bellowed, swinging the large hammer in his hand. In an instant, the earth domain above Qi Xianzhou stirred, shooting towards Xiaozian at an incredible speed. Seeing Qi Zuance's actions, Xiaozian's heart tightened. Is this guy really going to compete with me in domains? He's truly going all in. I didn't want to hurt you, but since you chose this path, don't blame me for what happens next.
Competing in domains is no joke. If a domain is destroyed, the one controlling it will suffer severe backlash.
In extreme cases, it could lead to death or a significant drop in cultivation.
Therefore, in most cases, cultivators would not compete in domains unless it was a life-and-death battle. Yet Qi Xianzhou dared to do so, and Xiao Zian naturally wouldn't sit idly by.
In the next moment, she wielded her longsword controlling the fire domain to meet his. Outside the arena, the head of the Qi family was instantly pale with shock.
He could never have imagined his son to be so foolish. To actually attempt to compete in domains with Xiao Zian.
His son's earth domain was only at 60%. How could it possibly match Xiao Zian's 70% fire domain? If his son were to suffer severe injuries as a result, advancing further would be nearly impossible. Thinking this, he hurriedly shouted to Xiao Qian beside him. Brother Xiao quickly opened the arena barrier and stopped them.
Ill-conceived for Xianzhou.
At this moment, the head of the Qi family no longer cared about losing face. His son's future was more important than any embarrassment.
With his son's talent, he was absolutely destined to become a quasi-emperor powerhouse in the future.
It would be too costly if this incident cut off his path.
Brother Qi, it's already too late.
Xiao Qian also did not expect that the two would directly compete in domains. At this moment, it was too late to stop them. As Xiao Zian's fire domain collided with Qi Xuanhuang's earth domain, the head of the Qi family realized there was no way to turn back. If he forced his way in, both Xiao Zian and his son Qi Xianzhou would suffer severe injuries. Xiao Qian would never allow him to do that.
At this moment, he could only pray silently that his son's domain could withstand Xiao Zian's assault.
The clash of the two domains was enough to be described as devastating. Inside the arena space, chaos reigned. Fortunately, the barrier of this arena space was set up by the Xiao family's quasi-emperor. If it had been arranged by a saint emperor, this arena space would have likely ceased to exist. Moments later, Qi Xianzhou found himself at a disadvantage.
His earth domain was already engulfed in raging flames. Even with dirt alone, it could not withstand the burning of Xiao Zian's fire domain.
Soon the interior of Qi Xuanhuang's earth domain turned pitch black. Not only that, but cracks began to appear within it as well. It was likely that before long his earth domain would be completely shattered. At this moment, Qi Xuanhuang's face was also as pale as a ghost. Clearly he could not hold on much longer. Outside the arena, the head of the Qi family shouted at Xiao Zian, "Zian, quickly retract your domain.
Xianzhou can't hold on."
Although separated by the barrier, it was not soundproof, and Xiao Zian naturally heard what the head of the Qi family said.
However, hearing was one thing, she would not foolishly comply.
If she forcibly retracted her domain at this moment, it would be her who would suffer.
To end this battle prematurely, Qi Xianzhou would have to retract his domain at the cost of backlash.
Otherwise, she could only burn Qi Xuanhuang's domain to ashes. But doing so would only worsen Qi Xuanhuang's injuries. So the weight of choices was left to Qi Xianzhou to decide. Xiao Qian also did not expect the head of the Qi family to be so shameless. At this point, he still wanted to calculate against his daughter. He immediately shot a cold glare at the head of the Qi family. "Brother Qi, your words are somewhat unreasonable.
The one at a disadvantage is your son.
If anyone should retract, it should be your son. That way the price paid would be smaller. Otherwise, just wait for your son's domain to be completely destroyed." Having said that, Xiao Qian no longer looked at him. After today, although his relationship with this guy would not reach the point of being mortal enemies, it would certainly not improve. Thus he saw no need to offer this guy any favorable treatment. Others watching the head of the Qi family also began to point fingers at him. After all, it was his son who was in danger now. This guy actually wanted Xiao Zian to save his son at the cost of her own injuries. It was simply wishful thinking. No one in their right mind would do such a foolish thing. Listening to the discussions around him, the head of the Qi family grew increasingly dark in his expression. However, he knew he was in the wrong, so he could not refute these people.
He only silently remembered them in his heart. He would surely take the opportunity to strike back in the future.
Left with no choice, he could only shout loudly at his son, "Xuanzhou, quickly retract your domain and stop being stubborn. Otherwise you will fall from the Saint Emperor realm and may never break through to the Saint Emperor realm again." In the arena space, Qi Xianzhou heard his father's words and immediately gritted his teeth. He never expected to be completely defeated under the gaze of so many.
Seeing Qi Xianzhou still holding on, Xiao Zian frowned.
"Qi Xuanzhou, you heard what your father said. Why don't you quickly retract your domain?
If you wait any longer, it will be too late.
Although doing so will bring backlash, it's better than having your domain shattered."
"Fine, you've won. I will retract my domain right now." Moments later, Qi Xianzhou forcefully retracted his domain. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire aura became weak.
Clearly the backlash from forcibly retracting the domain had severely injured him.
As Qi Xuanhuang's domain vanished, Xiao Zian easily retracted her own domain.
After completing all of this, Xiao Zian looked at the pale-faced Qi Xianzhou and shook her head slightly. Given the relationship between the Xiao and Qi families, she hadn't intended to severely injure Qi Xianzhou. But all of this was self-inflicted by Qi Xuanzhou, so she could not be blamed. Qi Xuanzhou, from now on our engagement is hereby annulled. Qi Xianzhou remained silent, eyes closed, but he tacitly accepted this matter. Seeing this, Xiao Zian said no more and directly turned to leave the arena. As the barrier of the arena was opened, the head of the Qi family appeared at Qi Zuan's side without delay, starting to check his injury. After confirming that Qi Xianzhou had not suffered any damage to his foundation, he finally sighed in relief. In the end, he took Qi Xianzhou away from the arena. The head of the Qi family glanced at Xiao Zian, who was being flattered by the crowd with a face as dark as thunder. Originally, today was meant to be a day of praise for his son, but the reality was quite the opposite. Xiao Qian noticed the expression of the head of the Qi family and felt a secret thrill in his heart. However, he quickly approached the head of the Qi family with an apologetic look, saying, "Brother Qi, is your esteemed nephew all right?" "He's fine, he's not dead," the head of the Qi family replied coldly. "Alas, it's all Zian's fault for being too impulsive. If she had avoided the limelight just now, this situation wouldn't have occurred." As he spoke, Xiao Qian took out a jade vial containing pills. "Brother Qi, this vial contains a high-grade saint-level life pill which has powerful healing effects. I kindly ask Brother Qi to accept this pill as an apology for Zian's actions." The head of the Qi family did not accept the pill offered by Xiao Qian. The Qi family was prosperous enough not to lack a healing pill. If he were to accept Xiao Qian's pill, he would be ridiculed by the world for not being able to bear the loss. Xiao Qian appeared to be concerned for his son, but he harbored malicious intent. Although he recognized Xiao Qian's motives, he did not get angry and simply waved his hand at Xiao Qian dismissively. "Brother Xiao, the pill is unnecessary. Injuries are inevitable in such competitions. Xianzhou faced this calamity due to his lack of skill, and it has nothing to do with my niece Zian. By the way, since my niece Zian won this competition, the engagement between her and my son Xianzhou will be nullified. After all, that was part of the original agreement, so it is not a breach of contract. It's just that my son Xianzhou lacks the fortune." Upon hearing these words from the head of the Qi family, Xiao Qian feigned regret. "Brother Qi, this matter is simply due to their lack of fate. In fact, I have high hopes for nephew Xianzhou. It's a pity that Zian has been spoiled by me, and I deeply apologize." Seeing Xiao Qian's smug face, the head of the Qi family wished he could punch him, but he restrained himself. This was Xiao's territory, and if a fight broke out, he would surely be the one to suffer. "Brother Xiao, I must return quickly to tend to my son Xianzhou's injuries, so I won't linger here. Farewell." After saying this, the head of the Qi family intended to leave with Qi Xianzhou. "Brother Qi, take care. Let me see you off." "No need for that, Brother Xiao, please stay." He did not want to continue watching Xiao Qian's hypocritical demeanor. After speaking, the head of the Qi family directly took Qi Xianzhou and vanished from the spot. At that moment, Xiao Zian approached Xiao Qian. "Father, did the head of the Qi family agree to nullify the engagement?" Xiao Qian nodded. "He has agreed. You can rest assured now." Although Xiao Zian knew that the head of the Qi family would certainly agree to nullify the engagement, she still felt a sense of relief upon hearing the news. "Zian, after today's commotion, the relationship between our Xiao family and the Qi family is completely severed. In the future, the Qi family will likely ally with several other families to target us." Xiao Qian certainly understood the head of the Qi family well. Having suffered such a significant loss today, he would not easily swallow his anger. "Father, don't worry. If the Qi family can rally other families, so can we. If it comes to a point where we can't resolve it, I will have my husband step in to assist." Hearing his daughter's mention of husband, Xiao Qian was taken aback. "Zian, have you already?" "All right, father, don't concern yourself with that, I have my own measures." Given that his daughter had said this, he could only surmise that whatever was meant to happen had indeed occurred. He only hoped that Lin Fan was not just playing around. Otherwise his daughter would only become a laughingstock. And he, on the other hand, could do nothing about Lin Fan. Alas! Thinking of this, Xiao Qian couldn't help but sigh. As they say, no one knows a father better than his daughter. Observing her father sighing, she could naturally guess what he was worried about. To alleviate her father's worries, she quickly began to comfort him. "All right, father, don't think too much. My relationship with my husband is even better than you imagine. I was able to break through to the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm so quickly, all thanks to my husband. In the future, the benefits I will gain will only increase. In short, following my husband will bring only benefits, not drawbacks, so you can rest assured." As Xiao Qian reflected on Xiao Zian's changes in strength over the years, he also began to understand. For his daughter to make such great progress and have a solid foundation, it certainly required considerable effort. Lin Fan's ability to nurture his daughter must be genuine. Thus he indeed had nothing to worry about. "All right, Zian, go accompany your husband, I will tend to the other guests. Once these guests leave, you can bring your husband over to meet them." "Understood, father, you go ahead with your work. Next I need to introduce some of my friends to my husband." Soon Zian arrived by Lin Fan's side.
Lin Fan cheerfully asked, "Husband, how was my performance just now?" "Very good." Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Zian was very happy. "By the way, I want to take you to meet some of my friends. As for your identity, husband, just bear with it for now and say you are a new friend of mine, how about that?" "Sure, I will follow your lead." Lin Fan understood that now was not the time to reveal their identities. After all, Xiao Zian had just annulled her engagement with Qi Xianzhou. If Xiao Zian had already had a partner before the annulment, it would raise suspicions. If the Qi family found out, they would certainly seize the opportunity to humiliate the Xiao family. Then Xiao Zian took Lin Fan to meet the Tang siblings. However, before Xiao Zian could speak, Tang Xingyue excitedly gave Xiao Zian a hug. "Sister Zian, you are so amazing. You actually broke through to the Saint Emperor realm so quickly. What surprised me even more was that you could overpower the Qi Xianzhou guy. Sister Zian, you must tell me how you did it." Tang Hao saw his sister being so reckless and quickly pulled her aside. "Xingyue, in public, please be a bit more mindful of your demeanor." Seeing this, Xiao Zian smiled and waved her hand. "With the relationship between me and Sister Xingyue, there is no need to mind those formalities. Just be comfortable." "Exactly. Sister Zian and I are good friends. What others think is none of our business." After saying this, Tang Xingyue shot Tang Hao a glare. "By the way, let me introduce you to my new friend Lin Fan." Just as Xiao Zian was about to continue the introduction, she was interrupted by Lin Fan. "Zian, actually we already know each other." As he spoke, Lin Fan briefly recounted their previous encounter. "Since you already know each other, I want to elaborate further on the introduction. However, there are still some others I need to introduce to you." Accompanied by Xiao Zian, Lin Fan met many of her friends. These individuals either hail from imperial clans or sacred sects, all possessing strength at the Saint King realm. There were indeed cultivators present who were above the Saint King realm. However, Xiao Zian had only recently reached the Saint King realm and was unfamiliar with those above it. "Zian, congratulations on breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. It's a pity I was unaware of your breakthrough and couldn't prepare a gift for you." The speaker was Princess Chu Xining of the Great Chu Empire. Princess Chu Xining was one of Xiao Zian's close friends, her strength at the 9th level of the Saint King realm comparable to Xiao Zian's before she met Lin Fan. Tang Xingyue, standing nearby, echoed Princess Chu's remarks. "Sister Zian, you really should have informed us about such a significant event as your breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Now I also haven't prepared a gift for you." Xiao Zian glanced at the pouting Tang Xingyue and couldn't help but find it amusing. "You little girl, how can you blame me? The reason I didn't inform you in advance was that I feared leaking the news and raising Qi Xuanhuang's vigilance. If he had learned about it beforehand, it wouldn't have been easy to dissolve the engagement this time. So I apologize for now, but I definitely won't keep things from you in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Xingyue couldn't help but pout. Then she feigned generosity and said, "All right, I will forgive you this time, but it won't happen again." "Then I must thank Miss Tang for her generosity." "Humph, do I even need to say that?" Tang Xingyue proudly lifted her head. Seeing the two act like children, Chu Xining couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since she felt so relaxed. After a brief chat among the three, Xiao Zian finally began to address the main topic. "Xining Xingyue, it has been many years since we last met. Take this opportunity to stay at my home for a few more days so I can show you my hospitality." Upon hearing this, Tang Xingyue immediately stated, "I have no objections, but I wonder if Sister Xining has the time." She then turned her gaze to Chu Xining. Xiao Zian also looked at her. "Xining, what do you think?" Chu Xining pondered for a moment before nodding at the two. "I have no urgent matters during this time, so I can stay here for a few days. After all, it's not easy for us to gather again." Seeing that both agreed to stay, Xiao Zian felt very happy. She immediately instructed her servants to arrange accommodations for them. After Xiao Zian finished her tasks, Chu Xining eagerly pulled her aside to inquire. "Zian, where have you been these past few years? Why did you suddenly break through to the Saint Emperor realm? Is your breakthrough related to that Lin Fan?" It's no wonder Chu Xining thought this way. Her strength was comparable to Xiao Zian's. However, she would need at least 100 years to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. From the strength Xiao Zian had just displayed, it was clear she had not forcibly broken through using spiritual medicines. As for why she felt Xiao Zian's breakthrough was related to Lin Fan, it was because she sensed that Xiao Zian and Lin Fan shared a very close relationship, definitely more than just friends. Based on her observations, she noticed that Xiao Zian and Lin Fan had just intentionally created some distance. One could only say that their earlier behavior had been too deliberate, making her think further. Anyone who could capture Xiao Zian's interest was certainly not simple. Perhaps Lin Fan indeed had some special means to assist Xiao Zian's breakthrough. Beside them, Tang Xingyue also pulled Xiao Zian to question her. "Sister Zian, you can't keep this from us any longer. How exactly did you break through to the Saint Emperor realm? Do you know that seeing your true strength just now shocked me?" Seeing that both were curious about her breakthrough, Xiao Zian decided to reveal a little information.
Xining, the reason I was able to break through is indeed related to Lin Fan.
However, I can't disclose the specifics as it concerns Lin Fan's secret. If you want to know, you can ask Lin Fan yourself. As for whether Lin Fan will tell you, I can't say.
Saying this, Xiao Zian adopted a mysterious demeanor while looking at the two.
I'll tell you another secret. My current realm is not the first level of the Saint Emperor realm but the third level.
She had only displayed the first level of the Saint Emperor realm's strength on the arena. Thus outsiders had no idea that her strength had already reached the third level of the Saint Emperor realm.
Upon hearing the bombshell news, Xiao Zian dropped. The two were left stunned.
Initially, the fact that Xiao Zian had broken through to the first level of the Saint Emperor realm was already hard for them to believe. Yet they never expected that her true realm had reached the third level. One must understand that after reaching the Saint Emperor realm, continuing to elevate one's strength is not easy. Even those talented individuals require hundreds of years to advance one level without affecting their foundation. As for those with decent talent, they need to spend thousands of years to elevate one level. Yet Xiao Zian accomplished what took others a millennium in merely a few years. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Xiao Zian felt a sense of pride. In truth, she had said this intentionally. Because only by doing so would the two focus their attention on Lin Fan. Xining and Tang Xinyue both held significant statuses. One was a princess of the empire while the other was the daughter of the clan leader. Therefore, she couldn't directly introduce them to Lin Fan to avoid misunderstandings. Since she couldn't introduce them directly, she could at least incite their curiosity about Lin Fan. Once they were curious about him, things would be much easier. In time, they would naturally become fascinated without her needing to do much. As expected, upon learning of Lin Fan's mysteriousness, the two became curious about him. They all wanted to know how Lin Fan had enabled Xiao Zian's breakthrough. However, since they were not familiar with Lin Fan, it wasn't easy to directly approach him for an explanation. Thus they planned to interact more with Lin Fan over the coming days. When the time was right, they would inquire about the matter. Having made up her mind, Xining turned her gaze back to Xiao Zian.
Zian, how exactly did you meet Lin Fan and which faction does he belong to? How could we not have received any information about such a remarkable person before?
Although Tang Xinyue did not speak, her eyes were equally filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Zian. Seeing the curiosity in the eyes of the two regarding Lin Fan's identity, Xiao Zian realized her plan had succeeded.
If you want to know Lin Fan's identity, you should ask him yourself. I promised Lin Fan that I would keep his identity a secret.
You wouldn't want me to be someone who breaks their word, would you?
Tang Xinyue, upon hearing that they were going to ask Lin Fan, couldn't help but pout.
Sister Zian, my brother and I have already asked Lin Fan about his identity, but unfortunately he said he is a loose cultivator.
Now that you've said this, I know he wasn't being truthful. Princess Jinge, who had been listening, immediately chose to temporarily give up on inquiring about Lin Fan.
Even if she were to ask now, Lin Fan would probably not tell her. It would be better to wait until she became more familiar with him before asking. Lin Fan was unaware that Princess Jinge and Tang Xinyue were both trying to gather information about him. After chatting with Tang Hao and the others for a while, they all took their leave one after another. After all, they weren't familiar with Lin Fan, so they only exchanged a few polite words to become acquainted. It was only because Lin Fan was a friend of Xiao Zian that they even bothered to acknowledge him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cared about someone with no background like Lin Fan.
Not just anyone can enter their circle.
Even if Lin Fan was stronger than them, it would not matter. Because in their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Fan was, he couldn't compare to the power behind them. In the end, only Tang Hao remained. He was waiting for his sister Tang Xinyue to return with him. Once Xiao Zian and the other two noticed that everyone else had left, they walked over together. Seeing Tang Hao, Tang Xinyue spoke first. Brother, why don't you head back first?
I need to stay here for a while.
Tang Hao did not oppose her wish to stay. He felt more at ease leaving his sister at the Xiao family. Moreover, he knew that his sister had a very good relationship with both Xiao Zian and Princess Jinge. Now that they had finally reunited, it was only right for her to stay a little longer. Miss Xiao will trouble you to look after my sister during this time. If she causes any trouble, I hope you can bear with it. Hearing Tang Hao say this, Tang Xinyue immediately became displeased.
Brother, why do you talk like father? It's so annoying.
I'm not a child, what trouble could I possibly cause?
You should hurry back and be careful on the way.
Seeing the disdain in his sister's eyes, Tang Hao smiled helplessly. Finally, he cupped his fists towards Lin Fan and said, Brother Lin, if you have time in the future, feel free to visit my Tang family. Lin Fan also cupped his fists and returned, Brother Tang, you are too polite. If the opportunity arises, I will surely pay a visit.
Good, then we shall meet again.
After Tang Hao finished speaking, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Xining and Tang Xinyue both turned their gazes towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, sensing their gaze, felt somewhat confused.
Ladies, are you looking at me because there's something dirty on my face?
Lin Fan's words made the two feel a bit awkward.
Staring at someone so openly was indeed a bit impolite.
Apologies, young Master Lin, we were a bit rude. It's just that Sister Xian mentioned a lot about you earlier, so we were a little curious. We hope you won't take offense, young Master Lin.
Lin Fan waved his hand in response. Princess Jinge, you are too kind.
Mainly being stared at by two beautiful ladies makes me feel a bit uneasy.
Hearing Lin Fan's straightforward words, the two shot him an eye roll. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Is that how you won over Xiao Xian? Xu Xining asked, turning to glance at Xiao Xian. Xining, don't say nonsense.
Lin Fan and I are just friends, not what you think. Although Xiao Xian said this, there was no tension in her expression. Even if it was seen through by Xu Xining, it was not a big deal. Tang Xinyue, hearing what Xu Xining said, showed a look of confusion.
Sister Xining, are you mistaken? I don't see any relationship between Sister Xian and young Master Lin.
Xu Xining looked at Tang Xinyue and shook her head helplessly.
Xinyue, you are still too innocent. Didn't you notice how Xian looks at young Master Lin?
Really? Tang Xinyue took another look at Lin Fan and Xiao Xian but still found nothing unusual.
Xining, are you overthinking? I don't see anything at all. Alright, maybe I was mistaken.
Xu Xining shrugged, deciding not to continue this topic. Then the two began to inquire about how Xiao Xian and Lin Fan met. However, Xiao Xian skillfully deflected the questions. After dinner, Xiao Xian arranged for Lin Fan to meet her father privately. Meanwhile, she went off with Xu Xining and Tang Xinyue to wander around elsewhere. In a sitting room, Xiao Qian broke the silence first. Lin Fan, Xiao Xian has already told me about your relationship.
Thank you for taking care of her during this time. You're too kind, Uncle Xiao. Xian is my woman, so I will naturally take good care of her. Ha, with your words I can rest easy now. Afterwards, Xiao Qian asked Lin Fan a few questions, the answers to which greatly satisfied him. Nephew, you can stay here at ease from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, Uncle Xiao.
Seeing Lin Fan so polite, Xiao Qian quickly waved his hand.
Nephew, don't say such things. Given your relationship with Xian, we are already family. Now it's late. I'll have someone show you to your room and we can talk more tomorrow. All right.
Soon Lin Fan was led to his quarters by a maid. One must say the imperial family indeed has its prestige. Even the maid was at the level of a revered cultivator.
Young Master Lin, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Understood, I will call you if I need anything. Once the maid left, Lin Fan directly activated the restrictions within the palace. He then returned to the Shenxiao realm.
As for Xiao Xian, she probably wouldn't have time to return in the next few days. At that moment she was being interrogated by Xu Xining and Tang Xinyue, unable to free herself. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, Hu Mei immediately pulled him aside for questions. Husband, has the matter with Sister Xian been resolved? It has been resolved. Lin Fan then recounted the events that had transpired at the Xiao family today. That Qi Xianzhou truly doesn't know when to back down, daring to compete with Sister Xian in the realm. If it were me, even if I didn't kill him, I would cripple his foundations. Hu Mei's eyes were filled with disdain towards Qi Xianzhou. Meyer, considering the relationship between the Xiao and Qi families, it was not appropriate to break the face today, which is why I let that guy off this time. If this guy dares to have any other ideas in the future, then there will be no further discussion. As he spoke, a killing intent flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. In fact, Lin Fan had already arranged for people to keep an eye on them. As soon as the Qi family made any unusual moves, the members of the Shadow Pavilion would report to him immediately. As for how it was arranged, it was quite simple. When the father and son of the Qi family came to the Xiao family, they were accompanied by quite a few Qi family guards. The strength of these individuals was not high, mostly around the Elder Realm. This level of strength was just about equivalent to most of the members of the Shadow Pavilion. Thus Lin Fan took advantage of their moment of inattention and swiftly dealt with 3 guards. While eliminating these 3 individuals, Lin Fan performed a clever switch, transforming 3 members of the Shadow Pavilion to look like these 3. As for the memories of these 3, it was quite simple. Lin Fan directly used the soul-devouring insect to consume their souls, allowing their memories to be transferred into his mind. The current soul-devouring insect had already attained strength comparable to that of a saint. This ability had manifested after its strength had increased. One could say it was terrifyingly powerful. With their memories acquired and coupled with the simulated aura of the family's divine tree, it could be said that no one would notice any abnormalities with them. The main point was that these 3 guys were merely guards of the Qi family, and the Qi family would naturally not prepare identity tokens for them. Thus no one in the Qi family knew of their deaths. As for whether Lin Fan's actions were cruel, it no longer mattered. This world was inherently a survival of the fittest. If one were to blame, they should blame themselves for being too weak. After hearing Lin Fan's arrangements, Hu Mei couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. The Qi family had suffered such great losses and were unlikely to let it go easily. Now that they had arranged for spies in the Qi family, they would quickly learn of any movements from the Qi family. By the way, my dear Linglong is already waiting for you. You should hurry and not keep her waiting too long. Okay, I'll head over right now. Since the timing was right, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. After bidding farewell to Humei, he went directly to see Linglong's residence. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Linglong immediately brightened up. Young Master Lin, you've come. Please take a seat. Lin Fan smiled and in one swift motion embraced Linglong. Still calling me young Master Lin? Isn't it time to change how you address me? Husband. Linglong shyly called out. What did you just call me? I didn't hear it clearly. Lin Fan feigned confusion. If you didn't hear it clearly, then forget it. Linglong pouted. She knew that Lin Fan was doing it on purpose and wouldn't fall for it. Seeing Linglong's expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Noticing Lin Fan's demeanor, Linglong rolled her eyes at him, saying, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how my Linglong actually has a cute side. You should know you are a would-be empress." "So what if I'm a would-be empress? Does that mean I don't have desires and emotions?" "Haha, Linglong, you are right. If one were to lose desires and emotions, then even cultivating to immortality would hold no meaning." As he spoke, Lin Fan slowly leaned in and gently kissed Linglong on the cheek. This action made Linglong's heart race. Afterwards, Lin Fan carried her back to the room. After a night passed, Lin Fan began to check his gains. First was his strength. He had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the Saint Emperor realm, which could be considered a rapid advancement. Apart from his cultivation, all his fields had reached the 8th layer. Even his cultivation talent had been upgraded to mid-grade Imperial. Although it wasn't much for Lin Fan, who possessed the Chaos Holy Body. However, an improvement was better than none. Naturally, Lin Fan's substantial increase in power was not solely due to Linglong. Although Lin Fan had been on the road during this time, he had never slacked off. Whenever he had time, he would practice with everyone. It was precisely because of this that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The one who contributed the most was undoubtedly Humei. Her strength was the strongest and her assistance to Lin Fan was naturally greater. In fact, not only Lin Fan but Yi Muyan and the others had also made significant progress. As his strength increased, the benefits they received naturally grew. One could say that Humei alone had directly driven the improvement of everyone's strength. After reviewing his own changes in strength, next was the gift package brought by Linglong. Linglong possessed the Linglong heart, so the gift package she provided had already reached top-grade Imperial. Although Lin Fan had opened many top-grade Imperial gift packages before, he still looked forward to this one. System, open the gift package for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening a top-grade Imperial gift package and receiving 1,000 Imperial Essence Stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 portions of Mother River Water. Upon hearing Mother River Water, Lin Fan felt a bit of existential doubt. Mainly because he was too familiar with it. He never expected that this top-grade Imperial gift package would actually yield such a thing. He just didn't know if this Mother River Water was the same as the one he knew. Thinking of this, Lin Fan quickly inquired with the system. System, is this Mother River Water the same as the one I know? Host, it is indeed the one you know. So it really is the water from that Mother River, but can this thing truly be considered an Imperial grade item? At this moment, Lin Fan's thought was that he might have been tricked by the system. Seeing Lin Fan question the level of Mother River Water, the system hurriedly began to explain. Host, do not underestimate the Mother River Water. Even an immortal can become pregnant after drinking it. Just by this point you can see how powerful it truly is. As long as one drinks the Mother River Water, within 3 days they can conceive a child. Just based on this point, it is undoubtedly a treasure for those female cultivators wishing to have a child. It is precisely because the Mother River Water has no other functions apart from inducing pregnancy that the Imperial grade gift package could yield such a treasure. System, after hearing you say this, it does indeed sound precious. That is natural. The fact that an Imperial grade gift package can yield such a treasure means you should be secretly delighted. Lin Fan did not expect that his system actually had some fine wine. In fact, Lin Fan's doubts about the value of Mother River Water. Mainly because this thing was too common in the Daughter Kingdom. A river that had water that could be drunk freely, one could say there was as much as one wanted. But if this water were placed in this world, it would indeed be a treasure. Perhaps those immortals would also try to snatch it after learning about the effects of Mother River Water. Next, Lin Fan began to contemplate how to use this Mother River Water. It was impossible for him to let Humei and the others use it. If Humei and the others drank the Mother River Water, any children born would have nothing to do with him, let alone obtaining system reward. However, while Humei and the others could not use it, his daughters could use it without any problem. None of his daughters had any thoughts of finding partners, and Lin Fan did not force them. In the future, if anyone suddenly wanted a child, the Mother River Water would come in handy. Although only 10 portions of the mother-child river water were produced this time, it is still sufficient for now. Furthermore, since the Imperial-grade gift pack can be opened once, there will naturally be chances for it to be opened a second or third time. Besides this, mother-child river water can also be used to annoy others. After all, this mother-child river water is effective on men as well. Lin Fan has already thought of a suitable experimental subject: the head of the Qi family. Next, it depends on whether the head of the Qi family is perceptive. If he is perceptive and does not cause trouble for Xiao Zian, then that's fine. But if he is not, Lin Fan wouldn't mind wasting a portion of the mother-child river water on him. Moreover, there is no such thing as a falling fetus spring in this world. If this head of the Qi family drinks it, it would really be hopeless. With this plan in mind, Lin Fan hurriedly put away the mother-child river water. Such things cannot be left lying around. Even Lin Fan felt somewhat apprehensive looking at it. If it were to be accidentally ingested, it would be quite terrifying. After finishing all of this, Linglong just happened to wake up. Linglong, you're awake. Yes, it has been hundreds of years since I last slept. Now that I have had a rest, it feels quite good. For Linglong, who is at the Quasi-Emperor realm, as long as there is nothing going on, she mostly practices meditation and rarely sleeps, because compared to sleeping, the speed of recovery while meditating is much faster. In fact, not just Quasi-Emperors, most cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm hardly sleep at all. In their view, cultivation is more important than sleeping. Lying there sleeping is simply a waste of time. After all, cultivation is a matter of competing with heaven for life. Everyone wants to cultivate to a higher realm to live longer. Seeing Linglong's lazy demeanor, Lin Fan chuckled. Linglong, you need to sleep more from now on. Upon hearing Lin Fan suggest she should sleep more, Linglong was quite puzzled. Husband, why should I sleep more? Sleeping occasionally is fine, but if you sleep often, wouldn't that hinder your cultivation? Even if she has reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, Linglong wouldn't dare to neglect her cultivation. Rest assured, Linglong, it won't hinder your cultivation. Just check your cultivation level and you'll know. Lin Fan said mysteriously. At first, Linglong was somewhat indifferent. She was very clear about her own strength and thought there was nothing to check. But when she sensed her cultivation level, her eyes widened in shock. She then exclaimed, husband, I actually broke through to the 4th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. How is this possible? After breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, every level up is typically measured in tens of thousands of years. Only a few thousand years have passed since she broke through to the 3rd level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. To break through to the 4th level, she would need at least another 1,000 years, if not longer. But to wake up and find she had directly broken through was truly astonishing for her. The key is that she doesn't even remember how she broke through. However, Linglong quickly found an answer in her heart. Husband, my rapid breakthrough is related to you, right? The key is that I don't even know how I broke through. You must know that the commotion of a Quasi-Emperor breaking through is not small, yet I somehow broke through without realizing it. How did you manage that? If it weren't for the fact that I feel my state is absolutely perfect, I would suspect I had gone into a devil's path. The reason Linglong's breakthrough didn't cause any commotion was indeed due to Lin Fan's intervention. In the outside world, the commotion from a breakthrough would surely be significant and Lin Fan would not be able to cover it up. Yet everything in the Divine Sky realm is under his control. Thus Lin Fan could easily resolve the issue of the commotion caused by the breakthrough. If they made such a loud noise while cultivating, how could they cultivate properly? However, since Linglong asked about it, he had no reason to hide anything. Then Lin Fan directly pulled the astonished Linglong into his embrace. He then slowly said, Linglong, your breakthrough is indeed related to me. Subsequently, Lin Fan briefly explained the Qian Koan He Dao Ju that he was cultivating. After learning about the power of the Qian Koan He Dao Ju, Linglong was immensely shocked. She had certainly heard of those absorption techniques, but those techniques are all incredibly sinister. They absorb others to nourish oneself. Techniques like Lin Fan's, which are beneficial to both parties, were unheard of for her. Alright, Linglong, it is already dawn outside, I need to go out. Husband, you go ahead and busy yourself, don't worry about me. Linglong knew that Lin Fan was currently staying at the Xiao family and could not stay here for too long. As soon as Lin Fan left, Xuanhuang arrived at Linglong's residence. Upon seeing Xuanhuang, Linglong immediately smiled and said, you arrived just in time. What? Not welcome? Xuanhuang raised an eyebrow and asked. If I weren't welcoming you, you wouldn't have been able to get in. So tell me why you're in such a hurry to find me. Seeing Linglong keeping her in suspense, Xuanhuang urged her, what else could it be? Naturally, it's about young Master Lin. I know young Master Lin has been here. So just spill the beans, tell me the result. Seeing Xuanhuang so anxious, Linglong shot her a glare. You can tell just by looking at my current state, is there any need to ask? After assessing Linglong, Xuanhuang quickly formed an answer in her mind. You took this long and finally there's a result. Alright, I should go back and prepare for a bit. After Xuanhuang finished speaking, she prepared to leave.
Linglong didn't expect Wan Qingxi to be so eager.
But thinking of Hu Yu and Hu Yan, Linglong felt relieved. In the Xuanhuang continent at the falling Sunset Mountain range, this is the location of the Qi family. At this moment the head of the Qi family has returned home with Qi Xianzhou. Previously on the way the head of the Qi family had already transmitted the events that took place at the Xiao family back to the family. So at this moment the elders of the family had all gathered to welcome the head of the Qi family back. When they saw Qi Xuanzhou, who looked somewhat listless, they all displayed expressions of anger. Originally the Qi family had gone there to pursue a marriage. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Head, the Xiao family is truly bullying us too much. How dare they treat Xianzhou like this? We absolutely cannot let this go. Seeing this, the head of the Qi family quickly raised his hand to stop them. Elders, please calm down. We indeed cannot let this go, but now is not the time. We need to wait for the right moment and then give the Xiao family a severe lesson. He was unwilling to let it go after losing so much face at the Xiao family. However, the Qi family and the Xiao family are of comparable strength. Acting rashly would only lead to mutual destruction, which would benefit other forces. After listening to the analysis of their patriarch Qizhen, the elders could only give up. Now was indeed not the time to confront the Xiao family. Patriarch, since we cannot turn against the Xiao family now, what should we do next? In fact, Qizhen had already been contemplating countermeasures on the way back. If the Qi family does not reclaim their dignity, they will undoubtedly become a laughingstock for other factions in the future. At this moment Qizhen already had a plan in mind. It should be noted that their Star River Commerce Association is composed of the 10 imperial families. Due to issues with profit distribution, these 10 families formed small groups to balance each other. Previously the Qi family and the Xiao family joined forces, making them the strongest among these groups. However, after the disturbance caused by the Xiao family, their relationship could no longer be maintained. Though they had not completely severed ties, the outcome was clear to everyone. Since cooperation with the Xiao family was no longer viable, the Qi family naturally needed to seek alliances with other families. With the strength of the Qi family, Qizhen believed that some families would align with them. With this thought, Qizhen immediately looked towards the Grand Elder.
Grand Elder, didn't the Ji family and the Fan family say they had matters to discuss with us? Please invite the heads of those two families to come here.
Upon hearing Qizhen's instructions, the Grand Elder immediately perked up. Both the Ji family and the Fan family were members of the Star River Commerce Association, and they had indirectly expressed a willingness to form an alliance with the Qi family. Although these two families are not as powerful as the Qi family and the Xiao family, they are still solid imperial families.
Forming an alliance with them would actually enhance the Qi family's influence within the Star River Commerce Association.
Previously, due to their relationship with the Xiao family, they only had private communications with these two families but did not agree to an alliance, maintaining an ambiguous relationship. However, now that they had decided to fall out with the Xiao family, there were no longer any concerns in this regard.
Understanding this, the Grand Elder immediately responded, Patriarch, I will arrange it right away.
After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he hurriedly left. The other elders also took their leave.
Next, Qizhen turned his gaze towards Qi Xianzhou. Seeing the dejected expression on his son's face, Qizhen felt a headache.
Clearly, being defeated by Xiao Zian had a huge impact on him. The injuries he sustained were minor. What truly worried him was Qi Xianzhou's Dao heart. If Qi Xianzhou could not regain his confidence, it would be nearly impossible for him to make further progress in his lifetime. Xianzhou, you need to pull yourself together. It's just a loss in a fight. You can work hard to cultivate and regain your dignity later. In fact, Qizhen had urged him like this many times on the way back, but unfortunately it had no effect whatsoever. This time was no different.
Qi Xianzhou remained silent, sitting there.
His state of dejection truly troubled Qizhen. He had other children, but those children were certainly not as outstanding as Qi Xianzhou. So over the years he had poured all his energy into Qi Xianzhou, preparing to cultivate him as the next patriarch of the Qi family. And Qi Xianzhou did not disappoint him. Among his peers in the entire Xuanhuang continent, he was indeed one of the best. Just when Qizhen didn't know what to do, Qi Xianzhou finally reacted.
Father, why do you think Xiao Zian suddenly became so strong?
From her displayed strength, it is definitely not a forced enhancement. Qizhen felt a surge of joy in his heart when he saw his son finally speak. As long as he spoke, it indicated that things were moving in a positive direction.
Xianzhou, during your closed-door cultivation, Xiao Zian went out for a trip.
As for where she went, only Xiao Qian knows. Our spies in the Xiao family have not been able to uncover any leads. I suspect that her rapid breakthrough must have been due to some fortuitous encounter during her travels.
A fortuitous encounter? Qi Xianzhou pondered.
Alright, Xianzhou, this matter no longer needs to be dwelled upon. It is a fact that Xiao Zian has broken through to the Saint King realm. And what you need to do next is to take care of your injuries.
Even if you lost once, so what?
You can regain your dignity later. As long as you pull yourself together, I believe you will definitely surpass her in the future. But if you continue to remain dejected, the gap between you and Xiao Zian will only widen, let alone regaining your dignity. Seeing his father's earnest persuasion, Xianzhou took a deep breath and then showed a determined expression.
Father, don't worry, I am not so easy to defeat.
I will definitely reclaim the dignity lost to the Xiao family.
Good.
Seeing that his son had perked up, Qizhen was very excited. Xianzhou for the time being focus on recovering. As for other matters, don't worry about them. With that, Qizhen instructed the maid to help Xianzhou down.
Sangyun Mountain Range Xiao family.
At this time, Lin Fan had already returned from the Divine Sky Realm. He was currently accompanying Xiao Zian and the others wandering around the Xiao family. Moreover, the happenings in the Qi family had already been conveyed by the Shadow Guard members of the Shadow Pavilion. Is the Qi family planning to ally with the Ji family and the Fan family?
How interesting.
Lin Fan had already met members of the Ji and Fan families. Just yesterday he had exchanged a few words with them in the company of Xiao Zian. At that time he felt that the two families seemed to be congratulating Xiao Zian on her breakthrough to the Saint Emperor. However, it seemed that they were somewhat insincere. Now that he learned about the close relationship between these two families and the Qi family, it was no longer surprising. Ji family, Fan family and Qi family, I wonder what you all will do next.
I am quite looking forward to it. As long as these three families dare to target Xiao Zian, Lin Fan would naturally not be polite with them.
Xuanhuang noticed Lin Fan following behind them in silence and quickly slowed her pace. She wanted to see what Lin Fan was thinking, as he seemed more intriguing than them. When Lin Fan walked up to her, she teased softly, "Young Master Lin, accompanying us three beauties in a leisurely stroll, you seem a bit
How could you still be distracted at this time? That's quite inappropriate."
Xuanhuang's words made Lin Fan chuckle. He had not expected Xuanhuang to have such a side to her. "Princess Jinge, mainly the topics you all are discussing are ones I cannot interrupt, so I can only daze off to the side."
He. Xuanhuang couldn't help but laugh at Lin Fan's helpless expression.
Xuanhuang glanced at Tang Xingyue and Xiao Zian, who were chatting in front of her, oblivious to their presence. Thus she leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Young Master Lin, could you tell me what your relationship with Zian really is?"
Princess Jinge hasn't Zian made it very clear. We are just good friends.
Since Xiao Zian did not want to reveal their relationship now, Lin Fan naturally could not tell Princess Jinge.
However, it was evident that Xuanhuang absolutely did not believe it. "Young Master Lin, is it really that simple, just good friends?"
Xuanhuang looked at Lin Fan with a face full of skepticism.
"What else could it be?"
Lin Fan replied with a smile. "You should consider my identity, I am merely a lone cultivator.
Even if Zian is willing to follow me, her father would never agree."
Although Xuanhuang felt that Lin Fan had a point, she still trusted her intuition. "Young Master Lin, don't pretend with me here, just look at the way Zian looks at you, it's as if she's about to weave a thread of silk."
"As Zian's good friend, I can assure you she definitely likes you."
Lin Fan did not expect that Xuanhuang's insight would be so sharp.
Seeing Lin Fan's embarrassment, Xuanhuang immediately showed a look of triumph. "So did I hit the mark?"
She knew for sure that her observations were absolutely correct. But even if Xuanhuang had noticed, Lin Fan could not admit it.
"Princess Anjing, this is merely your speculation. Zian and I are indeed just good friends."
Regardless of whether you believe it, the fact remains. Seeing that Lin Fan still would not admit it, Xuanhuang was too lazy to continue pressing the issue. "Young Master Lin, since you wish to keep it a secret, I will not expose you. Moreover, this is truly not the right time to reveal your relationship, otherwise the Qi family will definitely make a fuss about it." Without waiting for Lin Fan to respond, Xuanhuang suddenly changed her tone and her demeanor became serious.
"Young Master Lin, you must be on guard against the Qi family's retaliation from now on.
Based on my understanding of the Qi family, they definitely will not let it slide after suffering such a loss yesterday. And your relationship with Zian cannot be hidden for long, it will eventually be exposed one day. At that time the Qi family might not do anything to Zian, after all she has the Xiao family behind her.
But as for you, they will absolutely not let you go."
In her view, if Lin Fan and Xiao Zian's relationship were exposed, it would be an insult to the Qi family. If Lin Fan were a person of great power, the Qi family might hesitate a bit, at most they would just engage in some verbal sparring. But Lin Fan was merely an individual with no background. Although he was already the son-in-law of the Xiao family, everyone understood that the Xiao family would not go to war with the Qi family over a son-in-law. Therefore, when the time comes for the Qi family to act, they would have no reservations against Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not expect that Xuanhuang was so concerned about his situation.
"Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to me?"
Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and asked Xuanhuang, "Are you so concerned about me because you have fallen for me?"
Hearing Lin Fan's flippant words, Xuanhuang immediately exploded with anger. "What are you talking about? Who likes you? You are so shameless. I just don't want to see Zian sad if something happens to you, that's all."
After saying this, Xuanhuang stomped her foot and quickly chased after Xiao Zian and Tang Xingyue. Watching Chu Xining storm off angrily, Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his nose.
Did I misinterpret something? That shouldn't be the case.
At this moment Xiao Ziyan and Tang Xingyue looked at the furious Chu Xining, their faces filled with confusion.
Xining, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so angry?
Seeing Xiao Ziyan's gaze, Chu Xining suddenly felt a bit guilty.
After all, she knew the true relationship between Xiao Ziyan and Lin Fan. Thus she absolutely could not reveal what Lin Fan had said last. To avoid raising Xiao Ziyan's suspicion, she quickly waved her hand. Ziyan, don't worry, I'm fine. I just thought of some unhappy things.
Although she knew that Chu Xining was lying, Xiao Ziyan did not continue to press for more details. She was certain that Lin Fan must have said something to make Chu Xining so angry. Thinking of this, Xiao Ziyan turned around and waved at Lin Fan, who was behind them.
Husband. Lin Fan, what are you doing back there? Come on. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyan reacted quickly and corrected herself in time.
Otherwise, if she had blurted out husband, it would have revealed everything. It was mainly because she was used to calling him husband and almost let it slip.
Unfortunately, while Xiao Ziyan could deceive Tang Xingyue, she could not fool Chu Xining.
Just now Ziyan seemed to have called him husband but quickly changed her words. It seems that Ziyan must have wanted to call him husband.
It appears I was right all along.
At this moment Chu Xining was already certain of their relationship. After hearing Xiao Ziyan's call, Lin Fan quickly walked up to the three of them.
Ziyan, is there something you need? Xiao Ziyan rolled her eyes at Lin Fan upon hearing this.
We came out to stroll together. What does lagging behind mean?
From now on you must keep up.
After saying this, Xiao Ziyan winked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally understood her meaning, so he smiled and agreed. After that, the four of them continued to stroll around, chatting and laughing. By the end of the day, Lin Fan, Tang Xingyue and Chu Xinyue had all grown a bit closer. In the evening, Lin Fan took the opportunity to discuss the Qi family situation with Xiao Ziyan. Husband, are you saying that the Qi family is preparing to form an alliance with the Ji family and the Fan family? Yes, this is the news that the Shadow Guard has relayed.
It cannot be wrong. After receiving a confirmed answer, Xiao Ziyan's expression became somewhat grave. If these three families united, it would undoubtedly put considerable pressure on the Xiao family.
Husband, I will first inform my father about this matter so that he can prepare in advance.
All right, you go quickly.
Soon Xiao Ziyan found Xiao Qian and conveyed all the information she had received from Lin Fan.
After hearing what Xiao Ziyan said, Xiao Qian appeared very calm. Ziyan, you don't need to worry.
I have already discovered that the Qi family's relationship with the Ji family and the Fan family is quite murky over the years.
Even without your recent incident, those families would have secretly allied themselves. This is merely a matter of time.
Seeing that her father had known about this matter for a long time, Xiao Ziyan was quite surprised.
Father, you don't seem worried at all. Do you already have a plan in place?
Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. I do indeed have a strategy. The Tang family has always had a good relationship with us. Besides the Tang family, the Yi family also has a close bond with our Xiao family.
As long as I reach out to those two families for an alliance, they will definitely agree.
So you don't need to worry about this matter.
Xiao Ziyan knew that their family had a good relationship with both families.
Since that was the case, she felt relieved.
Father, if there is a need later, just let me know.
My husband still has some hidden cards up his sleeve.
All right.
With Xiao Ziyan's assurance, Xiao Qian was ready to fully unleash his plans. How could a successor of the great emperor not have hidden cards?
Ziyan, what did your father say? Upon seeing Xiao Ziyan return, Lin Fan quickly inquired. It's nothing.
Since the Qi family has already allied with the Ji and Fan families, our Xiao family naturally cannot sit idly by. My father has decided to ally with the Tang and Yi families, which have always maintained a good relationship with our Xiao family.
With the addition of the Tang and Yi families, our strengths are evenly matched now.
Lin Fan did not expect Xiao Qian to have a backup plan so soon. However, it makes sense. Without such means, these great powers would not have been able to endure throughout the ages.
Since uncle has a backup plan, I need not worry any further.
Of course, if there is a need later, I will lend my assistance.
Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Xiao Ziyan's face.
However, she did not express any words of gratitude, knowing that Lin Fan did not care for such things. If she did, it would only make Lin Fan unhappy. Yet in her heart she thought about how to repay Lin Fan well. But with Chu Xining and Tang Xingyue around these days, she could not return to the Spirit Cloud realm. So she would have to wait for another day. Lin Fan was unaware of Xiao Ziyan's thoughts, and now the affairs of the Xiao family had been resolved. Next, it was time to arrange for Lin Haolei. Since Lin Haolei intended to develop power in the Xuanhuang continent, Lin Fan naturally had to lend some support. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked at Xiao Ziyan. Ziyan, is there a power suitable for Haolei?
Hearing Lin Fan mention Lin Haolei, Xiao Ziyan also became serious.
She had long known that Lin Haolei intended to develop power in the Xuanhuang continent. Therefore, she was not surprised by Lin Fan's question. The Xuanhuang continent is vast and there are indeed many powers suitable for Lin Haolia's development. Husband, what requirements do you have for this power? There are quite a few such powers, and if she were to introduce them one by one it would take considerable time. After careful consideration, Lin Fan had already made up his mind. I have only one requirement for this power, which is that the strongest member within it must not exceed the Saint Respect realm. The reason for this requirement was that Lin Fan felt that if there were quasi-emperors present in the power, Lin Haolei would face significant obstacles in expanding his influence. Between quasi-emperor level powers there would certainly be considerable friction. However, if one does not possess overwhelming strength over the other, they would never harbor thoughts of annexing their opponent. Otherwise both sides would suffer and it would only benefit other powers. He certainly could not directly suppress them and then have the Bodhi ancient tree transform them. If he did so, he would be no different from a great demon. Although he believed he was not a good person, he still had his bottom line. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not take the initiative to trouble them. Otherwise, with his current trump cards, he could easily pilot a void warship to suppress all continents without a great emperor in charge. Then he could capture those quasi-emperors and transform them. In this way the Lin family would soon become immensely powerful. However, if he truly did this, it would only be a matter of time before he became a cold-hearted great demon controlled by strength. If he were to become such a person, what meaning would there be in his existence? At this moment, upon hearing that there was only this simple requirement, Xiao Zian quickly had an answer in her heart. Knowing that Lin Haolei wanted to develop in the Xuanhuang continent, she had already done her homework in advance. Husband, I think Haolei is suitable to go to the Jinge sect. The Jinge sect? Please tell me more about this sect. Since Lin Fan had just arrived in the Xuanhuang continent, he naturally did not know what kind of sect the Jinge sect was. Husband, the Jinge sect is located in the southern state. Then Lin Fan returned to the Divine Sky Realm and summoned Lin Haolei before him. He recounted the matters regarding the Jinge sect. Liar, I have said all that needs to be said. Are you willing to go to the Jinge sect? Father, the Jinge sect seems quite good. I am willing to go. Lin Haolei felt confident in his ability to take control there. The ancestor was precisely his target. Since the ancestor lacked techniques at the quasi-emperor level, he could seize this opportunity to subdue him. Within the inheritance of the Thunder Punishment Emperor there were several quasi-emperor level techniques, all of which were related to thunder. This type of technique was highly compatible with the Jinge sect. As for whether the ancestor of the Jinge sect would look down on his weak strength and attempt to seize his techniques, there was no need for concern. He was capable of controlling a quasi-emperor puppet. If the ancestor of the Jinge sect genuinely harbored such thoughts, he would not mind suppressing him. Looking at the confident Lin Haolei, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Liar, since you have decided to go to the Jinge sect, I will personally send you there in a few days. There was no alternative. The Xuanhuang continent had not yet begun its arrangements. The teleportation function of the Divine Sky Realm was naturally unavailable, so he could only travel by flying boat. Upon hearing that Lin Fan would personally send him, Lin Haolei shook his head directly. Father, let me go alone. I can train on the way and get familiar with the terrain. Alright, since you choose to go alone, it shall be as you wish. With the Divine Sky Realm around, Lin Fan did not have to worry about Lin Haolia's safety. Should he encounter danger, he could return to the Divine Sky Realm at any time. By the way, Haolei, find some time to visit that girl in the secret realm of the Xuanhuang continent and cultivate your feelings with her. I can tell that girl has feelings for you must not let her down. Hearing Lin Fan mention Yanqingfu, Lin Haolei scratched his head awkwardly. After spending time together in the secret realm, he had indeed developed some feelings for Yanqingfu. It had been a while since they last met and he indeed needed to see her. After making this plan, Lin Haolei decided to return to the Xuanhuang continent tomorrow to see Yanqingfu. After visiting Yanqingfu, he would set off for the Jinge sect. The father and son then chatted for a while longer before Lin Haolei took his leave. With Lin Haolei leaving, Lin Fan then went to the residence of Wanqingxi. This was something Hu Mei had instructed him about. Since Hu Mei was the strongest among them, she naturally became the eldest sister of this group. As the eldest sister, she had to arrange these matters well. However, upon seeing Lin Fan, the joy on Wanqingxi's face was impossible to conceal. Young Master Lin, you have finally come. I have been looking forward to this day for so long. It's all that Linglong's fault for delaying so long. If it weren't for her knowing you first, I wouldn't have let her. Lin Fan did not expect Wanqingxi to be so straightforward. However, he quite liked this personality. He then stepped forward and gave her a hug. Alright Qingxi, I am here now, so no more complaints. You must get along well with everyone from now on and don't throw any tantrums. Otherwise I will be unhappy. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Wanqingxi quickly assured him. Rest assured, young master. I will definitely not throw a tantrum. It's mainly that I have been in a competitive relationship with Linglong for many years, so sometimes I speak a bit impulsively. Although I sometimes have verbal disputes with her, our relationship is still very good. This is just our way of interacting, so you need not worry, young master. Lin Fan also understood their situation, which was why he wasn't angry. However, he still planned to remind Xingxi a few things. Xingxi, I won't interfere too much with such matters.
It can be lively to have some quarrels. I only have one condition: the family must live in harmony. Even if there is competition, it must not harm the harmony. After hearing Lin Fan's reminder, Xingxi nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, young master, I know what to do.
Lin Fan smiled and playfully pinched her nose, teasing, still calling me young master. It should be time to switch to calling me husband.
Husband.
Xingxi did not hesitate at all and boldly called him husband. She had been waiting for this day for a long time.
Husband, shouldn't we go rest now?
Seeing Xingxi so eager, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. The next day, Lin Fan looked at the sleeping Xingxi, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the special nature of the technique he practiced, he estimated he would have already lost the battle. However, it was unfortunate that Xingxi did not take the opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor fourth layer.
But it would be soon. With a bit more cultivation, Xingxi would be able to break through.
Compared to Linglong's Linglong heart, Xingxi's Xuanhuang sword body was merely a divine body. Fortunately, Xingxi's cultivation aptitude reached the peak of the emperor level, which compensated for some of the flaws in her physique. This also allowed the gift pack he received to reach the peak of the emperor level as well.
I wonder what good things this gift pack will grant me this time.
With this thought, Lin Fan once again called upon the system. In the Xuanhuang continent, Lin Haolei found himself in the city of Xuanhuang, not far from the Shixian Dao sect. Most of the residents here are connected to the Shixian Dao sect, including relatives of core disciples and families established by various elders and managers of the sect. In addition, many affiliated forces of the Shixian Dao sect also operate some businesses here, and small stalls run by casual cultivators are also commonly seen. However, compared to other cities, the overall strength of these casual cultivators is quite formidable, with numerous beings at the respectable realm and occasional appearances of those at the semi-sacred and sacred realms. Lin Haolei did not wander around. Instead, he rented a courtyard in the city and began to send a message to Yan Qingfu.
Upon receiving Lin Haolei's message, Yan Qingfu immediately showed a look of delight. I thought this guy had forgotten about me. After murmuring this, Yan Qingfu quickly began to dress up.
About half an hour later, she set off for Shixian City. With her strength, it didn't take long for her to arrive at Shixian City.
Lin Haolei had already given her the address, so she quickly found his residence.
Then she walked to the door and knocked, shouting inside, Yi Lei, are you in there?
I've arrived. Yi Lei was the alias Lin Haolei had used in the secret realm. Come in. Upon hearing Lin Haolei's long-awaited voice, Yan Qingfu felt a rush of excitement. Phew.
Taking a deep breath, Yan Qingfu pushed the door open and walked in, where she saw Lin Haolei sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, smiling and waving at her. Come sit.
Yi Lei, how have you been during this time? I'm doing well. After receiving the emperor's inheritance, my strength has made considerable progress. Upon hearing Lin Haolei mention the emperor's inheritance, Yan Qingfu's gaze toward him immediately filled with admiration. Yi Lei, back then I scoffed at your ambition to compete for the emperor's inheritance.
I didn't expect that you would indeed be the one to receive it in the end. However, you must be careful, although our Shixian Dao sect and several other forces have given up on pursuing this matter.
The Abyssal Demon sect is still searching for you in Linglong Xianzi.
Seeing Yan Qingfu care so much for him, Lin Haolei felt quite touched. This girl has invested her heart and soul in him, and he truly could not let her down.
In that case, let's get married.
On the path of cultivation, one must align with their true heart and leave no regrets. Thinking of this, Lin Haolei's gaze toward Yan Qingfu changed. Qingfu, you don't need to worry about me, I have my own plans. I was able to leave the secret realm unnoticed, so naturally I can evade the Abyssal Demon sect's pursuit.
Hearing Lin Haolei say this, Yan Qingfu let out a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Haolei said, under those circumstances they could not have discovered how he left.
Now, as long as he wished to conceal his whereabouts, it would be nearly impossible for the Abyssal Demon sect to find him. Since there was no need to worry about Lin Haolei's safety, it was time to discuss their matters. Yi Lei, how long do you plan to stay here?
At this moment, Yan Qingfu's gaze toward Lin Haolei was filled with tension and anticipation.
She was anxious, fearing that he would leave soon. Naturally, she hoped Lin Haolei could spend more time with her here. Lin Haolei could see through Yan Qingfu's thoughts, but he was about to head to the Qinglei sect. He certainly would not waste time here. Qingfu, I will be leaving tomorrow, I have some matters to attend to.
Hearing that Lin Haolei would leave tomorrow, Yan Qingfu felt a bit downcast.
However, before she could speak, Lin Haolei continued, I wonder if you would like to leave with me. Since he had already made up his mind, he naturally could not let Yan Qingfu stay behind. Of course, if Yan Qingfu was unwilling to leave with him, he wouldn't force her. The previously downcast Yan Qingfu's eyes widened upon hearing this.
Are you really willing to take me with you?
She found it hard to believe that Lin Haolei would do this. After all, he had shown some disdain for her in the secret realm.
What are you unwilling?
Lin Haolei asked with a smile.
Of course unwilling. Yanqingfu blurted out instantly. All right, then we will leave together tomorrow.
However, the place we are going to is quite far and we might not return for a long time. So before we leave you should say goodbye to your master and those senior sisters of yours so they don't worry later.
Hearing Lin Haolei's words, Yanqingfu nodded.
This was indeed something she needed to discuss with her master. Otherwise, if she disappeared for so long, her master would definitely worry about her safety. Yi Lei, you must wait for me here. I will come to find you early tomorrow morning. Yanqingfu had a premonition that if she did not leave with Lin Haolei this time, it might be nearly impossible to see him again in the future. This was why she agreed to leave with Lin Haolei without a second thought. Seeing Yanqingfu so worried, Lin Haolei gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, since I said I would take you away, how could I leave without saying goodbye? So just relax, I will wait for you here.
Alright, then I will head back to the sect now.
With that, Yanqingfu left Lin Haolei's courtyard, glancing back 3 times. After leaving the courtyard, she flew towards the location of the sect at the fastest speed. Upon returning to the sect, Yanqingfu found her master to explain her intentions.
Jingfu, since you want to go out for training, then go ahead.
However, be careful while you're out there, although most people will fear your status and won't dare to act against you.
There are some robbers who specifically target disciples of large sects.
Hearing that there were people who specifically targeted disciples of large sects, Yanqingfu was quite surprised.
Master, how dare they?
Don't they worry about being hunted down by the sect? In her view, those robbers should target cultivators without much background.
To act against disciples of large sects was akin to seeking death.
No matter how powerful the robbers were, they were merely ants in the eyes of the Shixian Dao sect.
It would be effortless to eliminate them.
Seeing her disciple still so naive, she shook her head directly. Qingfu, you must understand that these robbers are all desperate individuals engaged in acts of murder and pillaging. Furthermore, the disciples of those powerful factions carry far more resources than those loose cultivators. In the face of such great temptation, they won't care about anything else. Once they have killed, they will escape immediately, and finding them later will not be an easy task. So you must always be cautious outside and never trust the words of any stranger. Upon hearing her master's warning, Yanqingfu nodded solemnly. Rest assured, master, I understand.
Alright, since you are going down the mountain for training tomorrow, I will give you some life-saving items.
As she spoke, a stack of spirit talismans appeared in her hand.
Qingfu, there are a total of 10 spirit talismans here.
Among them 5 are attack talismans, and as long as you throw them they can unleash a strike equal to the full power of a 9th layer Saint Emperor. Among the remaining 5, 3 are protective talismans and 2 are speed talismans. The protective talismans can withstand a full strike of a 9th layer Saint Emperor. The speed talismans are the same. After use they can match the speed of a 9th layer Saint Emperor for 1 hour. Seeing her master offer her so many precious spirit talismans, Yanqingfu was deeply moved. These talismans are not cheap, and her master must have limited stock, all meant for life preservation. Yet she gave her so many directly. Then Yanqingfu accepted the spirit talismans her master handed her and immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master, for the treasures. It's fine, you are my disciple, no need for such formalities. In any case, be careful and cautious when you go out to travel. I will remember master's teachings.
Good, then go back and pack your things, set off early tomorrow without needing to see me. Yes, master, I take my leave.
Watching Yanqingfu's departing figure, she murmured to herself, a fledgling eagle must learn to fly before soaring in the sky. Qingfu has the best talent among my disciples and is the most promising to inherit my position in the future. I hope she won't let me.
Time swiftly passed to the next day, and Yanqingfu arrived early at Lin Haolei's courtyard.
Seeing Yanqingfu arrive so early, Lin Haolei was somewhat surprised.
Qingfu, you are here quite early, aren't you? Hee, since I've already settled everything and I saw how anxious you were yesterday, I naturally had to come earlier.
Well, since Yanqingfu said that, what else could he say?
By the way, Qingfu, have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to leave with me? Once you leave with me, you will be my person. Because the place I want to take you is related to my secrets, only those close to me can know about it. Seeing Lin Haolei's serious demeanor, Yanqingfu nodded earnestly. Yele, ever since the day you saved me, I have made up my mind about you. So no matter where you go, I will follow, unless you send me away.
Lin Haolei affectionately scratched her nose. Silly girl, how could I ever send you away?
Don't resist, I will first take you to a place. Yanqingfu was somewhat surprised, not knowing where Lin Haolei was going to take her. However, since Lin Haolei said so, she naturally complied obediently.
Seeing that Yanqingfu was ready, Lin Haolei focused his thoughts and took her back to the Divine Mist realm. Upon suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar place, Yanqingfu was momentarily stunned. If it weren't for Lin Haolei being by her side, she would have probably panicked. Qingfu, you don't need to be nervous, I will explain the situation here to you next.
All right. Yanqingfu took a deep breath and quietly awaited Lin Haolei's explanation. Next Lin Haolei began to explain the situation here to Yan Qingfu.
Lin Fan also sensed the situation here at the first moment.
Haolei has finally come to his senses and knows to bring someone back. I need to find Luli to inform her of this news.
Saying this, Lin Fan focused his thoughts and appeared at Yi Luli's residence.
In the entire Divine Mist realm, Lin Fan could reach any place with just a thought.
When Yi Luli saw Lin Fan, she was immediately surprised. Husband, shouldn't you be going to the Xiao family at this time?
Going to the Xiao family can wait. I need to tell you some good news.
What good news?
Yi Luli asked curiously.
I just discovered that Haolei has brought back that girl he met in his secret realm.
Hearing that Lin Haolei brought a girl back, Yi Luli instantly showed an excited expression. Husband, is what you said true? Of course it's true, but you shouldn't rush over right now. Currently Haolei is explaining the situation here to her. Wait until he finishes before you go. I understand this,
Yi Luli said with a smile. She had experienced this kind of situation before and naturally knew what it felt like to just arrive in the Divine Mist realm.
Luli, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'm going out first. Sure, you go ahead with me here, you can rest assured.
Lin Fan nodded and then directly vanished from the spot. As soon as he returned to the Xiao family, Xiao Ziyan hurried over. Husband, I received news from the Shadow Guards. The head of the Ji family and the head of the Fan family have secretly come to the Qi family, most likely to discuss a coalition.
Lin Fan didn't expect that these families would move so quickly. If these three families successfully form an alliance, the Xiao family would likely be targeted next.
By the way, I don't know how your uncle is preparing.
My father's side is going smoothly, and in a couple of days the heads of the Yi family and the Tang family will also come to discuss this matter at my Xiao family.
Lin Fan nodded. In that case, there's nothing to worry about.
If you are really uneasy, how about we go and stroll around the Qi family's territory next? That way we can have a clearer understanding of the movements of these families.
Naturally, Xiao Ziyan had no objections to Lin Fan's suggestion. Just right, husband, you were originally planning to go out for a stroll, but since this has happened we will make our first stop at the Qi family's territory.
Indeed, I was thinking the same thing. Lin Fan nodded. Alright, I will go inform Xinu and Xin about this. After speaking, Xiao Ziyan headed straight to Tang Xinu's residence.
When Chu Xining and Tang Xingyue learned from Xiao Ziyan that she and Lin Fan were going to the Qi family's territory, they were both taken aback. Ziyan, are you and young Master Lin really heading to the Qi family at such a critical time?
Have you lost your mind?
With such an incident having occurred, the Qi family is eager to find a chance to cause you trouble, and you are actually going there on your own.
Although Ziyan, you will definitely be fine, the Qi family wouldn't dare to do anything openly to you.
Especially on their territory, it is even less likely that they would let you come to harm.
But young Master Lin is a different story.
Though young Master Lin is merely your friend, in their desire for revenge against you they might very well target him. After all, in their eyes young Master Lin has no significant background, making him relatively easy to handle. At this, Tang Xingyue chimed in as well.
Sister Ziyan, what Xining said is right. I also do not recommend that you go to the Qi family, it is simply too dangerous.
Seeing the two vehemently opposed the idea, Xiao Ziyan felt a bit helpless. She naturally knew that the two were looking out for her. But they did not know that to her husband the Qi family was nothing at all. With that in mind, she decided to reveal a bit of information to them. In doing so, her subsequent persuasion of the two might become much simpler. Having made her decision, Xiao Ziyan immediately adopted a serious expression and looked at them.
Xining Xinyue, I have a piece of news to tell you, but you absolutely cannot let it slip out.
Seeing Xiao Ziyan's seriousness, both were taken aback.
However, they quickly nodded solemnly.
Then Chu Xining spoke first. Ziyan, you can rest assured I will definitely not divulge what you say to anyone.
You're just too impatient. Xiao Ziyan shot her a glare. He.
Tang Xingyue shyly tugged at her hair.
Alright, I will not keep you in the dark any longer. In fact, Lin Fan's origin is quite extraordinary. He has a great emperor behind him.
So if the Qi family dares to provoke Lin Fan, the consequences are not something they can bear. After all, Lin Fan's current identity is that of the heir to the great emperor. Thus, even if this news were to be leaked by the two, it would not matter.
Moreover, Lin Fan truly has a great emperor behind him.
Currently, the Ice and Snow Emperor has been in the Divine Sky realm for some time now. They have all met the Ice and Snow Emperor. Moreover, she also knows that Lin Fan has the 9-turn soul returning pill. As long as the Ice and Snow Emperor's remnant soul takes the 9-turn soul returning pill, he can restore himself to peak condition. During this time, at Lin Fan's suggestion, she would occasionally seek out the Ice and Snow Emperor for a chat. She would also ask about various cultivation questions. Not just her, but others as well. Under the guidance of the Ice and Snow Emperor, their understanding of techniques and martial arts had greatly improved. But this is only natural. After all, it is the great emperor personally guiding them. How could there be no gains? Now their relationship with the Ice and Snow Emperor had become very close. If the Ice and Snow Emperor were to gain Lin Fan's approval, then their Lin family would have a true great emperor in charge. At this moment, upon hearing the news revealed by Xiao Zian, Chu Xining and Tang Xingyue exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lin has a great emperor behind him." Xiao Zian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Lin Fan has a great emperor behind him and one that can be contacted." This. The two were immediately rendered speechless. Both of their families have great emperors behind them, but these emperors have been missing for nearly 1,000,000 years. No one knows if these people are still alive. After all, the lifespan of a great emperor is only about 1,000,000 years. Although it's said to be 1,000,000 years, very few actually live to the full extent. Even living a few thousand or tens of thousands of years less is quite normal. After all, cultivators are not free from conflict. Any injury would naturally have a significant impact on their lifespan. The key is that when these ancestors left, they were already several tens of thousands of years old. If they did not break through to a higher realm, they would hardly have lived to this day. This is also why they were so shocked to hear that Lin Fan had a great emperor behind him. At this moment, Chu Xining understood why Xiao Qian had fully supported Xiao Zian in breaking off the engagement with Qi Xianzhou. Compared to Lin Fan, Qi Xianzhou was nothing at all. Seeing that the two were silent, Xiao Zian continued to ask, "Do you have any thoughts now about stopping me?" Upon hearing this, the two shook their heads repeatedly. With a great emperor behind young Master Lin, the Qi family wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. I just wonder if this great emperor behind young Master Lin is here in the Xuanhuang continent. At this point, both revealed looks of anticipation. If they were fortunate enough to meet the great emperor, it would be an immense honor for them. The great emperor behind Lin Fan is not in the Xuanhuang continent, as this place is not suitable for a great emperor to reside for long. Hearing that the great emperor was not here, both displayed a hint of disappointment. Seeing their expressions, how could Xiao Zian not know what they were thinking? Alright, don't be disappointed. As long as you stay by Lin Fan's side, you will surely get the chance to meet that great emperor one day. Upon hearing this, the two's eyes lit up. Just as Xiao Zian said, as long as they stayed by Lin Fan's side, they would naturally have the opportunity to meet that great emperor. With this in mind, the two quickly made their decision. Zian, I plan to accompany you tomorrow. It just so happens that I want to explore around as well. Sister Zian, I feel the same. Tang Xingyue quickly expressed her opinion as well. Alright, then it is settled. We will set off together tomorrow. I won't disturb you any longer today. You two should rest well here. After Xiao Zian turned around, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She said so much just to bring the two along with her. Clearly she had achieved her goal. Once Xiao Zian left, Tang Xingyue displayed an envious expression. Sister Zian is really lucky to have found someone with such a powerful background. Moreover, young Master Lin is quite a good person, making one feel drawn to him. However, the Qi Xianzhou fellow is rather unpleasant. Seeing Tang Xingyue say such things, Chu Xining immediately showed a look of surprise. Xingyue, how do you know that young Master Lin is Zian's partner? Chu Xining began to doubt if she had inadvertently revealed this information to Tang Xingyue. She was certain that she had not disclosed this news to Tang Xingyue. In response to Chu Xining's inquiry, Tang Xingyue rolled her eyes. Sister Xining, do I look like a fool? Their behavior is so obvious, how could I possibly not see it? I believe Sister Xining, you must have noticed it too. Chu Xining was suddenly at a loss for words. However, she was greatly shocked by Tang Xinyu's keen observation. She did not expect that the usually carefree Tang Xingyue would have such a meticulous side. Indeed, one should not be deceived by appearances. The next day, Lin Fan and his companions had already set off in their flying boat, leaving the Xiao family behind. Even Lin Haolei was now on his way to the Qinglei sect. As for Yan Qingfu, she was currently staying in the Shintian realm. There was no need to worry about her feeling bored, as Yi Liuli was engaging her in casual conversation. One could say that since entering the Shintian realm, Yan Qingfu had been in a state of shock. Everything she saw was simply fantastical. Qingfu, you can stay here with peace of mind. If you need anything, just let me know. We are family now, so don't stand on ceremony with me. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingfu respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, mother." Yi Liuli quickly helped her up. "You are such a good child. It is truly Haolei's fortune to have you by his side." "Mother, please don't say that. It's my honor to be with Haolei." This was not mere flattery from Yan Qingfu, she genuinely felt this way in her heart. With Lin Haolei's status, marrying a saintess from their sect would be more than sufficient. After all, she was just a core disciple. If she had known about the Lin family's situation beforehand, she might have hesitated to approach Lin Haolei. Seeing the expression on Yan Qingfu's face, it was evident that she was under considerable pressure. Yi Liuli gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Qingfu, don't think about anything else. Not only do I recognize you, but even Haolei's father acknowledges you." "Thank you, mother, I understand." With Yi Liuli's encouragement, Yan Qingfu quickly adjusted her mindset. Yi Liuli nodded in satisfaction at her response. "Qingfu, come with me. I will introduce you to the other concubines of Haolei so you can get familiar with them." "All right." Yan Xingfu had already learned about these matters from Lin Haolei, so she was not surprised.
Next, Yi Liuli took Yan Xingfu to meet Hu Mei and the others.
At first Yan Xingfu was quite nervous, but seeing everyone greet her warmly allowed her to gradually relax.
Outside, Lin Fan and his group after a day's journey finally arrived at Lawasha city.
This city was within the territory of the Qi family. It was not far from the Lawasha mountain range.
Moreover, this time Lin Fan did not disguise everyone, they entered the city openly.
He did this to observe how the Qi family would react upon seeing their arrival.
Ziyuan, do you know what industries the Qi family has here?
As for industries, the main one is stone gambling. Aside from the Xinghe Commerce Guild, the stone gambling workshop is one of the Qi family's significant sources of income.
Stone gambling. What is that?
Lin Fan had never encountered this industry before.
Of course, this stone gambling was definitely different from what he knew.
Before Xiao Ziyuan could respond, Chu Xining began to explain. Young Master Lin, stone gambling refers to extracting treasures from raw stones, such as spirit jade that improves aptitude, divine crystals used to forge imperial weapons, and various other rare treasures that can potentially be extracted from raw stones. However, most of these raw stones are waste stones and the probability of extracting treasures is extremely low.
Even so, it does not deter cultivators from gambling.
In their eyes, as long as they are lucky enough to extract a rare treasure, they would likely change their fate. Chu Xining did not ponder why Lin Fan was unaware of stone gambling. Such raw stones do not exist on every continent. Some continents have them while others do not.
After all, every continent has its own specialties.
Ever since Xiao Ziyuan mentioned that Lin Fan had a great emperor backing him, she had guessed that Lin Fan was likely not from the Xuanhuang continent. How else would he have the opportunity to encounter a great emperor? Since Lin Fan had never heard of stone gambling, it indicated that the continent he was on likely did not have such raw stones.
After hearing Chu Xining's explanation, Lin Fan also felt a bit curious. What kind of stone could possibly evade the scrutiny of cultivators?
Clearly such raw stones were likely undetectable even by great emperors.
It could only be said that the world is vast and there are wonders of all kinds.
One could only wonder if his system had such abilities.
If the system could appraise them, that would be interesting.
Let's go and see how miraculous this stone gambling is. Naturally, everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's suggestion. Soon they arrived at the stone gambling workshop operated by the Qi family. As Lin Fan and his group stepped inside, they found many cultivators selecting raw stones. Such foot traffic would surely bring immense profits to the Qi family by the end of the day. With the arrival of Lin Fan's group, a servant quickly approached them respectfully, saying, "Esteemed guests, do you wish to purchase raw stone?" "Indeed, please give me an overview of the situation here."
"Certainly, esteemed guest, I will provide you with the details right away."
Our raw stones are divided into 4 areas categorized as zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. In Zone 1, raw stones require the use of imperial-grade spirit stones for purchase.
Zone 2's raw stones require holy-grade spirit stones for purchase.
Zone 3's raw stones require heavenly-grade spirit stones for purchase. As for Zone 4, it requires the use of earthly-grade spirit stones for purchase. What is the distinction among these 4 zones that the prices vary so greatly? Esteemed guest, the higher the price, the greater the probability of extracting treasures. Of course, it does not rule out that raw stones from Zone 4 can also yield top-tier treasures.
Alright, you need not concern yourself with this. We will look around.
Then I shall not disturb your enjoyment, and I wish you a fruitful day. With that, the servant stepped away. As this servant departed, Lin Fan and his group first arrived at Zone 4. Since they were already there, they naturally had to check every area. At this moment, countless raw stones filled Lin Fan's vision. One could say they were innumerable.
A glance revealed a dense array of well-placed raw stones.
Moreover, each raw stone had already been priced with no room for bargaining.
However, this was advantageous, preventing disputes with others.
I want to see if my reincarnation I can discern the internal conditions of these raw stones. With that, Lin Fan activated his reincarnation eye. Oh, this raw stone is surprisingly mysterious. Even the reincarnation I cannot discern a thing. The outer layer of the raw stone seems to block my divine sense. It appears I can only rely on the system now. Thinking this, Lin Fan directly called upon the system. On the other side, within the residence of the Qi family, someone was reporting the intelligence from Lawasha city to Jinge. As Lawasha city was under the control of the Qi family, naturally there were spies everywhere. As soon as Lin Fan and the others entered the city, they were noticed by these scouts.
The information was quickly relayed back to the Qi family.
Upon hearing the report, Jinge furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Are you saying that Xiao Zian has arrived in Lawasha city?" "Yes, master, our people have confirmed that they have spotted Xiao Zian in Lawasha city, and it has been verified several times. There is absolutely no mistake." With this assertion, Jinge no longer had any doubts. What does Xiao Zian intend? His heart was filled with confusion. After that incident, he truly could not understand why Xiao Zian would come to Lawasha city at this time. Doesn't Xiao Zian worry that the Qi family might act against her?
Moreover, given the cunning nature of Xiao Qian, why would he allow Xiao Ziyan to come here? After pondering for a while, Jinge still could not fathom the reasons. By the way, did Xiao Ziyan come alone or is she accompanied by others? He almost overlooked this crucial piece of information. If Xiao Ziyan came alone, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Just by herself, even if she intended to cause trouble, it wouldn't amount to much. But if there were others accompanying her, then they might have some premeditated plans. Naturally, the informant dared not hesitate in response to Jinge's inquiry. Reporting to the master, Xiao Ziyan is accompanied by Princess Jinge of the Great Chu Empire and Tang Xingyue from the Tang family. In addition, there is also a man with them, but we have not been able to ascertain his identity. The Great Chu Empire and the Tang family. Have they already formed an alliance? Jinge calculated silently in his heart. However, even if they have allied, it matters not. Although the Great Chu Empire is not weak, it is even stronger than my Qi family by a few degrees. But the Great Chu Empire is not a member of the Star River Trading Association, hence they cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the association. If they forcefully intervene, they will be collectively resisted by the members. I believe Xiao Qian certainly wouldn't do something so foolish. With this possibility ruled out, Jinge instead felt a sense of relief. As for Lin Fan, he was completely overlooked. A suddenly appeared stranger was not enough to warrant his concern. Anyone with a background on the Xuanhuang continent could not escape the surveillance of the Qi family's intelligence network. Since Lin Fan had no significant identity information, he assumed he was just a lucky person who unexpectedly became friends with Xiao Ziyan and the others. At this moment, the scout reporting to Jinge suddenly had the communication jade slip light up. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly checked it. After reviewing the information, he immediately reported to Jinge, Master Xiao Ziyan and the others have gone to our Qi family's stone gambling shop. Interesting, they actually thought about going to gamble on stones. Never mind, just keep an eye on them. As long as they don't cause trouble, we don't need to intervene. Although Jinge was quite displeased with Xiao Ziyan, he could not possibly act against her on his own territory. Not to mention taking action, he even had to ensure the safety of Xiao Ziyan and her companions within the Qi family's domain. If something were to happen to them here, no matter how many excuses he had, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Moreover, it would also involve the Great Chu Empire and the Tang family. He could not bear the wrath of these three families joining forces. Many people outside were eagerly awaiting a conflict between the Qi family and the Xiao family. Once they were both severely injured, those people would naturally benefit from their strife. In the stone gambling shop, Lin Fan had already summoned the system. Once they were both severely injured, those people would naturally benefit from their strife. In the stone gambling shop, Lin Fan had already summoned the system. Haha, it can really appraise it. Seeing the result provided by the system, Lin Fan was overjoyed. System, continue appraising. Next, Lin Fan wandered around the raw stone area with Xiao Ziyan and the others. As long as he laid eyes on a piece of raw stone, the system would directly provide the appraisal result without him needing to prompt. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the service of the system. Young Master Lin, aren't you going to take a closer look? Xu Xining asked curiously. In her view, Lin Fan's behavior of just glancing and not looking further was simply insufficient to discern any results. Xining, these are all waste stones, there's nothing worth seeing. As soon as Lin Fan said this, a middle-aged cultivator who was bending down to select raw stones could no longer tolerate it. He stood up directly and glared at Lin Fan. This young man has such a big mouth. On what basis do you say these are waste stones? Not long ago, a fellow cultivator opened a piece of heavenly grade spirit marrow. That is heavenly grade spirit marrow, and once consumed it is enough to elevate earth grade premium resources to heavenly grade inferior. Saying this, the middle-aged cultivator's face showed a hint of envy. Although it was only a small upgrade in grade, the difference between the two was vast. For those with heavenly grade inferior qualifications, they possessed the hope of becoming quasi-saint level experts. For him, being quasi-saint was an unattainable existence. Lin Fan did not expect that someone would stand up to refute him at this moment. It was only a piece of heavenly grade spirit marrow, he couldn't care less about it. Moreover, he had indeed noticed that a few raw stones contained heavenly grade spirit marrow. However, such low-grade items were not worth his effort. Tang Xingyue, seeing someone questioning Lin Fan, immediately felt displeased. What's wrong with you? Be mindful of how you speak to me. You're so envious over just a piece of heavenly grade spirit marrow, truly inexperienced. In my eyes, this heavenly grade spirit marrow is no different from garbage. It isn't even as quenching as a bowl of ordinary tea. You. The middle-aged cultivator was completely infuriated by Tang Xingyue. What he regarded as a treasure was viewed as inferior to ordinary tea by Tang Xingyue. Seeing the man left speechless in anger, Tang Xingyue was not inclined to let him off easily. Thus she directly released her Saint King aura, crushing down towards this individual. Faced with such a terrifying pressure, the middle-aged cultivator immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He had never expected to encounter such a fearsome person in Area 4.
A person of such stature should at least be in area 2.
Senior, spare my life. Ultimately he squeezed out these 4 words. He had no courage to say anything further.
Seeing him in such a state, Tang Xingyue felt somewhat bored.
You truly are a blind fool. You didn't even consider who we are before coming out to provoke us. I really don't know how you have survived until now. If it weren't for our kindness you would already be dead. Now get lost and don't let me see you again. Yes, thank you honorable seniors for your mercy.
After saying this he wiped the cold sweat from his face and left in a dejected manner.
There had originally been some onlookers around.
However, feeling the pressure released by Tang Xingyue, they all bowed their heads in fear, not daring to make a sound at that moment. Lin Fan initially wanted to have a word with this guy.
Unexpectedly he was scared off directly by Tang Xingyue.
However, it's no big deal, this is merely a minor episode and of little consequence. Next, Lin Fan continued to examine these raw stones. Ultimately, heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. Lin Fan finally discovered something worthwhile. This raw stone concealed a low-grade imperial jadeite which could nourish the soul, making it available for the host to take possession. I really did find a good item, my time was not wasted. Then Lin Fan directly summoned the staff here and handed over the spirit stone to him. After that he put away this raw stone. This raw stone was not expensive, it only cost 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to merely 1 piece of imperial spirit stone.
Of course, 1 piece of imperial spirit stone holds far more purchasing power than 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones.
If Lin Fan were to sell this jadeite, it would be worth at least 1,000,000 imperial spirit stones. This is a 1,000,000-fold profit, which makes such a find quite a joyful matter. Of course, Lin Fan had no shortage of spirit stones, he certainly wouldn't sell such a treasure.
Witnessing Lin Fan's fluid movements, Chu Xining was very surprised.
Although this amount of spirit stones was not significant, it felt a bit hasty, didn't it? After all, her attention had been solely on Lin Fan. She never expected that Lin Fan would buy this raw stone after just a glance. Surely one cannot determine the value of a raw stone based solely on one look. If such a capability existed, it would be terrifying. Even the most top-notch appraisers need to examine carefully to be certain about whether treasures exist within the raw stone.
Moreover, this is not absolute, mistakes can happen. Young Master Lin, is there really something inside this raw stone? Out of curiosity, Chu Xining couldn't help but ask. Why? Don't you trust my eye for quality?
Lin Fan replied cheerfully.
That's not it, mainly young Master Lin, you didn't examine it carefully, just took a quick glance. Can you really determine the quality of the raw stone like that?
Seeing Chu Xining questioning Lin Fan, Xiao Zian suddenly came up with an idea. She quickly pulled Chu Xining and said, Xining, since you doubt Lin Fan, why not make a bet with him? If something good comes out of this raw stone, you will serve young Master Lin as a maid for a year. If nothing good comes out, then young Master Lin will agree to one condition of yours. How about that? After saying this, Xiao Zian winked at Lin Fan, signaling him to cooperate. Lin Fan did not refuse but also did not say much. At this moment, Tang Xingyue, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in to stir the pot.
Sister Xining, you should agree.
Young Master Lin just took a quick look, there's no way he could determine the quality of the raw stone.
So the one who wins must be you.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xining shot her a glare.
Tang Xingyue, it's not you who will be the maid, right?
If I really lose, a dignified imperial princess like me would have to serve as a maid. If this spreads, my father would surely expel me from the Chu family. Sister Xining, are you foolish? You are bound to win this round.
As long as you win, young Master Lin will agree to one of your conditions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you're taking too long to consider.
If it really doesn't work, I'll bet with you, and if we lose, I'll serve as a maid for young Master Lin alongside you. How about that? After saying this, Tang Xingyue looked at Xiao Zian.
Sister Zian, I want to bet with Sister Xining.
If we lose, how about we both serve young Master Lin as maids for a year? But if we win, then young Master Lin will owe each of us a condition. How does that sound?
Xinyue, since you are so eager to serve as a maid, I'll naturally support you. Xiao Zian agreed without hesitation. Internally, she was quite pleased with Tang Xinyu's involvement.
She had been considering how to bring Tang Xingyue along, but she didn't expect her to be so proactive.
Xiao Zian trusted Lin Fan's abilities and was certain he wouldn't make a mistake.
Although she had never witnessed Lin Fan in action, he never engaged in ventures without assurance. Since Lin Fan bought this raw stone, the contents within it would definitely be extraordinary. Seeing Xiao Zian agree, Tang Xingyue turned to Chu Xining and said, so Sister Xining, now that I'm with you, you can rest easy, right? Seeing that Tang Xingyue had agreed, Chu Xining no longer hesitated.
I accept this bet.
However, I have one condition: the treasure revealed from the raw stone cannot be lower than mid-grade sacred level.
If it is below mid-grade sacred level, then we win.
After all, items below mid-grade sacred level are of no use to us and cannot be considered treasures.
Upon hearing this condition, Tang Xinyu's eyes lit up.
With this condition, their chances of winning increased significantly, if not guaranteed. After all, they were only in Area 4 and it was already quite difficult to uncover heavenly-level treasures, let alone sacred-level ones. Xiao did not immediately agree to this condition but glanced at Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan maintain a confident and smiling demeanor, she knew there was no problem. I accept this condition, let's go and uncover the stone. Soon Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the stone uncovering area. Seeing that someone was going to uncover stones, many people immediately gathered around. After all, most people came here not to gamble but to watch others uncover stones. Here even the cheapest raw stone costs over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones.
Naturally, not everyone can afford to play.
The chief family relying on this gambling stone shop had made a fortune. When everyone saw the stone Lin Fan took out, which was the size of a grinding disc, many showed disappointed expressions. Soon someone began to belittle this raw stone. So it's just a raw stone from Area 4, it's unlikely to yield anything good. I think I've seen this raw stone before, it's priced at 1 million low-grade spirit stones.
TSK spending 1 million low-grade spirit stones on this stone, this person is bound to suffer losses.
The appearance of this raw stone can at most yield low-grade items. Watching these people demean the raw stone, Xuanhuang felt both happy and angry. She was pleased that she was likely to win this bet. Anger arose from the fact that these people actually looked down on Lin Fan's judgment. Overall, she felt somewhat conflicted. She hoped Lin Fan could uncover a good treasure and slap those people's faces. Yet she feared that Lin Fan would win this bet.
Lin Fan directly ignored the belittlement from these people.
He handed the piece of raw stone to the stone master.
The stone master respectfully asked, "Young master, how do you wish to cut it?"
Lin Fan did not speak, and naturally he did not dare to make a random cut. If he damaged the treasures inside, he could not afford to compensate.
Without hesitation, Lin Fan followed the system's guidance and drew the lines. "Cut directly along the lines I drew."
The stone master was somewhat dumbfounded when he saw the lines drawn by Lin Fan. Lin Fan had left only a fist-sized area in the middle, cutting away everything else. He had been unwrapping raw stones here for countless years and had never seen anyone do this. Others witnessing this began to discuss amongst themselves.
Isn't this ridiculous? How can one cut stone like this? Even if there are treasures inside, they will be ruined. Exactly.
Where did this prodigal come from, wasting 1 million spirit stones like this? Tang Xinyue was immediately angered when she heard someone call Lin Fan a prodigal. Thus she unleashed her aura again, directly locking onto the speaker. As this aura erupted, that person instantly turned pale and collapsed to the ground.
Tang Xinyue looked at him with disdain. How dare such a person belittle Lin Fan? Truly overestimating himself.
She ignored him and coldly scanned the people present.
"I don't want to hear any more nonsense, otherwise you will bear the consequences." As soon as Tang Xinyue said this, everyone present fell silent. Although there were strong practitioners above the Sing King realm present, they did not wish to offend Lin Fan and his group, even if they could not discern their identities. Yet they were not blind and could tell that Lin Fan and his companions were extraordinary.
They were not foolish enough to offend such remarkable individuals over trivial matters. Lin Fan felt quite touched that Tang Xinyue defended him so fervently. He gently patted her shoulder.
"All right, Xinyue, calm down and don't stoop to their level.
We still have to unwrap the stones next." With Lin Fan's comfort, Tang Xinyue finally reined in her aura and ignored those people. Xuanhuang, witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. What's wrong with this girl? She wasn't like this before. She actually got angry twice today for Lin Fan. Could it be that she has taken a liking to Lin Fan? But isn't that too fast? While pondering, she glanced worriedly at Xiao. Fortunately, what she worried about did not happen. Xiao looked as calm as ever, showing no signs of anger. In fact, she even felt a bit secretly pleased. This was precisely her plan. Lin Fan, unaware of the thoughts in the girls' hearts, continued to instruct the stone master, "Just follow the lines I drew to unwrap it. Rest assured, if you damage it, I won't hold you responsible." "All right, then I shall begin unwrapping the stone. Please wait a moment, young master." With the lines drawn by Lin Fan, the cutting was naturally easy. Soon the agate within the raw stone was extracted and respectfully handed to Lin Fan by the stone master. "Young master, I have fulfilled my duty. It is cut perfectly without any deviation." In fact, the stone master was extremely shocked. He never expected that the lines drawn by Lin Fan would be so precise. This led him to wonder if the young master had already seen what was inside the raw stone. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Even the most skilled appraisers could not achieve such precision. Even the emperor had tried many methods before and could not discern what was inside the raw stone. Therefore, the only explanation was that Lin Fan's luck was simply too good. As the people present saw the fist-sized milky white agate, their breaths became rapid. Although most of them could not recognize what treasure it was, they knew this agate was definitely not ordinary. Just being near it made them feel their divine consciousness being nourished. Clearly, wearing this agate would provide tremendous benefits to one's divine consciousness. Such a treasure would surely be in high demand on the market. It was worth several times more than other treasures of the same grade.
This is an imperial-grade low-quality soul-nourishing agate. Someone exclaimed loudly. With so many people present, naturally there were those who recognized its value.
As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in an uproar.
The words imperial-grade low-quality were enough to shock everyone present.
The soul-nourishing agate of imperial-grade low-quality has immense effects even for emperors. Yet such a treasure was obtained for merely 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was simply an enormous profit. Among the crowd, 5 individuals exchanged glances. In the next moment their eyes filled with greed as they looked at Lin Fan. Clearly they were all in cahoots. Moreover, the strongest among them had already reached the Saint Emperor realm. The other 4 also possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Saint King realm. From the way they looked at Lin Fan, it was evident they were already plotting how to seize the soul-nourishing agate from him. This was an imperial-grade low-quality treasure. If they seized it, they could exchange it for a wealth of cultivation resources. Although Lin Fan and his companions appeared to have strong backgrounds, they were not afraid.
After they snatched the soul-nourishing agate, they would immediately flee.
The Xuanhuang continent was vast and there would always be a place for them to hide. Besides, they had done such things more than once and already had ample experience. Unfortunately, what they did not know was that the moment they harbored greedy thoughts, Lin Fan had already sensed them. Interesting, there are actually mice trying to plot against me. Indeed, wealth stirs the heart. However, Lin Fan did not intend to expose them. It was inconvenient to act here. He could deal with them later when they took the initiative. At this moment the happiest one was Xiao.
Xinyue, it seems Lin Fan has won. You all must honor your bet.
Chu Xining pouted, feeling that she had been deceived. Ziyan, tell me honestly, did you already know that Lin Gongzi had such abilities? Xiao shook her head. This is Lin Fan's first time betting on stones. How could I possibly know he had such abilities? The reason I believed in him is that I know he would never do anything without confidence. After saying this, Xiao smiled proudly. She just knew that Lin Fan would not disappoint her. Chu Xining did not doubt Xiao words. After all, Lin Fan had just heard about betting on stones for the first time. Chu Xining was somewhat puzzled about how Lin Fan could tell at a glance that there was a treasure within the raw stone. Compared to those treasure appraisers, they were simply nothing. No, it should be said that those people simply did not have the qualifications to compare with Lin Fan. It was a dimensionality reduction strike. Moreover, she believed that Lin Fan definitely wasn't relying on luck. With Lin Fan's confident expression, it was certainly not an act. Thinking of Lin Fan's abilities, Chu Xining's eyes brightened. As one of the top forces in the Great Chu Empire, they naturally controlled a fair number of raw stone veins.
If Lin Fan could help with the appraisal, that would be wonderful.
However, this matter was not urgent. She could bring it up later when she was more familiar with Lin Fan. Next, she would be Lin Fan's maid for a year, which was a perfect opportunity to build a good relationship with him. After having this thought, Chu Xining was no longer averse to becoming Lin Fan's maid. Then she seriously said to Lin Fan, "Young Master Lin, I accept the bet and will be your maid for the next year." Seeing that Chu Xining agreed, Tang Xinyue quickly chimed in, "Young Master Lin, I feel the same." Lin Fan noticed the seriousness of both and quickly waved his hand.
"All right, we are all friends, so there's no need to be so formal. Moreover, Ziyan was just joking with you. There's no need to take it seriously."
"No, since it's a bet, I must fulfill it," Chu Xining said with a serious expression.
"Yes, young Master Lin, since it's a bet, we must accept the outcome."
Seeing their insistence, Lin Fan had nothing more to say. At this moment, a woman approached Lin Fan.
Xiao Ziyan and the others immediately stiffened upon seeing her.
The newcomer belonged to the Lu family, one of the top 10 imperial clans of the Star River Chamber of Commerce.
The person before them was Lu Yue, the daughter of the Lu family head. Their relationship was neither good nor bad.
Xiao Ziyan did not expect to encounter her here. "Lu Yue, what brings you here?"
Tang Xinyue asked in a deep voice.
Lu Yue raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Are you saying that only you can come here and I cannot?"
"You?"
Tang Xinyue was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to retort.
"All right, I'm not here to find you in Xiao Ziyan.
I just heard that someone here is offering a piece of low-grade imperial soul-nourishing jade, so I came to take a look. And to see if I could buy that piece of soul-nourishing jade. After all, such treasures are rare."
Hearing that Lu Yue wanted to buy the soul-nourishing jade, a cold smile appeared on Tang Xinyu's face.
"Lu Yue, you have some lofty ideas, but unfortunately we are not selling the soul-nourishing jade. So you should go back from where you came. You can't decide this. I just heard that you agreed to be someone else's maid."
"You?"
At this moment Tang Xinyue was furious. She did not expect that Lu Yue had heard about this matter. Seeing Tang Xinyu's reaction, Lu Yue smiled faintly and then turned her gaze to Lin Fan.
"Hello, young master, my name is Lu Yue. May I ask for your acquaintance?"
She had not visited the Xiao family that day, so she did not know Lin Fan. However, since Lin Fan was so well regarded by Xiao Ziyan and the others, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Especially since even Princess Jinge was willing to be his maid for a year, this was even more telling. Naturally, she wanted to make his acquaintance.
Hello Miss Lu, my name is Lin Fan.
Lin Fan greeted her with a smile. So it's young Master Lin, my apologies. May I ask if you would be willing to part with the soul-nourishing jade? I am willing to offer 200,000 imperial quality spirit stones.
Hearing Lu Yue's offer, everyone around widened their eyes.
This was 200,000 imperial quality spirit stones. If 200,000 imperial quality spirit stones were used to purchase cultivation resources, it would be enough to help someone break through to the sacred emperor realm. Of course, this was on the premise of having the aptitude to cultivate to the sacred emperor realm.
If the aptitude was not high, more resources would be needed.
Unfortunately, these 200,000 imperial quality spirit stones were just pocket change for Lin Fan. He would never sell the soul-nourishing jade just for 200,000 imperial quality spirit stones.
Sorry Miss Lu, but I am not selling the soul-nourishing jade. Upon hearing Lin Fan's refusal, Lu Yue looked somewhat disappointed. However, Tang Xinyue appeared a bit smug. Lu Yue, I already told you that buying the soul-nourishing jade is absolutely impossible. Lu Yue rolled her eyes at Tang Xinyue and ignored her. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, do you still want to buy raw stones? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Since I came here, I naturally want to enjoy myself. Next, let's head to Area 3. Area 4 had been basically explored, although there were a few sacred level treasures among them. Lin Fan did not choose to acquire any.
Seeing that Lin Fan wanted to bet on stones, Lu Yue was immediately interested.
Young Master Lin, may I accompany you to take a look? If Miss Lu is willing, then there is no problem.
Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin.
Soon the group followed Lin Fan to Area 3.
While Lin Fan was observing the raw stones, Tang Xinyue shot Lu Yue a glare. Lu Yue, what is your purpose in following us?
What purpose could I have?
I am just curious about how young Master Lin appraises treasures.
It better be that way. If you have other motives, don't blame us for being rude.
After saying this, Tang Xinyue did not forget to wave her fist at Lu Yue. I say, Tang Xinyue, with the three of you here, even if I had a purpose, I could do nothing. Especially since Xiao Zian's strength has also broken through to the sacred emperor realm, I am even less of a match for you.
Lu Yue's strength was only at the 8th level of the sacred king realm, so she was certainly not a match for the three before her. At least you have some self-awareness, but I will keep an eye on you. Lu Yue shrugged. Do as you wish.
She could not understand why this girl had taken such a dislike to her. On the other side, at the Qi family, the scout who had just reported hurriedly found Xizhen. Head of the family, I have news from the stone gambling shop.
Quickly say, what news? For some reason, Xizhen suddenly had an ominous premonition.
Head of the family, the man named Lin Fan I mentioned to you has just made a big splash at the stone gambling shop. He directly cut out a piece of low-grade imperial soul-nourishing jade from the raw stones in Area 4. Hearing about the imperial-grade soul-nurturing jade essence, Xizhen was greatly astonished. He never expected Lin Fan to be so lucky to unearth an imperial-grade treasure from the very first piece of raw stone. Xizhen did not believe that Lin Fan had relied on his own abilities to uncover the imperial-grade treasure. He attributed it solely to luck. Immediately he waved his hand towards the scouts. Continue to monitor the situation there. I want to see if he will have such good fortune again next.
Yes, Master.
In the gambling stone workshop, Lu Yue saw Lin Fan merely glancing at these raw stones without making any other moves. This left her somewhat perplexed. She had never seen anyone select raw stones like this.
However, she didn't say much, quietly following Lin Fan and observing his every move. She was still uncertain whether Lin Fan's earlier discovery of the soul-nurturing jade essence was due to luck.
Just then Lin Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Host, this piece of raw stone contains a dragon spirit stone.
Absorbing it will allow you to comprehend a dragon clan's innate divine ability.
Oh, to think there would be such a good thing, not bad. Innate divine abilities are the hallmark skills of powerful beasts, and he never expected to have the chance to possess one, especially from the dragon clan. Afterwards, Lin Fan calmly summoned the staff present. After paying 500,000 heavenly grade spirit stones, he tucked the raw stone into his possession. Lin Fan did not choose to analyze the stone but continued to inspect other raw stones. Lu Yue was greatly shocked to see Lin Fan so easily purchase a raw stone. If selecting raw stones were this simple, the gambling stone industry would not exist. Lu Yue shook her head and couldn't help but ask Tang Xinyue beside her, does young Master Lin always select raw stones so careless?
Are you shocked by this?
It's just gambling stones, how could it possibly faze the young master? For the young master, this is merely a trivial matter, don't make a fuss about it here. After speaking, Tang Xinyue revealed a proud expression. In fact, she also thought Lin Fan's actions were somewhat rash. However, in front of Lu Yue, she naturally had to maintain Lin Fan's image. Lu Yue knew that Tang Xinyue held a prejudice against her. After failing to extract any information, she continued to pay attention to Lin Fan's actions.
If she kept asking, who knows how Tang Xinyue would react. Next, Lin Fan selected 2 more raw stones in Zone 3, bringing the total to 3.
He then picked out 6 raw stones from Zone 2. Only Zone 1 remained. Lin Fan was looking forward to Zone 1. After all, it contained the best-looking raw stones and he expected there to be plenty of good items. Just as Lin Fan was about to head to Zone 1, he was called by Lu Yue. "Young Master Lin, we have already selected 9 raw stones. How about we analyze a few and see how luck treats us?"
Lu Yue did this to determine whether Lin Fan was truly as impressive as he seemed.
If Lin Fan finished selecting the raw stones and left directly, her thoughts would be dashed. "I say, Lu Yue, why do you care if the young master analyzes the stones?"
Tang Xinyue directly retorted angrily.
She opposed anything Lu Yue suggested. This made Lu Yue grit her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Lin Fan and the others being present, she would have wanted to give this person a good beating. It was simply infuriating. Xiao Zian looked at the two who were like fire and water, feeling somewhat helpless. To avoid escalating the situation, she gently patted Tang Xinyue's shoulder, saying, "Xinyue, don't cause trouble."
"Yes, Sister Zian." Tang Xinyue dared not disobey Xiao Zian's words.
Seeing that Tang Xinyue had stopped causing trouble, Xiao Zian then turned to Lin Fan, saying, "How about we analyze a few raw stones and let Lu Yue have her eyes opened?" This last remark was Xiao Zian's true intention.
She wanted Lu Yue to develop admiration for Lin Fan.
Although uncovering good items in public would attract attention, it might also draw the envy of malicious parties.
However, the current strength of the Lin family was not afraid of these cow demons and snake spirits.
Given this, there was no need for concealment.
Since Zian has spoken, let's first analyze a couple of stones. After uncovering 2 more treasures, Lin Fan felt that would suffice. This would also attract the attention of the Qi family.
Seeing Lin Fan agree to analyze the stones, Lu Yue immediately showed an expression of anticipation.
Moments later, Lin Fan and his group returned to the analysis area.
The stone analyst who had seen Lin Fan's appearance earlier instantly revealed a smile.
"Young master, are you going to continue analyzing the stones?"
"Yes, please analyze these 2 raw stones."
"I've already drawn the lines on them." "All right, young master, please wait a moment."
As he spoke, he took the raw stones handed to him by Lin Fan and began his work. As the surface of the first raw stone was sliced open, a burst of purple light suddenly erupted, dazzling and brilliant. The surrounding spiritual energy also began to surge wildly towards this place.
This phenomenon instantly attracted quite a crowd.
This light is remarkable, it actually has a gathering spirit effect. Given this commotion, it's likely another treasure of imperial grade or above. With this person's words, the scene erupted into excitement. Within a single day, 2 imperial-grade treasures had been unearthed consecutively, and both were by the same person.
This truly shocked them.
The stone analyst began to tremble slightly upon witnessing this commotion. He had been engaged in stone analysis for over 1,000 years and had previously unearthed imperial-grade treasures. However, he had never encountered a situation where 2 imperial-grade treasures were unearthed in a single day. After calming his emotions, he turned his gaze to Lin Fan.
"This young master, may I ask if you wish to continue?" "Yes, just cut along the lines I've drawn." "Understood, young master."
Next, the stone analyst began to work diligently and cautiously. Soon a purple jade stone appeared before everyone's eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy surged even more intensely. Witnessing this scene, countless people present felt a sense of shock. What kind of treasure is this? The gathering spirit effect is incredibly terrifying. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. "From my observation, this treasure should be the mid-grade imperial level 1Z Na Yuan jade. Just by its name you can tell that its effect is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as a piece of 1Z Na Yuan jade is placed in a cave dwelling, it won't be long before the dwelling transforms into a paradise. Because it can make the spiritual energy within the dwelling dozens of times denser than in other places."
After hearing this person's explanation, those present were filled with envy. Such a treasure would be considered a prized possession even by those imperial-level factions.
After all, the denser the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation speed. After introducing the 1Z Na Yuan jade to everyone, the middle-aged man approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan examined the man before him and discovered that his strength had surprisingly reached the first level of the Saint Venerable realm. Before Lin Fan could continue his investigation, the middle-aged man spoke with a smile. "Hello, young friend.
My name is Zhou Du, the Grand Elder of the Lingyun Holy Land.
I wonder if you would be willing to part with the 1Z Na Yuan jade in your possession.
I am willing to offer 20 million imperial-grade spirit stones to buy it." Hearing Zhou Du's offer, everyone present was taken aback.
He is actually Elder Zhou Du of the Lingyun Holy Land, who is rumored to have reached the Saint Venerable realm.
Is that true or not? Regardless of whether he is a saint venerable or not, the most shocking thing should be the 20 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. This is 20 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones which many quasi-emperor forces cannot produce. Such a vast fortune is enough to cultivate a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Yet Zhou speaks of such a large sum of Imperial Spirit Stones so casually. Truly he is worthy of being from the Lingyun Holy Land. You all are discussing this in the wrong direction. Don't you realize that this young man is the ultimate winner? He has spent nearly a few million heavenly grade spirit stones to obtain such a treasure which is simply unimaginable. You do have a point, but whether he can keep this wealth is another matter. If this news spreads today, many will surely want to seize his wealth. Even those at the quasi-emperor level might take action against him. After all, wealth stirs the heart. When this person finished speaking, many agreed and some even cast gloating glances at Lin Fan. They were envious of Lin Fan's good fortune. If Lin Fan were to be killed over this matter, it would naturally be quite satisfying. The discussions of these individuals naturally did not affect Lin Fan. However, before Lin Fan could respond to Zhou, Chu Xianning stepped forward. Elder Zhou, I also need this 1,000,000 yuan jade, so I will offer 25 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. Upon hearing someone challenge him, Zhou's expression immediately turned serious. But as soon as he recognized Chu Xianning's face, his expression changed to one of astonishment. He had seen Chu Xianning before and immediately recognized her. The strength of the Great Chu Empire was unquestionable, rivaling that of the Lingyun Holy Land. Moreover, the two forces were neighboring. If a conflict were to arise, there would be no room for negotiation. However, the relationship between the Lingyun Holy Land and the Great Chu Empire was fairly amicable. At present, there was little possibility of a major conflict. Having recognized Chu Xianning, Zhou's attitude instantly softened. So it is Princess Jinge. I wonder how your father has been lately. Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhou. My father is doing well. That's good. Since Princess Jinge is also interested in this 1,000,000 yuan jade, I will not compete for it. It was not that Zhou feared Chu Xianning. Unless Chu Xianning's father were present, a mere princess would not compel him to compromise. The reason he chose to withdraw was that he noticed the good relationship between Chu Xianning and Lin Fan. Thus, even if he insisted on competing, it was highly likely he would not win against Chu Xianning. In that case, it was better for him to do a favor and withdraw from the competition, which would also earn him goodwill from Chu Xianning. Seeing Zhou withdraw, Chu Xianning breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhou had wished to continue competing, she would have truly been at a loss. The Great Chu Empire did not lack in spirit stones, but such a large number could not be mobilized by her as a mere princess. Young master, I have fulfilled my promise. With that, the stone master presented the Leizhou crystal core to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the Leizhou crystal core and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is a reward for you. After saying this, Lin Fan casually handed the stone master 10 emperor grade spirit stones. Seeing the spirit stones in hand, the stone master was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, young master." These 10 emperor grade spirit stones were an absolute fortune for him. His salary here was only 5,000,000 earth grade spirit stones per year. Now with his strength at only the respectable realm, these 10 emperor grade spirit stones were equivalent to a staggering 10 million earth grade spirit stones. If he were to exchange them for earth grade spirit stones, he could easily obtain 30 million. With these spirit stones, he could break through to the quasi-saint realm in a short time and might even become a formidable saint in the future. Other stone masters watching this scene showed expressions of envy. They could only lament why Lin Fan hadn't chosen them for the stone appraisal. Otherwise, these spirit stones would have been theirs. Unfortunately, having witnessed Lin Fan's strength, they naturally did not dare to speak up. In response to the stone master's gratitude, Lin Fan said little. He merely felt that this stone master was decent enough to grant him some benefits. Lin Fan did not linger, as he needed to head to Area 1 to see if he could find anything good. Just as he was about to signal everyone to depart, Zhou approached him again. Having missed the 1,000,000 yuan jade earlier, he did not want to miss this Leizhou crystal core. Lin Fan frowned as he saw Zhou blocking his way. "Elder Zhou, may I ask why you are stopping me?" Zhou noticed Lin Fan's displeasure and cupped his hands apologetically. "I apologize for bothering you, young Master Lin. I just wanted to ask if you have any intention of parting with this Leizhou crystal core. If you are willing, I am prepared to offer 50 million Emperor-grade spirit stones for it." Although the Leizhou crystal core had only a slight chance of allowing a quasi-emperor to comprehend the fire laws, just that possibility was enough to fetch an exorbitant price. Thus, while Zhou's offer of 50 million Emperor-grade spirit stones seemed a bit inflated, it was indeed very reasonable in the eyes of those in need. If he were lucky enough to successfully comprehend the fire laws with this Leizhou crystal core, it would be a tremendous gain. Zhou's continued good attitude made Lin Fan look upon him favorably. If it were any other elder from a different force, they likely would not have such good manners.
However, Lin Fan was not in need of spirit stones, so he naturally would not sell. Such a treasure was something he needed to keep for himself. After all, his woman and child could use it in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Fan directly refused, saying, "Sorry, Elder Zhou, but I need to keep this item for myself, so I apologize." Seeing that Lin Fan would not sell, Zhou Du displayed a look of disappointment. As for forcibly taking it, he ruled that out immediately.
He not only recognized Chu Xin Ning but also knew Xiao Zi Yen Tang Xin Yue and Lu Yue who were beside her.
Moreover, judging by the situation, these individuals had a good relationship with Lin Fan. If he were to act against Lin Fan, it would likely incur the wrath of these major forces. At that point, if these major forces joined forces, they, the Lingyun Holy Emperor, would not be able to withstand it. Finally, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Fan before stepping aside. He planned to wait here and see if Lin Fan would continue to appraise stones after purchasing the original stones. If Lin Fan could uncover good items again, perhaps he could buy them. As for the others present, they simply did not have the qualification to compete with him.
Lin Fan did not delay any further and led Xiao Ziyan and the others directly towards Area 1.
He needed to buy some time. After making such a large commotion today, the Qi family would surely have learned about it. He had to select the treasures in Area 1 before the Qi family arrived. Once he had paid, the Qi family could not backtrack on the deal. Otherwise, if this matter were to leak out, he would not be able to continue operating his stone gambling shop. If the Qi family arrived, it would be difficult for him to continue selecting original stones.
Just as Lin Fan thought, Qizhen had already learned about his performance here.
Upon finding out that Lin Fan had uncovered 2 treasures, Qizhen was unable to sit still.
Finding 1 treasure could be said to be luck, finding 2 could be called coincidence. But finding 3 treasures in a row was certainly not merely luck or coincidence.
It seems that this Lin Fan's background is definitely not simple. I must see what kind of background he has. Without hesitation, Qizhen directly summoned the steward.
"Master, did you call for me?"
"What are your orders?"
The steward entered and respectfully asked Qizhen.
"Immediately send someone to investigate Lin Fan's background. I want to know all his information."
"Yes, master, I will handle it right away."
After the steward left, Qizhen still could not calm down. "No, I must go to the stone gambling shop to take a look, otherwise I won't feel at ease."
With that, Qizhen flew directly towards Lawasha city.
In the stone gambling shop. In Area 1, Lin Fan was looking at the original stone in front of him with great delight. Host, this original stone contains an Emperor-grade top-tier Void Divine Stone which can be used to forge space attribute Emperor weapons. I didn't expect to encounter such a good item. My luck is truly remarkable. Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly called for the staff, spending 500,000 Emperor-grade Spirit Stones to acquire it. Treasures of this level are rare and sought after. If put up for auction, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price of over 100 million. Although the joy on Lin Fan's face was fleeting, it was still captured by Lu Yue, who had been observing him closely. Earlier, when he uncovered the Leizhou crystal core, young Master Lin was expressionless. But after buying this original stone, young Master Lin actually showed a look of delight. It must mean that this original stone contains something of even greater value than before.
Could it be an Emperor-grade superior treasure?
Thinking of this, Lu Yue was greatly shocked. After what had just happened, she no longer doubted Lin Fan's judgment. As long as it was an original stone Lin Fan was interested in, it would definitely contain good items. However, despite her shock, she did not disturb Lin Fan at that moment. Next, under Lin Fan's exploration, he acquired 10 original stones. Unfortunately, among these treasures, only that Void Divine Stone reached the Emperor-grade top tier.
Nevertheless, Lin Fan was still very satisfied.
He spent less than 500,000 Emperor-grade Spirit Stones in total for these original stones. If calculated, these treasures would absolutely be worth hundreds of millions of Emperor-grade Spirit Stones. This was nearly 1,000-fold profit, and it was the kind that couldn't be bought with money, making it a tremendous gain. Seeing that Lin Fan had finished his work, Chu Xining quickly asked, "Young Master, shall we continue to analyze the stones?" "No, we've already made enough of a splash today, there's no need to go on.
Let's talk about it when we get back."
Everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's decision except for Lu Yue, who showed a hint of disappointment. Naturally, she wanted to see Lin Fan continue analyzing the stones. If he wasn't here, she wouldn't be able to see it. She couldn't possibly follow Lin Fan back, they weren't that familiar yet. Not far away, Zhou Du saw that Lin Fan had finished selecting the raw stones and quickly walked over.
"Young Master Lin, are you preparing to continue analyzing the stones?" "No, I'm planning to go back and analyze them."
Zhou Du felt a bit disappointed upon seeing that Lin Fan didn't intend to continue. However, before he could start persuading Lin Fan, a voice came from outside the gambling stone shop. "I heard there is a master named Lin Fan who has consecutively revealed 3 Imperial-level treasures.
May I have the honor of meeting him?"
Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Fan instantly knew it was Qizhen who had come.
Xiao Ziyan beside him also recognized who it was. Sure enough, not long after, Qizhen appeared before them.
Upon seeing Qizhen, Xiao Ziyan immediately stepped forward. Then she cupped her hands towards Qizhen and said, "Uncle Qi." Xijin, seeing Xiao Zian, immediately smiled with a hint of sarcasm and said, "Oh, it's my niece Zian. Why didn't you let Uncle Qi know you were coming?
Are you being too distant?" Seeing Xijin's expression, Xiao Zian sneered inwardly. "Uncle Qi, you jest.
You are so busy, we just came here to gamble on stones, why should we disturb you?" Xijin laughed heartily at her words.
"What are you talking about, my dear niece?
Given the relationship between our families, I must treat you well for coming here. Otherwise, if word gets out about this, how would others view Xijin?" Seeing that Xiao Zian wanted to say something else, Lin Fan directly patted her shoulder, signaling her to keep quiet.
Xiao Zian complied and stepped back behind Lin Fan.
At this moment, Xijin also turned his attention towards Lin Fan. Then he smiled and cupped his fists towards Lin Fan, saying, "You must be Master Lin Fan."
"Truly, it's an honor."
Xijin, unsure of whether Lin Fan was friend or foe, was very polite.
"You flatter me, Master Qi.
However, I must thank the gambling stone shop for having so many treasures, otherwise I wouldn't have such luck." Hearing Lin Fan's words, the corners of Xijin's mouth twitched. If there were truly so many treasures, how could they have gone so many years without revealing an imperial-level treasure? Yet Lin Fan had come and consecutively revealed 3. Without the necessary strength, it was simply impossible. Xijin was bleeding inside over the loss of 3 imperial-level treasures.
Especially the Wan Zi Na Yuan Yu and Li Hua Jingpa.
These 2 treasures, even placed in the Qi family, would be rare finds. Xijin decided to see if he could win Lin Fan over.
If he could recruit such a master in gem appraisal for the Qi family, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost.
With that decision in mind, Xijin immediately changed to a friendly expression as he looked at Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, may I ask where your master is from?" "Master Qi, when I ventured out, my master instructed me not to reveal his name. I hope you can understand."
Xijin didn't know whether Lin Fan was telling the truth or not.
However, since Lin Fan had said it, he couldn't press the matter further. But soon he had a new idea.
"Since I can't ask about your master, let's approach it from another angle.
Master Lin Fan, I would like to invite you to be an advisor for our Qi family's gambling stone shop."
"What do you think?"
"Master Qi, before discussing the advisor position, you first need to tell me what benefits you can offer me." Upon hearing Lin Fan inquire about benefits, Xijin was overjoyed. He feared that Lin Fan would ask for nothing. But since Lin Fan had proactively brought up benefits, he felt confident in keeping Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, as long as you agree to be our gambling stone shop advisor, we will provide you with 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones as compensation each year."
Upon hearing the compensation Xijin offered, except for Xiao Zian and a few others, everyone present was shocked.
10 million imperial-grade spirit stones a year was no small amount. Some quasi-imperial level forces might not even be able to produce 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones.
Moreover, to offer 10 million each year was simply unbelievable.
However, Lin Fan was filled with disdain towards this.
"Master Qi, I think I'll pass on the advisor position." "What? Does Master Lin Fan think my offer is too low?" Xijin frowned.
This was 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones, not a small figure at all. He could say he had offered a high enough price. The current gem appraisal master in his family only earned 1,000,000 imperial-grade spirit stones a year.
That was a full 100 times less.
Faced with Xijin's probing, Lin Fan laughed heartily. "Master Qi, it's just a mere 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones, it holds no appeal to me at all. Take this Li Hua Jingpa as an example. Elder Zhou just offered 500 million imperial-grade spirit stones. I merely cut a piece from a raw stone and obtained such enormous wealth.
Why would I need to be your advisor?"
After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Xijin finally understood why he was so dismissive.
After all, Lin Fan could easily obtain greater wealth without needing to work as an advisor.
If he were in Lin Fan's shoes, he would make the same choice. However, he knew that gem appraisal required not only skill but also a fair amount of luck. Even the greatest masters had their failures.
Not every gamble on stones would yield good results.
But he didn't want to miss out on Lin Fan, so he decided to push a bit more. "Master Lin, 10 million imperial-grade spirit stones is already a lot. I value your ability, which is why I'm willing to offer this price. No, I won't take on any advisory position without at least 100 million imperial-grade spirit stones as compensation." 100 million imperial-grade spirit stones.
Xijin exclaimed in shock. He was genuinely startled by Lin Fan's audacity. This amount nearly equaled their Qi family's annual income.
If they factored in some expenses, their yearly revenue was only a few tens of millions of imperial-grade spirit stones. With Lin Fan directly asking for 100 million, it was more than their entire annual income. Such a request was impossible for him to agree to. Not to mention Xijin, even Zhou Du beside him was taken aback by Lin Fan. He had initially wanted to invite Lin Fan to be an advisor for their Lingyun sacred land. Seeing Xijin frightened by Lin Fan's price tag, Xuanhuang couldn't help but curl her lips. She knew very well that Lin Fan was deliberately asking for such a high amount just to toy with Xijin. Given Lin Fan's relationship with Xiao Zian, it was impossible for him to act as a consultant for the Qi family.
Moreover, in her opinion, although 100 million imperial-grade spirit stones was a lot, Lin Fan was undoubtedly worth that price.
If Lin Fan truly had the intention of being a consultant, she would have already brought him to the Tang family. Even Chu Xining and Lu Yue felt that the price Lin Fan offered was quite reasonable. Chu Xining glanced at Qijin, a slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth.
Master Qi, I actually think that the price offered by young Master Lin is not excessive at all.
Look, the few raw stones young Master Lin just selected already have a combined value exceeding 100 million imperial-grade spirit stones. If young Master Lin helps you pick out a few raw stones of equal value over the course of a year, you would have recouped that amount.
However, since you have already declined, I won't impose any further.
With that, Chu Xining turned her gaze to Lin Fan.
Young Master Lin, would you be willing to serve as a consultant for our great Chu Empire?
As for the remuneration, you can rest assured that our great Chu Empire is willing to offer 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words left Chu Xining's mouth, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This was a staggering 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones per year. Just thinking about it drove people mad.
Others looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of envy.
They wished they could trade places with Lin Fan. With such a large amount of spirit stones, cultivating to the quasi-emperor realm would be effortless. Lin Fan thought Chu Xining was joking, merely trying to slap Qijin in the face, so without a second thought he replied with a smile, since Princess Jinge is willing to offer 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones as remuneration, I naturally have no reason to refuse.
Therefore I accept your request.
Chu Xining was overjoyed to hear Lin Fan's agreement. She understood that Lin Fan might not have taken this matter seriously. It was just to annoy Qijin a little. But since Lin Fan had already agreed, it would be too late for him to back out later. However, to be safe, she reiterated to Lin Fan, young Master Lin, let us make this a binding agreement. You must not go back on your word. Of course I will absolutely not go back on my word. With Lin Fan's assurance, Chu Xining smiled and stepped aside. Tang Xingyue shot a strange glance at Chu Xining but did not say anything further. Qijin, seeing that the two had reached an agreement so quickly, immediately darkened his expression. At first he indeed thought that 100 million imperial-grade spirit stones was expensive. But after Chu Xining's reminder, he quickly came to his senses. If Lin Fan was truly willing to be a consultant for the Qi family, then these raw stones containing imperial treasures could never appear in the gambling stone market. Regardless of which faction it was, knowing in advance that the raw stones contained imperial treasures, they would never sell them at a loss. At most, after a few years, they would use them to attract business and then find a front to unveil an imperial treasure to attract attention. Realizing all this, Qijin's heart was bleeding. It seems I need to find a way to quickly uncover Lin Fan's identity. If he has no background, then I will capture him and make him serve the Qi family for life. At this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Qijin's eyes. Catching a Saint Emperor with no background would be a piece of cake for the Qi family. Even though Lin Fan had already agreed to be a consultant for the Great Chu Empire.
But he was just a consultant. Even if the Great Chu Empire guessed that it was the Qi family behind it, they would not make a big fuss.
In fact, besides, Qijin Zhou was also feeling regretful. Just as Chu Xining had said, he too believed that Lin Fan was indeed worth that many spirit stones. Even though Chu Xining offered 150 million, he believed that with Lin Fan as a consultant, the Great Chu Empire would surely earn a fortune. Unfortunately, he had been outpaced by Chu Xining and he could no longer extend an invitation to Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Zhou felt extremely unwilling. Such a great opportunity was missed just like that. Of course, he did not have Qijin's extreme thoughts. He understood that someone like Lin Fan was not someone he could provoke. As for how to approach Lin Fan, Zhou already had a plan in mind. Someone like Lin Fan, even if he couldn't become a friend, could never be an enemy. Lin Fan didn't care how they felt. He directly signaled Xiao Zian and the others to prepare to leave. But just then Qijin suddenly called out to him, young Master Lin, please do not rush to leave. I wonder if Master Qi has any other matters to discuss.
Could it be that you want to keep me here and not let me leave? Lin Fan frowned. Hearing this, everyone else also stared intently at Qijin.
If they won the gamble but were not allowed to leave, they would absolutely never return here again. They certainly did not want to be forced to stay by the Qi family after offering some treasures. Seeing the reactions of these people, Qijin hurriedly began to explain.
If he was misunderstood at this moment, it would be troublesome. Young Master Lin, you misunderstand. I have no such intention. Then what is it that Master Qi wishes to discuss by keeping me here?
In fact, Lin Fan could also guess Qijin's intentions. He had just said that to annoy Qijin. From the looks of it, the effect was still quite good. Facing Lin Fan's inquiry, Qijin did not hesitate and directly stated his intention. Young Master Lin, do you still have raw stones that you haven't solved? Could you solve a few more for me to broaden my horizons? Although he no longer doubted Lin Fan's strength, given that Lin Fan had already revealed 3 imperial treasures.
This was the best proof.
But he still wanted to see if Lin Fan could reveal another imperial treasure. If he could unveil yet another imperial treasure, it would sufficiently prove that Lin Fan was indeed a top-tier treasure appraisal master. It was even possible that the raw stones Lin Fan selected contained imperial treasures. If that were truly the case, then he couldn't let Lin Fan leave. So many treasures could rival the Qi family's income for several years. If he deducted the family's annual expenses, the Qi family's actual yearly income was quite limited. Seeing that Jinge wanted to witness him solve the raw stones, Lin Fan did not agree immediately but instead shot him a knowing glance.
Master Qi, are you sure you want to see?
If I unveil another imperial treasure, you mustn't feel regret. Although Lin Fan's words were quite reasonable, Jinge still wanted to witness Lin Fan's true strength with his own eyes. So he feigned generosity and said, "Young Master Lin, the raw stones in my gambling stone market are meant for sale to the public. So whether the treasures within the raw stones are unveiled by you or others, it makes no difference to me. After all, I have already earned the spirit stones that I was meant to earn. So to say I incurred losses is truly not the case." Lin Fan truly did not expect Jinge to utter such words. As for whether Jinge genuinely thought this way, Lin Fan did not believe it at all. Perhaps at this moment this old fellow was calculating how to deal with him. However, since Jinge wanted to see him cut the stone, he might as well let him feel the pain a little longer. Lin Fan smiled faintly at the still smiling Jinge. "Since the head of the Qi family insists on watching me cut the stone, I shall cut another piece."
"Then I thank young Master Lin for your generosity."
Lin Fan did not continue to waste words. He directly approached the stone-cutting area and handed a piece of raw stone to the previous stonecutter.
"Once again I must trouble you. Young Master, you are too kind. This is my job and my honor."
The stonecutter was eager to see if this raw stone could yield another imperial-grade treasure. If it could yield an imperial-grade treasure, it would indeed be a miracle. This raw stone, like the previous one, had been marked with lines by Lin Fan. The stonecutter only needed to follow the cuts. It was not particularly difficult. As for the treasure within this raw stone, it was a lump of mid-grade imperial life essence, approximately 10 drops. Mid-grade imperial life essence is a holy medicine for healing injuries and a revered item sought by all quasi-emperors. 1 drop of mid-grade imperial life essence is enough to heal a seriously injured quasi-emperor and even extend their lifespan by 10,000 years. If they were not injured, it could even extend their lifespan by 50,000 years. Although this substance was somewhat dispensable for Lin Fan, such treasures could easily make anyone below an emperor envious. The reason Lin Fan brought out the life essence at this moment was to see if he could lure in some big fish. As long as someone dared to take the initiative against him, he would not hold back. Useful individuals could be captured to be refined by the family's divine tree. Useless ones could serve as food for the soul-devouring insects. In any case, nothing would go to waste. Under the gaze of the crowd, the stone cutter quickly completed the cutting of the raw stone. What appeared before everyone was a crystal-clear pearl. However, within this pearl there was a lump of emerald green liquid.
"Young Master, this..."
The stone cutter was at a loss for words upon seeing the pearl. The main issue was that this pearl seemed too ordinary, and in his opinion it was likely cut poorly.
The onlookers could not help but begin to discuss among themselves. "What is this liquid?
It seems beautiful, but nothing special. Could it be poorly cut?" Even Shijin and Zhou Du could not discern what was happening. There are countless types of emerald green liquids in the world, and simply looking at it does not reveal its true nature. If one could smell the scent of this emerald green liquid, they would likely be able to identify it. Lin Fan did not say much. He took the pearl handed to him by the stonecutter and took out a jade vial. Then Lin Fan made a small incision in the pearl. As soon as the pearl was opened, a burst of vibrant life energy instantly emanated from the opening. Upon smelling this energy, the people around felt as if they had been cleansed, refreshing their spirits. Shijin and Zhou Du, upon experiencing this energy, instantly changed their expressions. With their extensive knowledge, they immediately recognized what kind of treasure this was upon smelling the energy. Lin Fan did not care what they thought. At this moment he had already transferred all the liquid from the pearl into the jade vial and put it away. After completing all this, he turned to the still dumbfounded Jinge and said, "Head of the Qi family, the raw stone has been cut. I will take my leave now." "Young Master Lin, please wait." After witnessing the life essence, Jinge could not allow Lin Fan to leave so easily. "Head of the Qi family, is there something else? You wouldn't want me to continue cutting stones, would you?" Lin Fan said in a deep voice. "Do not misunderstand, young Master Lin. Do you not know that what was cut from the raw stone is mid-grade imperial life essence?
Did not the head of the Qi family see it? Why ask when you already know?"
Lin Fan's seemingly casual remark was filled with sarcasm. Seeing Lin Fan show him no respect, Jinge felt a surge of impulse to force Lin Fan to stay. As the head of the Qi family, when had he ever been treated like this? However, in this situation he had to endure. The others who heard their conversation all gasped in shock and then exclaimed, "I didn't expect that this emerald green liquid would actually be the legendary life essence." They had thought Lin Fan had cut poorly this time, but what he produced was even more precious. In the outside world, a drop of mid-grade Imperial Life Essence had already been priced at 100 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones, and it was even in high demand. In fact, even if the price were 200 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones, there would still be those eager to buy it. Although 200 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones was a lot, it was not difficult for those Imperial forces to come up with. After all, a drop of Life Essence not only saves lives but also extends lifespan. It could be said that a drop of Life Essence could allow a force to last for several thousand years. The previous 5 individuals had initially dismissed the idea of taking action against Lin Fan. After realizing the identities of the people around him, they had backed off. They were genuinely worried about not escaping the joint pursuit of several forces.
However, upon seeing the life essence, their rationality was completely replaced by greed.
In fact, besides the 5 of them, many others had similar thoughts. Lin Fan sensed that several people had developed ill intentions toward him and could not help but sneer inwardly. I hope you all bring more people when the time comes, otherwise it won't be enough to fill my teeth. However, having accomplished his goal, it was time to leave. Next, Lin Fan ignored Qijin and directly called for Xiao Zian and the others to leave together. This time Qijin did not stop him but kept staring at Lin Fan's departing figure deep in thought. Zhou Du, seeing Lin Fan leave, hurriedly chased after him. Young Master Lin, please wait. Upon seeing it was Zhou Du, Lin Fan immediately stopped. Elder Zhou, is there something you need? Compared to Qijin, Lin Fan's attitude towards Zhou Du was much more amiable. After all, Lin Fan had no grievances with Zhou Du. Seeing Lin Fan stop, Zhou Du breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, to be honest, our Holy Land has an ancestor whose lifespan is running out, so I would like to ask young Master Lin to sell me a drop of life essence. I am willing to pay 150 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones for it. However, before Lin Fan could respond, Chu Xining, who was beside him, spoke up first. Elder Zhou, you should understand that although the life essence is priced at 100 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones, if sold there would be people eagerly buying it even at 200 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones. Therefore I feel that the price you offered lacks sincerity. Seeing Chu Xining step in, Zhou Du had to explain somewhat helplessly. Princess Jing'an, I understand what you are saying, but our Lingyun Holy Land truly cannot produce that many Spirit Stones in the short term. The remaining Spirit Stones must be kept for circulation. Seeing that Zhou Du had said this, Chu Xining stopped saying more. She had just spoken to remind Lin Fan of the market conditions of the life essence. As for whether to sell the life essence to Zhou Du, that was Lin Fan's decision. Lin Fan contemplated for a moment and decided to sell a drop to him. The life essence is a priceless treasure to others, but for him it is just that.
Selling it is not out of the question.
Mainly he thought Zhou Du was a decent person and having him owe a favor might come in handy. As Zhou Du looked on with anticipation, Lin Fan spoke, Elder Zhou, I agree to sell you a drop of life essence.
Zhou Du was instantly overjoyed.
With this drop of life essence, their ancestor could extend his lifespan by another 50,000 years.
Thank you, young Master Lin, for your graciousness. I will return to prepare Spirit Stones right away.
He naturally couldn't carry over 100 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones with him. Furthermore, mobilizing such a large amount would require reporting to the Holy Master and obtaining the ancestor's approval. Just as Zhou Du was about to leave, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I hope young Master Lin can inform me of your residence so that I can visit you once I gather the Spirit Stones. Seeing Zhou Du inquire about his residence, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he had just arrived and had not yet found a place to stay. Elder Zhou, we just arrived in Lawasha City today and currently have no place to stay. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had no place to stay, Lu Yue's eyes brightened. With Lin Fan's powerful appraisal abilities, she naturally wanted to befriend him. Now that Lin Fan had no temporary residence, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for her to make a good impression? Before Zhou Du could speak, she immediately stepped forward. Young Master Lin, I have a manor here, usually just for myself. If you don't mind, you are welcome to stay at my place. Originally, Zhou Du was also planning to arrange accommodation for Lin Fan, as they had some assets in the Lingyun Sacred Land. It would have been quite simple to find a place. However, since Lu Yue stepped forward, he could only give up. He could see that Lu Yue wanted to befriend Lin Fan. Coupled with the charming companions around Lin Fan, he certainly couldn't spoil Lin Fan's good fortune. At this moment, the only one somewhat displeased was Tang Xin Yue. She didn't expect Lu Yue to be so proactive, which made her feel a bit irritated. However, she did not voice her thoughts. She was well aware of what should and shouldn't be done. At most she would bicker with Lu Yue, but in such matters it was still Lin Fan who should take the lead. Moreover, since Xiao Zian, the main consort, had not said anything, what right did she have to speak up? Hearing Lu Yue's invitation, Lin Fan was also quite surprised. Lu girl, with so many of us, won't it be inconvenient to stay at your place? Young Master Lin is overthinking it. More people means more liveliness. Seeing Lu Yue say this, Lin Fan decided not to decline. Then for this period I will trouble you, Lu girl. Upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Lu Yue felt immense joy in her heart. She then informed Zhou Du of the manor's address. Knowing the address, Zhou Du prepared to take his leave. Young Master Lin, I will take my leave now. I should be back within 5 days. At this point, Zhou Du decided to remind Lin Fan to be cautious. Young Master Lin, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, I suggest you refrain from leaving the city during this time. After witnessing the earlier scene, I know that your relationship with the Qi family is not very friendly. However, as long as you remain in the city, the Qi family won't be able to do anything to you. But it would be a different story if you were to leave the city. Moreover, I noticed quite a few people have already set their sights on you at the gambling stone shop. As soon as you step out of the city, those people will undoubtedly pursue you like cats sensing a scent of blood. After all, the treasures you carry are just too enticing. If young Master Lin trusts me, I can bring the ancestor personally to escort you out. Or we could have Princess Jinge and the others contact their elders for assistance. Lin Fan did not expect Zhou Du to be so thoughtful regarding his safety. However, wasn't this precisely what he wanted, to attract their attention? Even so, Lin Fan still cupped his fists at Zhou Du. Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhou, but I already have a plan. Since young Master Lin is prepared, then I have indeed overthought it. I will take my leave. After Zhou Du finished speaking, he turned to leave. Following that, Lin Fan and his companions followed Lu Yue to her manor. Young Master Lin, I hope you are satisfied here. Lu girl, this manor is well maintained and exquisitely laid out. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Lin. Lu Yue said with a smile. Seeing Lu Yue so pleased, Tang Xingyue couldn't help but scoff. She then murmured in her heart, "Humph, what's so great about this? My manner is much better than yours." However, at that moment, Lu Yue suddenly glanced at Tang Xingyue. Then she smiled at Lin Fan and said, "Young Master Lin, I don't have any servants here and can't find anyone to attend to you at the moment. However, it seems that Tang Xingyue lost a bet and is supposed to be your maid for a year, which saves me a lot of trouble." She took this opportunity to mock Tang Xingyue, whom she didn't get along with. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, waved his hand with a smile. Lu girl is joking, that was just a joke and doesn't need to be taken seriously. So that's how it is. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't genuinely want Tang Xingyue to be his maid, Lu Yue felt a bit disappointed. At that moment, Tang Xingyue spoke up, "Young master, I mentioned before that this is not a joke. Since we have already lost, we must honor our bet. It's just being a maid for a year, it's nothing too serious. Young master, I will attend to you for your bath. After a busy day, you should relax and enjoy a good soak." Although with Lin Fan's strength it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't wash up. However, soaking in a bath is also a form of enjoyment, so Lin Fan would often indulge in it. As soon as Tang Xingyue said this, Lin Fan was completely taken aback. Even Chu Xining, who was beside him, widened her eyes in shock, thinking, does she really need to take it that far? She is a maid and I am also a maid. If young master truly wants her to attend to your bath, do I have to too? Thinking of this, Chu Xining's face suddenly felt a bit flushed. Even Lu Yue didn't expect Tang Xingyue to say that. No, Tang Xingyue must have some feelings for young Master Lin. By bringing this up now, she's helping that annoying guy. Thinking of this, Lu Yue felt like crying. It was as if she had lifted a rock only to drop it on her own foot. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was already being held by Tang Xingyue. At the same time, Tang Xingyue looked provocatively at Lu Yue. "Lu Yue, my master is going to bathe. Since this is your territory, aren't you going to arrange something for us?" "Okay, follow me." After saying this, Lu Yue started to walk ahead, leading the way. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Xingyue, who was holding onto his hand tightly, and curiously asked, "Xingyue, do you really want to assist me with my bath?" "Young master, I am now your maid. Isn't it my duty to assist you with your bath?" Tang Xingyue looked at Lin Fan with an innocent expression. Seeing that Tang Xingyue was serious, Lin Fan adjusted his collar and said solemnly, "Since you insist, I shall not refuse." Upon realizing that Lin Fan no longer rejected her, Tang Xingyue felt a surge of delight in her heart. Soon Lu Yue led Lin Fan and the others to a palace. Lu Yue pointed at the rooms and introduced young Master Lin. "This room is mine and the others are vacant. Everyone can choose whichever they like. As for the bathroom, it is right there." After finishing her introduction, Lu Yue said no more while Xiao Zian and the others fixed their gazes on Lin Fan. Naturally, Lin Fan was to choose his room first. Understanding their intentions, he casually pointed to a guest room and said, "I'll take this one." For Lin Fan, it didn't really matter which room he stayed in. After all, by late night he would mostly return to the dream realm. Seeing that Lin Fan had made his choice, Xiao Zian directly picked the room to his right. Next was Chu Xining, who chose the room next to Xiao Zian. Meanwhile, Tang Xingyue inexplicably selected the room to Lin Fan's left. This action immediately drew the attention of Chu Xining and the others. Feeling their gazes upon her, Tang Xingyue felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, Tang Xingyue didn't care at all about what Chu Xining and Lu Yue thought. However, after noticing Xiao Zian's ambiguous smile, she began to feel a bit guilty. Moments later, she hurriedly explained to Xiao Zian's sister, "Zian, please don't misunderstand. I am the young master's maid and staying next to him is merely for convenience in taking care of him." Seeing Tang Xinyue's nervous demeanor, Xiao Ziyan chuckled and waved her hand saying, "It's alright Xinyue, you don't need to be so anxious."
With Xiao Ziyan not being angry, Tang Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was unaware of Xiao Ziyan's true intentions.
If she had known, she wouldn't have been so cautious. Next, Tang Xinyue composed herself and looked at Lin Fan with enthusiasm saying, "Young master, please wait a moment, I will prepare warm water for you right away."
"Thank you, I appreciate it," Lin Fan replied with a smile.
"You needn't mention it, young master, I am now a maid, so this is my duty," Tang Xinyue responded. After saying this, Tang Xinyue hurried to the bathroom to get busy.
Preparing warm water was a simple task for her.
With a wave of her hand, the moisture in the air gathered under her control, converging towards the bathing pool.
In no time, a large pool was filled.
Then she utilized a set of fire-based martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the water in the pool began to emit steam.
Done.
Looking at her masterpiece, Tang Xinyue felt quite satisfied. She then walked out of the bathroom and waved at Lin Fan, who was not far away. "Young master, it's all ready."
"Okay, I'm coming over now," Lin Fan cheerfully responded.
Once Lin Fan entered the bathroom, Chu Xining finally turned to Xiao Ziyan. She had expected Xiao Ziyan to be furious, but to her surprise Xiao Ziyan still wore a smile. Chu Xining thought she must have been mistaken, rubbing her eyes. Upon a closer look, she confirmed that Xiao Ziyan's expression remained unchanged.
Clearly she hadn't been mistaken. "Ziyan, aren't you angry about Xinyue's actions?" "Why would I be angry?" Xiao Ziyan asked with a smile. Forget I asked,"
Chu Xining said somewhat speechlessly. Clearly she had worried for nothing.
"Alright Xining, don't overthink it, I'm not that petty of a person."
As she said this, Xiao Ziyan looked at her teasingly. "Xining, you will also serve as a maid for a year, so next time it will be your turn, you should be prepared mentally."
"Huh, me?" Chu Xining was taken aback.
Seeing that Chu Xining seemed unable to accept this, Xiao Ziyan gently patted her hand.
"Don't worry, if you don't want to, no one will force you."
"Alright, I will think about it." Chu Xining felt an impulse to give Tang Xinyue a good beating. It was all this guy's fault, otherwise how could such a thing happen? Meanwhile, Lu Yue listened to their conversation feeling somewhat confused. She still hadn't figured out the relationship between Chu Xining and Lin Fan. "By the way, Xining, is it true that you invited Lin Fan to be an advisor for our great Chu Empire at the gambling stone shop?" "Yes, with young Master Lin's capabilities he can greatly assist our great Chu Empire."
Seeing that Chu Xining was serious, Xiao Ziyan felt a bit of a headache.
"Xining, just now Lin Fan thought you were joking, which is why he agreed to your request. If you truly want Lin Fan to be your advisor, you will need to find a time to discuss it seriously with him."
Hearing Xiao Ziyan say this, Chu Xining felt somewhat disappointed.
She wasn't sure if she had the confidence to persuade Lin Fan. Seeing Chu Xining a bit dejected, Xiao Ziyan quickly encouraged her. "Xining, don't lose heart, I believe you can do it. If you can be as proactive as Xinyue, there will definitely be no problem."
"Proactive?
That's not impossible." Chu Xining immediately motivated herself in her heart.
If Tang Xinyue can do it, she certainly can as well.
In the bathroom, while Tang Xinyue was massaging Lin Fan's shoulders, she occasionally fed him some spirit fruits. This had truly spoiled Lin Fan. "Young master, do the raw stones you bought today all contain treasures?" Tang Xinyue was in awe of Lin Fan's impressive performance at the gambling stone shop. This was also why she had suddenly become so proactive. "If you think there are no treasures, would I have bought? I was just being a bit lenient and only picked a few imperial level treasures. I didn't even touch the holy level ones."
"What?
All the raw stones you brought back can yield imperial level treasures?"
Tang Xinyue exclaimed, her grip tightening inadvertently using her qi.
This caused Lin Fan's shoulder to be quite sore. After all, he had no defenses at all. If he weren't already at the Saint Emperor realm with strong bones, he would have been crushed.
"I said, Xinyue, could you not be so startled? You nearly sent me away."
Tang Xinyue realized she had overreacted and quickly apologized to Lin Fan, saying, "Young master, I'm really sorry." When Lu Yue saw Lin Fan and Tang Xinyue coming out of the bathroom, she couldn't help but tease them.
"Young Master Lin, you took an hour in the bath, could it be that you were up to something unspeakable in there?"
After saying this, Lu Yue deliberately glanced at Tang Xinyue.
Seeing Lu Yue slandering her like this, Tang Xinyue was infuriated. "What do you mean by doing something unspeakable? This is simply slander."
Although she did have such thoughts, it was impossible to act on them in the bathroom.
Just as she was about to retort, Lin Fan smiled and walked up to Lu Yue.
"I said, Miss Lu, do you look down on me too much?
If I really did something unspeakable, an hour wouldn't be enough." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. "Young Master Lin, do you really think so?"
"I know that women have a natural advantage in this regard."
Seeing Lu Yue say this, Tang Xinyue finally found an opportunity to retaliate.
"Lu Yue, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about such matters. You must have quite a bit of experience, huh?" At this point, Tang Xinyue sneered inwardly.
Still trying to flirt with young Master Lin, let's see how you explain yourself next. Tang Xinyu's words struck hard, causing Lu Yue's expression to change dramatically. She had intended to make a joke, but unexpectedly Tang Xinyue took advantage of it. Without hesitation she shouted angrily, "Tang Xinyue, you are slandering me. If you slander my innocence again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Although she had not yet developed feelings for Lin Fan, she wanted to build a good relationship with him. But if Lin Fan misunderstood her as a promiscuous person, then her hopes of getting close to him would be dashed. Hearing Lu Yue say she wouldn't be polite, Tang Xinyue was not worried at all. If it really came to blows, who would win was still uncertain. "Lu Yue, if there's nothing, why are you so anxious? This only makes you seem guilty." "You." Just as Lu Yue was about to get angry, Xiao Zian hurriedly stepped out to stop them. "You two stop arguing. Since we are all gathered here, we are friends, let's not ruin the atmosphere." Saying this, Xiao Zian shot a glare at Tang Xinyue. "Xinyue, you should say less. Sister Zian, she clearly started provoking me first." "Xinyue, are you ignoring my words?" Xiao Zian frowned slightly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before everyone would become like family. Xiao Zian did not want to see them fall out. Seeing that Xiao Zian seemed angry, Tang Xinyue also stopped saying anything. Lin Fan, noticing the awkward atmosphere, smiled and tried to mediate. "Alright, it was just a joke, you two shouldn't take it to heart. Those raw stones we bought today haven't been cracked yet, and now we have time." As for whether Lu Yue was promiscuous, how could he be deceived? If Lu Yue were really that kind of person, he wouldn't have bothered with her. Upon hearing Lin Fan say he was going to crack the stones, Lu Yue immediately cast her anger aside. She had invited Lin Fan to stay here not only to get close to him but also to see him crack stones. Not to mention Lu Yue, even Xiao Zian was filled with anticipation at this moment. One must know that treasures above the imperial level are hard to come by. Just because the Xiao family was involved in auctions doesn't mean they had many treasures. The treasures at the auction either belonged to the Xinghe Chamber of Commerce or were entrusted by others for auction, and none belonged to their family. Soon, under the expectant gazes of the four, Lin Fan took out all the raw stones. Then he called out to the four with eager faces, "You all better open your eyes wide, I'm going to crack the stones now." "Young Master Lin, hurry up, we are watching," Chu Xining urged impatiently. Seeing Chu Xining so anxious, Lin Fan didn't waste any more words. He directly took out a holy weapon, long sword, and made a few gestures over the raw stone. The treasures hidden inside the raw stone began to reveal their true forms. It was a blood-red crystal containing a massive power of bloodline. Could this be a low-grade bloodline stone of the imperial level? Chu Xining exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that Chu Xining recognized the bloodline stone at a glance, Lin Fan couldn't help but praise her. "Xining, you are indeed knowledgeable. This is indeed a low-grade bloodline stone of the imperial level." "Young Master Lin, you flatter me. I only read some ancient texts and happen to have seen the introduction of bloodline stones." Although she said this, hearing Lin Fan praise her still made Chu Xining feel a bit pleased. "Young Master, may I ask what the specific use of this bloodline stone is?" Tang Xinyue asked curiously. "It's surprising you could even ask that. You don't even know the use of a bloodline stone." Seeing Lu Yue ridicule her again, Tang Xinyue was furious. "Lu Yue, don't just talk without action. Since you know the use of the bloodline stone, why don't you explain it to everyone?" Seeing that Tang Xinyue thought she was trying to trick her, Lu Yue felt somewhat amused. "Alright, since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly tell you. Bloodline stones come in many grades, with the lowest being low grade of the holy level and the highest being top grade of the imperial level. The bloodline stone in front of us, as Princess Jinge has already said, belongs to the low grade of the imperial level. As for the function of the bloodline stone, it is of no use to us humans. It is a treasure used to enhance the bloodlines of beasts. If a beast with a bloodline below the imperial level devours this bloodline stone, it can advance to the low-grade bloodline of the imperial level. So it's meant for beasts? How disappointing." Tang Xinyu's tone was filled with disappointment. "Even though it's only usable by beasts, it is still a rare treasure for me." Tang Xinyue didn't like the bloodline stone, but that didn't mean Lin Fan didn't. When he first saw this bloodline stone, he immediately thought of the purple lightning weasel. After all, in the early stages, the purple lightning weasel had indeed helped him considerably. Then Lin Fan concentrated and summoned the purple lightning weasel. As soon as the purple lightning weasel emerged, it jumped directly onto Lin Fan's shoulder and rubbed its furry head against Lin Fan's cheek. "Master, you finally remembered me. Will you take me to hunt for treasures?" "Alright Xiao Zi, we can discuss treasure hunting later. For now, take a look at what this is." Saying this, Lin Fan brought the bloodline stone in front of the purple lightning weasel. Upon seeing the blood-red stone, the purple lightning weasel's eyes lit up. "Master, this is a low-grade bloodline stone of the imperial level." As a beast, it was naturally familiar with bloodline stones. It could be said to be ingrained in their bones. Moreover, it also possessed the innate ability to search for treasures, making it even less likely to be mistaken. "Xiao Zi, this is indeed a bloodline stone, and now it belongs to you." "Master, are you really giving this bloodline stone to me?" The purple lightning weasel exclaimed excitedly. All right, take it quickly.
After all these years you have made so many contributions and this bloodline stone is your reward.
Thank you, master.
Once my strength improves, my treasure hunting talent will also become stronger and I will be able to assist you even better.
Good, I believe in you.
After chatting for a while, the purple lightning weasel turned its gaze towards Chu Xingning and the others.
Xiao Zi greets all the matriarchs. Hearing the purple lightning weasel address them as matriarchs, Chu Xingning and the others did not refute it.
Tang Xinyue, seeing the purple lightning weasel in front of her, felt an instant fondness.
She hurriedly waved at the purple lightning weasel, saying, "You're called Xiao Zi. How adorable. Come here and let me hug you." Upon hearing this, the purple lightning weasel jumped directly into Tang Xinyue's arms. It's a female, everyone, don't get the wrong idea. Wow, it's really too cute. Thank you for the compliment, matriarch. Although it said this, the purple lightning weasel was secretly complaining in its heart. It was a dignified 9th-tier demon beast, yet it was being described as cute. In the outside world it was a terrifying existence. However, this matriarch of theirs seemed to be from the Holy King realm, far more powerful than it. So it still had to act cute when the time called for it.
And Tang Xinyue, hearing it address her as matriarch, was all the more delighted. Next, after Chu Xingning and Lu Yue each had a hug with the purple lightning weasel, Lin Fan instructed it to return to the divine sky realm to refine the bloodline stone. Lin Fan then began the next round of stone deciphering. As treasures were revealed one after another from the raw stones, Chu Xingning and the others gradually transformed from excitement to numbness. Each piece of raw stone that Lin Fan opened yielded treasures of imperial grade or higher. This was also the first time they had seen so many imperial grade treasures. Although their respective factions could produce such items, they did not have the authority to see them. Imperial grade treasures were all overseen by the ancestors behind them. Even the family heads would find it difficult to gain access. Seeing the slightly numb expressions on the faces of the others, Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. There's only one raw stone left. Can you guess what level of treasure is hidden inside? To Lin Fan's surprise, upon hearing this, the group instantly perked up. Xiao Zian understood Lin Fan very well. If he was asking this question now, it meant that the item inside was definitely not simple. At the very least, it was of a much higher grade than the previous ones. Chu Xingning and the others also felt that this last piece of raw stone should be extraordinary. If Lin Fan had placed it as the grand finale, it must be the most valuable. Young Master Lin, I presume the treasure hidden in this raw stone has reached the upper tier of the imperial grade. Chu Xingning's question caused everyone to reveal expressions filled with anticipation. The treasures revealed from the previous raw stones were all of the lower and middle tiers of the imperial grade, with not a single upper tier item appearing. Although the difference between the middle and upper tiers seemed small, in reality there was a world of difference between the two. Items of the middle tier of the imperial grade were only suitable for quasi-emperors. However, for the upper tier of the imperial grade, even emperors would have to compete for them. Looking at the faces filled with anticipation, Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough what's inside. As he spoke, Lin Fan began to cut the last piece of raw stone. Before long, a crystal the size of a grinding disc, entirely black and emitting a ghostly glow, appeared before everyone. Does anyone know what kind of treasure this is? Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Finally, they all shook their heads at Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, it's our ignorance, we truly cannot recognize what this crystal is. However, we can sense that this crystal is definitely extraordinary, at least reaching the upper tier of the imperial grade. Since everyone failed to recognize it, Lin Fan was not surprised. The Void Divine Stone was a treasure and extremely rare. It was normal for Chu Xingning and the others not to recognize it. Since you all don't recognize it, let me introduce this crystal to you. This crystal is called the Void Divine Stone, and it has reached the supreme tier of the imperial grade. What? This is actually the supreme tier Void Divine Stone? The group exclaimed in surprise. Although they did not recognize the Void Divine Stone, they had heard of its name. This was a supreme treasure of spatial attributes. It was even more precious than other supreme grade imperial treasures. A piece this large was truly too tempting. Even if one were to casually chip off a piece or two and combine them with some other materials, they could easily forge a supreme holy weapon, and one that carried spatial attributes at that. Lin Fan looked at the stunned expressions of the others and couldn't help but smile. Based on your reactions, it seems you have heard of the fame of the Void Divine Stone. I won't elaborate further. Few. After taking a deep breath, Chu Xingning finally spoke up. Young Master Lin, we have indeed heard of the Void Divine Stone, but today is the first time we see it. Who would have thought that such a legendary treasure would actually be revealed from a raw stone? And such a large piece at that. This weighs at least 1,000,000 pounds, right? Although this piece of Void Divine Stone was only the size of a grinding disc, its weight was astonishing. Lin Fan weighed the Void Divine Stone and soon had an answer. This piece of void divine stone weighs nearly 130,000 pounds in the future. If I gather some other materials it will be enough to forge a supreme imperial weapon. Although Lin Fan already possessed several imperial weapons, he certainly wanted to forge his own imperial weapon in the future as it would be more convenient to use. Next, Chu Xingning and the others all congratulated Lin Fan. This time at the gambling stone shop Lin Fan had made a tremendous profit. Meanwhile, after calming her emotions, Chu Xingning wanted even more for Lin Fan to serve as their advisor for the Great Chu Empire. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Xingning finally mustered the courage to look at Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin, does your offer to serve as our Great Chu Empire's advisor still stand?" At this moment Chu Xingning's expression was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Seeing her bring up the advisor matter again, Lin Fan felt a headache. He had only said it to annoy Qizhen at the time, yet he didn't expect Chu Xingning to take it seriously. "Xingning, forget about the advisor position. I'm used to being lazy alone and won't join any faction. However, if you need my help I can spare some time to assist you in inspecting." Originally Chu Xingning was quite disappointed, but upon hearing Lin Fan's latter words her eyes widened. Then she became excited. "Young Master Lin, you're really willing to help with the inspection." As long as Lin Fan was willing to assist with the inspection, the advisor position became unimportant. As long as after some time Lin Fan could come over to help take a look. Looking at Chu Xinning's expectant gaze, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "All right, we are all good friends, so I will naturally keep my word. Moreover, it's just helping to take a look, it won't take much time." With Lin Fan's affirmative response, Chu Xingning was overjoyed. "Young Master Lin, thank you so much. To show my gratitude I will personally prepare a meal for you, young Master Lin." Lin Fan did not decline this offer. Eating from time to time was still quite enjoyable. In fact, at their level most cultivators might go hundreds of years without having a proper meal. After all, eating was merely a way to satisfy one's cravings. However, Lin Fan was different. While he didn't need to eat every day, he would still have a meal every few days. One couldn't forsake eating for the sake of cultivation. Soon after, Lu Wei took Chu Xingning to the kitchen. Seeing this, Tang Xinyue also went over to help. Once everyone had left, Xiao Zian looked at Lin Fan with a smile. "Husband, how long do you plan to keep these few girls around?" Lin Fan, hearing this, affectionately pinched her cheek. Don't you feel a bit jealous?" "What's there to be jealous about? Having more sisters at home makes it livelier." Lin Fan looked at Xiao Zian, unsure of what to say. All of his women were very understanding. He felt grateful to have come to this world, even more so for having obtained the system. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to enjoy his current life. If it weren't for the system he would probably be dead by now. Had he not changed, the Lin family and the 100 nations would have been exterminated. At that time it was Lin Haotian who had stepped in to help the Lin family and the 100 nations resolve their troubles. I wonder how the Lin family is doing in the 100 nations. It's time to find an opportunity to go back and check. By the way, I should also let Qing Yan and Xuxian return home for a visit. On the other side, at the Qi family. At this moment Qizhen was sitting in the main seat with a furious expression. The ground was in disarray, littered with shattered items. Clearly Qizhen had just had a furious outburst. Today he had endured a lot of humiliation at the gambling stone shop. Especially the life essence liquid that Lin Fan had finally produced filled him with greed. Such treasures were needed by their Qi family as well. Their strongest ancestor only had a mere 1,000 years of lifespan left. 1,000 years sounds long. But for a quasi-emperor level powerhouse it's just a moment's nap. The emergence of the life essence liquid could extend their ancestors' lifespan by another 50,000 years. At the gambling stone shop he did not shamelessly ask Lin Fan for the life essence liquid. He knew that even if he asked, Lin Fan would never sell it to him. Since he couldn't buy it, the only way to obtain the life essence liquid was by seizing it. Soon the previous scout hurriedly walked in. "Head of the family, I have found out that Lin Fan and his companions are following Lu Wei to her estate. Should we act now to capture Lin Fan?" "No." Qizhen quickly denied. Seeing Qizhen refuse his suggestion, the scout fell silent, waiting for Qizhen's next command. In Qizhen's view there were many ways to deal with Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was merely a small holy emperor incapable of causing much turbulence. But Qizhen understood that Lin Fan and his companions absolutely could not have any incidents in Luanxia City. If it were just Lin Fan alone it would be fine. However, the presence of Xiao Zian, Chu Xingning, Tang Xinyue and Lu Wei by Lin Fan's side were not to be underestimated. If he offended all four families at once, the Ji family and the Fan family, who had just agreed to ally with him, would likely distance themselves from him. Because if these four major forces united, they could cause severe harm to their three families. The Fan family and Ji family were not fools. If they knew he had done such a thing, they would absolutely not stick with him. Their alliance was merely for mutual benefit. If there was danger, they would prioritize self-preservation. In that situation, the Qi family could even face extermination. Considering this, Qizhen immediately instructed the scout, "You keep a close watch on their movements. As soon as they leave the city, report to me immediately. By the way, we are not the only ones with designs on him, so you must keep an eye on others as well. No unexpected events must occur. Yes, head of the family, I will arrange this right away. As the scout left, a sinister expression appeared on Qijian's face. He had set his sights on everything Lin Fan possessed. How could he allow other forces to share a piece of the pie? Soon news spread throughout the major forces that Lin Fan had produced 10 drops of mid-grade Imperial Life Essence liquid at the gambling stone shop. Some quasi-emperors whose lives were in danger became invigorated upon hearing this news. In a certain cave, an old man with white hair sat cross-legged. At that moment, the communication jade talisman at his waist suddenly began to flicker. The old man felt the fluctuations from the communication jade and slowly opened his eyes. After reading the information on the communication jade, he immediately burst into hearty laughter. Heaven truly has not abandoned me. Just as my lifespan is about to be exhausted, the mid-grade Imperial Life Essence liquid appears. Lawasha City. It seems I must make a trip there. If I go, I might just end up in the hands of other old fellows. After saying this, the old man vanished from the cave. Meanwhile, Zhou rushed back to Lingyun Holy Land as quickly as possible. Finally back, but I must hurry. The news of Lin Fan producing the Life Essence liquid cannot remain hidden. The competition will definitely be fierce. Fortunately, Lin Fan agreed to sell me a drop. Now the only worry is that I can't let other forces snatch it away first. With this in mind, Zhou immediately sought out the Holy Master of Lingyun Holy Land, Qingyun. I have seen the Holy Master. Elder, you seem to be in a hurry. Is there something urgent? Holy Master, I have good news. I have found mid-grade Imperial Life Essence liquid. Upon hearing the Life Essence liquid, especially the mid-grade Imperial Life Essence liquid, Qingyun was taken aback. Such a treasure that could heal wounds and extend lifespan was a rare find. Whenever it appears, it ignites fierce competition among countless forces. Their Lingyun Holy Land had never obtained such a treasure. After regaining his composure, Qingyun looked at Zhou with fiery enthusiasm. Elder, can the Life Essence liquid be brought back? Holy Master, I don't have enough spirit stones to purchase the Life Essence liquid. However, I have already negotiated with the other party to buy a drop of Life Essence liquid for 150 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. So this matter requires the Holy Master to consult the Ancestor for a decision. Upon hearing that only 150 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones were needed, Qingyun was instantly overjoyed. Buy it, we must buy it. Spending a mere 150 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones is definitely worth it. Elder, come with me to see the Ancestor on the way. Please tell me the specific details. Yes. Soon Qingyun and Zhou arrived at the place where the Ancestor was in seclusion. Along the way, Zhou recounted the events that took place in the gambling stone workshop to Qingyun. I never expected that we would have such a master of appraisal in the Xuanhuang continent. From his performance, it seems that his appraisal ability surpasses anyone else in the entire Xuanhuang continent. Great Elder, you have done well. A person like him is worth befriending. However, it seems that this master does not have a good relationship with the Qi family. Now that he is staying in Lawasha City, he may be in danger. As he spoke, Qinjian's brow furrowed tightly. There is no need for concern, Holy Master. This master is not only accompanied by the Princess Jinge of the Great Chu Empire but also by the direct daughters of the Xiao, Lu and Tang families. Their relationships with this master are quite good. In that case, I can rest assured. With them around, the master, the Qi family indeed would not dare to act against him in Lawasha City. However, for safety's sake, we must hurry over to prevent any long-lasting dreams. The Holy Master is wise. Qingyun ceased further words and bowed toward a certain direction. Seeing this, Zhou also followed suit and bowed. Disciples Qingyun and Zhou pay their respects to the ancestors. Shortly after, a hoarse voice reached their ears. Come in. Neither of the two hesitated and took a step forward, then disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already in front of 4 elderly figures. These 4 elders were the ancestors of the Lingyun sacred ground, all possessing strength above the quasi-emperor level. However, the elder seated at the main position exuded an aura of decay. It was evident that his lifespan was nearing its end. After entering, the two did not dare to delay and respectfully bowed to the 4 disciples. Pay their respects to the ancestors. There is no need for excessive courtesy. After the two stood straight, one of the elders spoke up. Yuner, I wonder why you and Zhou have come here at this time. The one speaking was the previous Holy Master of the Lingyun sacred ground and also Qinjian's master Qing Shan. Qingyun had been raised by Qing Shan and even his name was given by him. Their relationship could be described as akin to that of father and son. Qing Shan also understood that if there was nothing important, his disciple would not disturb their peaceful cultivation. Seeing his master asking, Qingyun wasted no time and directly spoke of the matter regarding the life source liquid. Upon hearing life source liquid, the elder in the main position widened his eyes. His expression became excited. His time was limited, and if he did not break through, he would have at most 10 more years to live. The emergence of the mid-grade life source liquid was undoubtedly a lifeline for him. This was a treasure that could extend one's lifespan by a full 50,000 years.
However, to be safe, he still needed to confirm.
Yuner, are you certain that the life source liquid has appeared in the world and that it has reached the mid-grade?
However, to be safe, he still needed to confirm.
Yuner, are you certain that the life source liquid has appeared in the world and that it has reached the mid-grade? Looked at the Great Elder Zhou Du beside him. Great Elder, please explain the situation to the ancestors. This matter was personally experienced by Zhou Du, so it is more appropriate for him to elaborate. I never expected that the life source liquid actually came from the raw stone.
This master of appraisal is indeed remarkable.
Shop to the end. I never expected that the life source liquid actually came from the raw stone.
This master of appraisal is indeed remarkable.
Zhou Du, bring 150 million emperor-grade spirit stones and come with me to Lawasha city. The one speaking was Qing Yun.
Among the 4 ancestors, he had the lowest status.
Naturally, such errands would fall to him.
Ancestor, shall we set out overnight now?
Yes, we must hurry over as soon as possible. Moreover, whether day or night, it makes no difference to us. There is no need to waste time here. You must understand that the life source liquid poses a deadly temptation for those quasi-emperors nearing the end of their lifespans.
Not to mention those quasi-emperors, even I am quite tempted.
After all, the life source liquid not only extends life but also heals injuries.
Having this on hand is equivalent to having an extra life.
Furthermore, the events at the Gambling Stone Workshop cannot be kept under wraps.
If we are late, we may end up with nothing. All right, I will prepare the spirit stones right away. Zhou Du said, then hurriedly left.
As for Qing Yun, he also did not linger there. Seeing them off, the elder in the main position spoke forth, brother, I will trouble you this time to make the trip.
Xingshan quickly waved his hand in response.
Eldest brother, you are too kind. This is precisely what the 4th brother should do. Eldest brother, wait here, I will soon bring back the life source liquid. Good, make sure to be safe. There may be many strong individuals in Lawasha city this time.
Eldest brother, rest assured, I know what to do.
In fact, in the Lingyun sacred ground, once a strong individual breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, they will refer to each other as brothers and sisters.
If classified by generation, it would become quite chaotic.
Take that elder nearing the end of his lifespan, for instance, his status is significantly higher than the others.
If classified by generation, the other 3 would have to address that elder as ancestor.
Once Zhou Du had counted the spirit stones, Qing Shan had already arrived beside him. The two then boarded a flying vessel and sped toward Lawasha city at the fastest pace. Lin Fan was unaware that there were already undercurrents surging in the outside world. At this moment, he was enjoying the delicious food prepared by Chu Xining. It must be said that the dishes made by Chu Xining were quite good. After finishing the meal, Lin Fan could not help but sing her praises. Xining, I never expected that as a princess of the empire you would possess such culinary skills. It is truly rare. Seeing Lin Fan praise her, Chu Xining's face revealed a smile. Young Master Lin, actually I have been very interested in spiritual chefs before, so I learned for a while. Unfortunately, in the field of spiritual chefs I did not achieve much. My skill level is only at the lower grade earth level. As she spoke about her spiritual chef level, Chu Xining appeared somewhat disappointed.
Alright Xining, do not think too much. Having lower grade earth level skills is already quite sufficient.
Indeed, I am embarrassed in front of young Master Lin. The few of them chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms to rest. After Lin Fan returned to his room, he immediately set up a barrier. Once the barrier was in place, he returned to the Divine Night Realm. One night in the outside world equated to half a month in the Divine Night Realm. Such a long time was perfect for cultivation.
He was not someone who liked to waste time. Early the next morning, an old man appeared outside Lu Yue's manor.
This is the place. The life source liquid, it is a must-have for me. However, this Lawaxiaking is the territory of the Qi family, so we cannot force our way in. The Qi family has established rules in Lawaxiaking prohibiting any violence within the city, or else the offenders will face severe punishment. Although the visitor was a quasi-emperor, he did not dare to recklessly violate the rules of the Qi family. The old man did not barge, and he first surveyed the manor. Then he shouted inside, I Duchen have come to pay a visit.
Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yue and the others in the manor were taken aback. Duchen, who was that? Tang Xinyue asked in confusion.
Xiao Zian and the others exchanged glances. None of them had heard of this Duchen. Recalling that Lin Fan was still in the Divine Sky Realm, Xiao Zian immediately said, this person dares to call himself I the Emperor, so he must undoubtedly be a quasi-emperor powerhouse.
You all stay put, I will go call Lin Fan.
All right. Without delay, Xiao Zian avoided the gazes of the others and returned directly to the Divine Sky Realm. Seeing Xiao Zian in such a hurry, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised.
Zian, is something wrong outside? Xiao Zian had not returned to the Divine Sky Realm the previous night.
Arriving in such a rush clearly indicated that something had happened outside. Husband, a quasi-emperor has come from outside, likely for your life source liquid. Xiao Zian was not foolish. It was highly probable that the treasures Lin Fan had obtained in the stone gambling shop had attracted the attention of the quasi-emperor. And what the quasi-emperor coveted the most was definitely the life source liquid. This quasi-emperor rushed here surely for the life source liquid. Hearing that a quasi-emperor had arrived so quickly, Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. I didn't expect a quasi-emperor to come so soon. In fact, Lin Fan had long anticipated that the appearance of the life source liquid would attract the covetous eyes of quasi-emperors. However, he did not expect that only one night had passed before a quasi-emperor sought him out. Husband, you underestimate the allure of the life source liquid. For those quasi-emperors whose lifespans are nearing their end, the life source liquid is like a rebirth. Not everyone like us does not need to worry about lifespan issues. This quasi-emperor is just the beginning. There will likely be many more quasi-emperors coming here afterward. Seeing Xiao Zian say this, Lin Fan agreed. After all, there were only 10 drops of life source liquid. If they came too late, it would be gone. So as soon as these quasi-emperors got wind of it, they would surely rush over immediately. Let's go, follow me out to meet him. Seeing Lin Fan intending to go out just like that, Xiao Zian hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. Husband, should we bring Sister Hu along? Not for now, we can let Meyer prepare in advance. Saying this, Lin Fan transmitted a message to Hu Mei. Soon after, Hu Mei appeared before them. Sister Hu. As soon as Xiao Zian saw Hu Mei, she immediately greeted her with a smile. Zian, you haven't returned for several days. Isn't it because husband has attracted a few more sisters? I had to help him navigate through that. Then it has been hard on you, Zian. When you return, let husband treat you well. Thank you, Sister Hu. Hearing their conversation, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. Alright, the two of you can stop chatting about that, we have serious matters to discuss. Seeing Lin Fan say this, the two women became serious. Husband, what is it? Meyer, a quasi-emperor has come from outside. Prepare yourself, as you may need to take action later. Upon hearing that a quasi-emperor had appeared, Hu Mei instantly became interested. Although her current cultivation was still at the 9th level of Quasidman Emperor, her strength had increased several times since following Lin Fan. Unfortunately, she had yet to make a move until now. Now that a quasi-emperor had arrived, she might be able to test her strength. Thinking of this, Hu Mei urged, husband, the situation outside is urgent. You and Zian should go out first, and you can call for me at any time. Alright, then we will head out first. Soon Lin Fan and Zian arrived in front of Tang Xingyue and the others. As soon as the three saw Lin Fan, they immediately felt reassured. Young Master Lin, the Duchen is still shouting outside. What should we do next? No worries, open the formation and let him in. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to let the person in, the three were taken aback. Young Master Lin, that person is a quasi-emperor. If he harbors ill intentions, we would be completely defenseless. Seeing the worried expressions of the three, Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I have a plan. Moreover, if he were to force his way in, this low-grade holy formation would not hold him back. Seeing Lin Fan so calm, the three of them also set aside their worries. Lu Yue did not hesitate any longer and directly opened the formation of the manor. Soon an old man appeared before them. Xu Xinning and the others were all on high alert upon seeing the newcomer. Lin Fan, however, remained composed as he looked at him. Quickly, the old man's information popped into his mind. Name Du Chen. Realm Quasi-Emperor 7th level. Qualification Imperial grade high quality. Status lifespan approaching. Identity loose cultivator. Seeing that the other party was a loose cultivator, Lin Fan was quite surprised. To be able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm as a loose cultivator, it was evident that the other party was certainly not a simple character. After entering, Du Chen glanced over everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan was only in the Saint Emperor realm but remained so calm in the face of him, Du Chen couldn't help but hold Lin Fan in higher regard. After a while, Du Chen took the initiative to speak. You are the Master Lin Fan, the treasure appraisal master, right? He was polite to Lin Fan since he had a request for him. Of course, if Lin Fan refused to sell him the life source liquid, he wouldn't hesitate to take it by force. After all, he was running out of time. If he couldn't obtain the life source liquid, he would have no choice but to risk everything. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised that Du Chen was being so polite. Then he nodded at Du Chen. Quasi-Emperor Du Chen, I am Lin Fan. As for the title of treasure appraisal master, I cannot take such a title. Master Lin is being modest. Your performance in the stone gambling shop has spread like wildfire. If someone with your ability cannot be called a treasure appraisal master, then no one in the Xuanhuang continent can claim that title. Lin Fan smiled but did not continue on that topic. Instead, he invited Du Chen to take a seat. After Du Chen sat down, Lin Fan finally asked, May I ask why Quasi-Emperor came here to find me? Master Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I am here for the life source liquid. I am running out of time, so I must obtain the life source liquid. Du Chen spoke very frankly, and his words were also filled with a sense of threat. After all, if he couldn't get the life source liquid, he would die. Since he was facing death anyway, he was certainly going to take a gamble. Regarding the threat from Du Chen, Lin Fan remained unmoved.
However, his gaze towards Du Chun had become exceedingly indifferent. Senior Du Chun, are you threatening me?
Seeing Lin Fan's probing, Du Chun shook his head slightly.
This is not a threat, I am merely speaking the truth.
I know you possess such abilities and there must be a powerful figure behind you.
Perhaps you even have means to resist a quasi-emperor. But my lifespan is limited regardless of the circumstances, I must fight for it.
As for how it ends, that no longer matters. Lin Fan understood the meaning behind Du Chun's words. A person like him who had no attachments and limited lifespan was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Such a person has already placed life and death aside. Senior Du Chun, I have the life source liquid, but what will you offer in exchange? After all, such a precious item cannot be given away for free. Seeing Lin Fan ask him to provide something in exchange, Du Chun still shook his head. Master Lin, over the years I have exhausted nearly all my resources to enhance my strength. I truly do not have anything decent to exchange. Lin Fan's face darkened slightly upon hearing this. Senior Du Chun, the life source liquid is so valuable you can't expect me to give it to you for nothing, can you?
Du Chun knew that what he was doing was indeed a bit shameless. However, he truly had nothing useful left to offer.
How about this? If you give me a drop of the life source liquid, I will protect you for 10,000 years.
How does that sound? If that doesn't work, then I will have to take it by force.
Hearing that Du Chun would protect him for 10,000 years, Lin Fan's eyes lit up.
Moreover, he truly needed a protector.
Having a quasi-emperor by his side could help him resolve many matters.
He couldn't handle everything himself. Senior Du Chun, can you promise to keep your word? You can rest assured I am a man of my word and will never go back on it. In that case, I will give you this drop of life source liquid.
As he spoke, a jade vial appeared in Lin Fan's hand, which he then handed to Du Chun. Seeing Lin Fan give him the life source liquid so readily surprised Du Chun, but more than that, he felt delighted.
Thank you for your trust, Master Lin.
After expressing his gratitude, Du Chun immediately sat cross-legged and eagerly swallowed the life source liquid. As the life source liquid was refined, the heavy aura of death around Du Chun gradually dissipated. Before long, Du Chun slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the changes within himself, Du Chun was elated. This drop of life source liquid truly added 50,000 years to his lifespan.
Du Chun stood up and once again expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lin.
I shall protect you closely for 10,000 years from now on.
Seeing Du Chun so sincere, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction.
I believe you understand that it won't be long before many quasi-emperors appear here. So I will need your assistance for my safety moving forward.
Du Chun understood Lin Fan's concerns.
He knew all too well the desperation these people had for the life source liquid.
Wasn't he just like that a moment ago? Master Lin, rest assured, with me here they won't be able to stir up any trouble.
Du Chun was quite confident in his own strength. Nearby Chu Xining and the others were shocked to see how easily Lin Fan had subdued a quasi-emperor. At the same time, they felt happy for Lin Fan. After a brief chat between Lin Fan and Du Chun, noise once again emerged from outside the estate. Master Lin, I am Zhou Du, please open the formation. I didn't expect Zhou Du to arrive so quickly.
Miss Lu, please open the formation.
Yes.
After seeing the formation open, Zhou Du entered along with Qing Shan.
Elder Zhou, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon.
May I ask who this person beside you is?
Seeing Lin Fan inquire about Qing Shan's identity, Zhou Du quickly began to introduce him.
Master Lin, this is the former holy master of our Lingyun Holy Land, Qing Shan.
So it is Elder Qing Shan, I have long admired you.
Qing Shan nodded slightly, saying, Master Lin, you are too polite.
In front of Lin Fan, Qing Shan did not put on any airs of a quasi-emperor. With Lin Fan's capabilities, he was more than capable of establishing connections with various forces. He certainly wouldn't foolishly offend Lin Fan. As he spoke, Qing Shan's gaze shifted to Du Chun. The reason for this was that he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Du Chun.
This person looks somewhat familiar.
Qing Shan pondered to himself. After a while he asked uncertainly, are you Senior Du Chun? There was no denying it, Du Chun had vanished for tens of thousands of years. Many believed he had already perished. Seeing Qing Shan call out his name, Du Chun was quite taken aback. I didn't expect that after so many years there would still be someone who recognizes me. It truly is Senior Du Chun, Qing Shan exclaimed in surprise. He referred to Du Chun as senior because Du Chun and the strongest ancestor of their holy land were of the same generation. Thus addressing him as senior was only natural.
Little fellow, I wonder how that old fellow Lingyu is doing now.
The Lingyu mentioned by Du Chun was the strongest ancestor of the Lingyun Holy Land. Upon hearing Du Chun mention their ancestor, Qing Shan quickly replied in response to Senior Du Chun, the ancestor is doing quite well.
Well, I am not much younger than him.
My lifespan is nearing its end, he can't be doing too well either. So you must have come here to buy life source liquid for him.
Yes, Senior Du Chun.
Since Du Chun said so, there was no point in him hiding it. Then he turned his attention back to Lin Fan. Master Lin, we have brought the spirit stones, they are in this storage ring. I wonder if the life source liquid is ready. Rest assured the life source liquid is ready. Lin Fan said, producing another jade vial and handing it to Qingshan. Qingshan glanced at the jade vial as he took it and then stored it away. He could ascertain that the vial contained the life source liquid. Since the life source liquid was in hand, he did not intend to linger here. Only by taking the life source liquid back would he feel at ease. Master Lin Senior Duchun, I must return to the Holy Land now. We will meet again when the opportunity arises. All right, we will meet again when possible. After Qingshan and Zhou Du left, the estate fell silent. At this moment, however, the city of Lawasha had begun to stir with hidden currents. Several quasi-emperors had already arrived, all eyeing the life source liquid in Lin Fan's possession. At the Qi family, Qizhen was once again furious, shards littering the ground. This is outrageous. Everything in Lin Fan's possession belongs to my Qi family, yet these people want to share in the spoils. No, I must report to the ancestor and have him go to Lawasha city. This matter cannot be allowed to succeed. There was no way around it. Several quasi-emperors had come to Lawasha city and he was simply not capable of dealing with them. Thus this operation must be carried out by their family's quasi-emperor ancestor. What did you say? The life source liquid has appeared and it was opened in our Qi family's gambling stone workshop. In the forbidden area of the Qi family, the three ancestors of the Qi family looked at Qizhen with furious expressions. Seeing the ancestors' anger, Qizhen wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his face. He then cautiously said, "Ancestors, please calm down." Calm down? How can we calm down? This is life source liquid. Why did you only report it now? Do you not know the importance of life source liquid to us? Although they are not yet near the end of their lifespan, who doesn't want to live a little longer? A single drop of life source liquid can extend one's life by 50,000 years. Though it is only effective upon the first use, it is enough to drive them mad. Seeing the expressions of the three ancestors who looked like they wanted to eliminate him, Qizhen hurriedly began to explain. Ancestors, please let me finish. That person is still in Lawasha city. Lawasha city is our Qi family's territory. He definitely cannot escape our grasp. The main issue is that this guy is accompanied by the princess of the Great Chu Empire as well as the direct daughters of the Xiao Tang and Lu families. It makes me hesitant to act recklessly in Lawasha city. Moreover, I have yet to investigate this guy's background. His ability to appraise is likely not trivial. Upon hearing Qizhen mention these powerful forces, the three ancestors also felt it was quite a dilemma. If something happened to these individuals in Lawasha city, their Qi family would likely become the target of everyone's criticism. After a moment of silence, the elder seated at the top looked at the elder on his right. Yan, you go with Qizhen to Lawasha city and find out who this person capable of opening life source liquid is. However, you must remember, do not act recklessly in Lawasha city unless absolutely necessary. Now that so many quasi-emperors have arrived in Lawasha city, if we violate the rules ourselves, it will give them an opportunity. If possible, just spend some spirit stones to buy a drop of life source liquid as a precaution. Don't worry, big brother, I know what to do. With that, Qi Yang stood up directly and glanced at Qizhen indifferently. Let's go, follow me to Lawasha city. Yes, ancestor Qi Yang. When the two arrived at Lawasha city, Qi Yang suddenly stopped. Qizhen was a bit puzzled at this. Ancestor, what is it? Qi Yang did not respond but spoke lightly in a certain direction. Dear friends, since you are here, why hide? Ha ha ha. Qi Yang, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well. Just as the words fell, three figures appeared in front of Qi Yang. Qi Yang knew their intention but still asked lightly, Yun Shuzi Xingyi Shenzhen, what brings you three to Lawasha city? Friend Qi Yang, let's not beat around the bush. We are here today for the life source liquid. You should leave, don't waste time here. The life source liquid must belong to our Qi family. You have no chance. Although the three before him were all quasi-emperors, their strength was comparable to his and thus not a concern. Of course he couldn't defeat them alone. But this was their Qi family's territory. At the first sign of trouble, his elder brother and second brother would arrive immediately. One must know that his elder brother's strength had reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor. His second brother also possessed the strength of the 7th level of quasi-emperor. Most importantly, their Qi family had the supreme imperial weapon. If these three quasi-emperors were to fight, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Upon hearing Qi Yang's words, the faces of Yun Shuzi and the others turned a bit unpleasant. But they knew that acting here would be disadvantageous, so they could only endure. Qi Yang, I didn't expect you to still be so domineering. Unfortunately, the life source liquid is not in the hands of your Qi family. So whether we can obtain the life source liquid is not up to you to decide. After saying this, the three directly headed towards the estate where Lin Fan was located. Seeing this, Qi Yang's expression darkened. Truly ungrateful fools, do you think you can obtain the life source liquid?
It's simply a dream. Xizhen, let's hurry, we can't let them get ahead. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the estate. Young Master, 4 Quasi-Emperors have arrived outside. The speaker was Du Chen, and with his 7th level of Quasi-Emperor strength he could not miss their presence. At this moment he had already assumed the role of protector. Since he promised to guard Lin Fan for 1,000 years, he had to do his duty. Hearing that 4 Quasi-Emperors had arrived, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
How interesting, 4 Quasi-Emperors have come at the same time.
Yue Wei opened the formation. All right, young Master Lin. Not long after Qi Yang and the others arrived in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not pay attention to Qi Yang and instead focused on Xizhen. Isn't this the head of the Qi family? What brings you here?
Xizhen did not expect Lin Fan to speak to him first.
However, he did not respond immediately but glanced at Qi Yang beside him.
After seeing Qi Yang nod, he smiled and said, Lin Fan, I am here to see you for an important matter.
Let me introduce you first, this is our ancestor Qi Yang.
So it's Senior Qi Yang, I have long admired your... Lin Fan greeted Qi Yang with a smile. However, he did not stand up, still lounging as he sat there.
Seeing Lin Fan's attitude, Qi Yang furrowed his brow.
Lin Fan was just a junior at the Saint Emperor realm, yet he dared to be so disrespectful to him. Lin Fan, do not think that just because you have some appraisal skills you can be so arrogant. In this world, strength is paramount. I advise you not to misjudge yourself. Senior Qi Yang, how I should act is not something you need to worry about. Please state your purpose. Lin Fan said with an expression of calmness.
Lin Fan, I believe you know my intentions, so I will be straightforward. I need all the life source liquid in your possession.
As for the price, I won't let you suffer. How about I give you 100 million Imperial Spirit Stones? Lin Fan, I know you are a smart person, you should know how to proceed right. After Qi Yang finished speaking, he looked coldly at Lin Fan.
Watching Qi Yang's blatant threat, Lin Fan smiled.
However, before Lin Fan could speak, Yun Shuzi, who was beside him, stood up.
Qi Yang, I never expected you to be so shameless.
Master Lin possesses 10 drops of life source liquid and you only want to buy them for 100 million Imperial Spirit Stones.
Do you really think everyone is a fool?
You should know that even a single drop of life source liquid cannot be obtained for less than 200 million Imperial Spirit Stones. Lin Fan cast a surprised glance at the 3 individuals. Initially he thought they were allies of Qi Yang. It now appeared that this was not the case. In fact, the 3 looked somewhat at odds with Qi Yang. Qi Yang ignored them, maintaining a calm demeanor as he focused on Lin Fan. He believed that as long as Lin Fan wasn't foolish, he would surely agree to his demands. Lin Fan, have you made your decision?
Tell me your answer.
You see, Senior Qi Yang, the market price for a drop of life source liquid is as high as 200 million Imperial Great Spirit Stones. You expect to buy all my life source liquid for just 100 million Spirit Stones?
That's quite greedy.
If you maintain this attitude, then please leave. Yun Shuzi and his companions burst into laughter as they witnessed Lin Fan sending Qi Yang away.
Qi Yang, you should leave quickly, don't treat everyone like fools. Faced with the mockery from Yun Zuza's group, Qi Yang's expression turned grim.
Lin Fan, are you sure you won't agree to my conditions? I advise you to think carefully or you may face dire consequences. Lin Fan did not react well to Qi Yang's threat. Qi Yang, whether I can bear the consequences is my business, so you need not worry about it. As for the life source liquid, it can be purchased, but only if you can produce 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones I will sell you a drop. If you can't, then don't waste my time here.
Seeing Lin Fan's blatant refusal, Qi Yang was consumed by rage.
However, with Yun Shuzi and his companions present, he refrained from taking any rash actions against Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you really are asking for a lion's share.
Do you know what 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones represents? Qi Yang, stop wasting time and just say whether you want to buy or not.
If not, then please leave, I have other guests to attend to. Witnessing Lin Fan's attitude, Qi Yang ground his teeth in hatred, wishing he could kill him instantly. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Lin Fan, you're quite something, I will provide the 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. With that, Qi Yang waved to Xizhen, saying, hand over the Spirit Stones to him. Ancestor, this is 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones, are we really going to give them to him? I said to give them to him, did you not understand? Seeing his ancestor so furious, Xizhen could only comply. Thankfully he had brought 500 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones this time, otherwise he would have had to make a trip back. Lin Fan, here are 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones, can you now bring out the life source liquid? Looking at the 300 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones, Xizhen felt a pang in his heart. Especially since the life source liquid in Lin Fan's hands originated from his family's gambling stone shop. Thinking of this made him feel even more frustrated. Lin Fan counted the spirit stones before confirming their accuracy. He then produced a jade vial and handed it to Xizhen. Master Qi, this vial contains the life source liquid, please take care of it. Just as Qi Jin received the jade vial, it was snatched away by Qi Yang. Examining the drop of emerald green liquid within the vial, Qi Yang clicked his tongue in wonder.
This is the life source liquid. It actually contains such immense vitality.
Yet just thinking that this life source liquid originally belonged to their Qi family made Qi Yang feel uncomfortable. Lin Fan, was it? Our Qi family's source stones are not so easily obtained. You will have to repay me several times over later. With that thought, Qi Yang stepped aside. His mission here was complete and he had no intention of engaging with Lin Fan further. He felt that as a prospective emperor, even speaking to someone as insignificant as a holy emperor like Lin Fan was a kind of grade. As for why he had not chosen to leave immediately, he wanted to observe how Yun Shuzi and his companions would negotiate with Lin Fan. He knew very well that the three of them combined could not gather 300 million imperial-grade spirit stones. Since they couldn't produce such a sum, he was curious to see what other treasures these three could offer. To be honest, Yun Shuzi and his companions were somewhat surprised that Qi Yang had actually brought out 300 million imperial-grade spirit stones.
However, since Qi Yang had completed his transaction, it was now their turn. Master Lin, let us introduce ourselves.
I am Yun Shuzi and these two are my brothers, one is Xinghe and the other is Xuanhuang. Seeing the three so polite, Lin Fan also refrained from giving them a cold shoulder. I presume you three have come here for the life source liquid as well. Yes, we wish to purchase a drop of life source liquid for emergencies. After all, this stuff not only extends lifespan but also has powerful healing properties. It is precisely because of this that the life source liquid is so precious. You must know that 300 million imperial-grade spirit stones are more than enough to buy a top-quality imperial treasure. As he spoke, Yun Zuzi's voice suddenly dropped significantly. Master Lin, we can currently offer only 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones. But... Ha ha ha. Before Yun Shuzi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qi Yang's laughter. I say, Yun Shuzi, how do you have the courage to come here to buy life source liquid with only 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones? Seeing Qi Yang interject, Yun Shuzi shot him a disgusted glance. Qi Yang, you're laughing too early. I haven't finished my previous statement. Since we dared to come here, we naturally have the capital to purchase the life source liquid. With that, Yun Shuzi produced a seed. Master Lin, this is a seed we found in a dangerous place. Although we do not know exactly what it is, its grade definitely exceeds imperial level. The question is whether Master Lin would be willing to make an exchange. At this point, Yun Shuzi felt a bit guilty. After all, offering an unknown imperial-grade seed in exchange for 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones was indeed quite a bold request. However, there was no other option. This was the most precious thing they could present. Lin Fan did not respond directly but instead called upon the system in his mind. System, please identify this seed for me. Host, this is a bloodthirsty celestial vine seed graded at imperial supreme level. System, what exactly is the bloodthirsty celestial vine? Host, this bloodthirsty celestial vine is not a spiritual herb, rather its combat power is extraordinarily terrifying. Any prey ensnared by it will almost certainly be devoured entirely. Once it matures, its combat power is comparable to that of an emperor. By the way, host, before planting the bloodthirsty celestial vine, it's best to drip a drop of your blood onto the seed. That way it will recognize you as its master immediately. I never expected the bloodthirsty celestial vine to be so formidable. Once it matures, it might even surpass an imperial supreme array. Since I encountered it, how could I not accept it? Just as Lin Fan was preparing to make a transaction with Yun Shuzi, Qi Yang burst into laughter beside them. Yun Shuzi, it's just an unknown seed and you want to exchange it for 150 million imperial-grade spirit stones. Aren't you being a bit shameless? Only a fool would be willing to trade with you. Qi Yang said this deliberately to interrupt their transaction. He had already regarded Lin Fan's belongings as belonging to the Qi family. If Lin Fan were to trade with Yun Shuzi, the Qi family would lose a drop of life source liquid. This situation was naturally not what he wanted to see. Seeing Qi Yang causing trouble, Yun Zuzi's face darkened. In the next moment, he unleashed his full aura toward Qi Yang. Xinghe and Xianjun also released their full auras in response. Observing this sudden situation, Du Chen directly flashed in front of Lin Fan, blocking all the oppressive pressure. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this protector. Although he was not afraid of the pressure from Yun Shuzi and the others, Tang Xinyue and the others could not withstand it. Having a protector is quite nice. I won't have to handle everything myself in the future. After some contemplation, Lin Fan's gaze returned to Yun Shuzi and the others. From the looks of it, Yun Shuzi and his companions clearly held no affection for the Qi family. If he could make the Qi family suffer, that would certainly be something he would like to see. Faced with the three of them working together, Qi Yang was utterly unable to cope. He was directly pushed back a few steps by this oppressive force. However, Qi Yang was not intimidated. Instead, he looked at Yun Shuzi and the others with a provocation. Yun Shuzi, you must consider carefully. This is my Qi family's territory. Are you sure you want to make a move here?
If it comes to blows, the consequences are something you won't be able to bear. Yun Shuzi and his companions were not blinded by anger.
If they truly fought here, it would be difficult for them to retreat unscathed. In the end, the three of them could only reluctantly retract their oppressive aura. Xiang, just wait until we meet you outside. We will make sure you cannot escape. Seeing that the three dared not make a move, Xiang revealed a cold smile.
Anyone can talk tough if you have the ability. Do it now. Well, see who has the last laugh.
After finishing his words, Yun Shuzi ignored Xiang and turned his gaze back to Lin Fan, cupping his hands in respect.
Master Lin, I apologize for the earlier disturbance.
It's no trouble at all, but I wonder if you still wish to purchase life source liquid.
We came here specifically for the life source liquid. How could we not want it? However, we only have this much to offer and not sure if Master Lin is still willing to trade with us.
At this point, Yun Shuzi appeared somewhat anxious. If Lin Fan refused, then he would be out of luck with the life source liquid. As for resorting to robbery, that was absolutely out of the question.
Although he did not know the elder beside Lin Fan, the immense pressure he emanated was undeniable. Clearly this elder's strength far exceeded theirs.
With this elder present, if they dared to rob it would be tantamount to seeking death. They were all old monsters who had lived for so long. How could they not know what actions were appropriate and which were not?
Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Xiang once again mocked Yun Shuzi. Yun Shuzi, stop dreaming.
With such little to offer, he definitely won't trade with you. This time Yun Shuzi did not get angry, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. It was rare to encounter such a precious treasure, yet alas, he had no spirit stones to exchange.
Since Master Lin is unwilling to trade, we won't disturb you any further. Farewell.
Wait. Lin Fan called out to the departing trio. Master Lin, may I ask if there is something else you wish to discuss with us? Although Lin Fan did not sell him the life source liquid, Yun Shuzi's attitude toward Lin Fan remained very polite. Yun Shuzi was not foolish. Even if he could not be friends with a treasure appraiser like Lin Fan, he would not easily offend him. After all, the connections of a treasure appraiser were invaluable. As long as Lin Fan was willing, he could facilitate many connections. Seeing Yun Shuzi and his companions stop, Lin Fan smiled. Yun Shuzi, you all are too anxious. I never said I wouldn't trade. I am quite interested in the seed you have here. Is the life source liquid, please take it. Upon hearing Lin Fan's willingness to trade, the three of them all displayed expressions of surprise. Immediately after, Yun Shuzi handed the seed and spirit stones over to Lin Fan. The speed was as if Lin Fan might change his mind at any moment. He then once again cupped his hands towards Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin, for your generosity."
No need for formalities, Yun Shuzi.
We are merely conducting a normal trade.
Nonetheless, I still must thank you, Master Lin.
After all, anyone with eyes can see that I have gained a substantial advantage. Lin Fan merely smiled at this. He knew better than anyone who truly benefited from this exchange.
Beside them, Xiang was fuming upon witnessing the completion of their transaction.
Lin Fan, you were such a fool, wasting a drop of life source liquid for nothing.
I have never seen someone as foolish as you.
Seeing Xiang insult Lin Fan, Duchen the Protector did not need Lin Fan's command. He directly flashed in front of Xiang. "You insolent brat of the Qi family, how dare you question my young master's decisions?" With that, Duchen swung a slap toward Xiang.
Xiang had no time to think further. His first instinct was to dodge.
However, Duchen's strength was far beyond his, making it impossible for him to evade.
With a loud slap, Xiang was sent flying.
Yun Shuzi and the others watched the scene, swallowing hard, relieved that they had not harbored any ill thoughts toward Lin Fan. Otherwise they would have been the ones sent flying this time. They had already sensed the immense power that Du Chen had just unleashed. This was the might of a 7th-stage quasi-emperor. For such a powerful being to deal with them, while it wasn't like swatting flies, it was hardly different from handling a chick. Qizhen, who had come with Qi Yang, rushed over to help him up upon seeing his ancestor being knocked away.
"Ancestor, are you all right?" Qizhen asked with concern. Cough, cough.
Qi Yang coughed awkwardly a couple of times, then glared at Duchen with rage. "Who are you to dare to make a move here?
Do you not fear the Qi family's revenge?" He, don't use the Qi family to pressure me.
Even if that brat Qian came personally, I wouldn't give him face. If you only have the strength of a 7th-stage quasi-emperor, while my brother is a 9th-stage quasi-emperor.
If my brother wanted to teach you a lesson, it would be as easy as pie.
No one in the Qi family dared to disrespect his older brother Qian.
Enough, do not engage in a war of words here.
If you dare to show disrespect to my young master again, I will strike you once more.
Wait, you just called him young master. How is that possible?
Young man of the Qi family, there is nothing impossible in this world. How could you even begin to imagine the identity of my young master? I can clearly tell you a mere Qi family can be annihilated with a mere thought if my young master wishes it. He didn't know whether to believe what Duchen said. He had never heard of such a force existing in the Xuanhuang continent. To have a quasi-emperor as a servant is simply a fairy tale. Yet the scene before him was something he witnessed with his own eyes, making disbelief difficult.
In fact, Du Chen said this to create momentum for Lin Fan. This is the territory of the Qi family.
If those two old geezers from the Qi family show up as well when the time comes, he would be lucky to save his own life, let alone protect Lin Fan. Since a hard approach won't work, he decided to fabricate a mysterious and powerful identity for Lin Fan. After all, a quasi-emperor, regardless of which faction, is a legendary figure.
If a 7th-level quasi-emperor is being called young master, then he doesn't believe the Qi family wouldn't be wary of Lin Fan.
He felt very grateful to Lin Fan. After all, without the drop of life source liquid from Lin Fan, he would have soon passed away. Merely being a guardian for 1,000 years wouldn't repay such a kindness. Out of gratitude, he lowered himself and directly called Lin Fan young master. One could say he called it willingly.
Compared to Qi Yang's fear, the reactions of Yun Shuzi and the others were much better.
But they were also shocked by Lin Fan's mysterious identity.
Had Qi Yang not reminded them, they would have truly overlooked Du Chen's address of Lin Fan. A 7th-level quasi-emperor calling him young master. Could it be that Master Lin has a great emperor backing him?
Only such a possibility would make the quasi-emperor submit so easily. With that thought, their gazes towards Lin Fan became more reverent. Lin Fan himself did not expect Du Chen would fabricate such a mysterious identity for him, which left him both amused and bewildered. However, Du Chen was not wrong. It would indeed be easier for him to eradicate the Qi family. But this meant the Qi family probably wouldn't act against him in the short term. At least they wouldn't dare to act rashly until they had investigated his identity. Lin Fan did not blame Du Chen for disrupting his plans. After all, Du Chen's intentions were for their benefit. As Lin Fan's mysterious identity was revealed, the manor fell into a chilling silence. Qi could not withstand the oppressive atmosphere and cautiously tugged at Qi Yang's sleeve, whispering, "Ancestor, what should we do next?"
Qi Yang shook his head at Qi. He too was in a dilemma.
His rationality told him that he could not act impulsively for the time being.
Let's go back to the family first.
Until we uncover Lin Fan's true identity, we must not act rashly. Naturally, Qi did not dare to object to his ancestor's decision. To be honest, he was also frightened by Lin Fan's mysterious identity.
Coupled with Lin Fan's treasure appraisal ability, he found Lin Fan's background even more daunting. Before leaving, Qi Yang cast a deep glance at Lin Fan and then quickly departed. Qi followed closely behind.
Zhu Xining frowned slightly as she watched the two leave.
Young Master Lin, are you really just letting them go?
It's fine, the Qi family will definitely not let this matter rest, they will come looking for us again.
Zhu Xining nodded and said no more.
Yun Shuzi and the other two also didn't intend to linger here any longer. Thus they stepped forward and cupped their fists towards Lin Fan, saying, "Master Lin, we shall take our leave."
All right, everyone take care. After a few people left, the manor once again fell silent. Soon after, Lu Yue broke the silence. Young Master Lin, do you think any quasi-emperors will come looking for us?
That's hard to say. I still have 6 drops of life source liquid in my possession, and I don't know who will be fortunate enough to receive them.
If I can exchange them for something good, I wouldn't mind trading them away.
To others, life source liquid is a treasure, but to me it's just so-so. In the Shenxiao realm, there are many spiritual fruits that can extend one's life. Seeing Lin Fan seemingly willing to sell all his life source liquid, Zhu Xining felt a bit pained. Young Master Lin, life source liquid is so precious, are you really planning to sell them all?
Well, see.
If the other party can offer something that attracts me, I wouldn't mind trading. Seeing that Lin Fan was genuinely going to sell, Zhu Xining gritted her teeth and then made her request.
Young Master Lin, could you leave 1 drop for my great Chu Empire?
Xining, since you asked, I will naturally reserve 1 for you. Seeing Lin Fan agree so readily, Zhu Xining was extremely excited.
Young Master Lin, thank you so much.
It's nothing, no need to be so polite with me. Tang Xinyue and Lu Yue saw Lin Fan so easily agree to Zhu Xining's request. They also followed suit in asking Lin Fan to purchase life source liquid. To this, Lin Fan was fair and agreed to all of their requests. Watching Lin Fan treat life source liquid so lightly, Du Chen felt quite helpless. Who exactly is my young master? Could it really be as I said that he comes from an immensely powerful force? However, as a guardian, he chose not to inquire further. His primary duty was to protect Lin Fan, and other matters were none of his concern. On the other side, Qi Yang had already returned to the Qi family. He did not delay at all and immediately sought out the family's great ancestor and second ancestor.
Yang, why are you back so soon?
Has the life source liquid already been procured?
The one questioning was the great ancestor Qian.
Elder brother, I only managed to buy 1 drop of life source liquid.
Hearing that there was only 1 drop, Qian felt somewhat disappointed.
Such treasures are naturally better in greater numbers.
1 drop isn't enough for them to share.
After a moment, the second ancestor Qi Feng could no longer hold back and spoke up.
Third brother, why did you only buy 1 drop and come back?
Is it that Lin Fan wouldn't sell?
If that's the case, then I'll go capture him right now.
It was clear that Qi Feng had a violent temper.
Second brother, wait.
Seeing Qi Feng about to leave, Qi Yang hurriedly called out to him. Third brother, why are you stopping me? In my family's territory, can he really defy us? Saying this, Qi Feng began to walk out. Qian, seeing Qi Feng's recklessness, showed a hint of helplessness.
Alright second brother, there is a reason third brother is stopping you, let's hear what he has to say.
Seeing Qian speak, Qi Feng had no choice but to halt his steps.
However, he was still unwilling, so he urged Qi Yang, third brother, don't dawdle, quickly tell us what you know. Qian also wanted to know the specifics, so he turned his gaze towards Qi Yang. Eldest brother, second brother, that Lin Fan's identity is definitely not simple. What do you mean by that? Qian asked in confusion.
Eldest brother, there is a quasi-imperial level expert of the 7th stage next to Lin Fan. Most importantly, this quasi-imperial 7th stage expert is his servant, always referring to him as young master and obeying his commands.
How can this be possible? Qi Feng exclaimed. Although Qi An's reaction was slightly less intense, he also displayed a look of shock.
A dignified quasi-imperial 7th stage expert actually calls someone young master. Even if Lin Fan's father were a quasi-imperial 9th stage, it would be impossible for him to arrange a quasi-imperial 7th stage servant for Lin Fan.
Let alone a quasi-imperial 7th stage, even a quasi-imperial 1st stage would be impossible.
Could it be that Lin Fan has a great emperor backing him? This thought made Qian break out in a cold sweat. If Lin Fan truly had a great emperor behind him, manipulating their Qi family would be as easy as child's play. However, Qian quickly dismissed this idea. If Lin Fan really had a great emperor behind him, why would he come to the Xuanhuang continent?
The Xuanhuang continent holds no allure for a great emperor.
By the way, third brother, do you recognize who that quasi-imperial is next to Lin Fan? Is he one of our Xuanhuang continent's quasi-imperials?
This question's answer was very important to Qian.
If this quasi-imperial is not from the Xuanhuang continent, it would indicate that Lin Fan likely comes from another continent, and the probability of having a great emperor backing him is very high.
The purpose is to confuse them, making them hesitant to take action.
Although Qi Yang did not understand why his eldest brother would ask,
the purpose is to confuse them, making them hesitant to take action.
Although Qi Yang did not understand why his eldest brother would ask such a question. But since Qian asked, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Eldest brother, I did not recognize who this quasi-imperial is, but it seems he knows you. He mentioned your name. Upon learning that this quasi-imperial knows him, Qian smashed the table in front of him with a palm.
Good, very good, how dare he play tricks under my nose.
Qian could already ascertain that it was highly likely Lin Fan had teamed up with this quasi-imperial to stage a play against them. Others might not have the ability to make a quasi-imperial cooperate in his scheme.
But Lin Fan had the life essence liquid, making it easy to get this quasi-imperial to cooperate.
Eldest brother, what's wrong with you?
Qi Feng and Qi Yang were somewhat puzzled by Qi An's sudden rage.
Third brother, you've likely been deceived by them. Eldest brother, what do you mean I was deceived?
Qi Yang asked in confusion.
Qian wasted no time and directly voiced his suspicion. After hearing Qi An's explanation, Qi Feng was furious. Good, very good, this Lin Fan actually dares to play tricks under our noses. I want to see how he will end once his tricks are exposed.
Eldest brother, let me go this time, I might know that quasi-imperial. Qian thought for a moment and finally nodded.
Second brother, if you can recognize that quasi-imperial this time, it will prove that my suspicion is correct. At that time you can give Lin Fan a show of strength, forcing him to hand over the life essence liquid.
We must seize the time to acquire the life essence liquid.
If we delay too long, once the Xiao family and the Great Chu Empire's quasi-imperial arrive, we won't be able to swallow it all.
Alright, eldest brother, I know what to do.
Just leaving the Qi family's forbidden area, Qi Feng hurried towards Lawasha city at the fastest speed. In no time, Qi Feng had arrived above the estate. Lin Fan, you really have great courage, daring to perform tricks under my Qi family's nose. Quickly open the formation and let me in. You must give my Qi family an explanation today, otherwise the consequences will be on you.
Qi Feng's shout spread throughout Lawasha city.
At the same time, it made the cultivators in Lawasha city feel an immense pressure. The aura unintentionally emitted by a quasi-imperial was a tremendous weight for them. However, for those above the Saint Emperor realm, it had little effect.
Mainly because Qi Feng's aura was unintentionally emitted, not deliberately aimed at them.
Is this the Qi Feng ancestor of the Qi family?
You are not mistaken, he is indeed the Qi Feng ancestor of the Qi family.
It really is him. It is said that this guy has a bad temper, easily resorting to violence over disagreements. Alas, it seems this Lin Fan is in great danger. The Qi family ancestor is clearly here for the life essence liquid in Master Lin's hands. There's nothing to be done. The Qi family holds absolute power here.
Although Master Lin has exceptional gem appraisal skills, his own strength is only at the Saint Emperor realm, unable to resist.
Since that day's stone gambling event, Lin Fan's reputation had spread like wildfire in Lawasha city. It can be said that almost all cultivators in Lawasha city had heard of Lin Fan's name. In the estate, upon hearing Qifeng shout, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Qi family's quasi-imperial to arrive so quickly.
Du Chen's expression also changed upon seeing the visitor.
Qifeng's arrival likely meant they had not been deceived. This made their situation somewhat perilous. However, thinking of Lin Fan's kindness towards him, he absolutely could not leave at this moment. With this thought, Du Chen gritted his teeth and walked up to Lin Fan. However, thinking of Lin Fan's kindness towards him, he absolutely could not leave at this moment. With this thought, Du Chen gritted his teeth and walked up to Lin Fan. He did not expect Du Chen to be so loyal to him. If Du Chen really had no strength, going out would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Lin Fan had already made up his mind he would cultivate Du Chen well in the future. Seeing Du Chen walking towards the estate's exit, Lin Fan hurriedly called out to him, "Senior Du Chen, wait a moment."
Du Chen paused and turned to Lin Fan, "Young master, is there anything else you need to say?"
"Senior Du Chen, you need not be like this, I will handle this matter, just stay by my side to protect me." Seeing that Lin Fan did not intend to leave, Du Chen immediately became anxious. "Young master, you should leave Lawasha city first. Qifeng is not easy to deal with and I may not be able to hold him off."
"No worries, I have my own plan."
Seeing Lin Fan so calm, Du Chen could only give up. As Lu Yue activated the formation, Qifeng strode arrogantly to Lin Fan's side. However, he soon noticed Du Chen beside Lin Fan.
"Du Chen, is it really you, you old immortal? Don't you know that opposing my Qi family only leads to death?"
Facing Qifeng's threat, Du Chen revealed a faint smile.
"Qifeng, if your elder brother said this, I would have nothing to say. But to think you could kill me is simply wishful thinking." "You." Qifeng was furious at the retort. He truly lacked the ability to kill Du Chen. "Du Chen, let's not engage in a war of words.
Do you know what the consequences will be if you join forces with Lin Fan to deceive my Qi family?"
Du Chen's heart tightened, so I have been seen through.
He initially thought fabricating a story would buy some time against the Qi family, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Seeing Du Chen silent, Qifeng turned his attention to Lin Fan. His goal in coming here was the life source liquid in Lin Fan's possession, and he didn't want to waste too much time on Du Chen.
Qifeng scrutinized Lin Fan and coldly asked, "You are Lin Fan, right?"
Lin Fan unhurried poured himself a cup of tea and took a small sip.
Seeing Lin Fan's dismissive attitude, Qifeng couldn't help but fume. Yet before he could explode, Lin Fan spoke first. "Indeed, I am Lin Fan.
May I ask why the ancestor of the Qi family seeks me?"
"Lin Fan, I know you are a clever person.
If you are wise, hand over the life source liquid in your possession and you can become a friend of my Qi family. And rest assured, you won't need to return the spirit stones my third brother gave you earlier, consider them a payment for the life source liquid.
After all, you aren't losing out.
You only spent a little spirit stone to obtain the life source liquid from my Qi family's gambling stone workshop.
After all, you aren't losing out.
You only spent a little spirit stone to obtain the life source liquid from my Qi family's gambling stone workshop.
Earning 300 million imperial-grade spirit stones is already enough.
I hope you won't be so greedy." Watching Qifeng's shamelessness, Tang Xinyue and the others were filled with anger. However, Qifeng was a quasi-emperor and they felt helpless, not even daring to insult him.
After all, a quasi-emperor is not someone they could provoke.
In the end, they could only place their hopes on Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. He truly did not expect Qifeng to be so shameless.
"So you are the ancestor Qifeng, huh?
Your Qi family is truly shameless. You think you can simply demand the life source liquid from me?
You must be dreaming.
I can clearly tell you that if you don't present something that satisfies me, my Qi family won't have a chance to obtain any more life source liquid. Your Qi family has already purchased a drop. You could say you are quite lucky." Seeing Lin Fan's indifference, Qifeng became enraged again. "Lin Fan, don't be ungrateful.
My Qi family can get anything they desire. If you refuse, don't blame me for taking action to seize it. If I injure you, then don't blame me."
Qifeng had no intention of killing Lin Fan. He still wanted Lin Fan to serve his Qi family. With Lin Fan's appraisal, those valuable stones would no longer be lost in the gambling stone workshop. Of course, to attract customers, they would occasionally need to place a few valuable stones into the gambling stone workshop. Otherwise, if too much time passed without anyone revealing treasures, who would still visit their gambling stone workshop? Qifeng's plans were quite grand, but Lin Fan was not someone he could control.
"Qifeng, are you really sure you want to take action?
Once you do, the consequences may be beyond your ability to bear."
Ha ha ha.
Qifeng was directly amused by Lin Fan's words. "Lin Fan, do you really think Du Chen can stop me? What a ridiculous thought. Today I will see just what kind of consequences are beyond my ability to bear." With that, Qifeng moved, targeting Lin Fan. Seeing this, Du Chen immediately stepped in front of Lin Fan, blocking Qifeng's attack. "Du Chen, you are truly something. I didn't expect you to dare stop me. Qifeng, as long as I am here, you cannot harm my young master." Duchen, you still dare to act in front of me? A mere quasi-emperor of the 7th level dares to call a young master of the Holy Emperor realm. If this were to spread, it would be quite a joke. Facing Qi Feng's mockery, Duchen remained unfazed. Qi Feng, stop the nonsense.
Unless you can pass my challenge, your schemes will never succeed.
Really? Qi Feng displayed a look of disdain.
Don't you know this is my Qi family's territory?
What we lack the least are helpers. All the sons of my Qi family come in. With a command from Qi Feng, over 10 people appeared. All of these individuals had reached at least the Holy King realm. The strongest among them had already reached the Holy Sovereign realm.
Seeing this scene, Duchen's expression turned grim.
If Qi Feng detained him with Lin Fan's Holy Emperor realm cultivation, he would utterly be unable to withstand their attacks. Duchen, with these helpers, how do you feel now?
You are truly despicable. In the world of kings there is no distinction between despicable and honorable.
Lin Fan, I give you one more chance. Submit to my Qi family and you will have your freedom. If I catch you, you will be trained to become a servant of my Qi family for life.
Qi Feng, I also have a message for you.
Since the masks are torn off, I have nothing to hold back. From today on, the Qi family will cease to exist.
Ha ha, you want to destroy my Qi family? How arrogant. After I capture you, I will make sure to teach you a lesson.
All the sons of my Qi family charge.
Make sure to capture Lin Fan.
As for the others, just give them a lesson, don't be too rough.
The Qi family currently could not afford to clash with other families.
If it was just a lesson, it would not be a big issue. With Qi Feng's command, the Qi family's people moved. They surged towards Lin Fan.
Duchen wanted to intervene but was blocked by Qi Feng.
Young Master Lin, be careful, I will assist you. Seeing these people charging at Lin Fan, Xu Xining immediately stood up to share the pressure with him. Lin Fan, however, remained completely unperturbed. After repelling several attacks, Lin Fan decided it was time to stop playing.
Meyer, come out and deal with these overconfident fools.